Prologue. What? Missing? You say the Grand Master is absent? How could the Grand Master, gravely injured, leave the Mingxiao Palace so easily? Qin Li, a disciple and steward of the Mingxiao Palace, trembled slightly, his complexion pale, his face etched with unmistakable terror. The severity with which the Grand Master commanded respect, along with the formidable abilities of those around him, sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Qin Li's brow. Send someone to search. Why are you all still kneeling? If the Grand Master cannot be found before I lose my head, I shall take yours first. The multitude of kneeling disciples and attendants scattered like startled birds at these words. As time passed, an exhaustive search throughout the Mingxiao Palace yielded no sign of the Grand Master, Qin Wushang. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Qin Li realized he must urgently contact the esteemed Yu Lu. When the attendants returned to the Grand Master's chamber to deliver food, they discovered he was nowhere to be found. In haste, Qin Li sent a communication talisman to Yu Lu. Chapter 2: Disciples of the Demon Palace. The sky was a bleak shade of gray, with a biting wind that carried the chill of icy rain into the cave. After a prolonged moment, the young woman's eyelids fluttered and she struggled to open them. When she caught sight of the man draped over her, disbelief washed over her, and she quickly shut her eyes again. Moments later, she reopened her eyes, gazing at the man's profile, lost in thought. If it were not for the sensation of the precious bottle still residing within her soul, Tang Jing would never believe she had truly been reborn. The treasure vessel was fortuitously acquired by her spirit after her corporeal demise in a different realm. Indeed, had it not been for the vessel, she might have perished amidst that spatial tempest. Perhaps it was precisely due to the existence of the vessel that she was granted a second chance at life. The young woman struggled to turn the man beneath her, finally catching a glimpse of his visage. In her previous life, she had never taken the time to observe him closely, as fear had driven her to flee in a panic. The man possessed a countenance of extraordinary beauty, sculpted as if by the hands of a divine artisan. Yet, the more exquisite a man's features, the more likely he is to possess a heart of cruelty and betrayal. Tang Jing reached out, her fingers brushing against the man's face, feeling the warmth of his blood coursing beneath his skin. Astonishingly, she sensed something unusual and instinctively reached to feel the pulse at his neck and then at his wrist. This man's pulse was unlike that of an ordinary individual. While a typical person boasts a singular, well-defined network of veins, he had 3 sets of concurrent channels. It was indeed peculiar. Though gravely injured and weakened, the 3 sets of veins within him continued to clash with one another, jeopardizing his already fragile life force. Tang Jing's expression shifted subtly. No wonder her future sons bore strange veins and were derisively labeled as the offspring of her union with a beast. In truth, her beloved sons were entirely innocent. They merely inherited their father's unusual bloodline. As the dawn grew ever brighter, Tang Jing hesitated, contemplating whether she ought to save this man or leave him to his fate. If she were to save him, it would be on account of his forceful violation of her, resulting in her untimely pregnancy, and thereafter, enduring great suffering alongside her twin So. Ns. Tang Jing could not reconcile herself to this predicament. However, if she chose not to intervene, given his grievous injuries, how could he possibly compel her to engage in such acts? It was evident he had been drugged. After a moment of internal conflict, Tang Jing ultimately succumbed to the maternal instinct for her sons. She could not bear the thought of them growing up and inquiring about their father, leaving her at a loss for words. Should she tell them that their father lay wounded and she chose to let him perish? Tang Jing retrieved her set of golden needles, temporarily stanching the worsening of his injuries, before she transported him into her mystical storage space. She rummaged through the scattered remnants of clothing for a while, before finally locating a set of clean garments from her once pitiful storage pouch. After cleansing herself within her magical space, she donned a fresh attire and resolutely set off in a determined direction. No sooner had she departed than, within the span of an hour, the area was thoroughly scoured by divine senses, yet the sought-after individual remained elusive. Consequently, the news of someone's disappearance could no longer be concealed and began to circulate widely. Upon her return to the family estate, her own chambers were as desolate as ever. The diligent maid, Qin Ke, had managed to maintain both her own courtyard and that of Tang Jing's mother in immaculate condition. Noticing the absence of activity in her own quarters, Tang Jing proceeded directly to her mother's domain. As Tang Jing stepped into the courtyard, she discerned voices emanating from her mother's chamber, and it seemed she could hear the voice of her aunt. Yin Yao, I understand that you feel uneasy about this situation, however. Is there truly no solution? Gu Changlao is an elder from the outer sect, not a legitimate member of the Tang family. To genuinely win his heart, it is imperative that you take the initiative yourself. He has always held a favorable view of you. What harm could it do for you to submit to him? You must realize that the Little Chun realm is on the brink of collapse. Even the Tang family is preoccupied with the matter of fleeing. Yet, in the end, only the legitimate descendants can be taken away. Even among them, legitimate sons and daughters aside illegitimate children may be included, but have you ever heard of anyone willing to carry along a concubine or an illegitimate daughter during their escape? If not for your own sake, at least consider your daughter's future. Should you be left behind in the Little Chun realm, are you prepared to face a fate akin to those mortals? As she spoke, the faint sound of fabric rustling, jingling ornaments, and footsteps filled the room. The footsteps paused at the door. Yin Yao, you are my sister. I cannot bring you harm. I am only trying to save the lives of you and your daughter. Simply disrobe and roll on the bed with Gu Changlao. Wouldn't that resolve everything? Of course, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness when I am forced to abandon you. With her final, menacing words, the woman appeared satisfied, pushing open the door and striding out of the courtyard with an air of arrogance. Tang Jing refrained from confronting others directly, for she knew that arguing would yield no fruitful outcome. Moreover, in her current state, it was entirely possible that she would unwittingly provide her adversary with an excuse to further torment her mother. Yet, she was utterly unprepared to discover that her mother's suicide years ago stemmed from this very incident. It was no wonder that when the family fled, her reputation lay in tatters, ultimately leading to her being implicated. She recalled how Uncle Gu had inquired whether she wished to accompany him when he departed from the Tang household. So this was the truth. It seemed that in the end, her mother had succumbed, all for her sake. The room was filled with the muffled sounds of sorrowful weeping, a heart-wrenching and suppressed lamentation. Tang Jing stepped out of the adjoining room and entered her mother's chamber, where a delicate and ethereal beauty, appearing no more than 20, was stifling her cries with a hand. Kerchief. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as the weight of their predicament within the Tang family bore down upon them, rendering even the act of weeping allowed a dawn. Ting challenge. She wished to defend herself and protect her daughter, but the means to do so felt unbearably humiliating. Mother, let your tears flow freely, weep as loudly as you need to. Whatever grievances you harbor, express them through your tears, she urged. The beauty, with her tear-stained phoenix eyes, gazed at Tang Jing and wept even more profusely. Jing, I'm not wronged, truly, not in the slightest. Mother, the eldest lattice heart is callous though you are sisters. She has caused you much suffering over the years. Father is no kindred spirit, and while Uncle Gu may be a disciple of the Demon Palace, he genuinely cares for you. Perhaps you should consider remarrying. The beauty was rendered utterly speechless upon hearing those words. How do you know he is a disciple of the Demon Palace? After a considerable pause, she stammered out her astonishment. I once witnessed Uncle Gu playing with a peculiar little token. At that moment, I etched its shape into my memory, and after much inquiry, I fortuitously discovered that it was the identity badge of a disciple from the Demon Palace. How did Mother come to know this? Did Uncle Gu divulge his identity to you? A thought struck Tang Jing, and she contrived a seemingly plausible explanation. I know nothing at all. The beauty's gaze faltered, unable to meet the bright, mocking glimmer in her daughter's eyes. To claim ignorance is laughable. The laws of the Demon Palace are stringent. If one were not genuinely concerned, how could that individual have revealed his true identity to Mother? Had it not been for Uncle Gu's inadvertent revelation before his departure, I might have remained oblivious to the truth until my last breath. At this moment, even the head of the Tang family is unaware of Uncle Gu's true identity. Jing, what is it that amuses you? The beauty, flustered and incensed, failed to notice her daughter's sudden distraction. She raised her delicate hands to chastise her daughter, only to be struck by a sudden change of expression as she approached. Alarmed, she hastily reached for her daughter's collar. Tang Jing reacted to stop her, but unexpectedly, the beauty forcefully tore at her collar, revealing the myriad of kiss marks adorning her neck and chest. Since the evidence was laid bare, Tang Jing chose not to conceal the truth any longer and confessed succinctly, "Mother, I was abducted while I was out yesterday. I, Jing, Jing, you have lost your virtue." The beauty's voice trembled, her complexion paling. Tang Jing nodded. With a resounding slap, the beauty struck her. Tang Jing slowly knelt before her mother. The beautiful woman, momentarily stunned, gazed incredulously at Dao Jingjing. "Did you deceive, mother? Isn't your cousin from your maternal family fond of your sister?" Tang Jing responded with a sharp, disdainful laugh. "Mother, not only does he fancy my elder sister, but he also has an affection for numerous women, our family's maids and daughters-in-law, as well as the courtesans and renowned prostitutes outside. He is utterly uneducated yet intends to marry my sister and subsequently make me a secondary concubine, so that on the wedding night, he can indulge in a bed shared by three." Upon hearing this, the beauty was first taken aback, then filled with revulsion. "Ugh, such a wretched individual. And yet your family treats him like a treasure." The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. "Come with me." The beauty grasped Tang Jing's sleeve and led her away. "Mother, where are we going? It is imperative to clean and apply the medicine. Do you wish to parade around in this state before others? If your aunt or father discovers this, your life may very well be in jeopardy. You are my sole child. Naturally, I must devise a way to protect you," the beauty insisted urgently. "Mother," Tang Jing called out, her voice filled with emotion. "There is no one in this world who cares for me as deeply as you do." The beauty held Tang Jing's hand and comforted her. "Jing, do not dwell on anything else. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure your safety." She opened the hidden chamber, guiding her daughter to sit upon the stone bed. As she applied the ointment to her child, her heart ached intensely. Though her daughter had yet to suffer greatly, she wept uncontrollably, as if the pain were her own. Seeing her mother's distress, Tang Jing mustered her spirits and forced a nonchalant smile, feigning indifference. "You foolish girl, how can you still smile after such a grave incident? How can you be so heartless?" Tang Jing looked at her mother with a bewildered expression. Did she not realize that her seemingly carefree demeanor was merely a facade to spare her from worry? "Mother, may I inquire about something?" The beauty hesitantly pulled Tang Jing's head onto her lap. Jing, did you see who that man, who took possession of your body, was?" Tang Jing rolled her eyes in irritation. "Mother, when I awoke, there was no one there." Jing, did you truly not see him? Or are you deliberately brushing me off? If that man were willing to take responsibility, I would put aside my pride and strive to ensure that you could rightfully become his wife, or at the very least, a concubine." Upon seeing the accusatory look in Tang Jing's eyes, the beauty quickly amended her statement. "Mother does not wish to hastily marry you off or make you a concubine. It is not that I am concerned about the implications of this incident being discovered. Your father would likely not allow you to live if he found out. Daughter, I will only say this once, and then I shall not speak of it again. Mother, I am just as shocked and furious about what has occurred. However, the deed is done, and I cannot allow myself to live in misery over something that was not my fault, can I? Furthermore, I do not know how others perceive me, nor do I wish to. Yet, I am certain of one thing. I have a mother who loves me dearly, and she would never want me to sacrifice my life over such trivial matters, would she? Moreover, should that individual willfully encroach upon my virtue, regardless of their justifications, if I were to uncover their intentions, I would surely strike them down with a single sword. If, however, their actions were unintentional, must you, dear mother, insist that your daughter humbly cling to them without dignity? Yet you have already," the beautiful woman lamented. "Mother, in the past, you married father out of your grandmother's pleas, bending to her wishes. Have you found joy in these years? Have you known happiness? Mother, though your heart aches, you refrain from weeping aloud for my sake. Do you wish for me to endure such a life forever?" The mere thought of your predicament fills Tang Jing with a sense of suffocating despair. No one understands the plight of a concubine and a daughter born of lesser status more than she does. Furthermore, mother, even if we remain compliant, do you see how the first wife has shown you mercy? And when the first wife resorts to threats, can you truly claim that father is unaware? In an instant, the woman's face turned as pale as snow, her lips devoid of color. Mother Jing, the beautiful woman, suddenly grasped her daughter's arm tightly, her nails digging into the flesh without her noticing. "I believed I had done right by them. How could they compel me in such a manner?" With eyes filled with sorrow, yearning, and the need for comfort, she gazed at Tang Jing. Quickly, Tang Jing embraced her mother, feeling the warmth and softness of her presence. "Alas, it ultimately benefits Uncle Gu." Tang Jing silently scoffed before resolutely stating, "So, mother, you should find yourself a new husband." Cough, cough, cough. The beautiful woman looked at her with timid eyes. "Mother, I truly mean it. Look at Uncle Gu, he isn't so bad." The situation unfolds beautifully, as the protagonist is genuinely concerned about you. Ahem. You know nothing. The enchanting lady casts a captivating glance at her daughter, exuding a natural grace and charm. Tang Jing rolls her eyes in silent exasperation. Her allure holds no sway over me. Perhaps you should diligently cultivate your talents, for they may soon be devoted to the Gu family. Who knows, it may not be long before we welcome an additional sister or brother into our midst. Yun Yao, are you at home? Speaking of the Gu family, here they come, treading lightly. Chapter 3. A clever scheme, mother. Please step outside. Uncle Gu surely has matters to discuss. Yun Yao glides gracefully like a blue lotus, moving with poise. Tang Jing hastily reaches for the copper mirror resting on the bedside. In the blink of an eye, the scene in the main hall unfolds before her. In the hall stands a refined gentleman, exuding a strong scholarly aura, his gaze gentle and demeanor composed. Yet, perhaps sensing something amiss, he suddenly looks up and offers a faint smile at the copper mirror hanging from the hall's beam. Tang Jing, caught in her act of peeping, feels a rush of embarrassment. "Brother Gu, you have arrived." The graceful figure of Yun Yao enters the hall, with the strict regulations of the magic palace. "I must depart from the Tang family prematurely. Yun Yao, I have come to inquire whether you would consider leaving with me. Is it due to my rebirth?" Yet, Tang Jing truly cannot recall the reckless act she committed. "Brother Gu, I still have Jing Jing. I cannot leave her." Yun Yao replies with a sorrowful expression. "Then let us take Jing Jing with us. I will cherish her as if she were my own flesh and blood." Upon hearing these words, Yun Yao's face flushed crimson as she stared blankly at Gu Zheng's face. Tang Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, disciples of the Demon Palace were audacious. Not only did they intend to abduct someone's concubine, but they also planned to take away their child. It seemed that the intention to lead both mother and daughter away from the Tang family was not solely Tang Jing's idea. At that moment, Gu Zheng stepped forward and gently grasped Yun Yao's delicate hands, resembling jade. Were it not for the suspicion that Tang Jing might be watching, he would have longed to pull Yun Yao into his embrace. Gu Zheng's heart surged with conflicting emotions, yet his expression remained sincere, even tinged with a hint of tenderness. "Yun Yao, you know that I have always held a deep affection for Jing Jing. I possess a certain standing within the Demon Palace. Come with me, and I shall care for both you and your daughter." After speaking, Gu Zheng could not restrain himself and reached out to caress Yun Yao's hair, which flowed like dark mist. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous women, yet this one had taken root in his heart with just a single glance. Yun Yao harbored feelings for Gu Zheng. He evoked a thrilling sensation within her, one that her husband had never inspired. However, Jing Jing was not his blood relative. Would he regret his decision in the future and mistreat her? A struggle and hesitation flickered across Yun Yao's face. Gu Zheng, with a wry smile, reassured her, "A man of honor keeps his word. I shall fulfill what I have promised." "Yun Yao, do you still doubt me?" I. Yun Yao, I do not wish to pressure you unduly. Coincidentally, I have matters to attend to. I shall depart from the Tang family in 3 days. If you are willing, I shall take you and Jing Jing away when the time comes. But how does Uncle Gu intend to lead my mother and me away? Please do not mention any promises made to the Tang family regarding 3 or 5 conditions. I am well aware that the Tang family has always been shameless. They are the type to wield a feather as if it were a command. They rush forward for benefits and would readily place you in harm's way when disaster strikes. After applying the medicine and changing into a high-necked dress, Tang Jing hurriedly emerged from the secret chamber. If her mother were to deliberate, it could drag on indefinitely. Upon her arrival, she bypassed the threshold of her mother's indecision and directly engaged in devising a safe and complete escape plan. Gu Zheng, perceptive of her intentions, couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Indeed, he found himself rather fond of this child, Yun Yao. Unlike the other girls from the Tang family, Tang Jing's gentle and refined features belied a decisive and resolute demeanor. She truly possessed the bearing of a disciple from the Demon Palace. Of course, if Tang Jing were to learn of Uncle Gu's perception of her as a future surrogate father, she would likely be utterly aghast, for she harbored no fondness for the disciples of the Demon Palace. Does Jing Jing have a better solution? There is indeed one, but it requires Uncle Gu's cooperation. Pray tell, has Uncle Gu taken his leave from the patriarch of the Tang family? Tang Jing inquired. Yes, I spoke with him today, and the patriarch of the Tang family has granted me his approval. It seems that they are expected to take action tomorrow, Tang Jing remarked with a sly smile. What action? Gu Zheng inquired, puzzled. A marriage alliance, of course. It will undoubtedly be one of the Tang family's legitimate daughters, perhaps my elder cousin Tang Yuan, or possibly my own sister Tang Tian. The Tang family has only these two legitimate daughters who have just come of age. At this point, Tang Jing keenly noticed a sudden hitch in Yun Yao's breathing, while a certain gentleman, sensing the change in those around him, wore an increasingly amused smile. Uncle Gu might as well agree to it, alleviating my grandfather, the head of the Tang family's apprehensions. He has long desired to win over someone as formidable as you, Uncle Gu, but has been cautiously probing your sentiments until now. Your demeanor has been rather enigmatic, which has made him even more wary. Jing, your Uncle Gu has always been a straightforward person. There is nothing about him that suggests any enigmatic demeanor. Gu Jing teased at that moment. Tang Jing felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. The Tang family had previously displayed numerous rare treasures for Gu Zheng to admire. Yet he remained unfazed, devoid of any signs of delight or appreciation. It was uncertain whether Gu Zheng truly found them unworthy or was simply adept at feigning indifference. Her grandfather, the clan leader, had even presented an ancient fragment of a mysterious martial arts manual for Gu Zheng's appraisal, to which Gu Zheng offered some objective commentary. And that was the end of it. He showed not a hint of interest in the technique, not to mention the subsequent appearances of beautiful maidens and precious elixirs. Had Gu Zheng displayed even a modicum of enthusiasm, the head of the Tang family would have been more than willing to procure them for him. However, Gu Zheng harbored no affections, and his demeanor was indifferent, which rendered him increasingly enigmatic. This left the head of the Tang family at a loss, unsure of how to navigate the strategy of persuasion. Uncle Gu, please do not interrupt. I have yet to finish my thoughts. Regardless of how grandfather plays his cards, let us devise a scheme within a scheme. Chapter 4. Delusional infatuation. Yun Yao's sister, Yun Hui, was the wife of Tang Shengqiao, the second son of the Tang family's second branch. However, Tang Shengqiao lacked the early birthright of his elder brother, Tang Xingtai, and even in terms of talent and intellect, he was overshadowed by his legitimate brother. Within the Tang family, it was common knowledge that Tang de Lao Yi was the heir apparent to the family's leadership, who would accord any respect to Tang Xingqiao. Yet, he was unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime of being eclipsed by his elder brother. Seated quietly in the parlor of his wife, Tang Shengqiao awaited her return. Even the once lively and charming maidservants seemed devoid of the spirit to jest today. As soon as Yun Hui entered, she was taken aback to find her husband unexpectedly waiting for her, casting a questioning glance her way. Understanding the unspoken cue, Yun Hui dismissed the maid and closed the parlor door before settling beside her husband. Little Yao is undoubtedly in tears, reluctant to comply. She knows that if she were to align herself with that elder Gu, you would assuredly cast her aside. Yun Hui was well aware of her husband's preferences in conversation. In truth, she wished to express that Yun Yao was, in fact, overjoyed at the prospect, enamored with elder Gu's formidable nature, far surpassing the desires of someone like you, who harbors ulterior motives, yet falters mid-course. However, she had to utter such words. Tang Shengqiao dared not seek out elder Gu for the time being. He needed to rely on Yun Yao's unwillingness to act against her. Yet, the message she conveyed, without understanding his intentions, would inevitably lead to a severe beating. Over the years, she had garnered enough experience to avoid provoking him lightly. Tang Shengqiao felt a sense of pride, tinged with disdain. It was merely due to her delicate and alluring appearance. Who would have thought elder Gu had such a preference? Tomorrow, you shall pay her another visit. Regardless of her tears, inform her that this matter must be addressed. It is a blessing for her that the master requires her. Once the task is completed, if elder Gu is satisfied, we can even offer Yun Yao as a reward to him, merely a trifle. Upon hearing this, Yun Hui could not help but raise her voice in protest, declaring it unacceptable. What? Do you have objections to the master's arrangements? Tang Shengqiao was accustomed to being domineering. He was quite adept at dealing with his wife. Upon his stern gaze, Yun Hui trembled in fear. Then, suppressing her terror, she replied, after all, Yun Yao is a woman you have used. Although it was to win over elder Gu, how could a woman of her age possibly capture his heart for long? There are countless young and beautiful maidens, delicate and charming, who could easily attract elder Gu's favor. As long as elder Gu agrees to support you, we can live a life of authority at home. It would be far more advantageous to provide him with several lovely, delicate beauties than to rely on that aging Yun Yao. Moreover, Yun Yao has served you as a concubine for so many years. Who in the Tang family is unaware of this? She even bore you a daughter. How could she brazenly follow Elder Gu like that? Who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? With a ferocious glare, Tang Shengxiao swept the teacup off the small table, sending it crashing to the floor. Ah! Yun Hui exclaimed, but as she caught the menacing look from Tang Shengxiao, she swallowed her words. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out. You know, dear, there isn't a single good person in the main house. They are constantly waiting for us in the second house to make mistakes and become the subject of ridicule. Over the years, we have endured countless hidden grievances. On my first year here, because I became pregnant before my sister-in-law, they deliberately urged me to wear a green coat. Little did I know that my mother-in-law despised green garments. I had just conceived, and they forced me to kneel on the stone slab outside the main house for 3 hours, and just like that, I lost my child. My sister-in-law then became pregnant and gave birth to a son the following year. If my child had lived, our son from the second house would have been the rightful heir, not Jean Ger, who now enjoys the favoritism of the old master and mistress. Upon hearing her words, Tang Shengxiao's anger slightly subsided. This was a shared grievance. Had it not been for the schemes of the main house, his legitimate son would not have been born a year and a half late. As long as Elder Gu agrees to support you, bear with it for a while, and spend a bit of wealth. What does it matter to buy Elder Gu a few Yun Yao? He thought. After all, it was merely a matter of spending a little more money or spirit stones. Though he remained silent, his expression revealed a flicker of contemplation. At that moment, a young servant abruptly appeared at the door of the main hall, hurriedly knocking. Tang Shengxiao permitted him to enter, and the young man hastened to his side, whispering urgently. Upon hearing the servant's words, Tang Shengxiao was instantly filled with rage, exclaiming that such an idea could only originate from his elder brother. If he were truly willing to make a sacrifice, why not offer his own daughter instead? No matter how capable Elder Gu might be, he was merely a servant. To even entertain the notion of marrying Tang Tian to him was unacceptable. If a marriage were to be arranged, it should be his own legitimate daughter who would wed, as Tang Tian was too precious to be given to Elder Gu. With her beauty and cunning, he envisioned her forming alliances with esteemed families in the future. Tang Shengxiao rose abruptly, brimming with indignation, intent on seeking justice from his father. However, his wife, Yun Hui, grasped his arm firmly. My dear, the old master has favored the first branch for quite some time. In his eyes, Tang Tian cannot possibly compare to the cherished Tang Yuan of the first branch. If a sacrifice must be made, it would undoubtedly be Tang Tian. Tang Shengxiao was infuriated by her words, halting in his tracks and raising his hand as if to strike her. Yet, Yun Hui defiantly tilted her face, presenting it to him. Tang Shengxiao was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. Aren't you the one who dotes on Tiana the most? My dear, anger will not resolve this issue. The first branch's desire to see our Tiana sacrificed is nothing but a delusion. If you heed my advice, I assure you that the first branch will find themselves worse off than before. Tang Shengxiao grasped Yun Hui's hand and led her into the room, saying, Let us discuss this matter with care. The lady adorned with intricate ornaments and hairpins resembled a celestial being or divine fairy, yet her gaze bore an excessively sharp intensity. Has it been communicated to him? Surely, it was confirmed that it is Tang Tian and not Tang Yuan, correct? Rest assured, madam. It is merely a pretense to inform the second household that the patriarch has chosen the second miss, Tang Tian, rather than the eldest miss, Tang Yuan. This task has already been accomplished by me. Chapter 5. The golden needle pierces the blood. The lady languidly leaned against the back of the chair, her arm elegantly raised and delicately resting upon the armrest, wearing an expression of cold derision as she remarked, I knew that foolishness would prevail for a moment. Let the couple of the second household indulge in their antics. It serves as a shield for our dear Yuan from misfortune. How could a being of such celestial beauty as the eldest miss be matched with a man as lowly as Elder Gu? The young servant hastily echoed his agreement, eager to please. Very well, this time you have shown cleverness. Continue to serve me well in the second household. Upon awakening, she found it was already evening. The lamps lit, indicating she had slept the entire day. Oh no, she had forgotten someone. Reluctant to rise initially, Tang Jing suddenly sat up, hastily tidied herself, and swiftly entered her precious bottle space. Tang Jing had acquired this bottle by chance, and upon her first glance, she felt an inexplicable connection to it. Before acknowledging her as its master, the bottle was a palm-sized silver vessel adorned with ancient and elegant patterns. After the blood oath, the small bottle seamlessly merged with her very soul. Only then did Tang Jing realize that this was a treasure, one that possessed a spatial expanse of 10 acres, complete with a spirit spring the size of a bowl. The spring nestled at the heart of this space, accompanied by a small pond with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. Curiously, no matter how much water gushed forth from the spring daily, it never overflowed from the pond. Tang Jing decided to renovate the pond. She preserved the original pond while excavating an adjacent pool, nearly the same size, to cultivate aquatic medicinal plants. Among her discoveries was a delicate blue lotus, alongside a few petite fish, shimmering silver or vibrant red, each no longer than her thumb. Despite their diminutive size, these fish held significant medicinal value. In other areas, Tang Jing designed a charming two-story villa, featuring 3 spacious rooms on the upper floor, a master bedroom, a study, and her apothecary. The ground floor encompassed a guest room, a kitchen, a cozy living area, a dining room, and a storage space. The remaining areas of the space were densely filled with her flourishing medicinal fields. Within Tang Jing's treasure bottle space, it was perpetually bright throughout the seasons, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, yet nourished by the spirit spring. Her cultivated medicinal fields thrived splendidly. Although this seemed rather splendid, when compared to her friend's expansive medicinal spirit space, her treasure bottle space appeared rather meager. Nevertheless, she felt immense satisfaction. For an apothecary, possessing a secluded personal space to concoct remedies and cultivate herbs was indeed a remarkable boon. Upon entering the space, Tang Jing, disregarding all else, hurried into the guest room to check on the man. Tang Jing hastily reached for the carotid artery of the man, silently lamenting, "Please don't die on me. I cannot bear the weight of being accused of murdering the father of my children." Fortunately, the man proved resilient, managing to cling to life, granting her a glimmer of hope. Thank heavens. Tang Jing promptly took his pulse, but the chaotic state made it nearly impossible to discern any clarity. Ugh, she sighed, vexed by the presence of this peculiar individual with 3 distinct pulses. In exasperation, Tang Jing, burdened by the guilt of her actions, stripped the man down to his bare essentials. After all, it was not as though she had not seen him in this state before. She had dressed him upon his arrival, despite his inability to care for himself. Her delicate hands meticulously explored his body, and she wished fervently for a sophisticated scanning system to assist her. With each examination, her brow furrowed more deeply. This was turning troublesome. The 2 major arteries where significant bleeding converged had begun to swell ominously, even with his cultivation still subtly safeguarding his body. Should this stagnation reach a critical point, the swelling would burst forth, potentially leading to the rupture of his meridians. The unchecked surge of magical energy could wreak havoc upon his body, hastening his demise and premature reincarnation. Uncertain of how much longer he could endure, Tang Jing observed his state, which suggested he was on the brink of losing consciousness. A sense of urgency overwhelmed her. She needed to release the primary stagnant blood and then realign his principal meridians. After a moment of contemplation, she resumed her examination, ultimately scrutinizing him from head to toe. It became evident that his body harbored multiple meridians entangled in a chaotic dance with others. What a chaotic situation. Tang Jing crossed her arms, contemplating the naked man before her for quite some time before determining where to insert the needle. First, she would address the 2 primary areas of bruising and then consider the subsequent treatment plan. After all, she was not acquainted with this man. Once he regained consciousness and was able to walk, she could simply kick him out. With that thought in mind, Tang Jing no longer hesitated. She pinpointed a location and, with a swift motion, plunged the needle to a suitable depth, only to encounter the man's magical resistance, which made her sweat profusely as she managed to insert it just a little. Well, that little bit would suffice for bloodletting. Moreover, the blood was a dark purplish hue, carrying a faintly foul, bloody odor. Tang Jing's expression darkened. Not only had this magical person caused her trouble, but he had also sullied her walls. The corrosive nature of this dark magical blood was notoriously difficult to clean up. Suddenly, another fine jet of blood burst forth from the needle's eye, splattering onto the ceiling. What on earth is this? Wasn't one instance supposed to be sufficient? As she stared in disbelief at the multiple trails of filthy blood staining her ceiling, she wondered if it would ever cease. Could it be? She quickly checked the area around the needle's insertion point and discovered that the magical energy within his body was instinctively working to expel the internal bruising. How intriguing. This technique was indeed sophisticated and impressive. It could even trigger a life-saving response. Chapter 6. Administering medicine with a bottle after several spurts of foul blood. It ceased to erupt and instead began to seep slowly from the needle's eye. Tang Jing refrained from further squeezing the needle puncture to expel the tainted blood. Instead, she felt for another area of bruising on the man's chest and abdomen, tracing the contours of the hematoma to ascertain its extent. After confirming the boundaries, she inserted the needle once more before withdrawing it. With a series of sharp hisses, the contaminated blood continued to spurt forth until, after several moments, the flow diminished to a mere seep from the puncture. Tang Jing meticulously applied pressure around the two needle sites until they ceased to ooze blood. Only then did she release her grip. Upon examining the man's complexion, which had resembled an eerie shade of gilded paper, she noted a slight improvement. Alas, this method merely provided a temporary reprieve from his plight. To truly eradicate the stagnant blood within his body, it was imperative to realign his meridians through a surgical intervention, an ideal solution. However, she had never harbored the intention of completely restructuring his meridians. Her plan was to amend only the few that posed an immediate and perilous threat to his life. Thereafter, she would dismiss him upon his awakening, bidding him to depart. Yet, herein lay the dilemma. He was a cultivator of demonic arts, his techniques exceptionally refined and sophisticated. How could she possibly ascertain the proper channels for his energy flow? Any arbitrary alteration could result in his demise, and the last thing she wanted was for him to perish under her care. The mere thought of her beloved little ones tugging at her skirts, questioning whether their father had met his end due to their mother's meddling, sent a wave of dread coursing through her. Should I first awaken the man and inquire about his thoughts on his meridians? Yes, that seems appropriate. After contemplating this, Tang Jing stepped out of the room, and shortly thereafter, she returned holding a bowl of medicinal soup. However, upon entering, she furrowed her brow. Placing the bowl on the small table, the man lay unconscious, and feeding him with a small spoon would undoubtedly waste the precious concoction, of which she had prepared only one bowl. After some consideration, Tang Jing recalled that her younger sister, Tang Qi, had a cartoon rabbit-shaped bottle that she had preserved in the storage room from her time in another realm. After an extensive search, Tang Jing finally located the whimsical bottle, cleaned it thoroughly, and filled it with the medicinal soup. Once she determined the temperature was just right, she gently placed it at the man's lips. "Come on, drink," she urged, but he did not respond. Frustrated, she shot him an exasperated glance. Setting the bottle down, she propped his head up with an additional pillow. She then took the bottle back out, adding a particular herb to the mixture. The infusion of this herb imparted a delightful and appetizing aroma to the soup. When Tang Qi was young, she had often resisted taking her medicine, and this was the tactic Tang Jing employed to entice her. Once more, she raised the bottle to the man's lips, and after a brief pause, his lips began to suck. Cough, cough. It's not milk, it's the medicinal soup. After administering approximately 1/3 of the concoction, Tang Jing withdrew the bottle, deeming the dosage sufficient. She wiped the remnants of the soup from the corners of his mouth and removed the extra pillow from under his head. As she sat vigil by the side of the unconscious man, more than an hour passed before his eyelids fluttered slightly. As the man began to stir from his slumber, Tang Jing hastily rose to reheat the medicinal broth in the bottle. Once prepared, she offered it to him once more, allowing it to cool before bringing it to his lips. This time, he consumed a quantity akin to his previous intake with ease, after which she retrieved the bottle. Approximately 15 minutes later, the man's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. However, upon awakening, he discovered to his dismay that he was unable to move. It felt as though a severance had occurred between his body and mind, as if his very spirit were ensnared within his physical form. Utilizing his consciousness to survey his internal state, he observed a chaotic tangle of meridians and blood vessels, with several junctions ruptured and bleeding profusely. Miraculously, he had not succumbed to such grievous injuries. He attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. In this precarious situation, he noted the presence of another living being nearby, a woman. Should she harbor intentions to harm him, she had indeed seized a fortuitous opportunity. Or perhaps her approach was motivated by ulterior motives. Wariness enveloped him, and his gaze toward the unfamiliar woman grew increasingly frosty. Resolutely, he projected his thoughts directly into her mind. "Who are you? Did you save me? I require no rescue. I am capable of healing myself." His tone was cold and self-assured. It was merely a moment of impulse on my part. Perhaps I should find a secluded spot and leave you there. What do you think? She retorted. Should you dare to treat me in such a manner, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire family, he warned, his eyes glinting with barely concealed fury. Upon hearing his words, Tang Jing's displeasure was palpable as she pursed her lips. I possess a potion capable of forcibly erasing your recent memories. Before I cast you aside, I shall administer it to you. Upon hearing these words, the man's eyes gleamed with a terrifying coldness, resembling a demon poised to hunt humanity. How dare you? Tang Jing, upon receiving his mental taunts, perceived him as a mere blustering, cowardly pretty boy. So what now? I am the butcher, and you are the meat. Pretty boy, if you behave, I might just assist in mending your grievously entangled bloodlines. Should you fail to recognize the gravity of your situation with your current injuries, no matter how formidable your demonic powers, you shall find your meridians severed, your cultivation dissipated, and you reduced to mere demonic bones. That wretched pretty boy. How dare that woman bestow upon him such a repugnant moniker? Scoundrel! In an instant, the man, consumed by rage, forgot any ulterior motives she might harbor, leaving only fury in his heart. Since mastering his demonic arts, no one had dared to treat him with such disdain. Not only did she show no fear, but she also dared to mock him. Enraged, he attempted to channel his demonic energy, only to discover that his body teetered on the brink of collapse. This exertion backfired, causing the chaotic energy to assault his mind. With a slight tremor, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Jing, reveling in his misfortune, struck his cheek repeatedly, lamenting, "Oh, how pitiful! Even if your demonic powers were once formidable, now you resemble a dragon fallen into a shallow pit, unable to soar. Yet your arrogance is remarkably intolerable. Am I not your savior? How dare you threaten to annihilate my family? I cannot allow this lingering aftermath to remain. Rest assured, before your departure, I shall administer a potent concoction sufficient for 10 to induce a state of forgetfulness." Before leaving the room, Tang Jing procured a platter of butterfly-patterned lantern grass, a peculiar herb capable of rendering all beings within a confined space into a deep slumber, unyielding to awakening. To prevent this insufferable dandy from further desecrating her guest quarters, Tang Jing resolved to ensure he remained in this unbroken sleep. With a buoyant spirit, she exited the secret realm, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she thought, that wretched man must be swiftly discarded. Suddenly, Tang Jing recalled that she had roused him in order to discern the pathways of his magical energies, intending to perform minor surgical alterations on the 2 critical meridian points. How could she have completely forgotten to inquire about the bird? Chapter 7. The ancient ebony cauldron Tang Tian ultimately met her demise after having her internal essence completely siphoned away, yet to her, life had long ceased to be worth living even before her death. She had once felt anger, hatred, and resentment, but was powerless to alter her fate. Ensnared within that place, proud, obstinate, naive, and inexperienced, such were the descriptions bestowed upon her by her relatives. In stark contrast, her sister, Tang Yuan, was regarded as gentle, virtuous, elegant, wise, and resilient. These were almost entirely commendatory epithets. Many who had encountered Tang Yuan deemed her beauty otherworldly, though the sisters found themselves ensnared within the demonic palace, enduring unimaginable suffering. It was her sister who remained etched in the memory of that man, ultimately rescued and becoming his disciple. Guzheng, O Guzheng, this time I shall not let you slip away from me again. The Tang family, a distinguished lineage of cultivators hailing from Juzhou City, holds considerable prestige within the local vicinity and several nearby major cities. Juzhou City, expansive in its territory, is nestled amidst mountains and rivers, with the majestic Tiantai Mountain at its back and the Qingyu River at its feet. Its fertile land and thriving population render it one of the focal areas for both mortals and practitioners in the Xiao Chen Realm. As Tang Tian rode into the city, she chanced upon her half-sister, Tang Jing, who was about to enter the esteemed Wangxian Pavilion. This establishment, the largest on Xianyun Street, boasted a powerful backing, frequently offering high-quality and rare elixirs, magical artifacts, and other treasures. Tang Tian felt a pang of discontent. What business did Tang Jing have there? Her disdain for her half-sister was palpable, despite Tang Jing's lack of beauty and poor social standing. Though Tang Tian's own relations were hardly commendable, Tang Jing's were even worse. She remained blissfully unaware of her shortcomings, believing herself to be content in her solitude. The mere thought of Tang Jing's languid and indifferent demeanor caused a sharp ache in Tang Tian's heart. Thus, her aversion toward Tang Jing intensified. Quite unexpectedly, Tang Tian found herself slowing her pace, choosing to follow Tang Jing into Wangxian Pavilion instead of hastening her journey. Tang Jing's purpose for visiting was primarily to seek out some low-grade spiritual herbs. Although she had cultivated a few medicinal plants in her space, they originated from another realm and were not of the same category as the local spiritual herbs. She needed to procure some herbal materials and a suitable alchemical cauldron. Most importantly, she required several herbs for the ongoing treatment of that man. This time, she was prepared to spend all her savings, 30 low-grade spirit stones, to be precise. "Miss, how may I assist you today?" A young man, not much younger than Tang Jing, approached her with an amiable demeanor. His eyebrows arched in a cheerful manner, while another young man joined the conversation. "Miss, may I inquire how much spirit stone you intend to spend?" "A decent alchemy cauldron won't cost less than 500 low-grade spirit stones." That price range is far too high. I am merely looking for a cauldron around 10 low-grade spirit stones," Tang Jing promptly clarified. "Oh, how naive." The initially affable young man's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a condescending attitude. "Do you even realize where you are? This is the Wangxian Pavilion. What business do you have here without spirit stones? Just turn to the right when you exit. There's a market stall where you could purchase 3 to 5 alchemy cauldrons for merely 2 low-grade spirit stones. Low-tier cauldrons are forged from common iron, and their production costs are inherently low. Spending 10 low-grade spirit stones for a cauldron of comparable quality and craftsmanship is hardly unreasonable. Moreover, I have purchased cauldrons from Wangxian Pavilion in the past without encountering such disdainful treatment. Do you truly wish to tarnish your establishment's reputation by bullying customers?" Tang Jing retorted sharply, confronting the young man's scornful attitude. No, that is not the case," the initial young man hastily interjected, stepping between them to diffuse the tension. "Allow me to take you elsewhere. The truth is, the little morning realm has shattered, and the proprietor has informed us that business here will soon cease. We are currently in the process of liquidating our inventory. The kind of low-tier cauldrons you mentioned have already sold out last month. They were merely a means to attract customers rather than a source of profit." The words sounded somewhat more palatable. Had that earlier young lad spoken in a similar manner, she would not have responded so brusquely. "I apologize. I was unaware of this particular circumstance, yet I truly require an alchemical cauldron. Could you assist me in locating a suitable one? Additionally, I am in need of some spiritual herbs and seeds as well." Tang Jing handed the attendant a jade cocoon, which contained a list of the herbs she required. The attendant took the jade cocoon, placed it upon his forehead for examination, and then returned it to Tang Jing. After clandestinely assessing the inventory, the attendant continued, stating that nearly all the herbs had been pre-ordered and were no longer available. However, there were still a few seeds left. "If you desire, miss, I can escort you to select some. As for the alchemical cauldron, there is only one ebony cauldron available, which boasts commendable quality and craftsmanship. It is an antiquity we have recently acquired, priced at merely 6 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Tang Jing smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Am I truly so fortunate?" The attendant hastily interjected, "Miss, please allow me to finish. This ebony cauldron, I must inform you, exhibits signs of erosion from mysterious dark ice jade, evident since its excavation. Our store's appraiser has confirmed its flaw. In order for it to function properly during alchemy, one must employ a flame infused with a trace of true sunfire to successfully refine the elixir. Otherwise, the ingredients will fail to coagulate into a pill, resulting in a significant decrease in potency." "How many levels of potency will it diminish?" Tang Jing inquired, her disappointment palpable. "At least 3 levels," the attendant grimaced, revealing the harsh truth. The small medicinal cauldron presented a splendid appearance. Had it not been for its significant flaw, it would not have been offered at such a low price. This implies that the same medicinal materials, when refined in another cauldron, would yield superior elixirs, while utilizing this particular one would result in inferior potions, a drop of 3 levels. Such a loss would undoubtedly squander a considerable amount of fine ingredients, which made Yun Jing feel a pang of regret. Should she resort to using her previous refining tools as a makeshift solution? "Please bring it out for me to examine." Yun Jing deemed it necessary to have a look before making any decisions. The young attendant, seeing her agreement, promptly led her into a private chamber within the Wangxian Pavilion, while he went to fetch the item for her. Before long, The attendant returned, cradling a delicate little cloth pouch. Upon unfolding it, she discovered a small, obsidian-like cauldron that was neither metal nor wood. Such vessels were highly esteemed among cultivators, with a myriad of classifications, primarily categorized by their functions into weaponry, refining tools, and medicinal cauldrons. The distinctions among these small cauldrons were quite apparent. The weapon-type cauldrons exuded a fierce aura, a testament to their association with mortality. The refining cauldrons radiated a potent heat, their sharp and dry essence often igniting a sense of agitation among cultivators. In contrast, the medicinal cauldrons were easily recognizable, imbued with an essence of vitality, embodying the concept of ceaseless regeneration. The cauldron brought by the attendant was suffused with an extraordinarily rich aura of life, evoking an instinctive desire for closeness and joy upon first glance. Yun Jing felt an immediate connection. This one shall suffice. I feel a certain affinity for it. With a scoff, I find myself quite taken by it as well. Thus, I offer 60 low-grade spirit stones. Will you sell this small cauldron to me? Upon witnessing Tang Jing grasp the cauldron with evident affection, Tang Tian felt a surge of jealousy welling up within her. She swiftly pressed her hand atop the cauldron and imperiously addressed the young attendant. Initially startled, the attendant soon wore a frown of concern. While earning a bit more would certainly be advantageous, he had already quoted a price of 6 low-grade spirit stones to the customer for this cauldron. However, it is flawed. I am aware of its imperfections, yet I feel a peculiar affinity for it. I heard the words you just uttered, and I am asking you, will you sell the cauldron to me for 60 low-grade spirit stones, or will it be sold to her? Tang Jing rolled her eyes, remarking, what can I say when you eavesdrop in such a brazen manner? She turned to Tang Tian and added, sister, is it truly necessary to make things difficult for this young attendant? If you desire this cauldron, I shall yield it to you. Seeing Tang Jing concede, Tang Tian felt a sense of distaste, as if her fist were to land upon a bed of cotton. Suddenly, her desire for the small medicinal cauldron diminished. With a heavy huff, she produced the spirit stones and settled the transaction with the attendant, deliberately waving the cauldron in front of Tang Jing before striding away with a flourish. She may no longer desire it herself, but she certainly would not let that insufferable girl have it. Was this purely an act of provocation? How childish! Tang Jing could not resist rolling her eyes once more. Meanwhile, the young attendant found amusement in the spectacle. Customer, it seems that lady has taken a particular interest in you. We have been at odds for quite some time. I apologize for dragging you into this. Tang Jing expressed her regret as she approached the young attendant, inquiring whether he had a suitable small alchemical cauldron available. Noting that it need not necessarily be the ebony cauldron, but any functional alchemical vessel would suffice. I am quite easy to please, she remarked amiably. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned bearing 3 small bundles. Upon opening them, Tang Jing was taken aback to discover that each contained an identical ebony cauldron, precisely the same as the one purchased by Tang Tian. Could this be the quadruplet alchemical cauldrons? She pondered. Originally, 6 ebony cauldrons had been unearthed, all of which had been sold to the Wangxian Pavilion. Recently, 2 had been sold, leaving 3 remaining. Choose whichever one pleases your eye. They are all priced at 6 low-grade spirit stones, the attendant offered. Tang Jing chuckled softly, realizing that these were indeed sextuplet cauldrons. If Tang Tian were to catch sight of the identical cauldron she had purchased at a premium, she would surely be incensed. Very well, I shall buy one that is exactly like hers, Tang Jing quipped mischievously. The attendant smiled in response. As all 3 cauldrons were identical, Tang Jing took a moment to handle each one. Eventually, she felt an inexplicable connection to the cauldron resting in her left hand. It was a purely instinctual feeling. Trusting her intuition, she selected that particular cauldron. After completing her purchase, she chose some seeds as well. It appeared that the Wangxian Pavilion might be on the verge of closing, as the quantity of seeds was exceedingly limited, and their quality was poor, shriveled, and lacking vitality. They seemed unlikely to sprout. Tang Jing gazed at her young assistant with an expression of feigned affection, ultimately selecting 5 seeds that she estimated had a germination rate of precisely 50%. Alas, there was no alternative. The other options lacked any reliable assessment of their germination potential. Truth be told, Tang Jing was reluctant to purchase these 5 seeds. Yet they were essential for the man's treatment to regulate his meridians and restore his health. With the situation reaching a critical point and everyone preoccupied with retreat, acquiring spiritual herbs elsewhere would prove exceedingly difficult. Emerging from Wangxian Pavilion, She was greeted by a cloud of dust as a certain young woman rode past with an ostentatious flourish, causing Tang Jing to inadvertently swallow a mouthful of dirt. My goodness, how the once arrogant Tang Tian now appeared increasingly foolish. Tang Jing was left exasperated. She continued to meander through Xianyuan Street, her surroundings a cacophony of chaos, with vendors engaged in frenzied sales and acquisitions. As a mere minnow in this bustling market, she found herself overlooked amidst the throng. After wandering in circles, she realized her efforts yielded less than what she had gathered at Wangxian Pavilion. Many were drawn to the commotion, but she had no inclination to join the crowd. Attending to her own matters took precedence. It seemed imperative that she expedite the meridian adjustment procedure. Entering her apothecary, Tang Jing prepared to concoct medicines and gather the necessary supplies for the impending operation. She was acutely aware of the insufficient medicinal materials at her disposal and contemplated whether she could substitute with other herbs from her storage space. She lamented the absence of the latest version of the Medicine King's intelligent assistance system. While pondering which category of herbs to explore first, she suddenly sensed an anomaly within her storage pouch. Oh! Tang Jing gasped in astonishment as she retrieved the small ebony cauldron she had just purchased. She observed with intrigue as a layer of dark wood began to shed, revealing the cauldron's gradual absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy. The cauldron voraciously devoured the nearby spiritual essence, creating a small vortex the size of a basin, which gradually unveiled its inner deep green body. How peculiar! What could have caused such a transformation? Tang Jing gazed in wonder as the cauldron continued to change until it completely shed its dark exterior, shrinking slightly in size to reveal a delicate, jade-green cauldron adorned with intricate inscriptions. As she examined it, she exclaimed, "Oh, what a fortune! This is no mere ebony cauldron. It is the Yun Jing, the personal alchemical vessel of a renowned master alchemist from the Xiao Chen Realm, who flourished 5 centuries ago. There had only been one such master in the Xiao Chen Realm, whose fame spread far and wide. It was said that he eventually departed from the Xiao Chen Realm. So how did his cherished alchemical cauldron end up in the Wangxian Pavilion, disguised as an ebony cauldron?" Tang Jing cradled the cauldron in her hands, experimenting with its size according to the inscriptions etched upon it. As she played, she noticed something unusual. Upon expanding, the Yun Jing revealed the presence of 2 extraordinary energies flowing within. One was vibrant and exuded a trace of alchemical fire, lively and wandering throughout the cauldron. Tang Jing speculated that it might be a manifestation of the cauldron's own nurtured spirit. Such phenomena could arise in ancient artifacts that had been well cared for over the years. She was not particularly surprised by this. However, another entity remained motionless in a corner of the Yun Jing. Out of curiosity, Tang Jing reached out to touch it and discovered something resembling a stone fragment that seemed to be stuck in the corner. After much effort, she finally pried it loose, only to be met with a dark, tiny object that caused her complexion to change dramatically. She had heard of this object countless times. It had stirred up a bloody storm across various realms. The shattering of the Xiao Chen Realm was directly related to it. This was the nameless medicinal scripture. Chapter 9. A fierce beating in an instant. Tang Jing felt as though she was holding a particularly hot potato. The crucial question was, how had this object ended up in her possession? Was it a deliberate act by that young man, or was it possible that he too was unaware of its presence, and it had merely fallen into her hands by chance? Tang Jing furrowed her brow tightly. In the cultivation world, certain practitioners excelled in divination, and a treasure of the caliber of the nameless medicinal scripture should have been easily traceable. How was it that it had remained within the small cauldron and ended up in her hands? Could it be that this small cauldron was capable of shielding it from external divination? Or was someone meddling with the celestial secrets? After contemplating various possibilities, Tang Jing concluded that she could not keep this object. Even if she did, she would be unable to safeguard it. However, while she could not possess it, she could at least take a look and perhaps replicate it in her own jade cocoon, ultimately handing it over to someone competent enough to wield it, such as a certain individual in the guest room. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman hanging at her waist vibrated. It was Xiao Chen. Without hesitation, Tang Jing emerged from her space and opened the door to the secret chamber. The maid, Xiao Chen, anxiously pressed herself against the door. Upon seeing Tang Jing, she hastily urged her, "Miss, you must hurry. Madam intends to take Lady Yao away. Will you come with me or not?" "I won't." A sharp crack echoed, causing Tang Jing's heart to tighten. Yun Hui's commanding voice pierced through the air. You wretched woman, do not overstep your bounds. Although the steward may not possess the striking handsomeness of Elder Gu, he is nonetheless a figure of significance within the family. If he has taken a liking to you, consider it your fortune. Otherwise, given your status as a long-neglected concubine, do you truly believe the family would include you and your daughter? Tang Jing was taken aback. Another figure akin to the steward had emerged. She was well aware of the steward's reputation, an old lecher who pursued any woman with a hint of beauty, regardless of their station, be they maid or matron. That slap had undoubtedly been aimed at her mother. Were it not for the protective barriers surrounding the Tang family estate, she would have charged in recklessly and scaled the walls. Tang Jing inadvertently shook off Xiao Chen and plunged into the throng. Yun Hui, despite my misfortunes, I share the same father as you. We are blood sisters. If you seek to usurp your husband's affections, so be it. I shall allow you that. If you desire a son, well, I have Jing, and I can feign ignorance while consuming the nest soup you provide to avoid conception. However, we are still sisters. If you refuse to bring us along when your husband faces peril, then fine, cast us aside. But why must you demean us so? I am your own sister. The identity of the steward is well known throughout the Tang family. He possesses one wife and over 20 concubines, surpassing even the number of concubines held by the master of the Tang household. Even the old patriarch has remarked that the steward is merely a frivolous wastrel, adept only at seducing women. The eldest master scarcely deigns to acknowledge him throughout the year. How could you possibly contemplate marrying me off to such a man? Are you even human? A soft, sorrowful voice resonated with indignation and helplessness. You wretched creature, I demand that you step aside. Upon hearing this, Yun Hui was immediately reminded of the long-standing grievances of yesteryears. Had it not been for this little harlot, her husband would not have neglected her for so many years, leaving her to languish in illness after giving birth to her son. She had managed to suppress Yun Yao's favor for a time, yet her own health had deteriorated, weakening her foundation, and since then, her spiritual power had not advanced an inch. She could not establish her foundation. Life is but a fleeting century. And despite her husband's shortcomings, he was still a foundational cultivator, with 200 years of life ahead. To keep this vile woman around, was she meant to wait until she ascended to become the mother of her own daughter? Preposterous. Tian spoke wisely. A wretched person like Yun Yao must be dealt with. Wretched creature, were it not for you, I would have already established my foundation. Were it not for you, how could my husband and I have been estranged for so many years? It is all your fault, you detestable wretch. And what nonsense about being sisters. Were it not for your mother marrying into the Yun family as a concubine to my father, my mother would not have been driven to the point of losing her child. Wretched creature, who considers you a sister? I would rather see you dead. Yun Hui screamed madly, her face contorted with rage and hatred. The matriarch had no sons. Once her father passed away, she would possess not even a sliver of standing within the Yun family. She was worse off than my mother, who, as a mere concubine, at least had the option to redeem herself and leave. The current head of the Yun family is Yun Hui, the father of Yun Yao. Alas, this patriarch has suffered grievous injuries from a demonic creature, which have not only rendered him incapable of fathering more children, but have also severely curtailed his lifespan. Tragically, his beloved wife did not live long enough to enjoy a carefree existence. She succumbed to a sudden illness 2 years prior, caused by a nefarious concoction administered by her sister-in-law. Had it not been for her own lack of strength to exact vengeance, she would have already put an end to that wicked woman's life. With a resounding slap, Yun Hui struck Yun Yao once more, her fury boiling over, wishing nothing more than to eliminate her rival at that very moment. You wretched woman, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Then do it. Let everyone witness how the second wife of the Tang family, Yun Hui, is a woman of unparalleled cruelty, willing to harm even her own blood sister, seeking to bring about her demise. Yun Yao, consumed by despair at the thought of being forced into marriage with the steward, recalled her earlier defiance against becoming a concubine. Her mother, weak and infatuated with their unscrupulous father, whose only redeeming quality was his appearance, had failed to protect her. In a fit of rage, Yun Yao retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to Yun Hui in front of the servants and relatives who had gathered to observe. You vile woman, how many husbands and offspring have you harmed over the years, and how many of your husband's concubines have suffered at your hands? Now you seek to ruin your own sister? I will not stand idly by. You wretched creature, I will kill you. Yun Hui, equally driven to madness, lunged at Yun Yao. The two of them engaged in a fierce struggle. Both had been raised as daughters of a prestigious family, trained in the same cultivation techniques. Yet neither had mastered any formidable combat skills. The two individuals, accustomed to a life of ease and luxury for many years, found themselves at a loss when it came to engaging in a real fight. Thus ensued a chaotic brawl, with clothing askew, hair disheveled, and faces marred. It resembled a quarrel among common street women, yet the ferocity of their attacks was undeniably potent, the sound of their strikes slicing through the air, piercing the eardrums. As the sisters became entwined in their struggle, those accompanying Yun Hui, perceiving the situation as dire, also joined the fray. Tang Jing exerted herself to push through the onlookers, both relatives and servants, and charged forward, delivering a kick that sent one of the elderly women flying. In Chapter 10, titled Joy, Yun Hui returned to wreak havoc upon Yun Yao, not alone, but accompanied by an elderly woman and two maidservants, all of whom possessed some degree of martial prowess. Naturally, the 4-against-1 was a blatant act of bullying towards Yun Yao, who, despite her own strength, suffered considerable setbacks. How could Tang Jing remain calm upon witnessing this? After sending the elderly woman flying, she did not relent. Instead, she struck another maidservant with a decisive blow, while a spray of sedative incapacitated yet another capable maid. In her determination to assist her mother, she delivered a punch that left Yun Hui with a black eye. "Cease this at once. Everyone halt." A voice, laced with fury and authority, thundered, instantly silencing the courtyard. Yun Hui seethed with rage, her teeth clenched, casting a vicious glare at Tang Jing and her mother. However, the mother and daughter duo paid her no heed, instead turning to pay their respects to the esteemed patriarch of the Tang family and Elder Gu, who had just entered. Observing the disheveled appearance of Tang Jing and her mother, the elder Tang let out a heavy, disdainful snort, following it with a reprimand. "What kind of behavior is this? A concubine and a lowly daughter engaging in a brawl with the legitimate wife. This is how you have been taught to conduct yourselves in the Tang household? How could the rules of the Tang family permit a concubine with children to be given to the lustful steward as his wife? Today, I, Tang Jing, have truly witnessed something astonishing." Upon hearing this, Tang Jing promptly retorted with unrestrained candor. A stifled chuckle rippled through the crowd. For the altercation between the second wife's concubines had drawn many curious servants and maids from the Tang household. Master Tang's face darkened with anger, feeling utterly humiliated. He cast a cold glance at Tang Jing and bellowed for everyone to return to their duties, questioning when the Tang family had begun to harbor idle layabouts. Master Tang's formidable presence was indeed intimidating, causing the onlookers to scatter like startled birds. Once the crowd had dispersed, Master Tang found himself in an awkward position. Realizing that Elder Gu remained, he glanced at him, slightly embarrassed. "It is nothing, merely a matter of surprise," Elder Gu remarked, casting a meaningful look at Yun Hui, as if he were encountering her for the first time. The contrast between her current raucous demeanor and her former exalted status as a noblewoman was indeed shocking. Master Tang felt as if 1,000 crows were cawing overhead in dismay. "You are still the second wife. Just look at your current conduct. Should such a situation arise again, I shall certainly inform father to have you dismissed. This is utterly disgraceful." Master Tang glared fiercely at Yun Hui. "Uncle, it is truly those two wretches." Yun Hui attempted to defend herself. "Silence," he interrupted. "As the matriarch, your actions reflect poorly upon our family and invite ridicule. You dare to speak back? Leave immediately." Master Tang exuded an overwhelming aura, under which Yun Hui found herself utterly unable to withstand the pressure, collapsing weakly to the ground. There was no hesitation in taking her to the second master for proper discipline. A servant behind Master Tang promptly responded, approaching to drag Yun Hui away as though she were a mere sack. Once Yun Hui was removed, Master Tang immediately directed his imposing presence towards Tang Jing and her daughter, causing cold sweat to bead on Yun Yao's forehead, while Tang Jing's teeth chattered in fear. Elder Gu, standing behind Master Tang, experienced a noticeable change in expression. However, Tang Jing discreetly winked at him before hastily leading her tearful mother back inside, as they had originally been in their own courtyard. "Elder Gu, I sincerely apologize for this farce." The two were on the verge of becoming in-laws. Yet for reasons unknown to Master Tang, he could not bring himself to utter the term worthy son-in-law, especially in front of Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng, on the other hand, felt quite pleased that he was not addressed with such an insipid title, which he found utterly repugnant. It seemed that Tang Jing had intentionally signaled him earlier. Perhaps to secure favor with her future father? Gu Zheng was quite impressed with the cleverness of his future daughter. Not long ago, he had sustained serious injuries, and it was the Tang family who had taken him in, for which he felt a sense of gratitude. Yet, this group of people, day after day, unabashedly took advantage of him, eroding any initial goodwill he had towards them with their incessant demands for repayment. Although the elder of the Tang family was relatively reasonable and sought to cultivate a relationship with him, he had grown thoroughly weary of this family. This peculiar group, had they not unearthed the depths of his unfathomable prowess, might have resorted to heinous acts of murder and theft, even in their injured state, armed with numerous hidden cards. Yet, they parade around daily, feigning the guise of benefactors, which is utterly exasperating. Gu Zheng communicated telepathically with Tang Jing, unveiling his plan, confident in her intelligence to navigate her mother's predicament. After receiving Tang Jing's decisive promise through their telepathic exchange, Gu Zheng resolved to discreetly escort old Tang away, to avoid any potential interference. Just as Tang Jing had coordinated with Uncle Gu, she beheld her mother, sitting despondently on the bed, an embodiment of sorrow and despair. "Mother, what troubles you?" Tang Jing hurriedly approached. Jing, devise a means to escape the Tang family. If you leave early, perhaps you can depart from the Xiao Chen Realm unscathed. Tang Jing fell silent, pondering the daunting challenge of leaving the Xiao Chen Realm alone. She had witnessed countless souls perish along the way. Those in despair are capable of anything. Furthermore, the boundary river of the Xiao Chen Realm is not something she could traverse with her current cultivation, especially while carrying a child. In her previous life, she had been ensnared by treachery, falling into the river during her crossing, resulting in her 2 children suffering from extreme cold in utero, leading to their frail births, and ultimately, they did not survive to adulthood. This torment was her lifelong agony. "Mother, leaving the Xiao Chen Realm is not as simple as it seems, and if I venture alone, what will become of you? Are you truly willing to risk your life for Yunhui? Mother, is it worth sacrificing your life for them?" Jing, you do not comprehend. No one knows the wickedness of that woman, Yunhui, better than I do. She would not let me go this time. If she does not ruin me, she will not be satisfied. This time, it was your uncle who confined us to the courtyard, but only for 3 days. After 3 days, Yunhui will undoubtedly devise a way to force me into marriage with that steward. If mother were to leave, it would certainly implicate Elder Gu and you as well. Jing, mother has known Elder Gu for only a short time. Had I encountered him in my youth, I would have followed him to the ends of the earth. But I am no longer that person. I am now a mother with children. While I do hold some affection for him, my trust is not complete. I still possess certain items. You must secretly take them with you. I will then ask him to help you escape. Once you leave the Tang family, it is best to distance yourself from him and take care of yourself out there. At this point, Yin Yao choked back her tears. Her encounter with Gu Zheng was serendipitous, leading to feelings that were, unfortunately, a tragic fate. How I despise this cruel twist of destiny, which has been so unfair to both me and my child. Yun Yao lamented deeply. "Mother, how can you abandon me? How could you bear it? I am your Jing. Furthermore, mother, I may be with child." Tang Jing, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Yun Yao's embrace, having already guessed her mother's intent to leave this world. How can this be? Upon hearing those words, however, Yun Yao went nearly mad, seizing Tang Jing's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. "What did you say?" Chapter 11. For the sake of a mother. "Mother, I have a feeling I might be with child." Upon hearing this, Yin Yao was utterly stunned, even unaware as her hands fell away from her daughter's shoulders. Upon realizing that Yun Hui would not relent, Yun Yao was overwhelmed by a desire for death. It was not that Gu Zheng was unworthy of her affection. Rather, it was his exceptional qualities that stirred her heart, leading to an unsettling apprehension that made her reluctant to accompany him. Truly, she felt unworthy. Here was a man, in the prime of his youth, possessing everything one could desire, mature, cultured, and strikingly handsome, seemingly devoid of flaws in her eyes. And then there was she, a woman who had become a concubine, bearing a daughter who was already 16, aging and tarnished, entangled with a mad sister. Yun Yao had often ruminated on her circumstances, and today, under the duress from her sister, her wish for death intensified. She longed for a clean demise, to pass away while still leaving Gu Zheng with the best impression of her, perhaps allowing him to remember her as the woman who once captured his heart. However, she could never have anticipated the overwhelming consequence that Jing would suddenly bring forth. What was she to do now? Jing, are you certain? Certain that you are. Mother, I feel as though something small is growing within me. Yun Yao, upon hearing these words, was shaken to her core, her complexion turning ashen. Grasping Tang Jing's collar like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Generally, after reaching the third level of Qi training, cultivators can perceive their inner selves. Although this matter had only transpired a few days prior, Jing sensed something amiss and chose to believe it. I plan to give birth. Under the intense scrutiny of her mother, even Tang Jing, who considered herself seasoned, felt a wave of anxiety. After all, this person was different. She cared deeply about her sentiments. Yun Yao gazed at her mother, who was visibly agitated, filled with a sense of disappointment. Mother, Yun Yao hesitated for a while before glaring at Tang Jing. Have you truly resolved to bring this child into the world? You do not even know who the father is. What shall we do when the child grows up? The child is mine. I shall certainly raise them. What do you mean by them? Yun Yao's heart tightened in an instant. There are two. Yun Yao felt as if the sky had darkened and she was about to faint. One child already seemed too much to bear, and now there were two. Jing, how about we wait 3 days and sneak out? Mother can accompany you to that place to gather some clues, and we can search for the child's father. No need. I will raise them myself. If I ever seek a partner for dual cultivation, it must be someone who truly resonates with my heart. Mother, I refuse to compromise my own happiness. Moreover, what if he is the biological father? My real father has never cared for my well-being. Tang Jing's words struck like a heavy hammer, deeply etching themselves into Yun Yao's heart. She lowered her head, and after a long moment, she lifted it again, her eyes shimmering with a newfound light, as if she had transformed. Very well, if we are to have them, then so be it. It is not as if I cannot provide for them. After all, raising 2 little ones is not insurmountable. Tang Jing was taken aback. Mother, that was not quite what I meant. However, Jing, now that you are with child, you must embrace your role as a mother and cannot continue to behave like a child. Yun Yao, with a fierce determination, retorted, Do I really appear so juvenile? Tang Jing touched her own face, pondering that it hardly bore the characteristics of youthful innocence. Tang Jing, you mustn't always look so foolish, do you understand? It is always heart-wrenching to consider the unpredictable nature of those who are supposed to care for you, especially when contemplating the arrival of a child. What will become of you if the baby cries? Will you be calling for your mother? Tang Jing was taken aback. Surely she could not be that inept. The strength of a mother is profound. Do you not understand? To bear a child, one must prepare adequately. Have you done so? Upon the arrival of a newborn, numerous essentials are required. Have you made arrangements or purchased what is necessary? Yun Yao, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, cast a piercing glance at Tang Jing before turning her gaze away, realizing that relying on her was futile. It was better to devise her own strategies. Even with the knowledge of impending motherhood, do you grasp the challenges that lie ahead? Tang Jing instinctively nodded. She had previously raised her 2 children and even cared for her sister Tang Qi in a different realm. Suddenly, a firm hand landed on her shoulder, accompanied by a disdainful yet exasperated nod. How could you dare to nod in agreement when you are but 16 years old? Previously, you were languid, only concerned with cultivation and the study of herbal formulas. What do you truly know? You cannot even prepare a simple meal, and yet, I am expected to rely on you. Alas, my inquiry is in vain. Sigh, I cannot merely contemplate. I must meticulously document everything, collecting each item methodically so that I can dispose of them one by one. This approach seems safer, for should we ever escape the Tang family, our lives will become increasingly arduous. Yes, I must prepare extensively. Tang Jing, enduring a little hardship is inconsequential. The loss of my grandchildren is a heavy price to pay. In other words, she has fallen from grace in the eyes of her mother, while her son's status has risen. Oh dear, dear ones, behold the immense sacrifices made by your mother. I shall fetch paper and pen. Alas, mother, please wait a moment. Tang Jing hastily grasped the arm of Yun Yao, who was about to depart, turning her back to face her. Mother, why has Aunt suddenly come charging at you in a frenzy? Just recently, she intended to send you to Uncle Gu's place. Upon hearing her daughter's mention of Yun Yao's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that her daughter was privy to this matter. With a mix of melancholy and bewilderment, she replied, You have heard, haven't you? Your second sister is to marry your Uncle Gu. This arrangement was orchestrated by the clan leader. The very notion reeked of bitterness. Tang Jing stifled a giggle. Ouch, that hurts, she cried out, as Yun Yao pinched her ear. Tang Jing, you must not emulate your second sister, understand? Tang Jing quickly nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Yun Yao continued. Your aunt also mentioned that it was Tang Tian who said that your Uncle Gu was once enchanted by me, and that I must be dealt with first, so that she and Tang Tian could find peace. Is that truly the case? How ruthless of her. Because Uncle Gu favors mother, she wishes to marry her off to someone in charge? You are not only her stepmother, but also her own aunt. In the previous life, although Tang Tian bullied her, she herself did not escape unscathed. Moreover, given the nature of the Tang family, I find no desire to harbor hatred towards them, for their callousness renders them unworthy of such feelings. Yet, Tang Tian, at merely 17, can possess such a heart of stone? Tang Jing felt that she should distance herself from this girl in the future. Chapter 12. Disciple of the Dan Academy. The man continued to slumber. Yet even in his dreams, his brows were furrowed, and a fierce expression adorned his features, as if someone owed him 8 million spirit stones. Yun Jing initially intended to awaken him, to discern the intricate workings of his sophisticated and high-level cultivation technique, and subsequently devise a comprehensive surgical plan for the meridians. However, the challenge lay in the fact that his temperament was decidedly unappealing. Tang Jing approached the bedside, her brow tightly knitted. After observing the man's cultivation process for at least an hour, she finally ceased her examination. She then proceeded to prepare the personal surgical room and the robotic assistants for the operation. She carefully transferred the man onto the mobile surgical bed, where the assistant robots were already poised and ready. In the age of interstellar travel, it was commonplace for a physician to perform surgery alone, particularly for someone of her stature who bore the esteemed title of Medicine King. 7 or 8 assistant robots busily and methodically activated various surgical instruments while conducting checks and sterilization processes. Following her meticulously crafted surgical plan, she decisively made incisions on the minuscule wounds, connected the meridians, ensured proper interfaces, and administered the necessary medication. She also attended to infection prevention and the final treatment of the external wounds. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Tang Jing successfully completed the surgery. After finalizing her work with the man, she exited the space only to find her mother, with a flushed face, sitting by the bed in a daze. Mother, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I wasn't thinking of anything, Yin Yao evasively replied. Tang Jing immediately felt a pang of embarrassment. It was evident that her mother had been lost in thought just moments before. Jing, do you have confidence in the matter happening the day after tomorrow? Yun Yao suddenly inquired with a hint of concern. I believe Uncle Gu can manage it, she replied. Listening to her mother's words, Tang Yuan could not help but feel a light sorrow cross her exquisite face. Among the current generation of the Tang family, she was the most beautiful, and she had already prepared herself for the eventuality that her family would marry her off to secure a profitable alliance. However, she never anticipated that her grandfather would choose Gu Zheng. Although Elder Gu appeared to be an exceptional individual, he was significantly older than her and lacked the charm and humor of her cousin. The thought of marrying him left Tang Yuan feeling somewhat reluctant. Mother, do you truly believe that second aunt would sabotage this marriage as you fear? She undoubtedly will. Currently, aside from your grandfather's courtyard, the entire Tang family is abuzz with the news of her daughter Tang Tian marrying Gu Zheng. Therefore, she must be the most anxious among them. Elder Gu, despite his standing, is merely a servant worth cultivating. How could she bear to see her daughter wed to a future servant of some value? The matriarch grasped her daughter's hand and said, Yuan, I understand that your background is not one to be easily offered to another. However, your maternal family is also quite respectable. You and your cousin have grown up together. Naturally, I wish for you to marry someone of similar standing to your cousin. Elder Gu is absolutely out of the question. Rest assured, I will handle this matter well. Tang Yuan nodded gently, indeed more beautiful than flowers. As the matriarch gazed at her daughter beneath the lamp, her reluctance to see her wed to Gu Zheng grew ever stronger. In the Tang family's second branch, despite the significant losses endured by the second lady, Yin Hui, she found herself preoccupied with the imminent marriage of her daughter. Time was scarce as she busily attended to the myriad details surrounding the grand wedding, with numerous wedding essentials being arranged in the newly appointed residence and its adjoining courtyard. Tang Tian, with a beaming smile, gently caressed her wedding attire and adornments, her heart brimming with sweetness. She resolved not to repeat the mistakes of her predecessor, obediently marrying him, convinced that her beauty and gentleness would surely capture his heart. With his support and assistance, the Tang family would thrive upon the domain of the Demon Palace, and she would be able to lead a more prosperous life. However, her mother quickly interjected, "Dear, your uncle is merely your cousin. How invested could he possibly be in my matters? Moreover, his acquaintances with the Alchemy Institute's disciples are rather superficial. The disciples of the Alchemy Institute are renowned for their excellence and enigma, much like the elusive disciples of the Demon Palace, who seldom take on apprentices. Furthermore, I am not like Tang Jing, with dual elemental roots of fire and wood, ideally suited for alchemical practices. I possess water and wood roots, more apt for beast taming, talismans, and other mystical arts. To be honest, I lack any interest in alchemy, having lived amid the cauldron's spiritual fire every day." "Very well, very well. I shall yield to your wishes. If you choose not to attend the Alchemy Institute, then so be it," Yun Hui said. Her eyes filled with affection as she regarded her daughter. "Mother is the best," Tang Tian cooed, snuggling against her mother and finally nuzzling her cheek. "Rest assured, I will obediently marry and take good care of Gu Zhong," winning his heart. "Mother, I have heard that wretched Yun Yao has seduced him numerous times. She must not be spared. You must help me eliminate Yun Yao. My child, do not worry. Your mother will ensure it is done. Moreover, I shall also take care of that wretched Tang Jing in the process." "Tang Jing, is that wise? My dear, do not allow your compassion to cloud your judgment simply because she is your sister. You must understand that without a mother, she may harbor deep resentment towards us. It is best to eradicate such a threat together." "Very well, I shall heed your words." Tang Tian bit her lip, resting her small face on her mother's shoulder, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Chapter 13. The Fierce Lord. This evening marks the auspicious occasion of the Tang family's guest elder, Gu Zhong, marrying a new bride, a night of celebration and joy. Early in the morning, he was surrounded by a throng of Tang family members. Tang Tian had dressed in her wedding attire, eagerly awaiting her departure in the bridal sedan. However, the sedan passed by the second house without stopping and went directly to the main house to collect the equally radiant Tang family eldest daughter, Tang Yuan. The maid hastily rushed to inform Tang Tian, who was veiled in red. Upon hearing the news, she ripped off her veil, her eyes glinting with a terrifying coldness. "Why is it Tang Yuan?" Yun Hui, drenched in sweat, burst into the bridal chamber. After dismissing the servants, she gazed at the prepared Tang Tian, tears streaming down her face. "My dear child, I am so sorry. I did not anticipate that the main house would deliberately spread false information, leading me to believe that you were to marry Elder Gu Zhong, only for it to be that Tang Yuan instead." Yun Hui was filled with resentment, having discovered that the entire family was aware of the situation while concealing it from the second branch. They even spread false rumors that Tang Tian was to be married. In recent days, they had been preparing a dowry for Tang Tian, oblivious to the number of Tang family members lurking nearby to witness their humiliation. A bitter taste filled Yun Hui's throat as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her poor child, unaware of whether she could withstand becoming the family's object of ridicule. Seeing her mother's face etched with sorrow, Tang Tian instead offered a gentle smile, embracing her mother and delicately wiping the blood from her lips. "Mother," she said, "getting into the bridal sedan does not necessarily mean that Tang Yuan has triumphed. Let us wait and see who ultimately claims Gu Zhong." With that, Tang Tian leaned closer to her mother, whispering softly in her ear. Elder Gu had indulged excessively in drink that day, failing to notice that the young maidservants who had been stationed outside the newlywed quarters had transitioned from the first branch to the second. The porcelain-like arm of a maiden lay draped over the silk canopy. Yet, that petite face did not resemble that of Miss Tang Yuan. Gu Zhong stumbled in, assisted by others, nearly colliding with the bronze incense burner upon entry. As he approached his bedchamber, the onlookers, like dumplings, slumped to the ground in slumber. Upon reaching the bed, Gu Zhang's face, which had been flushed from intoxication, now regained its normal hue. He gazed at the maiden on the bed with an expression of disdain, clapping his hands twice. Suddenly, a well-dressed man in black appeared behind him. "My lord, take her to the steward and prepare some Hehuan incense for her." "Understood. Furthermore, send the young lady from the Tang family, who has been placed in the guest room, to the residence of the Wang uncle in the western courtyard. Remember to sprinkle some Hehuan incense. Does she not wish to wed her cousin? I shall arrange for her to marry her cousin's father." The man in black decisively pulled the girl, clad only in a belly band, from beneath the covers, revealing her exquisite, fair form. The prominent peaks and the mysterious region below did not elicit a single superfluous glance from either the man in black or Gu Zheng. The girl was carried away by the man in black, while Gu Zheng coldly scoffed and lowered the vibrant red gauze curtain. At the break of dawn the following day, a terrified scream erupted from the eastern courtyard and the steward's quarters, a sound that soared into the heavens, echoing throughout the entire Tang residence. The voice unmistakably resembled that of the second young lady, Tang Tian. Shortly thereafter, a frenzied scream also emanated from the western courtyard, reminiscent of the eldest young lady. Tang Yuan. The entire Tang residence descended into chaos with those two piercing cries. In the newly established courtyard, within the silent and lifeless abode, a middle-aged man, appearing to be the steward, rushed in with several young servants. He forcefully shoved aside an obstructive servant and began knocking urgently on the door. After some time, a matron, struggling to rise, finally opened the door for them. As the steward stepped into the courtyard, he was met with the sight of fallen maids and matrons scattered across the ground. This was not right. This scene was utterly disconcerting. The steward hurried towards the main house, but abruptly halted before entering. Elder Gu was inside. This was not a place he could intrude upon at will. Gu Elder. Gu Jing Elder. Gu Elder. The middle-aged steward, with a grim expression, struggled to swallow as he faced the seething Gu Zheng. What do you mean, Tang family? Are you deliberately toying with me? Gu. Elder Gu. Our clan leader requests your presence in the main hall. Understood. I shall go at once. With that, Gu Zheng slammed the door shut behind him. After a brief delay, he emerged accompanied by a stunning woman with her hair elegantly styled in a traditional updo. The steward, upon recognizing her, could not help but twitch his lips. Was she not the concubine from the second branch? What was the meaning of this? As Gu Zheng entered the main hall of the Tang family, he found the primary family members and several esteemed elders already assembled. It was evident that he exuded an aura of indignation, as if he were saying, I cannot believe I have been made a fool of. Who dares to mock me? Elder Gu, he grunted, ignoring the greetings from those around him, dismissing them with a disdainful snort. He then pulled Yun Yao aside and seated her in a chair before taking his own place beside her with an imposing demeanor. Head of the Tang family, I have arrived. I demand an explanation. What is the meaning of this? How has my new bride been relegated from a Tang family maiden to a mere concubine? A stifled laugh erupted from behind him. Instantly, Gu Zheng's icy gaze shot towards the source, silencing the laughter of the Tang family member who quickly lowered their head in fear. Alas, we have been deceived. Elder Gu expressed his discontent, lamenting the loss of two granddaughters in one fell swoop. I demand to know who orchestrated this affair. The head of the Tang family cast a meaningful glance at Gu Zheng. Infuriated, Gu Zheng stamped his foot heavily, causing the ground to crack. A fissure extending from the grand hall to the courtyard. Remarkably, this was achieved without the use of any spells or magical artifacts. This Gu Zheng was certainly not the ordinary golden core cultivator he had been described as. In that instant, the entire Tang family turned their gaze towards Gu Zheng's face. By heavens, the most formidable elder of the Tang family was merely at the foundation establishment stage. This was undeniably a blatant display of martial threat. Head of the Tang family, are you implying that I conspired against the Tang family? The Tang family head, pained by the situation, looked at Gu Zheng, knowing that was indeed his thought, yet he dared not voice it. Elder Gu, please temper your anger. I did not mean it that way. I was merely overwhelmed with rage a moment ago. Head of the Tang family, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. It must be investigated thoroughly. Since you assert that your family has also been deceived, let us gather everyone involved. Since we are all present, let us interrogate together. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the truth behind who wished to conspire against me. Chapter 14. A mouthful of old blood. Elder Gu, we are all family. Please calm down. Your Tang family truly is a prominent lineage of cultivators. Elder Gu emphasized the words with heavy sarcasm. The head of the Tang family's expression darkened completely. He had never anticipated that, in secrecy, his kin would so brazenly seek favors from Gu Zheng. It infuriated him. A group of ignorant fools. Elder Gu, let us not dwell on the title of Elder Gu. I previously stated that this guest elder position is merely temporary. During my convalescence, I shall assist the Tang family with matters within my capacity, and once I have fully recovered, I will also provide a reward to your esteemed family. Tang family head, you also mentioned that as long as I help you one last time to lead the Tang family away from the Xiao Chen Realm, we would be even. I have already committed to this task and am prepared to assist you. Henceforth, you may simply address me as Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng's expression was one of considerable indignation, causing the Tang family head to momentarily lose his breath. Gu Zheng, my dear brother. It is my family's lax upbringing that has led to such a scandalous affair. Perhaps I could introduce you to a few of my adult granddaughters from the side branch? What do you think? No, I cannot agree to that. How could those unworthy women marry Brother Gu? None, but I am deserving of such a union with Elder Gu. A graceful figure suddenly darted in front of Gu Zheng, her delicate face awash with tears, resembling fallen pear blossoms in a rainstorm. She clutched his leg tightly with her small arms, sobbing, Brother Gu, you must believe me. I have been framed. It must be the first branch that has conspired against me. They initially spread false rumors claiming that grandfather had betrothed me to you. I was overjoyed, preparing my dowry, while they stood by, watching the spectacle with wide-eyed amusement. Fortunately, my mother was willing to assist me, orchestrating a switch in the bridal chamber, replacing me with my elder sister. However, to my dismay, they had a backup plan and eventually swapped me out again, leading me to lose my virtue to that despicable steward. Brother Gu, you must trust me. My feelings for you are genuine. Please take me away, for I sincerely wish to marry you. My elder sister, however, does not share these sentiments. Since childhood, my sister, Tang Yuan, has been devoted solely to her cousin, young Master Wang, and her affections have never wavered. The one who cries out for justice, feeling wronged, is the second young lady of the second branch, Tang Tian. Let go. Gu Zheng impatiently shook off Tang Tian's hand. Since your elder sister has found her heart's desire, why then agree to a marriage with me? You are truly shameless, attempting to replace your elder sister on her wedding night. Is this not a slap in the face to the Tang family and to me, Gu? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to decide whom I, Gu Zheng, may marry? Moreover, as a withered flower who has lost her purity, how dare you ask me to take you away? What audacity to think you could scheme like this? Do you take me for some sort of scavenger? A few stifled chuckles echoed in the background. Tang Tian appeared deeply hurt by his words, but at that moment, Tang Yuan stepped forward, fragile and delicate, her pale face betraying her weakness as if she might collapse at any moment. She first greeted the head of the Tang family and Gu Zheng, then, with tears streaming down her cheeks, lamented that what was meant to be a joyous occasion had instead fallen prey to a villainous scheme. Tang Yuan felt she bore the brunt of the blame. At this moment, she wished to convey that all the faults lay solely with her, and she would willingly sacrifice her life to quell Gu's wrath. She implored Gu, considering the life she was prepared to give, not to pursue the matter further and to spare her younger sister from blame. Upon finishing her words, Tang Yuan swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into her own body. Her speed was astonishing. The head of the Tang family barely had time to deflect the dagger's trajectory with a pearl. Yet it still managed to partially pierce the vital area of Tang Yuan's chest, causing blood to pour forth profusely from the wound. Tang Yuan, being young, had a significant status to uphold. Her demise, coupled with the fact that he, Gu Zheng, owed a debt of gratitude to the Tang family, rendered any further pursuit of the matter untenable. Moreover, before her passing, Tang Yuan had conveniently provided him with an escape route and a scapegoat, Tang Tian, to be precise. No blame could be placed elsewhere. It was clear that Tang Tian was the mastermind. The head of the Tang family deemed this unfortunate turn of events as Gu Zheng's misfortune. With a grand gesture, he decided not to pursue the matter further, leaving the internal inquiries of the Tang family to their own devices. Please ensure that the Tang family and their kin are admonished, so that I might not hear any ill rumors circulating outside, Gu Zheng stated with a serious demeanor. If I catch wind of anything untoward, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. Gu Zheng then produced a piece of purple copper insignia from his sleeve and placed it into the hands of the head of the Tang family. This is my identity token, imbued with a fragment of my consciousness. Once you leave the Xiao Chen Realm with this token, it shall self-destruct. The past favors of the Tang family and I are now settled. I, Gu, shall take my leave. With that, he rose to depart. Yun Yao intended to follow him. But suddenly, the second master of the Tang family, who had been cowering in a corner, raised his voice, exclaiming, Yun Yao, you are my concubine. Where do you think you are going with him? Brother Gu, take the person if you wish. She is merely a concubine, and if you desire her, I will gladly transfer her to you. The head of the Tang family cast a sharp glare at his second son, hastily exclaiming. In truth, Tang Eri had just been consumed by rage, acting impulsively, How could he tolerate a lowly maid daring to abandon her place and follow Gu Zheng? Yet, after receiving a cold stare from Gu Zheng, he had regained his senses. However, his newfound clarity did little to quell his resentment. Father, Yun Yao is my legally wedded concubine. She cannot simply belong to him because he spent a night with her. Furthermore, this situation is clearly a scheme orchestrated by the main branch, which has ruined my Tian's prospects for a good marriage. How can we allow that little wretch Yun Yao to benefit from this? You must ensure she remains with us. I am infuriated and need to vent my frustrations on her. Chapter 15. A tragic end. Ugh. Let go of me. Release me. Tang Eri felt a sudden gust of wind, only to find himself ensnared by a vice-like grip around his throat. He struggled to breathe, his body lifted off the ground. No matter how he fought, it was as if his internal energy had been sealed away, leaving him powerless, akin to a suspended pig. His face turning crimson from lack of air, his limbs weakening, and his gaze becoming vacant. Du Stindi, I beg you, please spare my second son. He is merely confused. He, the head of the Tang family, in a frenzy, rushed forward, grasping Gu Zheng's arm. Tears streaming down his face in desperation. Even if he is foolish, he is still my flesh and blood. Gu Zheng let out a cold snort and unceremoniously tossed Tang Eri to the ground. The head of the Tang family, the endurance of a person is finite. No one will allow themselves to be schemed against repeatedly. Although there is a constant disdain for the second son, deemed inept and worthless. He had endured serious injuries in his youth, and thus fathered 2 sons. The elder son has turned out well, often pleasing him, while the younger son is a complete disappointment. Despite frequently chastising him, as a father, he harbors genuine affection. I am sorry. He quickly apologized, presenting a dark, obsidian storage ring with both hands. This is a token of goodwill from the Tang family, a mere trifle, indeed merely a congratulatory gift for Yun Yao. Were it to be offered to Gu Zheng, he would refuse it vehemently. However, the head of the Tang family, being astute, claimed it was a gift for Yun Yao. Gu Zheng nodded toward her, and Yun Yao accepted the storage ring, then calmly gathered her hair and stated, Tang Jing, I intend to take you away. What did you say? The head of the Tang family was taken aback. Tang Jing is of the Tang bloodline. Absolutely not. Yun Yao bypassed him, turning to face Gu Zheng, who regarded him with a cold, silent demeanor. With no other choice, the head of the Tang family relented, saying, very well. You may take her. Additionally, during my marriage into the Tang family as a companion to Tang, I was subsequently schemed against by the Tang family, leading to my remarriage. Therefore, the Linke ancient mirror, which was part of my dowry, must be returned to me. Initially, she intended to leave with Gu Zheng without further ado. Little did she anticipate the second master of the Tang family would remain as shameless as ever. In light of this, it would be better to completely sever ties with them. You shameless wretch, that Linke ancient mirror is clearly my dowry, listed on the dowry list. Yun Yao's sister, Yun Hui, rushed out like a mad woman, intent on tearing into her, only to be restrained by a member of the Tang family standing nearby. That spirit sparrow ancient mirror originally belonged to my maternal clan. When my mother was forcefully taken as a concubine by Lord Yun, she brought it into the Yun household. Later, your mother compelled my mother to marry me off to the Tang family as a companion, and my mother prepared that spirit sparrow ancient mirror for me. However, that was undeniably my possession. On the day I was wed into the Tang family, you audaciously altered the bridal dowry list in my presence, converting my spirit sparrow ancient mirror into your dowry. Is there any sister as shameless as you? No, the spirit sparrow ancient mirror is mine. I stand with dignity and propriety. There is nothing about me that cannot be shared with others. Moreover, second master trusts me and would never heed your slanderous words. You wretched girl, will you truly not give it to me? Absolutely not. The spirit sparrow ancient mirror is mine. Very well. Then let us discuss the true parentage of young Master Tang Jing. Is he the son of the eldest master or the second master? Silence. You speak nonsense. Upon hearing this, Yun Hui's expression shifted dramatically, her countenance filled with horror. You see, just as you understand me, I also comprehend you, dear sister. Shortly after the second master's recent marriage, following your miscarriage, he was rendered sterile after being drugged while attempting to flirt with a mysterious maiden. You thought I was unaware, yet I have been studying our family's medical arts under my mother since childhood. I have long known of his sterilization. Young Master Tang Jing is indeed the biological son of the eldest master. At that time, because you bore a son, the eldest master clandestinely visited the second residence several times. Upon being discovered by the elder, You feared that your secrets would be unveiled, leading to your demise. In a desperate act, you administered poison to me, compelling me to surrender to the eldest master, and thus allowing the second master to uncover the truth. Consequently, I bore Tang Jing, while the second master and the eldest master discreetly settled this matter, labeling me as a wanton seductress of the eldest master. Who, indeed, is the true libertine among us? Why is it that the second master's residence houses only 2 elder illegitimate sons, both of whom existed prior to your marriage into the Tang family? I have meticulously noted each and every incident. My restraint has been for this very moment. Yun Hui, you are the truly shameless wretch. Return the Lingke ancient mirror to me. As Yun Yao's words echoed, not only did the Tang family patriarch turn his gaze, but also the second and eldest masters of the Tang family, along with all their kin, fixated their attention on Yun Hui. If you doubt my words, you may summon someone to examine the second master of the Tang family. He has long been incapable of siring offspring. Yun Yao cast a cold smile toward the second master of the Tang family. That worthless man, aside from bullying those within his own household, what else is he capable of? How delightful it must be to be humiliated in front of his own elder brother. The second master, in a fit of rage, tore himself away from those attempting to restrain him, charging towards Yun Hui. He seized her garment and furiously demanded to know whose child Jin Yu truly is. And who is Tian's father? Are they all my progeny? Speak, speak, speak. Is it true or not? He resembled a frenzied tiger. In a violent outburst, he assailed Yun Hui, who cried out in pain and anger, pleading for mercy. Cease this at once. If you do not stop, you shall never leave your courtyard for the rest of your life. The words of the head of the Tang family finally restored a semblance of rationality to second master Tang. Gasping for breath, his face contorted with rage, he glared at Yun Hui, filled with an insatiable desire to devour this wretched woman. It was she who had forced him to witness the betrayal of the woman he once cherished most, who had adorned him with the shame of a cuckold. Consequently, he had neglected Yun Yao, consumed by a desire to eliminate her as a means of venting his fury. Thus, she had been made to endure the torment of a living widow for many years. Yet it was all merely a fade, a scheme to conceal the treachery of this woman and his elder brother, who had conspired to bring forth a bastard child. Over the past year, he had unwittingly become the subject of ridicule. Blood surged in second master Tang's eyes as he lunged at Yun Hui, suddenly striking at her heart with his palm. In response, Yun Hui erupted, drawing a dagger from her sleeve and plunging it into second master Tang's neck. Blood gushed forth in torrents, and both collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A piercing, heart-wrenching scream escaped Tang Tian. Chapter 16. The unfortunate father. When Tang Jing was brought to the residence of the head of the Tang family, she beheld Tang Tian, drenched in blood, cradling her mother, Yun Hui, as she sat numbly on the ground beside the corpse of her father, second master Tang. The principal members of the Tang family exhibited a chilling indifference, while the expressions of the head of the Tang family and elder Tang were steeped in profound sorrow. Particularly, the gaze of the head of the Tang family directed at Yun Yao was icy and malevolent. Jing. In truth, Yun Yao was merely holding on by a thread. The unexpected demise of Yun Hui and second master Tang had left her acutely aware of the hostility emanating from the Tang family. Yet, she had resolved to cast aside all fears, determined to escape this place with Tang Jing. Otherwise, the fate that awaited them could very well be unimaginably grim. Tang Jing offered her mother a comforting glance before linking arms with her. Gu Xiandi, Tang Jing had also brought along. The head of the Tang family directed his gaze towards Gu Zheng. The Lingke ancient mirror, Gu Zheng reminded him. The head of the Tang family glanced at Yun Yao. Since the fade had been thoroughly torn asunder, Yun Yao resolved to persevere. The Lingke ancient mirror lay within the storage ring worn by Yun Hui. The head of the Tang family cast a quick look at Uncle Tang, who approached Yun Hui's lifeless body and, disregarding Tang Tian's objections, retrieved Yun Hui's storage ring. After a thorough search, he finally uncovered the Lingke ancient mirror encased in a wooden box. Uncle Tang tossed the box, along with the ancient mirror, into Tang Jing's hands. Upon opening the box, Tang Jing's heart leapt with joy. It was indeed the one. Inside lay a palm-sized bronze mirror, its edges adorned with 2 gilded Shajue birds. Tang Jing passed the small wooden box to her mother. She had heard whispers of this diminutive mirror, though only after a century had passed. This bronze mirror was later gifted by a descendant of the Tang family to another individual who unearthed its secret. It was truly unexpected that this small mirror had belonged to her mother's dowry. Yun Yao stowed the mirror away and finally nodded at Gu Zheng. Only then did Gu Zheng escort the two of them away from the Tang residence. As they exited through the main gate, she caught a distant glimpse of Tang Tian's eyes, a blend of ferocity and madness. Gu Zheng led them away from the Tang family without pause, heading directly towards the city's outskirts. Upon leaving the city gates, he produced a cloud boat-shaped magical artifact, facilitating their departure. Thus, Tang Jing remained oblivious to the fact that the night before her departure, a great fire had engulfed Wangxian building. Those who remained were either ordinary mortals or low-tier cultivators who had been hired. The young attendant who had initially sold the mirrors to Tang Tian and Tang Jing, having garnered the favor of the shopkeeper, was taken away a day earlier. In contrast, the arrogant young attendant and his peers were left behind to guard Wangxian building and the surrounding spiritual fields. The departing individuals from Wangxian building did not even inform them of the reasons for their exodus. It was only when a group of cloaked figures arrived that they learned of the impending fragmentation of the Xiao Chen Realm. After dispatching the group of attendants and conducting soul searches, these dark-clad individuals marked Wangxian building and swiftly departed. Barely an hour after Gu Zheng had taken Tang Jing and her mother away, a contingent led by a dashing young gentleman adorned in splendid attire arrived at the Tang residence. They quickly made contact with the head of the Tang family and ultimately left with Tang Tian, as well as the ebony alchemical cauldron that Tang Tian had previously acquired. Gu Zheng carried them through the skies for several hours until they finally reached a grand city, Nanxiang City, one of the three largest gathering places for cultivators in the Xiao Chen Realm. Gu Zheng's trusted subordinates had already prepared a spacious courtyard for their arrival. The Wuxiang Demon Lord's cultivation abode, Mingxiao Palace, is an imposing cross-border war palace. We are all subjects under the command of the Wuxiang Demon Lord. Of course, within Mingxiao Palace, apart from the esteemed Wuxiang and the two Yuanzins, we need not concern ourselves with anyone else's disposition. Yin Yao, I genuinely hold you in high regard. However, upon arriving at Mingxiao Palace, we shall temporarily refrain from conducting the dual cultivation ceremony. Yun Yao, I must impose upon you for a while, remaining by my side in the capacity of a concubine. While Yun Yao appeared unperturbed, Tang Jing's expression shifted dramatically, her countenance darkening. However, Yun Yao gently grasped Tang Jing's hand and smiled at Gu Zheng, saying, I comprehend your intentions. There is no need for concern. Your actions stem from a place of care for me, and as a mother myself, I am well aware of your worries. I do not wish to become the object of envy and resentment, nor do I desire to be a burden upon you. The title of a concubine is already quite sufficient. Yet, I must inquire, do you have anyone else at home? Yun Yao hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. But she pressed on for Jingjing's sake. No, Gu Zheng replied succinctly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, observing their affectionate exchange. Tang Jing felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Could they not indulge in such intimacy when she was absent? Coughing loudly to remind the unreliable fellow, she brought their attention back. Instantly, Yun Yao's face flushed crimson, while Gu Zheng, with a hint of irritation, declared, from now on, we shall reside here. I will assert to the world that you are my long-lost daughter. Remember, in public, refer to me as father. Tang Jing nearly stumbled in shock, astonished to discover that Gu Zheng harbored such aspirations of being a convenient father. Noticing Tang Jing's incredulous expression, Gu Zheng felt a surge of delight and teasingly remarked to the troublesome child, whether you choose to be my convenient daughter or my convenient disciple, the choice is yours. You hardly look your age, Tang Jing retorted awkwardly. Gu Zheng touched his own face, pondering, indeed? At the tender age of 500, I still appear quite youthful. Puff. Tang Jing immediately felt a significant loss and hurriedly tugged at her mother's sleeve, exclaiming, Uncle Gu is so old. Mother, you cannot marry him, otherwise, we shall suffer a great loss. Gu Zheng, taken aback, widened his eyes in anger, while Yun Yao smiled gently. Jing, do not cause a stir. From now on, you must heed your father's words and refrain from provoking him, Yun Yao said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. As for the notion of disciples, Yun Yao was rather indifferent. If she were to truly take on a disciple, what would happen if she and Gu Zheng had children in the future? Would they call him master while the children referred to him as father? And the little ones would have to call Jing's sister Jing. Just thinking about it made her feel perplexed. Moreover, considering that Jing was with child, she secretly wished for her to call Gu Zheng father and, as Gu Zheng suggested, claimed that Jing was his long-lost daughter. In truth, Yin Yao had already informed Gu Zheng about the unfortunate events that had befallen Jing Jing and her pregnancy. Gu Zheng, likely considering the future of the child within Jing Jing, had made such arrangements. Indeed, Yin Yao heard Gu Zheng say that henceforth Jing Jing would call him father and urged her to come quickly and pay her respects with a bow. Gu, you are being deliberately mischievous, aren't you? Tang Jing retorted in anger. Chapter 17. The anomaly of the treasure vase upon returning to Gu Zheng's domain. This cunning individual could no longer afford to be leisurely, nor could he continue to linger around Yun Yao without care. However, before departing, Gu Zheng, with a triumphant air, addressed Tang Jing, saying, Jing Jing, from now on, you shall change your name to Yun Jing, taking your mother's surname. In the future, when you have younger siblings, all daughters shall inherit your mother's surname while the sons will bear the Gu name. Tang Jing glared at him, wondering what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Yun Yao expressed her gratitude to her husband with an excited demeanor. She even performed a formal bow to Gu Zheng, who promptly pulled Yun Yao up. Wishing to embrace and comfort the beauty, yet an unwelcome third party shone brightly beside them. Gu Zheng's lips twitched as he decided not to stoop to her childish antics. Ultimately, he held Yun Yao's hand and offered her some soothing words, disregarding how overly sentimental his remarks sounded to the eye-rolling Tang Jing nearby. Once he departed for work, Yun Yao called Tang Jing over and presented her with the ancient Linke mirror. Jing Jing, from now on, you shall be known as Yun Jing. Mother, you truly heed his words? Tang Jing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. It seemed as if she had acquired a new father. And her mother had transformed as well. Jing Jing, you should know that your maternal grandmother also bore the surname Yun, which was not originally your grandfather's. Your grandfather was adopted into the Yun family at a young age, becoming your grandmother's child groom. Later, the Yun family incurred the wrath of a formidable cultivator, leading to the annihilation of all their direct descendants. Your grandfather and grandmother miraculously survived. From that moment, your grandfather began to gather the remnants and assets of the Yun family, relocating to their current residence, establishing roots, and founding the Yun clan. At that moment, Tang Jing felt as if thunder had struck her. She had always believed that her grandmother was a woman even more timid than her mother. She had never realized that her grandmother also yearned to escape her worthless husband and seek a second chance at life. Those matters are but remnants of the past. Were it not for the tale of the spirit sparrow ancient mirror, I would not share this with you. Your grandmother was indeed frail, and in the end, she fell in love with your grandfather. For his sake, she compelled your mother to endure many heart-wrenching trials. Your grandfather, a man devoid of affection, loved no one but himself. In my stubborn youth, I never once visited her in the final years of her life, merely sending someone to deliver gifts on occasion. This spirit sparrow ancient mirror is the last vestige left by the Yun family. Your grandfather plundered their treasure trove, leaving behind only this small mirror, a plaything of your grandmother's. Later, your grandfather's first wife discovered the mirror's extraordinary properties and repeatedly demanded it, ultimately forcing your grandmother to part with it as part of my dowry to the Tang family. Yun Yao expressed a wistful sentiment. Irrespective of her grievances with her own mother, the woman was gone, and she wished not to dwell on past sorrows. Suddenly, Yun Yao winked at her daughter. Would you like to know what mystical qualities this ancient mirror possesses? Well then, let me tell you, dear Jing Jing. On every full moon night, 2 azure sparrow spirits soar from the mirror, swirling around it for a full 3 hours before vanishing. It is astonishing that this is not merely a matter of the mustard seed space. Could it be that Mother is unaware that this ancient mirror is, in fact, a mustard seed space crafted by a great ancient cultivator? Mother, you should keep it, for it is a treasured heirloom of our family. Recently, she has been extraordinarily fortunate, acquiring not only the revered Yuan Ding and the enigmatic medicinal scripture, but also the ancient mirror of the spirit sparrow, presented to her unsolicited within the confines of the mustard seed space. Take it, for if you do not, Mother will be displeased. Tang Jing. Cough, cough, cough. Yun Jing instinctively seized the box, her body reacting more swiftly than her consciousness to her mother's command. Alas, how obedient, petting her fur, not frightened at all. Yun Yao gracefully departed, leaving Yun Jing in a state of despair, clutching the box. Sighing, she resolved to store this box away, just as she had done with the medicinal scripture and the small cauldron, within the treasure bottle space. Yet, as soon as the wooden box entered the treasure bottle space, it shattered into fine powder with a resounding bang. The ancient mirror within the box shot forth towards the spirit spring, plunging into its depths and vanishing without a trace. It disappeared, just like that. Yun Jing was left utterly stunned. Following this, the entire treasure bottle space began to tremble, and Yun Jing felt a whirlwind of disorientation before succumbing to unconsciousness. When she awakened once more, she found herself in a quaint little valley. Through her connection to the treasure bottle space, she surmised that she remained within its confines, albeit in a newly transformed realm. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the brook. Did it not mean that the land surrounding it had transformed into first-tier spirit fields? The medicinal herbs she had previously planted were now haphazardly scattered across the corners of the valley. Although pushed to the edges, they thrived with renewed vigor. And some herbs that had yet to mature suddenly blossomed after the spatial anomaly. As the seed fell to the ground, it astonishingly sprouted at a visibly remarkable pace under Yun Jing's watchful gaze. Such miraculous growth could only occur in a first-tier spiritual field. Yun Jing surveyed the valley, which spanned over 1,000 acres, all of which were first-tier spiritual fields. In the realm of Xiao Chen, only a few super sects possessed such extensive spiritual fields. Yun Jing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if she had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. The small house she had painstakingly brought in had now been relocated to the mouth of the small valley. Beyond the valley's entrance lay an expanse of white mist, reminiscent of her former Baoping space. Aside from a clear patch of land and a spiritual spring, the rest was enveloped in a dense fog. It seemed as if an invisible barrier divided the space, making it impossible for anyone to venture into that vast, white mist. At this point, the most pleased were the entities residing there. Deep within the small valley, a gourd-shaped pond emerged. At the top was a small, round pond, with a spiritual spring at its center, continuously bubbling forth first-tier spiritual water. Below, there was another circular pond, approximately a foot lower, teeming with small fish and lotus flowers. The upper pond, however, contained neither fish nor flowers, only the pristine, crystal-clear spiritual water. Chapter 18. The Great Rebellion. This series of monumental changes roused a certain man from a deep slumber. He opened his eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Having thought he would never awaken from this time, he had memorized the methods for cultivating ghostly arts. Upon probing his physical condition with his spiritual sense, he paused momentarily, followed by a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. Who was it that rescued him and aided him in resolving the intricate and troublesome entanglement of his meridians? This peculiar technique of meridian alteration was a first for him. It was certainly not the result of using a meridian shaping pill. It felt rather akin to a direct incision. A chilling sweat broke out on his back as he contemplated whether his meridians had been treated as mere intestines, scraped and threaded. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding alchemists. He too had dabbled in concocting elixirs within the confines of the demon palace. Yet, this bizarrely ruthless method of meridian adjustment was entirely foreign to him. Could it be the work of some eccentric medical practitioner? Someone probed the two fresh sutures adorning his abdomen with their spiritual sense. The precision of this needlework was commendable, even though he prided himself on his extensive knowledge. The sight of those neatly stitched incisions sent a shiver down his spine. Of course, had these stitches not been on his own body, he would have remained remarkably composed. Yun Jing, I actually possess instruments that could align those incisions perfectly, but look how beautifully they are sewn. My craftsmanship is quite commendable. In the vast expanse of the Tai domain, there existed countless practitioners. Some indulged in unconventional techniques, and many sects primarily focused on alchemy. While medical practitioners were somewhat rare among alchemists, they were not entirely absent. After considerable contemplation, he concluded that the audacious individual who had audibly snipped and stitched within his abdomen was undoubtedly a medical practitioner. A mixture of relief and distaste washed over him. He felt fortunate about his physical condition. Had it not been for this medical practitioner's intervention, and with no meridian-shaping pill at his disposal, he would have surely met his demise and transitioned into the realm of ghostly cultivation. The Shaping Pulse Elixir is a 6th tier, 6th transformation spiritual potion. Even with his current status and identity, acquiring it remains a formidable challenge. The last time he obtained this elixir was by chance while exploring the remnants of an ancient cultivator's cave. At that time, he utilized it to rectify the chaotic entanglements and conflicts within his bloodline. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day, and his meridians would undoubtedly be in an even greater disarray. What vexes him is that this insufferable medical practitioner did not even bother to inform him before audaciously manipulating him. How outrageous! He is well aware that his constitution is exceedingly unique. Not only does he possess 3 parallel meridian systems, but even after using the shaping pulse elixir to reshape his channels, when he attempts to break through to the next major realm, the power of his bloodline will awaken once more. Consequently, the 3 meridians will automatically reshape and intertwine, reigniting the conflict of chi and blood. The higher his cultivation, the more intense this internal strife becomes. This tumultuous affinity for self-destructive bloodlines, even the most formidable of demons would find it unbearable. Fortunately, he is a great demon, otherwise, he would have long since perished. He deeply feels that he must be the first unfortunate soul to erupt in blood blooms every time he practices the heavenly demon art. Oh, the white-haired sweat. He must have forgotten that he still has bloodline relatives, his great-grandparents. Just then, a young girl entered the room. She gently pushed the door open and beheld him, already half-sitting. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this utterly repugnant girl is my savior? He raised an eyebrow, reluctantly inquiring, as the girl seemed vaguely familiar. Utterly repugnant? In an instant, Yun Jing was overwhelmed by the impulse to strangle her opponent. Indeed, how could I, a wretchedly unattractive little girl, compare to your ethereal beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy away the flowers? You insufferable fop, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, how dare you criticize my appearance? Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. Do you wish for death? I shall grant you that. It was indeed she who had saved him, yet this young girl, so tender in age, possessed such exquisite medical skills. Do not presume that, having diminished my cultivation, I cannot discern that this girl's bone age is undoubtedly under 18. However, this little one was utterly oblivious to the peril she faced. Mere consciousness alone would not suffice. There are at least 100 ways I could ensure her demise. Nevertheless, despite being a fiend, I am clear about my debts. So it is true that you saved me. I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I shall repay in due time. No need for that. Can you leave now? I will escort you out, and then you can be on your way while I continue to enjoy my life. The man, upon hearing her words, twitched his lips in disbelief, staring incredulously at the audacious girl. With such a remark, I could easily cause your blood to spill. Look at your spiteful and vicious nature. I saved you, yet you threaten me with death at every turn. Indeed, I should not have intervened in the first place. Had it not been for my son's sake, you would have long met your end in a pitiful state. Enough of this. Get up quickly. Your storage ring remains on your finger, untouched by me. Hurry and conjure some clothing for yourself. I shall wait for you outside. The man glanced down, realizing with dismay that this impudent girl had left him completely unclothed. The audacity! Not a single pair of undergarments left for him. Have the young girls of today become so brazen? She exposed herself completely before him, yet remained unfazed, provocatively challenging him without a hint of shame. Indeed, in the eyes of a certain gentleman, this young girl was nothing short of a provocateur. A faint sound of a door closing reached his ears as he caressed the storage ring on his finger, thinking to himself, "You reckless girl. Fortunate for you that you did not covet my storage ring. Otherwise, the monster I have nurtured would devour you to the bone." Could it be that Xiang's words hold true? A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He was not to be trifled with. Yun Jing waited for what felt like an eternity with no one emerging. Impatient, she stormed back into the room, only to find a man clad in dark robes seated at the edge of the bed, exuding an air of regal authority as if he were lounging upon a throne. Just because you say you will take me out, does that mean I am obliged to follow you? What do you mean by that? Do you intend to linger here indefinitely? What a joke. She adored her little bundle of joy, her son, but had never entertained the notion of providing for his father without recompense. What I mean is, I have decided to stay for the time being. Once my cultivation is fully restored, I shall depart. Absolutely not. I refuse to support a loafer. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. Yun Jing's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, turning exceptionally obsequious. It turned out that the gentleman had gifted her a storage bracelet containing no less than 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 30,000. Chapter 19. The alchemist apprentice Gu Zheng savored a sip of the nourishing soup that Yun Jing had simmered for over 2 hours, and he found the flavor exquisite. He was genuinely surprised that Jing could even make soup. Yun Jing shot him an exasperated glare. Her inept father truly lacked tact. Did he mistakenly believe she was devoid of skills? Our Jing is indeed a talented and versatile child. I heard from your mother that you have a fondness for alchemy. Our demon palace also has alchemists, and coincidentally, I am acquainted with one who excels in the art of alchemy. He is my friend, named Xiao Tian. Oh, Yun Jing exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Xiao Chen, the discarded disciple of the One Yao Mountain Alchemy Institute? I have heard of him. Upon hearing this, Gu Jing's face contorted in shock. You've heard of Xiao Chen? My mother didn't mention this person. A close friend of my uncle happens to be his fellow disciple. Oh. Gu Zheng was equally taken aback. What an astonishing coincidence. Yun Yao also appeared taken aback and skeptically inquired, is that true, Jing? Yes. Tang Tian often mentions that friend of my uncle, replied Yun Jing. Aunt. It was when Yun Hui was alive that she contemplated sending Tang Tian to the Alchemy Institute several times. Xiao Tian betrayed his sect, defiled his junior sister, and stole the alchemical formulas. His notoriety is indeed well known. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, muttering quietly, I intentionally chose to introduce someone with a lesser reputation to you. Oh. Yun Jing was left speechless. Such a despicable character, having even sullied the reputation of a junior sister. Truly, your discerning eye leaves much to be desired. How could you possibly introduce such a scoundrel to your daughter? Regrettably, in the realm of the Mingxiao Palace, we possess but two alchemists, the taciturn and aloof Shen Mo and Zheng Xiaojun, who only accepts furnace cauldrons and not female disciples. The only other candidate is that Xiao Tian. It seems they are all unworthy. Is it not said that your demon palace is teeming with talent, with myriad demons hearkening to your call? Ahem. Gu Zheng discreetly sipped his soup. Yun Jing, how about we revert to our previous arrangement? I can procure some alchemical manuscripts or jade silks for you to study independently. Yun Yao suggested. That could work. Jing, do you truly believe you can concoct elixirs through your own research? Gu Zheng inquired, his skepticism palpable. One cannot blame him. Yun Jing's youth is indeed misleading. At merely 16 years of age, the resources required to cultivate an alchemist are substantial, and apart from her immediate family, who at her age has access to the art of alchemy, let alone the crafting of medicinal pills? Currently, my repertoire of formulas is rather limited. I can only concoct a few such as the Huang Sui Dan, Xiao Pei Yuan Dan, Buqi Dan, I Jing Dan, and Bai Chao Jiedu Dan. Yun Jing resolved to share the few simplest and most familiar recipes from her past life. This would spare Gu Zheng from his incessant attempts to make her an alchemical apprentice. Although she had endured hardship as a wandering practitioner in her former life, her passion for alchemy had led her to master even some obscure pills, earning her a modest reputation among fellow wanderers for her skills in pill making. When she found herself in an unfamiliar world, she once again forged an inseparable bond with medicine, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of alchemical prowess in that realm. Ahem. Gu Zheng stared wide-eyed at Yun Jing. This seemingly simple girl, barely at the initial stage of qi refinement, was capable of concocting such an array of finished elixirs? Good heavens, what a miraculous revelation concerning his daughter. Can you truly concoct those specific elixirs? If you can indeed produce those potions, I shall endeavor to secure for you a position as a first-tier alchemist. With that title, you would become an inner disciple of our Mingxiao Palace, enjoying privileges and benefits that would far surpass those of your father. Though, to be honest, it would be several degrees of distinction. But, being my own daughter, a little playful banter is of no great concern. Gu Zheng mused endearingly. What would she need a first-tier alchemist title for? Is she expected to clock in for work at the tender age of 16? She had originally hoped to indulge in self-study and exploration for a few more years. Jing, you wouldn't be jesting with me, would you? Seeing her silent, Gu Zheng began to suspect that her previous claims were perhaps exaggerated. Very well. Let me enjoy a restful night, and tomorrow, we shall find an alchemical chamber where I can concoct a few batches for you. However, you must provide the materials. As for the title of first-tier alchemist, if it allows me to procure some quality materials, I could certainly make do. In the blink of an eye, her attention had shifted towards the magical palace's repository. Excellent. Conveniently, tomorrow our Mingxiao Palace will be recruiting talented alchemical apprentices. I shall take you there to utilize their facilities. Gu Zheng, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing Yun Jing concoct potions before him, stroked his chin and chuckled with delight. It seems that his dear daughter possesses genuine talent. Just by observing your expression, it is evident that you have set your sights on the resources of our magic palace. Are you truly intent on economizing even on such trivial expenses? Yun Jing, hearing Gu Zheng's change of heart, helplessly inquired about borrowing a place. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng immediately became displeased. Any good man with a family understands the importance of saving money. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Every bit saved counts. Furthermore, consider the future occasions such as your mother's birthday, your own birthday, the birthdays of my grandson and granddaughter. And don't forget the birthdays of the siblings your mother will bear. Have you calculated how much all these will entail in terms of gifts and expenses? No matter how substantial one's wealth, one must be prudent in managing one's life. What on earth did this lively gem's mother see in him? How could she possibly perceive Gu Zhong, this cunning yet humorous individual, as someone serious and aloof? What is there to laugh about? Is there not a shred of compassion? Meanwhile, Yun Yao, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, laughed charmingly, her demeanor simply enchanting. The Little Chen realm is on the brink of destruction, a terrifying calamity that perhaps the common folk remain oblivious to. However, those with even a slight connection to the cultivation world are somewhat aware of the situation. Thus, the Magic Palace is recruiting talented alchemical apprentices, and if one is fortunate enough to be accepted, they may even bring along 2 family members. Many are vying for that coveted opportunity to take a loved one along, determined to showcase their abilities. Who knows, perhaps they might succeed in the examination. Early in the morning, before dawn had broken, a queue began to form outside the courtyard of the Demon Palace, where they were recruiting alchemical apprentices. By the time daylight illuminated the scene, over 500 individuals were lined up, and the tail end of the line showed no signs of diminishing. It was rumored that the Demon Palace would accept applications for only one day, seeking to recruit a mere 5 alchemical apprentices. A palpable tension hung in the air as everyone anxiously gazed at the gates, wondering when they would open. At last, the gates swung open, and a youth from the Demon Palace ushered them into the courtyard to continue their waiting. However, upon entering, they soon discovered that aside from the newly arrived applicants, a group had already formed within the courtyard. This group stood in a haphazard queue, laughing and chatting, accompanied by several individuals dressed in the garb of the palace as disciples. Clearly, these individuals had been introduced from within. As we recruit alchemical apprentices, you must perform to the best of your abilities. It will be first come, first served until 5 candidates are chosen, announced the youth from the Demon Palace, stationed at the entrance of a spacious hall. No sooner had he finished speaking than the group introduced from within promptly moved to the front of the queue. "This is unjust," exclaimed a youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, stepping forth from the crowd. Upon hearing of the Demon Palace's recruitment for alchemical apprentices, many of us arrived before dawn. After all, this is an opportunity to alter our destinies, and it cannot be overstated how significant this is. Before coming to the Demon Palace, we had already harbored great admiration for it, having heard tales of how esteemed the elders are in nurturing the disciples of the next generation. But what of them? Who can say whether those already present in the courtyard had queued up beforehand, or at what hour their waiting commenced? Is it merely because they are individuals from the Demon Palace that they can secure favorable positions and seize all the slots? How can we possibly accept this? I believe that the Demon Palace does not recruit disciples simply to select a few mediocre candidates. If they are to choose alchemy apprentices, it should be the most gifted among us in the art of alchemy. Therefore, I contend that limiting the selection to just 5 is unjust. Everyone should be allowed to participate in the assessments, and ultimately, the 5 most exceptional and capable individuals should be chosen to enter the Demon Palace as alchemy apprentices. This way, even if we fall short in talent, we would accept our defeat with grace and understanding. The youth, with thick brows and bright eyes, stood undaunted before the crowd, speaking eloquently and with remarkable composure, as though he had become the focal point of attention. Many gazes were drawn to him. "That little sister over there, judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the Demon Palace. Do you agree with what I just said? Is there merit in my words?" After the young man spoke, he ignored the others and turned his attention to a girl dressed in the garb of a Demon Palace disciple who had been standing nearby. The girl twitched her lips in silence, glancing at him and then at the boy from the Demon Palace, whose eyes seemed to emanate a chilling aura. She thought to herself, does she merely possess a face suited for a supporting role, appearing as though she were brought in to serve as a scapegoat? Otherwise, why would the young man choose to engage her in conversation when a stunning young woman in the same attire stood not far from him? The recruitment of disciples by the Demon Palace is managed by higher-ranking cultivators. There is no need for your doubts regarding its fairness, she retorted with irritation. Unbeknownst to Yun Jing, who believed her words were quite astute, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air. "I never anticipated that the disciples of our Magic Palace would become increasingly unrefined. It is one thing to casually select an alchemy apprentice, but to be called out for shortcomings without daring to acknowledge them, and then to shift the blame onto higher-ranking cultivators. Such arrogance is truly remarkable. Who is this person? What an insufferable demeanor. Yun Jing turned her head towards the source of the voice, only to behold a strikingly handsome male cultivator, his countenance as frigid as ice. Emerging from the hall, he gazed at Yun Jing coldly and inquired, "Which hall are you from? I do not recall seeing you report." "I am from the Windward Hall, here to make use of the alchemy chamber," Yun Jing replied, sensing the discontent radiating from this newly appeared individual. Though she found this displeasure rather inexplicable, as she had never encountered him before. Upon hearing her words, the male cultivator suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing Yun Jing, who stood merely 3 steps away, to stagger back a dozen paces, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. This pressure is formidable. Yet, was this fellow merely indulging himself out of boredom, recklessly exerting his spiritual pressure? Did you not receive a task from the Affairs Hall to come assist? Assist in what? The Alchemy Institute is short-staffed, and the upper echelons are concerned that we will be overwhelmed in recruiting alchemy apprentices. They specifically instructed the Affairs Hall to issue a task, permitting 20 disciples to come and lend a hand. Oh, I am not one of them. State your name. Yun Jing. Yun Jing? I have not heard of you. There are still 5 disciples who have not reported for their tasks, so you shall remain here to assist today. I will speak to your hall master and vice hall master regarding this matter. However, just as Yun Jing was about to finish her words, the stunning female cultivator standing beside the boy with prominent brows and large eyes hurried over and pulled Yun Jing away. Before they departed, she assured, "Rest assured, Lord Shun, we shall diligently fulfill our task. As a newcomer, if Yun Jing has inadvertently caused any offense, I trust your grace will overlook it." The male cultivator cast a glance at the beautiful female cultivator before turning to enter the grand hall designated for the assessment of disciples. Just before he stepped inside, he noticed a small boy, bowing his head in a demure manner, who remarked, "If you are unwilling to work in the Alchemy Institute, then take the initiative to transfer elsewhere. Do not approach each task with indifference. Were it not for your ineptitude, we would not need to recruit 5 additional alchemy apprentices." This statement was a public reprimand directed at the small boy, causing his face to flush with embarrassment, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. They began the selection process. Starting with herbal identification, those who did not meet the standards would be eliminated, while those who succeeded would advance to the next assessment. After delivering this cold admonition, the male cultivator strode into the hall. The boy looked up, his large eyes shimmering with tears, and wiped them with his sleeve before beckoning others to commence the selection process. It became clear to everyone that the recruitment would not conclude until 5 candidates were secured. The enchanting female cultivator pulled Yun Jing aside, observing her face with a look of sudden realization. "You bear a striking resemblance to Sister Ruoruo. No wonder Lord Shun holds you in such low regard." "What do you mean?" "Little junior sister, regardless of which hall you belong to. You are merely at the Qi refinement stage, while Lord Shun has already reached the late foundation establishment stage, almost on the verge of the Golden Core realm. The disparity in cultivation between the two of you is like heaven and earth. How could you dare to confront him directly?" "I did not confront him directly," Yun Jing replied, speechless. "Wasn't your previous behavior a form of confrontation? Just observe how those with higher cultivation treat their superiors, respectful, head bowed, presenting a demeanor of obedience. High-tier cultivators expect compliance without resistance or justification. Where is your humility in this regard?" The enchanting female cultivator regarded Yun Jing with a look of disbelief. "Did your master not teach you these manners?" "I have no master." "Then what of your time in the Windwalker Hall?" "There was an old father figure, albeit a rather cunning one." The alluring female cultivator regarded her knowingly. "Have you just entered the Demon Palace?" Yun Jing nodded. "Then you must learn to navigate interactions with high-tier cultivators, for there are many in the Demon Palace. What if you accidentally cross paths with one again? Your previous attitude is utterly unacceptable. You must understand that you are merely a lowly cultivator." Jing Jing, where are you?" "I have arranged room No. 1 for you in the alchemy chamber with Shun Mo." Gu Zheng strode out from the inner hall, followed by the cold-faced male cultivator. Upon spotting Yun Jing standing in the corner of the hall, he immediately rushed towards her. "Finally remembered me, did you?" Seeing Gu Zheng, Yun Jing rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Alas, my dear Jing is upset. It is entirely the fault of her father for leaving her alone outside. You must have grown anxious, haven't you?" With a resounding thud, the exquisite female cultivator inadvertently dropped a copper ring she had been toying with onto the ground. She was taken aback, her complexion paling, upon realizing that Yun Jing's father was none other than the esteemed lord of the Windwalk Hall. The cold-faced male cultivator who had followed her also momentarily froze, astonished to discover that the young female cultivator he had unwittingly brought along was indeed the daughter of Gu Zheng. Chapter 21. Ascending to a higher rank. So, you are the daughter of Lord Gu. There is no need for you to continue as a supporting disciple. Instead, you should pursue alchemy. If you successfully concoct a first-tier spirit pill today, you shall receive an identity token as a first-tier alchemist from me. Shen Mo spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng understood that the number of supporting disciples was likely insufficient, and upon seeing his daughter, they had decided to utilize her as an ordinary disciple. This was not a significant matter. After all, he was present, and Shen Mo would certainly not deny him the courtesy of allowing Yun Jing to continue her menial tasks. Jing, you should promptly express your gratitude to Master Shen. He is a renowned fifth-tier alchemist within the Alchemy Hall of the Demon Palace. He possesses the authority to bestow upon you the identity token of a first-tier alchemist. The specialized technical experts in the Mingxiao Palace are quite scarce, and Shen Mo is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional among them. Prior to their arrival, Gu Zheng had informed her that this was merely a temporary base for them, where various departments of the Mingxiao Palace shared a courtyard. For instance, the Miscellaneous Hall and the Spirit Food Hall were situated in the same courtyard, while the Alchemy Hall, being more populous, occupied a larger area. Beneath the Hall of Elixirs, there exists the Sub-Hall of Spiritual Herbs, the Sub-Hall of Spirit Beasts, the Pavilion of Alchemical Formulas, and the Hall of Spiritual Flames. Even with 2 courtyards at their disposal, they find it insufficient for their needs. Typically, members of the 5 Elements Hall occupy 1 courtyard per main hall. Gu Zheng, however, stands as an exception. He is the longest-serving and most accomplished among the 5 Elements Hall's leaders, known for his taciturn demeanor. Despite his reticence, he enjoys the highest status among them. The Grand Demon Lord of the Mingxiao Palace, the esteemed Wu Xiang, is often seen smiling in the presence of his right-hand men, Zheng Xiaojun and Yang Yulo. Thus, Gu Zheng possesses a private residence comprising a 3-courtyard layout, while the Wind Hall occupies a substantial 5-courtyard estate, both of which are interconnected. Currently, the individual in charge of the Hall of Elixirs at this temporary stronghold is the esteemed Lord Shen Mo. The hierarchy within the Demon Palace is intrinsically linked to their cultivation levels and the size of their territories. Shen Mo ascended to the position of a Hall Master prior to reaching the Golden Core stage, primarily due to the respect and recognition bestowed upon him by the upper echelons of the Mingxiao Palace. Accompanying him on this occasion is the newly inducted 3rd-tier alchemist, Zhao Tian. Having recently joined the Mingxiao Palace, he is eager to prove himself and works diligently in the alchemical chamber, experimenting with the concoction of various spiritual elixirs. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists typically fall into 9 tiers, each corresponding to the grade of spiritual herbs. Notably, there are no celestial or divine medicines within this realm. Hence, such elixirs do not exist. Spiritual herbs are primarily categorized into 2 grades, the common treasures and the spiritual treasures. The distinction between these 2 lies in the residual impurities remaining after the refining process. The materials classified as ordinary treasures contain a significant amount of impurities while possessing scant effective components. In contrast, the materials categorized as spiritual treasures, after refinement, exhibit minimal, if any, impurities, comprising almost entirely of effective elements. It is important to note that this classification of ordinary and spiritual treasures pertains solely to the Teia domain. As for the classification of spiritual medicines beyond its boundaries, I must apologize, for it has yet to venture forth. The primary medicinal substance dictates the grade of the elixir produced. For instance, if the primary ingredient is an ordinary treasure of the 3rd grade, even if the auxiliary ingredient is a 1st-grade spiritual medicine, the resulting elixir will generally still be of the 3rd grade. Of course, if the concoction is ruined or rendered ineffective, that reflects a lack of skill. A proficient alchemist can indeed refine 3rd-grade spiritual medicines into 3rd-grade elixirs. Thus, it is often said among practitioners that only an elixir that has ascended in grade can be considered a true spiritual elixir. Otherwise, it is merely a medicinal pill. While this statement may seem simplistic, it holds considerable truth. Gu Zheng sought the assistance of Shen Mo, recognizing that a Dan cultivator like Shen Mo was worth cultivating a rapport with. Consequently, Gu Zheng has always maintained a favorable demeanor toward him. Shen Mo reciprocated this goodwill, making every effort to fulfill Gu Zheng's requests. However, this time, Gu Zheng's demand was rather lofty. He actually requested that Shun Mo grant his daughter, who had been raised outside, the status of a first-grade alchemist. Although Shun Mo was not adept at discerning bone age, it was evident that Yun Jing was quite young, with her cultivation level merely at the 6th layer of qi training. How could such a little one, raised in seclusion, possibly possess the ability to refine elixirs? Shin Mo held little hope for her. He thought to himself that if this girl was incapable of producing anything, he would rather offend Gu Zheng than allow her to assume the title of an alchemist. Otherwise, would that not be a disservice to others? Refining elixirs is not a trivial matter, nor should they be consumed indiscriminately. Yun Jing stepped forward to express her gratitude, only to catch a glimpse of the disdain lurking in Shin Mo's eyes, which made her feel uneasy. Determined to demonstrate her capabilities, she resolved to subtly showcase her skills. Otherwise, she would risk being underestimated. Could I request the assistance of someone? Yun Jing pondered, presenting her request, as she could not conveniently produce a supporting robot here. Let it be her. Shen Mo gestured towards the striking female cultivator standing beside Yun Jing. The latter looked at her awkwardly, but Yun Jing smiled warmly and graciously replied, "Thank you, Master Shun. It is fortuitous that we are acquainted. May I inquire your name, senior sister?" "Please, no need for formality. I am Su Jintz," the senior sister replied. "Then, Su senior sister, I must trouble you for your help. Junior sister Yun, I am not well versed in alchemy. Please inform me of how I may assist you." "That is no issue. Let us proceed. I hope to have the alchemy room cleared for use before these individuals complete their tests on herb identification and basic pharmacology." Shin Mo, unwilling to endure further pleasantries, interjected. Yun Jing cast a glance at Shin Mo, thinking to herself how unappealing this man must be to others. "What is it? Is there a problem, Jing? I was under the impression that first-tier elixirs are quite simple to refine. I have prepared materials for 50 qi-nourishing pills." Gu Zheng quickly shifted the topic. "The materials for the qi-nourishing pills are the least expensive, so you should start with that for your first attempt." Shin Mo remarked. This suggestion was mine to Lord Gu. You miser. She also intended to gather more materials and refine several first-tier elixirs. Yun Jing shot a glare at Shun Mo ahem. "Let us hasten to the alchemy chamber." Gu Zheng interjected, swiftly positioning himself between Yun Jing and Shun Mo to shield her gaze, pulling her towards the alchemy room. Su Jintz followed closely behind, suppressing a chuckle. She realized that junior sister Yun was somewhat naive, seemingly unaware of worldly affairs. Nevertheless, she did not appear to be difficult to get along with. Su Jintz had contemplated befriending this Yun junior sister with ulterior motives, hoping to acquire some delicacies. Yet the esteemed Gu Zheng was a figure of great repute that she had long heard of. As Shin Mo observed their departure, he turned his attention back to the alchemy apprentice selection. Within the alchemy chamber, Gu Zheng sipped his tea, watching as Yun Jing and the beautiful female cultivator rolled up their sleeves to handle materials. Yun Jing demonstrated remarkable proficiency, even correcting the beautiful cultivator when she made a mistake in the procedure. "Sister Su, wait a moment. This root should not be handled this way." "Yes, it must be peeled first, and then the small black buds at the root must be removed. They are mildly toxic. If not processed, they will affect the quality of the elixir." "Understood," Sister Su replied. "This herb's flowers and plant must be processed separately, otherwise, it may cause a conflict in medicinal properties." Chapter 22. Caught in the act, what should we do then? Let me tell you. First, pluck the flowers, then wash the herbs before placing them in the cauldron. The flowers should be set aside and not included. No, they are needed to extract the essence. After washing, place them together. "I will handle it shortly," Yun Jing instructed, pointing to a small pile of the same herb. Su Jintz was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident as she inquired of her junior sister Yun. "Aren't you supposed to handle the alchemical materials one at a time? Wouldn't that be rather tedious? Wouldn't it be more efficient to process them all at once?" Choosing to remain silent, she resolutely set to work, ultimately consolidating the flowers into a small heap. "What shall we do with these flowers?" "These flowers must first be blended with this particular herb to extract juice, which we will then allow to sit for a while." Yun Jing promptly retrieved a juicer and a blender from her spatial storage. She meticulously cleaned and diced a blackish-red herb resembling an eggplant, immersing it in water before placing it into the juicer. After a brief pause, she added the prepared flowers and finally poured the juice into the blender. After setting it to blend for 30 minutes, she turned her attention to other tasks. The machines were unlike anything Gu Zheng and Su Jintz had ever encountered, causing them both to gaze in wide-eyed curiosity. Once Yun Jing had systematically processed the various herbs, some were transformed into an essence, with several pounds of materials yielding but a small cup of the concentrated liquid. Subsequently, she began to add the prepared herbs into the alchemical furnace within the refining chamber. Before long, a sudden puff echoed as a burnt odor wafted out with the lifting of the cauldron lid. Su Jin's expression stiffened, while Gu Zheng jestingly remarked, "Oh, Jing, you assured me you could concoct a first-tier elixir, yet what emerges is this charred concoction, unrecognizable and resembling burnt remnants?" Burnt remnants? Yun Jing promptly raised her head, her eyes narrowing in annoyance as she retorted, "What do you mean by crispy rice? It's so charred that one cannot even discern the base ingredients. This is clearly just burnt residue." Gu Zheng burst into laughter at her response. Yun Jing shot him an irritated glance, then decisively shut down the alchemical furnace within the refining chamber, relocating the ground fire before retrieving her ebony medicine cauldron. She had been toying with this small cauldron for quite some time and was relatively familiar with it, far more so than the alchemical furnace she had encountered for the first time that day. Mastering alchemy requires an intimate knowledge of the tools, ingredients, and maintaining a tranquil mindset. Yun Jing channeled her energy to place the ebony cauldron over the ground fire, subsequently adding the medicinal herbs. As she continuously infused the cauldron with her energy to regulate the flames, a faint aroma of medicine began to waft gently from the ebony cauldron within a mere quarter of an hour. After approximately another 15 minutes, the fragrance intensified, filling the entire alchemical chamber with the delightful scent emanating from the cauldron. Taking a soft breath, Yun Jing gauged the warmth of the elixir's vapors and, feeling it was just right, she began to lift the cauldron's lid, introducing her techniques for condensing and separating the elixir. The medicinal materials, which had already been transformed into a fragrant medicinal paste, began to swirl within the cauldron under Yun Jing's guidance. Gradually, they coalesced into the shape of pills. It was at this juncture that she applied the separating technique. The pills continued to mix, their sizes becoming uniform, and the surfaces of each pill began to take on a plump, lustrous sheen. One by one, they spun within the cauldron until Yun Jing completed the separation process entirely. In total, she successfully produced 6 high-quality qi-nourishing pills from this batch. Yun Jing extracted a pill, tossing it into her mouth and chewing it like a candied bean. With a slight grimace, she remarked that her qi-nourishing pill was not perfected due to her inexperience. It bore some flaws, likely qualifying it as a medium-grade elixir. After making this observation, Yun Jing retrieved a small jade bottle from her spatial pouch, though not crafted from spiritual jade. These were small jade vials she had custom-made during her time in a foreign realm. Gu Zheng's lips twitched in silent disbelief, but Yun Jing paid him no mind, turning her attention back to alchemy. During the process, another batch of herbs was scorched. Typically, she produced 6 pills per furnace. Although the qi-nourishing pill was merely a first-tier elixir, Yun Jing's remarkable ability to consistently refine over a dozen furnaces, yielding 6 pills each time, was exceptional. The worst of her creations remained medium grade, with not a single inferior grade pill to be found. The finest were of superior quality, as she successfully produced 2 batches in succession. Such rapidity and high quality of pill production were unprecedented to Su Jin, who transitioned from astonishment to sheer amazement. She reflected on how this junior sister Yun Jing had the confidence to challenge for the title of first-tier alchemist. She truly did not appear to be a novice. The art of alchemy flowed from her like a graceful stream, a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng observed with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. His hands filled with 8 or 9 small vials, all filled with pills Yun Jing had prepared for him to feed the birds. Judging by her skill, it was evident that this young girl possessed a significant talent for alchemy. According to Yun Yao, aside from the fundamental knowledge of alchemy she imparted, Yun Jing had independently explored and developed her own techniques. However, could self-study truly yield such proficiency without ever producing inferior-grade qi-nourishing pills? Gu Zheng looked at Yun Jing with amusement, realizing that this little girl seemed to harbor numerous secrets. Jing, enough already. It's clear to me that you can successfully concoct the qi-nourishing pill. I presume you are also capable of refining the first-grade elixirs you mentioned. Here's the deal. Take those 2 vials of top-quality qi-nourishing pills in your possession and let us have Shen Imo appraise them. If everything checks out, you can claim the title of a first-grade alchemist. Once you fulfill a certain number of sect missions each month, you can live the life you desire. What do you think? Gu Zheng, along with Yun Jing and Su Jin set out to find Shen Imo. Along the way, Gu Zheng casually inquired. Shen Pavilion Master is quite popular in our demon palace. Many female cultivators admire him. What are your thoughts on him, Jing Jing? Shenemo? He has some issues. He is a bit deranged. That's merely my personal opinion and feeling, Yun Jing replied with a hint of annoyance. Then I am quite curious. Junior sister Yun Jing, how did you come to the conclusion that I am deranged? What exactly are the symptoms of this supposed insanity? The cold-faced Shen Mo emerged step by step from behind Gu Zheng, his gaze fixated intently on Yun Jing. Chapter 23. Defying Heaven S9 turns this time. It was Yun Jing's turn to be startled, nearly biting her own tongue. Damn it! How did this madman hear that? Pavilion Master Shen, what are you doing here? You need not concern yourself with my presence. I am merely curious as to why you would label me as deranged, Shen Mo inquired with a grim expression. Why are you unable to articulate your thoughts? Children are inherently capricious and mischievous, Master Shen. Please do not take little Jing Jing's antics to heart. We have come here because the alchemy room has run out of supplies. Jing Jing. Hasten to present the first-tier spirit pill you have just concocted to Master Shen for his appraisal. Yun Jing promptly handed one of her remaining bottles of qi-nourishing pills to Shen Mo. Shen Mo toyed with the vial, casting a glance at Yun Jing. Master Shen, do take a look. My little Jing Jing's qi-nourishing pills are of commendable quality. What you hold in your hand is indeed top-notch. Shen Mo uncorked the small jade bottle and poured out a pill, which, as expected, was freshly crafted and still bore the essence of the ground fire. This qi-nourishing pill was indeed of superior quality. Its smoothness and rich fragrance testified to its excellent appearance. Shen Mo placed the pill in his mouth. It contained minimal impurities, and the various medicinal properties blended harmoniously, marking it as a product of exceptional quality. You have indeed crafted this qi-nourishing pill exceedingly well. I am quite satisfied. Coincidentally, I am about to refine a batch of Foundation Establishment pills, specifically formulated for the disciples of the Demon Palace using the inner elixirs of magical beasts. Junior sister Yun Jing, you may come and assist me, and in turn, I can guide you on the distinctions and key points of refining the pills unique to the Demon Palace compared to those outside. That won't be necessary. Refining Foundation Establishment pills is a significant matter, and the materials are rare and precious. The Foundation Establishment pill is of utmost importance to our sect. Given my limited knowledge and skills, how could I possibly assist Master Shen? If I were to go, wouldn't I just cause trouble? I would not want to waste Master Shen's time and resources. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Yun Jing sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as insane, and now he was attempting to draw her closer to him. She was merely at the early stages of Qi training, while he had already reached the late stages of Foundation Establishment. Oh dear, if she fell into his hands. It would be as if heaven turned a deaf ear and earth offered no assistance. She would surely find herself in a pit of despair. No, she must resist. This was simply not an option. Since you are aware that the Foundation Establishment pill is a second-tier elixir, it should be clear that I have no intention of having you concoct it. I merely require your assistance in processing the materials and observing my methods of refinement. Does not junior sister Yun Jing wish to learn the techniques employed by the disciples of the Demon Palace in crafting the Foundation Establishment pill? This is a fortuitous opportunity, and I shall speak on behalf of Jing Jing. Yun Jing wished to decline further, but was taken aback when Gu Zheng promptly agreed on her behalf. In that instant, she felt as though the world had dimmed. Her glare at Gu Zheng was like daggers. This man was insufferably cunning. Yet, Gu Zheng maintained a cheerful demeanor. He had interacted with Yun Jing long enough to understand her previous musings about insanity, which was why he had chuckled earlier. Shen Mo had a notoriously foul temper, but his little Jing Jing was both amusing and delightful. If these two were to genuinely come together, perhaps they would fare quite well. You just want to kick me out so you can enjoy a world of two with my mother, don't you? Yun Jing glared fiercely at Gu Zheng. Dear girl, if you can discern the truth, you might as well be sensible. Gu Zheng responded with a sly smile. You are truly ruthless. Rest assured, dear father will remember your contribution when it comes time for the burial. Just make sure to enjoy life with Shen Mo. The father and daughter exchanged a silent battle of glances, and inevitably, the one who succumbed was none other than the unfortunate Yun Jing. Silent observed the interaction between Yun Jing and her father, feeling an inexplicable surge of agitation, perhaps due to the palpable warmth that radiated between them. At that moment, a male disciple hurriedly approached. Master Shen, there has been an incident. Among the disciples undergoing assessment today, one has managed to concoct a first-order qi replenishing pill using rather ordinary materials. A flicker of astonishment finally broke through Shun Mo's otherwise expressionless visage. In the realm of cultivation, it is often said that the quality of elixirs diminishes with each ascension, meaning that under the same primary and auxiliary ingredients, the ability to refine a first-order pill into a transitional form allows one to elevate the elixir S grade. For instance, a first-order pill that exhibits a transitional pattern becomes a second-order pill. The emergence of a transitional pattern signifies a miraculous elixir, while the legendary 9-transitional pill is akin to an immortal or divine concoction. Regrettably, it is known that ordinary-grade spiritual herbs can only yield a maximum of 6 transitional pills, and even that is exceedingly rare. Only spiritual herbs of the entry-grade rarity can produce 9 transitional pills. Furthermore, ordinary-grade spiritual herbs, ranging from first to third order, can only refine a single transitional elixir at best. Surpassing this threshold would render the pill utterly worthless. The fact that such a prodigious talent capable of refining transitional pills emerged from a mere selection examination for novice alchemists is nothing short of astounding. Master Shun, the alchemical examination was arranged by Uncle Xiao Tian. The specifics of the situation are beyond my knowledge. The disciple, merely an unassuming novice in the chi-refining stage, seemed unaware of the gravity of the matter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shun Mo gestured for him to lead the way. He could no longer afford to dwell on Yun Jing. As he departed, Yun Jing felt a surge of enthusiasm and tugged at Gu Zheng's sleeve, insisting, "Let us go and take a look. What is there to see?" The appearance of a first-tier elixir and its transformation into a pill is hardly a spectacle, he replied dismissively. However, mastering the art of refining a first-tier elixir to perfection is indeed a rare achievement. Are you not curious about what that alchemical prodigy looks like? Yun Jing emphasized the word father with a playful, yet subtly threatening undertone. Gu Zheng shot her an exasperated glance, but ultimately relented, following her along with Su Jin's. The scene unfolded with 2 blossoms, each expressing its own essence. It was said that many aspirants had come to the Demon Palace for the examination. Yet how could the cold and stoic Shin Mo allow everyone to pass with ease? Thus, during the first round of herb identification, he decided to intensify the obscurity and quantity of the questions. Originally, the assessment consisted of 300 queries, but Shun Mo, with a flourish of his pen, declared, "What true skill can be gauged from 300 questions? 1,000 questions it shall be. A single error renders one unqualified." Consequently, among the hundreds who applied, barely 100 managed to pass the first round. The subsequent rounds, the second and third, proved exceedingly challenging. By the time they completed the second round, only 30 individuals remained. The third round further reduced their number, and by the conclusion of the fourth round, merely 15 candidates persisted. However, this number exceeded the quota of apprentices the Demon Palace intended to recruit, and it was clear to all that further assessments were likely necessary. Chapter 24. The relentless rhythm of sacrificial pawns. After inquiring into the particulars of the 15 candidates, Xiao Tian remarked, "What purpose do assessments of herbal knowledge and alchemical expertise serve in our recruitment? Merely possessing knowledge is insufficient. One must also possess adept practical skills. At the very least, they should ascertain whether individuals harbor any innate talent for alchemy." Thus, they were instructed to each select first-tier materials to concoct a first-tier elixir. Subsequently, based on their performances during the alchemical process, a list of candidates for recruitment would be determined. Xiao Tian's arrangement appeared quite reasonable, reflecting a degree of expertise. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. One individual managed to successfully produce a first-tier transformation elixir, and even more intriguingly, 2 individuals contested the claim of having crafted the potion themselves. "This elixir is indeed my creation. I am at a loss as to how it ended up in your cauldron," insisted a tall, slender young man with an ordinary appearance and a dark complexion, his voice filled with urgency. "How can this elixir, produced before so many witnesses, be yours?" retorted a defiant youth with prominent brows and large eyes, whom Yun Jing had encountered previously. The dark-skinned young man, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, then glanced at a delicate and beautiful young lady standing beside the youth, her expression one of sorrow. "What are you looking at my sister for? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Those from the Windwalk Palace are truly despicable. That woman ahead is bullying others, and you, even more shameless, dare to covet my sister," he scoffed, as Yun Jing entered the courtyard alongside her father. She overheard the argument between the dark-skinned young man and the youth with prominent brows. "Argue all you wish. Why must you drag me into this? Do I appear to be such an easy target for your verbal skirmishes? Yun Jing, filled with thinly veiled anger, brusquely shook off Gu Zheng and approached the youth with prominent brows and large eyes, her tone sharp as she demanded, "How have I bullied you? If you possess any evidence, speak it now. Otherwise, slandering me from the shadows is not something I will tolerate." The youth, taken aback by her direct confrontation, nonetheless replied with unwavering boldness, "You just said." "What did I just say?" Yun Jing pressed, her icy demeanor unyielding. Since this matter has transpired within our Lingyao Hall, allow me to handle it. Or do you intend to extend your reach into the Lingyao Hall, junior sister Yun?" Shen Mo, with a displeased pout, interjected. Damn it, this Shen Mo truly contrasts with her personality, she thought. He accuses me of bullying and speaks of the Fengxing Hall as if he has grievances against us. Am I not entitled to voice my concerns? Does Master Shen harbor discontent towards our Fengxing Hall? Gu Lao, hurry here. They have explicitly named our Fengxing Hall, and I refuse to believe you. As the master of Fengxing Hall, can remain silent in the background. Yun Jing's innocent barrage compelled Gu Zheng to step forward reluctantly. After all, was it truly necessary to dispute over something so trivial? People fight for their dignity, much like a Buddha contends for a single stick of incense. Yun Jing asserted decisively. Little Jing, you are merely at the Qi refinement stage, while Master Shun has already reached the late foundation establishment stage. He may attain the golden core at any moment, Gu Zheng remarked with exasperation. And yet, he dares to call me Gu Lao. What an insufferable child. Gu Zheng rolled his eyes in frustration. With a sense of helplessness, he turned to Shen Mo and said, I truly apologize. Jing has spoiled me. And I hope you can bear with me, Master Shun. I feel quite embarrassed for causing you trouble every time. Old Gu's expression turned furious. However, Shen Mo paid her no mind. Having reached the later stage of foundation establishment and being over 60 years of age, he viewed Yun Jing as nothing more than a child. Of course, had Yun Jing not been Gu Zheng's daughter, and if Gu Zheng's demeanor were not so accommodating, the situation would have been quite different. Nevertheless, considering Gu Zheng's generous treatment, publicly presenting a precious elixir as an apology, Shen Mo was reluctant to hold Yun Jing accountable, especially since he genuinely believed she was a mischievous child in need of proper guidance. Rest assured, Master Gu, I will not neglect the discipline of your beloved daughter, Shen Mo declared, putting away the 4-turn elixir and nodding affirmatively. That is splendid. I shall rely on you more in the future, Old Gu responded. Calling your own father Old Gu, have you no sense of courtesy or respect? Shen Mo's voice was stern. What I say to my own father is none of your business. Yun Jing was utterly infuriated. Shen Mo seemed to be intentionally provoking her, while Old Gu was determined to push her toward Shen Mo. This was truly unfair to her. You are indeed in need of discipline. This is the domain of the Elixir Hall, and it is only natural that the affairs here are managed by its personnel. Master Shun, as the leader of the Windwalk Hall and a senior, shows concern for his juniors and has shown you affection by parting with a precious 4-turn elixir. How can you fail to recognize your father's good intentions and instead act so willfully and rudely? Damn it, who is being willful and rude here? It is you who is acting like a lunatic, completely absurd. Yun Jing gazed incredulously at Shen Mo, her mind fervently berating a certain small dark-skinned boy named Shen Mo. Given that this matter involved the Windwalk Palace, I must provide an explanation to you all. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had you refrained from interjecting, I would have resolved the issue already. Yun Jing felt deeply that there was nothing endearing about Shen Mo. Shen Mo gestured for the young boy to hand him a turning elixir. He then spun the elixir in his hand a few times and inquired, Young man, what is your name, and in which alchemical furnace was this elixir concocted? The boy, casting a glance at Yun Jing, thought it surprising that her father was actually a palace lord. No wonder she dared to confront Lord Shun. He found himself unintentionally entangled with her, inadvertently offending her. However, it seemed that in the future, navigating the demon palace would prove exceedingly difficult. You must not concern yourself with her. Your future lies within the elixir palace. As long as your talent is genuine, your mentors will surely protect you. What does this mean? Yun Jing glared at Shen Mo, her frustration palpable. Shen Mo, however, simply ignored her and focused on the boy. Yun Jing felt her teeth grind in irritation. Indeed, her cultivation was too feeble, and revenge seemed a distant prospect. Alas, what misfortune! She was already aware of her ill fate during her previous life as a rogue cultivator, and to her dismay, in this reincarnation, Both she and her mother had departed from the Tang family, yet her luck remained dismal. I refused to serve any longer. Chapter 25. The Malicious Female Supporting Character. The boy pondered for a moment before responding. This elixir is one I just refined from my latest batch. He pointed to a particular alchemical furnace and continued. My name is Song Yuani, and this is my sister, Yang Lu. What you see before you is a batch of chi-replenishing elixirs that I have just refined. Aside from this unexpected first-grade pill, the others are all of superior quality, totaling 4 in number. After listening, Shen Mo approached the alchemical cauldron and retrieved another pill. Comparing the two, he then turned to the slender man and inquired, On what grounds do you claim this pill is yours? The slender man glanced at the frail girl, whose body was nearly collapsing, and with a resigned sigh, he replied, I apologize, I lost my composure in the heat of competition. That first-grade pill is not mine. Shen Mo scrutinized him for a moment before moving closer to inquire, Which of these cauldrons contains the elixir you refined? The slender man pointed to a particular cauldron, saying, That one. Shen Mo approached it and picked up one of the pills, noting, This too is of superior quality. Your refining skills are commendable. However, there are only 2 pills in total. Yet, this first-grade chi-replenishing elixir bears the remnants of fiery energy, indicating it has been concocted for over 3 days. While it appears similar to the others produced by that young man, subtle differences are discernible. You allowed this pill to absorb the demonic aura that clings to you. Do you believe that because you are affiliated with the Windwalker Hall, I am unable to impose consequences upon you? Upon hearing this, the slender man immediately knelt, exclaiming, You reveal the true reason, or I shall flay you alive, extract your soul, and cast it into the cauldron to forge a demon elixir. Shen Mo cast a cold, merciless gaze upon the suddenly weakened girl, the bewildered young man, and the slender man whose face was etched with fear. It is truly a farcical scene. Does one truly believe him to be easily deceived, or is there an intention to make him appear foolish before Lord Gu? The voice of Shen Mo was chillingly severe, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who heard it. Gu Zheng discreetly nodded, only to observe the faces of those who had come to seek refuge morph into expressions of sheer terror. Indeed, they were disciples of the Demon Palace, notorious for their willingness to flay and extract souls at a whim, exhibiting such brutal ferocity. Yet, Yun Jing appeared entirely unaffected by Shen Mo's demeanor, which filled Gu Zheng with a sense of pride. In her previous life as a wandering cultivator, Yun Jing had encountered several low-ranking disciples of the Demon Palace and was well aware of their ruthless and treacherous nature. However, her deepest disdain was not reserved for the disciples of the Demon Palace. Rather, it was directed at those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators who had betrayed her countless times. These individuals, who appeared to uphold virtue, yet harbored venomous hearts and unscrupulous intentions, were the true culprits behind her numerous brushes with death. In fact, her final demise had been orchestrated by a member of a sword sect, a betrayal she had harbored bitterness over for an extended period. No, please. It was all my fault, she lamented. 3 days ago, my brother was gravely injured, and despite my desperate search for a healer, I was met with harassment. It was then I encountered this noble brother, who rescued us and bestowed upon me 3 medicinal pills, claiming that if my brother consumed them, he would recover. Among those pills was the coveted first transformation pill. Upon hearing this, the youth stared, astonished, at the girl. Initially filled with indignation, his expression softened to one of reluctant sympathy as he noted the tear-streaked visage of the girl. So, you took the opportunity to place that first transformation pill into the furnace while I was aiding you? But how did you come to know about the first transformation pill? During the interlude of your examination, I overheard those individuals speaking. The young girl pointed at other reference males and females, expressing her desire to enter the Demon Palace, believing that it would enable us to escape the confines of the Xiao Chen Realm. Upon finishing her words, she began to weep sorrowfully. Oh, how she truly does not wish to perish. The lanky man, noticing her pitiable state, attempted to console her. He appeared to possess a tender heart, perhaps harboring an affection for the fragile maiden. You ought to prioritize your own well-being. To show such compassion while being oblivious to right and wrong, and daring to deceive Master Shen in public, even dragging the daughter of Lord Gu into your troubles. Do you think tears will suffice? Su Jinxia remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the lanky man. Silent, his gaze traversed the lanky man's face before finally resting on the boy with thick brows and large eyes, who was supporting his sister to prevent her from stumbling. Song Yuanyi, although you and your sister have caused such embarrassment to our apothecary hall today, considering you are merely minor offenders and that you, Song Yuanyi, possess remarkable talent in alchemy, I shall grant you clemency this once. Based on your abilities, you could have become a first-tier alchemy apprentice. However, as a form of punishment, you shall start as a third-tier apprentice. This indicated that he would still be taken in. The boy, filled with joy, promptly expressed his gratitude to Master Shun. Yun Jing rolled her eyes in annoyance. The boy, reminded that he had ultimately offended the daughter of Lord Gu, quietly distanced himself and his sister from Yun Jing. How can you be so malicious, so heartless? Are you not destroying his future? The young girl, supported by a boy, suddenly lifted her tear-streaked face and reproached Yun Jing with indignation. Are you foolish? He sacrificed his own future when he chose to deceive Master Shun on your behalf. Do you genuinely believe that in this world, one can simply acknowledge a mistake with a nod, shed a few tears, or throw a tantrum to earn forgiveness? Yun Jing retorted, her ire palpable. The girl, accustomed to relying on her beauty and delicate demeanor, had always believed that her tears could resolve every issue, and thus had not considered that she should bear the consequences of her actions. Junior sister Yun Jing, we need not stoop to her level. An alchemist apprentice is merely a nominal disciple. She is hardly even that, reduced to the status of a servant. It would be beneath us to engage in conflict with someone of her caliber, Su Jinst declared haughtily and petulantly. You are all wicked. You are all. Yang Lu trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks in an expression of profound grievance. Master Gu, Master Shun, I am willing to accept punishment and serve as a fire attendant. Being a fire attendant is still a role of labor. In this regard, I can endure more than Yun Jing. Shun Mo harbored little fondness for Yun Jing and was unwilling to defend the troublesome child, secretly resolving to intensify his discipline towards her. Shin Mo glanced at Gu Zhang, and upon seeing no dissent, he proactively stated, very well, it shall be as such. Yun Jing, you shall also begin as a first-tier alchemist apprentice. Yun Jing was immediately incensed, exclaiming, on what grounds? Master Shun can dismiss his words, and do you not fear that one day your son will? Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Zhang swiftly covered his daughter's mouth. Chapter 26. Why do you always tease him? Regarding how Shun Mo dealt with those individuals, Gu Zhang expressed that without my people, there is no pressure. Yun Jing. Gu Zhang shot her an irritated glance before continuing. That Shun Mo's identity is enigmatic, and I suspect he is no longer merely at the late foundation establishment stage. He is likely a golden core cultivator or even a more formidable nascent soul cultivator. Yun Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. Furthermore, that fellow should possess a significant status. He is backed by a formidable force, although I am uncertain whether it belongs to the Demon Palace or another great sect. It is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Why do you always goad him? I advise you, my dear daughter, to exercise caution. While your father was present, he might have shown you some consideration, but should I happen to be absent, it would be all too easy for him to end your life. There must be limits to foolishness. If something were to happen to you, your mother would be heartbroken. Raising you has not been an easy task. From a helpless infant, I have nurtured you to the point where you can run, jump, eat, and cause a ruckus. Was that an easy feat? A torrent of admonitions left Yun Jing utterly speechless. Your demon palace truly baffles me. Is it not a source of pride to possess high cultivation? Why do you insist on hiding and suppressing? You expect others to guess. I'm nearly at my wit's end. Who knows why a cold-faced old man suddenly appears? Exuding such power? Gu Jing's expression was grave and complex. Jing, this is the Demon Palace. Fine, it is indeed the Demon Palace. However, old Gu, do you not think that it is not I who is provoking Shin Mo, but rather you who is enticing him? You clearly noticed the discord between Shun Mo and me. Why do you persist in pushing me towards him? Regarding alchemy, it is true that I may still be unfamiliar with many formulas. However, I can gradually accumulate knowledge. Why must I be forced to associate with Shin Mo? Is there some ulterior motive at play, compelling you to use me as a pawn? Gu Zhang, upon hearing her words, affectionately ruffled her hair and chided her nonsense. My intention in directing you towards him stems from my belief in his talent. Within Ming Xiao Palace, Zheng Xiaojun is excessively lecherous, Yulu Zhenren is deceitful and cunning, and Wu Shang Dazuan is cruel and merciless. None are suitable companions for dual cultivation. Yet Shin Mo appears to be a viable option, though he may seem somewhat aloof. Nevertheless, your father has faith that you can win him over. Gu Zhang revealed his true intentions. He was optimistic about Shun Mo as his future son-in-law. Father, you are mistaken. Only someone willing to sacrifice their own desires and serve him as if he were a revered ancestor could capture his affection and devotion. You overestimate me, truly. I do not possess the passion for selfless devotion. Look at how softly he speaks to that Yang Lu, while he is so rigid with me. It's evident he favors that type of woman. The more submissive I appear before him, the more I capture his interest. Father, you are indeed a man. Yet your perceptions are utterly lacking in nuance. Now it was Gu Zheng's turn to be rendered speechless by Yun Jing's logic. Oh, what a bizarre and convoluted reasoning this child possesses. Yun Jing observed that her father had fallen silent due to her sharp remarks, and she promptly interjected, stating that she would not hold it against him this time, but he ought to refrain from meddling in matters of romance in the future. You can handle Shinemo. In any case, I have no desire to learn from him, nor do I wish to start my journey as a mere apprentice in alchemy, be it of the first or third rank. However, Jing, he has successfully crafted a first-tier elixir, and he is still just a third-tier alchemy apprentice, Gu Jing teased. Gazing at Yun Jing, what is the matter? He has already produced a first-tier elixir, and as you mentioned, that is the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. Yet he remains merely a third-tier apprentice. What is this first-tier elixir? It wasn't he even concocted by him. It was the work of that fire artisan, wasn't he it? A chuckle escaped Gu Zheng's lips as he continued. If you intend to pursue the path of alchemy, I believe it would be more advantageous to join the Lingdan Hall, even if it is merely for the sake of a title. If you truly are unwilling to follow Shun Mo, you might consider Xiao Tian. Do not be deceived by his earlier retreat into the shadows. There is something extraordinary about him. Perhaps there are deeper reasons behind his relationship with his junior sister. You must understand that in the eyes of certain sects that pride themselves on righteousness, those who engage in dubious conduct while wishing to maintain a pristine reputation often sacrifice their disciples to bear the blame. Gu Zheng spoke with a remarkable seriousness. Whether or not to join the Lingdan Hall can be discussed later, but for now, I have no intention of doing so. Since I have taken on the role of a benevolent father figure, I must engage in some tangible endeavors. I will leave the matters concerning Shinemo to you. In any case, I shall not venture to become an apprentice in alchemy under him, Yun Jing stated decisively. Gu Zheng felt there was still room for him to contest, insisting, that fellow Shinemo truly possesses remarkable talent. As Yun Jing remained silent, Gu Zheng helplessly remarked, Jing, the various herbs collected by the subordinates of Mingxiao Palace must first be stored in the Spirit Elixir Hall. In the future, should you wish to concoct any elixirs, you will need to go through the proper procedures at the Spirit Elixir Hall to acquire the necessary materials. Otherwise, even though your father is the hall master, you will not be able to obtain them. What? Yun Jing glared at him. Are you suggesting that if Shun Mo looks upon me unfavorably, I will be unable to secure sufficient alchemical resources? This felt akin to having a noose tightened around her neck. Of course, one could also accumulate sect points by performing tasks at the miscellaneous hall, which could then be exchanged for some materials. However, it was evident that this would not compare to the diverse resources readily available at the Spirit Elixir Hall. Think about it, Jing. You may lack a master, but surely you cannot be without alchemical materials. Besides, by merely holding a nominal position there, you will naturally receive your monthly allocation of herbs, Gu Zheng earnestly urged. Yun Jing shot him a glare. Fine, I'll go. Yet, the prospect of continuing to face Shun Mo's impassive demeanor was truly disheartening. Once, she had believed that possessing a small plot of spiritual field to cultivate various spiritual herbs was sufficient to satisfy her desires. Now, she found herself in possession of an entire valley of spiritual fields, albeit fields yet to be sown with spiritual herbs. This sensation was delightful. She suddenly felt an inexplicable thrill, as if she had transformed into a wealthy landowner. Her primary task now was to thoroughly renovate the weedy patches within the valley, as well as the small plots of medicinal fields she had previously cultivated in another realm, turning them into genuine spiritual herb fields suitable for this place. The transformation of her space was truly exhilarating. In this valley, an abundance of weeds prevails, however, should it be transformed into a flourishing expanse of spiritual herbs, the potential profits would be substantial. With such gains, she could continue to gather various alchemical formulas and delve deeper into the art of healing. Your mustard seed space is quite remarkable, possessing a spiritual spring. I have encountered similar mustard seed spaces only among a select few individuals. Have you come across other people's mustard seed spaces? While such spaces may be rare for other sects, they are not uncommon within the Demon Palace. Moreover, I possess a spiritual treasure that allows me to effortlessly inspect another's mustard seed space. Ah, do you desire it? Oof, what a stroke of luck. By all that is holy, a spiritual treasure. After magical tools and artifacts, one encounters spiritual treasures. This individual possesses a spiritual treasure. It is truly beyond words. She has labored diligently for 2 lifetimes to acquire merely a precious bottle space, while others effortlessly attain a spiritual treasure that can reveal the contents of another's mustard seed space. Such functionality is astounding. He chuckled softly. It is best if there are no ulterior motives, for otherwise, a glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. Do not attempt to probe me with your nonsensical antics. I have been troubled of late and am in a rather foul mood. Shall I return the 30,000 spiritual stones to you, so that you may depart post-haste? To halt a transaction midway is infuriating. Do not provoke my ire. He shot her a resentful glance. Yun Jing felt inclined to roll her eyes in response, lamenting her recent misfortunes, as not only did she encounter him, but also the insufferable Shun Mo. A certain man paused. Wait, are you referring to Shun Mo? Chapter 27. The True Palace of Respect. Yes, Shun Mo. Do you know him? Yun Jing gazed at the man in surprise. Well, your form of profound and sophisticated magic must originate from the Demon Palace, right? The corners of the man's mouth curved slightly. I am called Qini. You may refer to me as such from now on. Qini. That name is unfamiliar to me. Which palace or hall do you belong to within the Demon Palace? Upon following Gu Fuhai to the Demon Palace's residence, Yun Jing discovered that the Demon Palace encompassed not just the main gate, but also numerous true halls of respect. Their ultimate destination was a flying battle palace, which was indeed one of the true halls of respect. The title of respect in the Demon Palace naturally referred to the great demon sovereigns. Nearly every great demon sovereign above the nascent soul stage possessed their own independent demon palace, referred to as a flying battle palace. The true hall signifies that within the respect palace, every golden core true person has their own separate hall. In the Tai domain, golden core true persons are regarded as formidable cultivators among the various sects. As in some factions, they can even become the leaders of a peak. Thus, the Demon Palace is renowned as the true palace of respect, indicating the honorific titles of the Demon Palace's eminent cultivators, such as those at the nascent soul and golden core stages. Moreover, within the Demon Palace, nearly every great sovereign's palace is an immensely vast and powerful transcendent flying treasure. This aspect is precisely what the righteous sects of the outer world criticize about the Demon Palace. True to its demonic essence, even before engaging in battle, they ensure their escape mechanisms are meticulously prepared. By the way, have you also joined the Demon Palace? Qin inquired cautiously. Had it not been for the entrance into the Demon Palace, given Shun Mo's reclusive nature, it would have been improbable for him to venture forth from the Spirit Pill Hall. I followed Gu Fuhong into the Demon Palace, and by now, I am considered a disciple of the Demon Palace. Gu Fuhong. Have you heard of Gu Zheng? Gu Zheng, the master of the Wind Hall? Oh, Gu Fuhong is quite a notable figure. Merely mentioning his name seems to resonate with familiarity. Yun Jing's words were evidently insincere. Why must I be relegated to the role of a maid? Yun Jing looked at Qin in confusion, pondering whether her appearance suggested such a role. A certain man scoffed. With your looks, even Gu Zheng wouldn't have you as a concubine. What else could I be if not a maid? A disciple? Your potential seems rather lackluster. You are already 16, yet merely at the 5th or 6th level of Qi training. Such aptitude for cultivation is truly dismal. Yun Jing winced. Could this man not survive a day without belittling her? Qini disregarded the shift in Yun Jing's tone and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Regardless of how you came to be in the Demon Palace through Gu Zheng, since you are now a disciple, you can certainly assist me with certain tasks. I, too, am a disciple of the Demon Palace, the specifics of which palace or hall are inconsequential. By the way, I am acquainted with Shun Mo and can even aid you in dealing with him. What do you say? Would you consider collaborating with me? Qini regarded Yun Jing with unwavering certainty, convinced she would acquiesce to his proposal. Collaboration? Qini affirmed, indeed, I will assist you in confronting Shun Mo. And in return, you shall help me investigate a few matters. Investigate within the Demon Palace? What a jest! Here, nascent souls abound, and golden cores are as common as dogs. Am I to be dragged into such perilous affairs for merely a trifling cultivation practice? Yun Jing expressed her displeasure. After all, I am your savior. Qin was momentarily taken aback. You must leave at once. I shall return your 30,000 spirit stones. As a disciple of the Demon Palace, you could investigate on your own, and it would be far easier. Yun Jing retorted, her tone irritable. Qini, I possess knowledge of a technique that would greatly benefit alchemists. I chanced upon it in an ancient cultivator's cave. The technique is simply named Tang Jing. However, it is peculiar in nature, requiring one to possess both wood and fire spiritual roots, and it is exclusive to alchemists. Should you agree to assist me, it shall be yours. Qin then produced a small copper plate, its strange material eliciting a gasp from Yun Jing. How does this small copper plate resemble the material of the nameless medicinal text I retrieved from the Blackwood Cauldron? She wondered, hastily examining the copper plate. She confirmed that it was indeed the same substance as the nameless text in her possession. Perhaps they originate from the same source. Do you recall the location of the ancient cultivator's cave you visited? Could you share the address with me? You wish to go? Qin regarded Yun Jing with a condescending gaze. Given your current cultivation level, you wouldn't even manage to enter the periphery. Must you speak so harshly? Yun Jing glared at him, her patience wearing thin. With an air of arrogance, Qin replied, if you wish to know, it is indeed possible. However, what do you propose as a trade? Surely, you do not expect me to divulge the location without compensation? Yun Jing gritted her teeth. I saved your life. Qin responded, indeed, hence I offered to repay you a favor. Will you utilize that favor here? Yun Jing pondered for a moment, instinctively sensing that it might not be a wise trade. In truth, Shinemo was not so easily dealt with. He had formidable figures backing him, which explained his exalted position within the illustrious palace of Wushangdazun. Qin spoke up, you mean the illustrious palace of Wushangdazun? So it is indeed the palace of Wushangdazun. That cunning father of hers had merely mentioned that their destination was a palace of great stature, but had not explicitly stated it was the Wushang Palace. What tone is that? Qin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It was that Wushangdazun, who was rumored to be willing to forsake the foundations of the Demon Palace for the unparalleled beauty of the Jihua Sword sect. The future dual cultivation partner of Xiang Dazun, the immortal maiden Elxiang of Nanhua, to soar together henceforth. Cough, cough, cough. Why are you staring at me like that? Goodness, that gaze was as if she could be crushed into pieces, chilling to the bone. Let me see how adept you are at fabricating rumors. Qin Yi's expression turned dark, his face as grimy as the bottom of a pot. This notion was not one I originated. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. If there were no truth between them, who could conjure such rumors from thin air? Especially since in her past life, she was aware that Qin Wushang had nearly lost his life several times confronting other great figures within the Demon Palace to rescue Elxiang. What nonsense! Such matters were indeed non-existent. Only those more foolish than swine could believe such fabrications. Are you implying that I am more foolish than a pig? Yun Jing glared at him with displeasure, then seized the copper piece, deeming it worthy of a life-threatening gamble. What do you wish to investigate? Qin inquired, casting a glance at Yun Jing. Since you have accepted the copper piece, please assist me in uncovering whether Chu Hongyan is indeed connected to Shinemo. By the way, Chu Hongyan has a close relationship with someone named Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Who is this individual? She asked. He is affiliated with the Windwalking Hall of Mingxiao Palace. You can discreetly inquire about him and covertly trail his movements, Qin suggested. What level of cultivation does Lu Yu possess? Yun Jing suddenly questioned. Approximately the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement, he replied. I am only at the 6th level of qi refinement. Are you suggesting that I stalk a disciple of such formidable prowess? Is this a death sentence? Yun Jing retorted through gritted teeth. Qin, exasperated by her lack of cultivation, shot her an incredulous look. How is it that your cultivation level is so abysmally low? Fine, if it's merely about investigating the relationship between Chu Hongyan and Shinemo, I shall devise a plan myself. With that, Yun Jing took the small copper piece and retreated to her chamber. Chapter 28. Inferior physique, Chu Hongyan was, in fact, the one who stealthily infiltrated his quarters and, taking advantage of his grievous injuries, administered poison to him, the true instigator of his plight. Had it not been for her elusive connections to a significant figure behind her, Qin believed he would have eliminated her long ago. All along, he sensed a profound deficiency in finding a specific technique suited for his alchemical endeavors, one that could simultaneously cultivate medicinal herbs and deftly manipulate various fire techniques. Previously, she had practiced several advanced techniques. Yet these methods proved somewhat cumbersome when it came to assisting in the alchemical process, particularly in the manipulation of spiritual fire, which always felt rather awkward. However, upon examining the alchemical scripture in her hands, it was evident that it was far better suited for her cultivation as an alchemist. The only concern lingering in her mind was the necessity to disperse her current energies in order to undertake this new practice. This, perhaps, was the reason why that individual was reluctant to cultivate it himself and chose instead to pass it on to her. He likely found it difficult to part with his own impressive and sophisticated magical abilities. Ahem, truth be told, had her previous techniques not been so inferior and her current cultivation level not so low, she might have been apprehensive about the prospect of dispersing her energies. The act of dispersing energies for cultivation was not particularly daunting. However, she intended to make some preparations beforehand. Firstly, she planned to concoct several batches of Xianyuan pills. Secondly, she aimed to create a few medicinal baths and concoctions tailored to enhance her physique. With these thoughts in mind, Yun Jing hurriedly exited the treasure bottle space and sought out Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng was already attending to his affairs within the palace. Upon hearing that Yun Jing was looking for him, he assumed she was concocting yet another scheme to avoid the alchemist's spirit hall, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, Yun Jing entered. "Gu, my astute friend, please assist me in procuring some medicinal materials." Yun Jing tossed a list of herbs to Gu Zheng. "What do you intend to do with these? If you're preparing potions, couldn't you wait until after reporting to Shinemo to collect what you need from him?" "No, father," she replied. "I am planning to disperse my energies and undertake the cultivation of a different technique. Thus, before I commence this process, I intend to concoct several useful elixirs." Gu Zheng was initially taken aback. Then, with astonishment, he exclaimed, "You intend to disperse your energies and restart your cultivation? You have already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. At this juncture, should you choose to start anew, it is likely that you will find it arduous to attain the foundation establishment stage before the age of 50. I, too, wish to disperse my energy and begin anew. For the cultivation method I desire to pursue is more suited to me. The techniques I previously practiced are unlikely to facilitate my foundation establishment," Yun Jing lamented. Gu Zheng pondered for a moment. Yun Yao had also mentioned seeking his assistance in identifying advanced cultivation methods, indicating that the mother and daughter had not yet discovered an appropriate practice. "Shall I assist you in finding an excellent technique? Your mother's situation is manageable. I happen to possess a method suitable for her and was just about to transcribe it for her. Given that you possess both wood and fire spiritual roots and are an alchemist, you must be judicious in your selection to avoid hindering your future development in the alchemical arts." Upon hearing this, Yun Jing promptly declined, insisting, "Father, simply prepare for mother. I have already found a suitable technique." Gu Zheng contemplated her words and observed the glimmer of joy and confidence in Yun Jing's eyes, ultimately nodding in agreement. However, with the acquisition of devices for extracting essences, Yun Jing achieved an exceedingly high success rate in alchemy. Out of 9 sets of medicinal materials, apart from one batch that yielded failures, the remaining ones successfully produced elixirs, 4 of which were of exceptional quality, one batch yielding 6 pills. Such a rate of production is exceedingly rare, typically observed only among 5th or 6th tier alchemists refining 1st tier elixirs. Qin Yi happened to witness this scene with his spiritual sense. Raising his brows in surprise, he mused to himself, "This girl may indeed possess a modicum of talent in alchemy." 8 batches produced 43 Xianyuan pills, all of commendable quality, with the least being of medium grade and even yielding 5 extraordinary pills. Yun Jing was exceedingly satisfied with the elixirs and began to quietly disperse her energy. However, even as she did so, she maintained a subtle connection with the treasure vessel, ready to summon its power should that man exhibit any intent to harm her. After thoroughly dispersing her energy, Yun Jing felt waves of weakness wash over her. Her body was frail, and her spirit was weary. Yet, she knew she must persevere. She consumed a mid-grade Xianyuan Dan and commenced her practice of the unnamed technique from the elixir scripture. The medicinal potency of the Xianyuan Dan gradually permeated her meridians as she cultivated, allowing her to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which began to circulate within her body along a defined path. When Yun Jing awoke once more, she realized she had regained the strength of the 1st layer of qi cultivation. Hurriedly exiting the treasure vessel space, she discovered that merely 1 day had passed. To recover to the 1st layer of qi cultivation in just a day surpassed her expectations, significantly bolstering her confidence. She first consumed a light meal, followed by a medicinal bath, and indulged in a rejuvenating 2-hour slumber before retrieving the second Xian Yuan Dan to continue her regimen. As she resumed her cultivation, Yun Jing distinctly sensed an acceleration in her absorption of the spiritual essence. The pronounced efficacy of her practice instilled a profound sense of assurance within her. She adhered to her established routine, consuming the Xian Yuan Dan, cultivating, expending the elixir's potency, eating, enjoying another medicinal bath, and then indulging in restful sleep before resuming her intake of the elixir. If one senses that the Xian Yuan Dan has saturated the body, it is prudent to cease its consumption, instead opting for some medicinal powders to enhance physical constitution, followed by a therapeutic bath. Once one feels capable of resuming the ingestion of Xian Yuan Dan, one may continue their practice. On the 5th day, she once again advanced to the second layer of qi cultivation. However, upon reaching this stage, the absorption of the medium-grade Xian Yuan Dan's potency failed to provide the foundational support for qi gathering. Alas, she had only consumed 5 medium-grade Xian Yuan Dan, which proved to be rather ineffective. Yun Jing was reluctant to contemplate whether her body was too inferior, resulting in poor absorption of medicinal power, as the effects dissipated after only a few similar pills. Consequently, Yun Jing began utilizing the high-grade Xian Yuan Dan, and the exhilarating sensation of its potent energy returned. She resumed her cultivation techniques, swiftly absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The Xian Yuan Dan indeed lived up to its esteemed reputation as an essential foundational pill in the alchemical texts. She was acutely aware of her physical condition. Without the Xian Yuan Dan, it would take her not just days, but months to recover to the second layer of qi cultivation. Yet, with the aid of this pill, she could not only rapidly gather qi and absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, but also, through her cultivation methods, swiftly integrate this essence into her being during the development of the Xian Yuan Dan's potency. However, on the 18th day, upon reaching the third layer of qi cultivation, the high-grade Xian Yuan Dan also ceased to be effective. Regrettably, she possessed only 5 supreme-grade Xian Yuan Dan. Yun Jing was in great distress. Yet she had no alternative but to venture out of her chamber once more to seek assistance from Gu Fuhui in procuring additional medicinal materials. Gu Zheng gazed at Yun Jing in astonishment. You recovered to the 3rd level of qi refinement in just 18 days. Your cultivation speed surpasses mine. I am a recultivator. How could our progress be comparable? Yun Jing retorted with irritation. Well then, what medicinal herbs do you require? I shall have someone procure them for you. Very well. All the herbs I need are listed on this sheet. Yun Jing pointed to a list she had written for Gu Zheng, noting that the years of the herbs were significantly higher than before. The originally 30-year-old cold sunflower had now escalated to 50 years, while the previously 50-year-old kudzu had transformed into a 100-year specimen. Additionally, she had included a hope flower, insisting it must be over 30 years old. Despite his lack of expertise in alchemy, Gu Zheng possessed a discerning eye. Jing, this list of herbs is incorrect. Have you not mistaken the years? Are you truly refining a first-tier spiritual pill? These materials are all for second-tier pills, are they not? It is not a second-tier pill. Rather, the pill I am concocting is rather unique. Just have my father procure the materials. However, when afternoon arrived, neither Gu Zheng nor his attendant appeared. To her surprise, it was Shun Mo who showed up, and Yun Jing was taken aback upon seeing his true self. Shin Pavilion Master? I heard you were in need of another batch of medicinal herbs, specifically for second-tier spiritual pills. Have you acquired the ability to refine second-tier pills? Shin Mo appeared before Yun Jing with an icy demeanor. I require materials for a special first-tier pill, hence the unusual ages of the herbs. They are not for second-tier spiritual pills. What kind of pill is it? Do you have the formula? Yun Jing was taken aback. If it were a particularly unique elixir, the refinement process would surely be no simple task. May I have a look at the formula? I wish to ascertain its value for crafting. If it holds merit, I shall assist you in its refinement, sparing you the waste of precious materials. Yun Jing mused to herself about just how miserly Master Shin Mo could be. After all, even a first-tier formula should not be so readily shared. Shin Mo's lips twitched involuntarily. This Yun Jing was quite the mischievous child. Did she truly believe I would covet a mere first-tier formula? To her dismay, Yun Jing ultimately relented and reluctantly produced the formula for the Xian Yuan pill. Shun Mo had initially been indifferent, yet upon examining the formula, he gasped in surprise, silently scrutinizing its contents. After a considerable while, He remarked that the methodology for this formula was reminiscent of ancient practices. Was it an original creation or derived from an ancient school of alchemy? The answer remained elusive. Shen Mo cast another glance at Yun Jing and continued, "This formula is indeed commendable, yet to produce the elixir, there is no need for those high-grade materials. Only the finest essence is required. Mid and high-grade materials would be of no use." Yun Jing promptly interjected to clarify her position. In the end, she decided to nod in agreement. After all, one could glean the effects of the elixir simply by examining the formula. The finest essence, follow me. Shen Mo led Yun Jing to his courtyard, where he prepared to refine the elixir. It was evident that a fifth-tier alchemist stood apart from the rest. After 3 batches, he astonishingly produced 6 pills from each, all of the highest quality. Remarkably, the final batch yielded 2 first-turn Xian Yuan pills. Upon gazing at the spiral runes on the Xian Yuan pill, Yun Jing's face lit up with delight. "The elixir I have crafted for you is not without compensation. Once your cultivation is restored to the 10th level of qi refinement, you will be able to produce first-tier pills. At that time, you must continuously come to my Lingdan Hall for 2 months to refine first-tier spirit pills as remuneration for my assistance in creating supreme elixirs." "That is utterly impossible," Yun Jing declared resolutely. "What did you say?" Shen Mo's expression darkened immediately, his gaze toward Yun Jing filled with intensity. "I am pregnant. If I were to refine first-tier spirit pills for 2 whole months, it would deplete my spiritual energy and vitality multiple times over. How could I ensure the well-being of my child?" Yun Jing retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. "Refining pills for 2 months straight? Is this a form of labor reform? I cannot believe this man would conceive such a notion." Shen Mo's demeanor turned icy as he placed a hand on Yun Jing's pulse, only to withdraw it with a grim countenance. "Are you married?" "I am not." "Then whose child is it? What concern is that of yours?" Seeing Yun Jing's unyielding stance left Shen Mo at a loss for words. "You are still young, yet your aptitude is rather average. Having a child now would delay your foundation building by at least a decade. Moreover, bearing a child out of wedlock, even within the Demon Palace, will attract considerable scrutiny. Rest assured, if I have the courage to bring him into this world, I shall also have the means to raise him well. Just because my current strength is lacking does not imply I will remain feeble forever. I will ensure my child thrives," Yun Jing asserted with unwavering conviction. Shen Mo regarded her, as if searching for something beyond her exterior. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "You are indeed a brave mother." After speaking, she simply walked away. Is that all there is to it? Surely they wouldn't expect her to continue refining pills for 2 consecutive months, would they? Another 2 months passed, and the materials for the elixirs and medicinal baths in Yun Jing's possession were completely depleted. Yet, to her dismay, she had not advanced to the 6th level of qi training. How frustrating it was to be burdened with such a lackluster physique. With such favorable conditions and an abundance of elixirs, how could she not reach the 6th level of qi training? Just as Yun Jing was preparing to refine another recommended elixir from her pill manual, she began to experience severe morning sickness. But why had she not encountered such symptoms during her last pregnancy? There was a time when Qin Yi discovered her in a state of distress and reached out to check her condition. "Yun Jing, it seems the elixirs may have settled in your stomach," he teased in a playful yet careless manner. "I've examined the formula for the Xian Yuan pill, and logically, you shouldn't find each level of cultivation so challenging that a single quality of the Xian Yuan pill becomes ineffective. The likely reason lies with the little ones in your belly. Perhaps they have grown accustomed to certain elixirs." Yun Jing found this notion quite peculiar. Could it be that the 2 little ones had previously developed poorly, resulting in their docility, and now that she was nurturing them well, they had become mischievous? "If you wish to continue your cultivation in peace, I suggest you consider a different elixir," he advised. Indeed, she had already contemplated this course of action. Yun Jing, feeling weak and unsteady, once again approached the Lingdan Hall, only to stumble upon Zhao Tian, who was engrossed in a passionate embrace with a young and beautiful maiden, his hands already wandering beneath her garments. The maiden appeared somewhat familiar to her. "Help! Senior sister, help!" Upon noticing someone passing by, the girl cried out loudly. Yun Jing, her limbs trembling, did not contemplate the call for aid, as she lacked the capacity to uphold justice in that moment. "Senior sister Yun Jing, save me." To her astonishment, the woman recognized her. "Huh, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the little junior sister Yun Jing. Are you here looking for Shen Mo? He is not present today." "Oh dear," with such a pale complexion, It must be tough for you during your pregnancy. Look at that cold-hearted Shinemo. He doesn't even bother to care for you at this time. Yun Jing's expression turned icy upon hearing those words, halting her intention to turn and leave. What do you mean by that? Yun Jing firmly planted her feet, her gaze stern. So, you've entered the demon palace and immediately entangled yourself with Master Shun. And you're carrying Shinmo's child? Are you, Yun Jr.'s sister, bold enough to act, but too timid to acknowledge it? Zhao Tian sneered maliciously. I dare to act, and I dare to acknowledge. Yes, I am with child, but who says it is Shinmo's? Who are you to dictate the identity of my child's father? Zhao Tian, we are both disciples of the demon palace. I have no desire to easily provoke enmity with you, but that does not mean I am afraid. Do not forget, my father is Gu Zhong, the master of the Windwalk Hall. My father desires to annihilate you. It is as effortless as squashing an ant. I advise you not to overestimate your own worth. I, Yun Jing, am not someone to be ridiculed at will. Zhao Tian's countenance darkened upon hearing her words. He understood that Yun Jing was merely pretending to wield power. Yet it remained a fact that he could not confront Gu Zhong head-on. Furthermore, remember this. I do not care how the rumor of my son being Shun Mo spread, but you must find a way to extinguish it. Otherwise, I shall inform my father that you are deliberately tarnishing his reputation by maliciously claiming that I am carrying Shun Mo's child. Consider your options. With that, Yun Jing turned on her heel and departed, not even glancing at the woman standing beside Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Yun Jing's audacious remarks. In a fit of rage, he shattered a nearby pillar. He then raised his face, his eyes glinting coldly as he muttered, "That wretched woman." He then directed his gaze toward the lady, remarking, "No wonder you cannot contend with her. Though you possess beauty and grace, embodying all the charm and tenderness of a woman, she is entirely different, a figure of noble lineage, fiery temperament, and prideful like a small phoenix, a rarity even within the halls of Mingxiao Palace. It is not entirely your fault that Shinemo is drawn to her." Zhao Tian snorted disdainfully, his gaze toward the woman laden with menace. The petite visage of the woman was marred by humiliation. However, under Zhao Tian's threatening glare, she trudged toward him, and before his very eyes, she stripped herself of her garments. Zhao Tian, devoid of any semblance of compassion, lunged at her. Yun Jing continued her stride until she reached the courtyard, yet she heard neither the woman behind her calling for help nor any attempt to grasp her hand. A chill flickered in Yun Jing's eyes. Was it a conspiracy? Her purpose in seeking Shinemo was to procure more medicinal herbs, and ideally, to enlist his aid in refining another elixir for her. This time, she intended to concoct the enhanced Peiyuan pill, which was evidently superior to the Xianyuan pill she had previously employed. Naturally, this endeavor would require a greater quantity of materials. However, Shinemo was absent, and although she was uncertain of the origins of the rumors circulating, it was clear that they were aimed at both him and her, potentially even implicating her adoptive father. Yun Jing had never anticipated that she would acquire such a notorious reputation. She recalled a rare, low-tier elixir known as the Sanchi pill. The primary ingredients of the Sanchi pill included tanchi grass, morning dew flower, and horseshoe vine, supplemented by several auxiliary materials. Its efficacy was only slightly inferior to that of the Peiyuan pill outlined in the classics. Yet, this pill was exclusive to female practitioners, particularly those possessing the wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots. Due to its limited applicability, even alchemists seldom crafted the Sanchi pill, reserving its creation for the occasional use by their nieces and nephews. Yun Jing meticulously transcribed the list of required herbs and proceeded to seek out Gu Zhong. To her dismay, Gu Zhong was absent. Just as she contemplated leaving in frustration, she was seized by the ear by her mother, Yun Yao. "Ouch, that hurts, mother. What are you doing? Please let go." Yun Yao, with an indignant expression, reprimanded her daughter. "Did I not instruct you to disperse your energy and start anew? Did I not suggest that you consult me before immersing yourself in alchemical practices day and night? You foolish child, are you not aware that you are with child?" "Yes, mother, I know. These past few days, the morning sickness has been quite severe. It has been unbearable." Yun Jing hastily feigned vulnerability, attempting to lean on Yun Yao for support. However, with a swift motion, Yun Yao pushed her onto the nearby chair. "You are soon to be a mother. How can you lack the instinct to protect your child? During this time, you must eat and rest as necessary. A year of interrupted cultivation can still be resumed. Mother has endured similar trials. If I can sacrifice so much for you, why can't you show some concern for your own child?" Yun Jing possesses only a year's experience of pregnancy and child rearing. In her previous life, she gave birth under dire circumstances, yet the children did not trouble her much. And she managed to give birth. Now, facing her mother's questioning, she found herself at a loss for words, staring blankly at her. Jing, you must remember. You are to be a mother now, no longer the child you once were. Your children must always take precedence. They are your most cherished and invaluable treasures. Immortality is not achieved overnight, nor is cultivation completed in a single day. Yet, the period of bearing a child is less than a year. Why do you insist on exhausting yourself? When you are expecting, what need is there for such rigorous training? In the future, refrain from such folly. A moderate daily practice will suffice. If you truly feel idle, come and spend time with Mother, allowing me to impart the wisdom of being a good mother. Is there a training program for novice mothers? Yun Jing felt utterly embarrassed. Mother, is your level truly sufficient for this? She exclaimed. Oh, let go. That hurts. Yun Yao shouted in exasperation. Am I not better than you, despite being a grandmother now? How dare you claim otherwise? I wouldn't dare, Yun Jing replied, approaching Yun Yao with a playful demeanor, much like a mischievous tabby cat, and began to act cute. At this age, still so unreliable. Your son will surely starve following your lead. In the afternoon, Yun Jing successfully acquired the medicine, and once again disregarded her mother's advice. That evening, she commenced the refining of the Sanchi Dan. This time, the process was remarkably smooth. She completed 3 batches in the span of 3 hours, resulting in a total of 29 Sanchi Dan. Each batch should ideally yield 10 pills, and she was merely one short of achieving a full yield for all 3 batches. Delighted with her accomplishment, she gazed at the sky and recalled her mother's words about needing rest. However, as she opened the door to the alchemy room, she unexpectedly encountered the familiar face of Shun Mo. Chapter 31. News of the ghostly moon's secret realm. Though somewhat troublesome, it appears you managed quite well, Shun Mo remarked, wearing a look of satisfaction. Yun Jing felt a bit flustered. The ghostly moon's secret realm in the Xiao Chen Realm is about to open. Prepare yourself accordingly. Lord Gu Zheng will lead the expedition. Was this an opportunity to reap benefits after causing trouble? Yun Jing pondered momentarily. Once inside the secret realm, prioritize your safety. Gather what you can and exit promptly. The Xiao Chen Realm is on the brink of collapse. Those who remain are merely awaiting the ghostly moon's secret realm. The secret realm, upon losing the spiritual nourishment of the Xiao Chen Realm, faces imminent collapse. In due course, it shall undoubtedly give rise to a remarkable treasure. Many nascent soul cultivators will venture into the Yue secret realm to vie for it. You must hasten your exit to avoid a calamitous fate. After uttering this, Shun Mo cast a glance at Yun Jing's belly, the implication unmistakable. Considering her son, was it truly a case of 1 body, 2 lives? Shun, do you dare to be any more acerbic? Yun Jing rolled her eyes at him with evident exasperation. I speak for your own good. Heed my words and prepare. For the day of the UUS Secret Realm's opening is but a month away. With that, Shun Mo departed, igniting a spark of indignation within Yun Jing. Indeed, a lack of cultivation merits such vexation. The Sanchi pill proved effective, yet it merely marked the beginning. Starting with the medium-grade Sanchi pill, she subsequently consumed the high-grade, and ultimately even the top-grade, treating them like mere candy, yet she had barely reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. The primary issue lay in the fact that once the Sanchi pill entered her system, most of its potency was swiftly appropriated by her 2 little ancestors, leaving her feeling both embarrassed and guilty. In her previous life, during their gestation, she could scarcely attain even the most commonplace gathering qi pills, a staple for qi refinement cultivators. Her resources had been severely limited. How starved must her children have been during that time? No wonder they had not troubled her until their birth. Perhaps it was due to long-term malnutrition that they lacked the energy to do so. Oh. Yun Jing clutched the last of the Sanchi pills in her hand, then gently patted her little belly. Emma, my dear, you too are insatiable. Mother can hardly afford to keep you fed. Regardless, there remained a single pill, and it was imperative that her cultivation reach the 6th level of qi refinement. Otherwise, she would be unable to concoct any other useful elixirs, leaving them all without sustenance. Yun Jing's statement, however, contained a slight inaccuracy. There were indeed inferior provisions available, such as the rather mediocre qi gathering pills typically associated with the qi refinement stage. It seemed the 2 little ones understood her words, for they truly refrained from competing for the spiritual energy this time. However, Barely had she ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement than the residual spiritual energy from the Sanqi pills was whisked away by them. It was as if they ensured her elevation to the 6th level without wasting a single scrap of energy. Yun Jing rubbed her belly, feeling rather speechless. Oh, whoa. Upon emerging from her secluded meditation, Yun Jing received a message from Yun Yao, stating that her cunning father wished to invite her to dinner. Well, dinner it shall be, but why does Father Gu seem to be acting strangely? After only a few bites of her meal, she sensed something was amiss. Father Gu. Father, why are you looking at me like that? Noticing the piercing gaze from Yun Yao, Yun Jing hastily corrected herself. Oh, look at my little Jing Jing, indeed impressive. In less than 4 months, you have restored your cultivation to the 6th level of qi refinement. Gu Zheng spoke with a tone of pride, yet his eyes scanned Yun Jing as if they were radar. In response, Yun Jing resolutely set down her chopsticks. Father, what is it that you wish to ask? If you have a question, please, feel free to inquire directly. Have you heard any unfavorable news about me? Gu Zheng suddenly smiled at her. Jing, I truly did not expect you to be quite remarkable, to have caught Shinmo's attention. With a clatter, Yun Yao's chopsticks fell onto the table. Calmly, she replaced them with another pair, aware that it was only a matter of time before her husband would learn of this affair. What? Yun Jing exclaimed with a look of astonishment. Shinmo is interested in me? Who is making such a tasteless joke? What joke? Gu Zheng promptly dismissed Yun Jing's surprise, his expression turning serious. A month ago, while I was away and Shinmo was also absent, rumors began circulating that you were pregnant, and the child within you is supposedly Shinmo's. He stood outside your room for quite a while, merely to speak with you. Is this not an indication of his interest in you? You must realize that Shinmo is a distinguished figure from the powerful demon palace, and countless individuals aspire to approach him, yet few find the opportunity. With an exasperated look, Gu Zheng gazed at Yun Jing and lamented, You foolish girl, how could you not perceive that he treats you differently than others? I did notice. He is far more cruel and harsh towards me than he is with others, Yun Jing replied candidly. Gu Zheng was taken aback by her response. Yun Yao stifled a laugh behind her hand. You. Gu Zheng glared at her in annoyance. Father, Master Shun is a busy and esteemed individual, a genius of the demon palace with a bright future ahead. Your daughter is merely a small fry in the demon palace. Such a mismatch is evident. Please, do not play matchmaker recklessly in the future. If you have that time, it would be more prudent to assist me in gathering some medicinal herbs. I intend to concoct the Peiyuan pill. With her current cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement, she should be able to manage the creation of the Peiyuan pill, albeit with some difficulty. However, what if she fails? Yun Jing pondered and said, You must also prepare additional herbs for me. If I cannot successfully refine the Peiyuan pill, I shall first attempt to create the Jiyuan pill. Let us begin with 3 batches of herbs. Gu Zheng nearly spat out his meal in astonishment. The outside world perceives that cultivators do not require food, relying solely on spiritual pills, particularly the fasting pills. However, this is a significant misconception. Cultivators possess immense abilities and acquire a plethora of spiritual items, such as spiritual plants, grains, flowers, and fruits. Is it not absurd to forego sustenance? While rigorous cultivation is commendable and highly encouraged among various sects, the reality is that only a minority can wholly embrace such an austere lifestyle. The majority of cultivators, whether from righteous or demonic sects, are quite receptive to the delectable dishes and exquisite wines crafted from spiritual ingredients. After all, who would refuse exquisite meals that do not carry the risk of pill poison? It is far better to indulge in spiritual cuisine and sumptuous feasts. The taste is exceptional, subtly enhancing one's physical constitution, and most importantly, it promotes the cultivation of one's abilities without the worry of toxic buildup from pill consumption. Why would anyone not relish such delights? Especially at Gu Zheng's level of cultivation. The experience of dining has transformed from indulging alone in a banquet of delicacies to sharing meals with his wife and daughter. Yet, Jing, must your alchemical skills be so formidable? If my memory serves me correctly, the Jiyuan pill ranks among the finest and first-tier pills, typically consumed by cultivators in the late stages of qi refinement, particularly those at the 8th or 9th levels, correct? Gu Zheng's gaze was starkly peculiar and unsettling. You are merely at the 6th level. Even if your father does not mind you squandering a bit of elixir, after all, you are still in the qi refinement stage, and he can still afford it. However, can your frail physique withstand the overwhelming potency of the gathering Yuan pill? It would be a tragedy if the painstakingly refined elixir led to your meridians rupturing, resulting in the total loss of your cultivation. Truly a case of losing far more than you gain. Not to mention the Pei Yuan pill, which is undeniably a first-tier semi-elixir, and certainly not a mere title. In Chapter 32, the interesting stepdaughter, Yun Jing, sighed in frustration, as she could not possibly reveal that the majority of the elixirs she consumed had gone into the bellies of two little rascals. In just a few months, their ability to consume elixirs had escalated. If she were not an alchemist, how could she possibly support her sons? She needed to make early plans to save some funds for their milk powder. Father, what is the market value of the Gathering Yuan pill in the Demon Palace? Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng became intrigued. Were you truly contemplating refining it for sale? But that is the Gathering Yuan pill. Can you genuinely refine it? Yun Jing discreetly calculated. Her son's appetite had recently increased tremendously, and she had to consider the difficulty of refining the Gathering Yuan pill. Moreover, the maximum yield from a single batch was only 10 to 12 pills. If she wished to cultivate to the 8th level of qi refinement, well, let us not even go there. For the 7th level, she would likely need at least 3 batches of pills, right? Father, I require the materials to refine 10 batches of Gathering Yuan pills. My skills have been particularly sharp lately, and should I succeed in producing the pills, I shall share half with you, compensating for the sect points you expended to acquire the materials. Gu Zheng, with a hint of resignation, remarked that there was no need for formality regarding the modest amount of medicinal herbs and points. However, if she wished to contribute the refined Gathering Yuan pill to the sect, it would indeed be a commendable endeavor. Each Gathering Yuan pill is valued at 30 low-grade spirit stones, and collectively, these contributions could amount to a significant income. The profession of an alchemist truly shines with prospects, promising substantial wealth. But there is no need for you to nitpick over the monetary aspect, my dear. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zheng continued. Your old father practices the blood yuan method, which is reputed to be immortal and indestructible. Coughing lightly, he added, do not regard me with such skepticism. I speak of achieving immortality at its zenith, capable of rebirth through blood. For now, however, it remains unachievable. Nevertheless, it is entirely feasible to secure some points for my dear daughter as pocket money. A soft chuckle escaped Yun Yao's lips at this exchange. The duo, a father and daughter, were indeed a pair of lively treasures. Yun Jing rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, what nonsense is this? In truth, Gu Zheng had not initially anticipated the delightful nature of his stepdaughter. The more time he spent with Yun Yao, the more he found himself enamored with her, naturally extending that affection to her daughter. To his surprise, he discovered that the little girl, who received his added care, possessed a truly intriguing personality. With the Yeyu secret realm on the verge of opening, it would be I who leads the expedition into the depths of the realm first. Would you care to accompany your father and seize the opportunity? Whenever a realm shatters, it invariably expels all of its remaining spiritual energy into its internal secret domains. When the secret realm realizes its own inability to preserve itself, it inevitably pours forth all of its spiritual energy into the myriad voices of the beings within, and may even channel the entirety of its spiritual veins to nurture one or several treasured artifacts. In my magic palace, the great master Wushang fought against the great master Xiang, shattering the lesser dawn realm. Ultimately, this realm continued to disintegrate, and when the moonlit secret realm opens, it will truly have little time left. The disciples stationed here, aside from those who need to venture into the moonlit secret realm to seek opportunities, must be relocated to the Mingxiao Palace in advance. Directly transferred to the Mingxiao Palace? Aren't we crossing the Realm River? In her past life, she had endured great hardship traversing the Realm River, nearly failing to cross it. No need. Gu Zheng recalled the message transmitted to him by Master Yulo. Although the great Master Wushang had yet to be located, the aura of the soul token had been steadily strengthening. This indicates that the great master is healing alone somewhere within the Lesser Dawn realm, which aligns perfectly with his character. How could such a formidable individual display his vulnerability before others? Given this intention, it became inevitable for the Magic Palace to reinforce its personnel in the Lesser Dawn realm and establish a large-scale teleportation array. Do I not need to accompany my mother in leaving first? Yun Jing glanced at her belly, realizing that no treasure within the moonlit secret realm could compare to the importance of her own child. Gu Zheng gave her a scornful look of disapproval. Yun Yao chuckled once more, primarily because her dear Jing truly possessed a sharp intellect. Gu Zheng rolled his eyes dramatically at his own troublesome daughter. With Gu Zheng's presence, Yun Yao felt assured that he would take good care of Yun Jing. Moreover, such an opportunity was indeed rare. Had it not been for Gu Zheng's considerations regarding her re-establishment of the new cultivation method, he would have already taken her along. Yun Jing nodded eagerly, recognizing her mother's understanding of her. After all, preserving her life was of utmost importance. With determination, Yun Jing declared. Gu Zheng pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding to her wishes. Unfortunately, at that time, she was merely a minuscule ant within her family, only aware of the situation to a limited extent. However, she was cognizant of the fact that many had perished during the contest for the U.S. secret realm. The peril was palpable. The efficacy of medicinal pills could not resolve every issue. Despite her preparations, Yun Jing felt it insufficient. She intended to acquire some low-tier talismans and magical artifacts, which she believed did not require Gu Zheng's involvement. With an abundance of her refined medicinal pills, she thought it more prudent to exchange them for talismans and low-tier artifacts within the sect. Upon this realization, Yun Jing felt she had discovered a path to safeguard her life. Clutching the spiritual pills she had just concocted, she hurried toward the artifact refinement hall. Chapter 34. A reunion with Tang Tian. Moreover, the formation court was located nearby, providing her with an opportunity to inspect the talismans and array discs. However, she intended to select only one or a few defensive-type array discs, preferably those that would not deplete her spiritual energy upon deployment. In the artifact refinement hall, Yun Jing procured a defensive artifact featuring 3 jade rings, along with a commendable fire element flying sword. After channeling her spiritual energy to unleash the sword's radiance, she suddenly recalled her previously stored defensive energy gun, a weapon she had intentionally studied. Grateful for that ageless friend, I recall the 3 enormous weapon storage boxes she had sent me. In times of peril, those items might prove useful. With this thought, Yun Jing felt a surge of confidence. How much for this jade ring artifact and this flying sword? She inquired of the middle-aged man overseeing the artifact pavilion. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at Yun Jing and, noticing she was merely at the chi refining stage, remarked, "You have discerning taste, young disciple. This jade ring is among the finest artifacts here. It is a medium-grade artifact, far superior to the inferior ones that shatter upon a mere clash. The flying sword you selected is commendable as well, although it is not the best if you look closely. The finest one is displayed at the top center of the left sword rack." He pointed it out deliberately. The sword was indeed impressive, yet I lack a water attribute spiritual root. My fire attribute spiritual root aligns better with this flying sword, Yun Jing thought, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. I see. Will you be paying with spirit stones or spiritual pills? Yun Jing, taken aback by his inquiry, replied, Master Uncle. Why do you ask if I intend to pay with spiritual pills? I detect the fragrance of elixirs emanating from you. You must be an alchemist. Or at the very least, an apprentice in alchemy. Young ones like you often favor spiritual pills over spirit stones for transactions, the middle-aged man stated with a condescending smirk. Very well then, if I were to exchange spiritual pills, how many would suffice for both the jade ring and the flying sword combined? The price for the gathering chi pill is 100 pieces, while the nourishing chi pill costs 1,000. Are there any other pills available? Upon hearing these 2 types of pills, Yun Jing furrowed her brows. What other pills do you have? Tell me, and I shall calculate how to exchange them. Non-grade pills cannot be traded here. The middle-aged male cultivator's expression turned cold. What if it's the gathering yuan pill? How would that be exchanged? Yun Jing retorted with a hint of irritation. I am an alchemist, you know. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged cultivator, attempting to mask his embarrassment, coughed repeatedly before finally inquiring, do you truly possess the skill to concoct gathering yuan pills? Of course, she replied. If you wish to exchange for gathering yuan pills, then this flying sword and that jade ring combined would cost 25 gathering yuan pills. Yun Jing's immediate reaction was one of dismay at the exorbitant price. Gu Fuha had provided her with materials for 10 gathering yuan pills, allowing her to produce a total of 108. To think that these 2 magical artifacts would require 25 gathering yuan pills was quite outrageous. Her expression reflected her financial distress. Truly, this price is already quite favorable. If you were to exchange without the gathering yuan pills, it would undoubtedly exceed this amount. 300 gathering chi pills could easily be exchanged for 30 gathering yuan pills. Don't you agree? Generally speaking, 10 gathering chi pills equate to 1 gathering yuan pill. Although they are scarce, this understanding is common knowledge. After contemplating the words of the middle-aged cultivator, Yun Jing produced 3 vials. From the last vial, she poured out 5 pills and handed all 3 vials to the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged monk chuckled, advising that if you still required gathering essence pills in exchange for spirit stones, it would be wiser not to visit the elixir pavilion of the sect, as their exchange rates were notably meager. Instead, you could trade with him, ensuring a more favorable return of spirit stones. Although you would forfeit any sect points for task completion, Yun Jing nodded, understanding the implications. Stowing away her jade ring and flying sword, she made her way from the refining pavilion towards the array pavilion, where an array of talismans awaited sale. However, upon entering the array pavilion, she was met with a familiar figure. Yun Jing, greetings. The individual called out with a bright smile. Tang Tian. To her surprise, it was indeed she. Yun Jing. Allow me to introduce my master, the esteemed Xiao Chen Realm. I have been accepted as his personal disciple, Tang Tian said, gesturing towards a strikingly handsome man beside her, whose features were as exquisite as jade. Yun Jing felt a shiver of recognition. This was indeed Xiao Chen Realm, the right-hand man of the illustrious Wu Shangdazun. Disciple of Feng Xing Hall, Yun Jing pays her respects to Xiao Chen Realm. She performed the customary greeting, daring not to gaze long at the man's face. Upon raising her head, she thought, "You are the one who invited my gaze." As she confidently met his eyes, Xiao Chen Realm chuckled. "Ah, you must be the daughter of the esteemed Gu Zhengxin from Feng Xing Hall. If Master Gu has no other daughters, then you must be the one." With a light laugh, he remarked, "This lady may not possess extraordinary beauty, appearing merely average. Yet her demeanor and conduct evoke a certain fondness." The esteemed Master Yulo summoned Yun Jing, leading her and Tang Tian into a chamber. Seemingly in a casual manner, he inquired, "I have heard that you once competed with Tian for an alchemical cauldron?" Eventually, with the abundance of spirit stones in Tang Tian's possession, she secured the very cauldron I had my sights set upon. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's heart raced with alarm. It appeared they were investigating the elusive medicinal tome. A smirk crept upon Yulo's lips as he remarked, "In truth, you two are half-sisters. There is no need for such distance between you. Since you both reside within the demon palace, you may grow closer henceforth." Yulo coughed, momentarily at a loss for words, having not anticipated the implications of his previous actions. Ultimately, his motivation for taking Tang Tian had merely been her possession of that dubious alchemical cauldron. Given that Yun Jing had also encountered it, his concern for her was somewhat justified. However, upon her revelation, Master Yulo finally grasped the intricacies at play. Without Gu Zheng's consent, unless he wished to sever ties with Gu Zheng and undermine his standing, the relationship between Yun Jing and Tang Tian must remain discreet. With a slight furrow of his brow, Master Yulo glanced at Tang Tian, assuring her that this matter would not be revisited. Instantly, Tang Tian's complexion paled, and the pride that had adorned her features dissipated entirely. Chapter 35. Threat. By the way, this is a shadow escape talisman. With a mere flicker of spiritual energy, you can vanish for 10 miles, rendering it impossible for anyone below the Foundation establishment stage to pose a threat to you. I have heard you intend to accompany Gu Zheng into the US secret realm. Consider this a gift for my esteemed niece. Thank you, Senior Yulo. Yun Jing's expression revealed a hint of amusement as she activated the shadow escape talisman. All right, you may leave now. In contrast, Tang Tian wore an expression of anger. Her eyes filled with grievance and sorrow as she gazed at Master Yulo. Her voice was particularly enchanting. "Master, Gu Zheng is no ordinary individual. If you truly provoke him, even I cannot shield you. It is impossible for me to remain by your side at all times." Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian's heart sank. "Moreover, since you have already committed yourself to my demon palace, dedicating yourself to cultivation and seeking opportunities for longevity should be your primary focus. Clinging to past trivialities of the mundane world will only deepen your obsessions, potentially giving rise to inner demons. You must understand that practicing demonic arts makes one particularly susceptible to such malevolent thoughts. Countless disciples have perished in our palace for this very reason. I truly do not wish to have to collect your remains in the near future." A wave of dread and trepidation washed over Tang Tian as she absorbed the warning from Yulo, whether she fully grasped the gravity of it or not. Upon leaving the formation court, her master still provided her with numerous low-tier precious talismans and several defensive formation plates. The following day, Yun Jing returned to the formation court with the intention of purchasing some formation plates and talismans, only to be informed that the better ones had already been sold. This news left her feeling quite disheartened, ultimately forcing her to abandon her quest. In the front garden, Tang Tian strutted ahead with an air of superiority. Yun Jing rolled her eyes in annoyance, following her into the garden. Tang Tian activated a soundproof talisman before coldly addressing Yun Jing. Do you know how much I despise you and your mother? If it weren't for your mother, my parents would still be alive. One was lecherous and cruel, the other treacherous and vicious. They only found peace in death. Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian was instantly filled with fury. Tang Tian, if you seek revenge, I am waiting. Do you believe I fear you? Yun Jing retorted, her tone far from amiable. Yun Jing, do not be so arrogant. Is it not you who displays arrogance? Is it not you who cannot discern right from wrong? Just because you have found Gu Zheng as your support, do not think you can act with impunity. Tang Tian exclaimed, exasperated. Yet thus far, you have not been able to leverage your ally against me, have you? If you truly had the capability to eliminate Gu Zheng, would I not then be at your mercy? Alas, you lack such ability. I reiterate, should you wish to exact vengeance, I am here, waiting for you. If this is all you have to say, then there is nothing further for us to discuss. Anger flushed Tang Tian's face, but the admonition from Master Yu Lu echoed in her mind. How could she dare to offend? With great effort, she stifled her rage before speaking. Yun Jing, do not presume that fortune will always favor you. Yun Jing scoffed dismissively and turned to leave. Tang Tian's nails dug into her palms in frustration. If her memory served her right, the gravely injured Wushang Dazun should have already been rescued by the fairy of South Hua. The two would have developed mutual affection and would appear together in the Moonlight Secret Realm. Later, Wushang Dazun would even assist the fairy of South Hua in seizing a precious treasure berth from the Moonlight Secret Realm. A cold light flickered in Tang Tian's eyes as she fixated on Yun Jing's departing figure. Tang Tian secretly vowed, Yun Jing, I shall ensure that you face retribution. You will never triumph over me, for I have been reborn. Master Yu Lu stood within the desolate chamber of the esteemed Wushang Dazun, gazing at the empty room, murmuring, Elder brother, I have divined your presence here. Why do you choose to remain hidden? Do you have other schemes? Is sending me a mere note truly such a burden on your precious time? No sooner had he spoken than a pale, wriggling creature darted towards him, scrutinizing his face from top to bottom several times before landing in his palm, where it opened its mouth and expelled a small white note. A tempest of agitation stirred within Master Yu Lu, akin to 1,000 crows cawing overhead. Elder brother, you are indeed ruthless. She commenced her practice with the gathering essence pill. Early one morning, Gu Zheng whisked her away, for the day of the opening of the US Secret Realm had arrived. Upon reaching the assembly point, both Master Yu Lu and Shun Mo were present, accompanied by a throng of disciples eager to join the expedition, including Su Jintz and Tang Tian. Unexpectedly, Song Yuanyi, the stout-eyed newcomer to the Demon Palace, appeared beside Shin Mo. Wasn't he merely a novice alchemist? Yun Jing regarded him with curiosity, only to be met with Shun Mo's remark. Song Yuanyi possesses remarkable talent in alchemy and has already been elevated to a first-tier alchemist. As for you, junior sister Yun, you ought to put in more effort. Your recent performance in alchemical concoction has been quite dismal. Yun Jing said nothing, swiftly turning away from Shun Mo, thinking, what a notorious troublemaker he is. Shun Mo watched her retreating figure, a slight frown creasing his brow. In the realm of qi cultivation, the youth Song Yuanyi's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Master, that Yun Jing. You should refer to her as Master Yun. She is the daughter of Lord Gu. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanyi promptly lowered his head, feigning obedience. Yet a flash of anger crossed his gaze once more. Yes, I misspoke. Do not worry, remember this in the future. Indeed. However, it seems that Master Yin does not particularly favor me. Shun Mo cast a glance at him before replying. It is not that she dislikes you. Rather, she harbors disdain for me. These words reached Yun Jing's ears from a distance, leading her to contemplate. You truly are aware. A look of bewilderment crossed Song Yuanyi's face, while Shun Mo was equally astonished. If Shun Mo claimed that Yun Jing detested him, why did he tacitly accept the rumors circulating in the Demon Palace that he was the father of her unborn child? Was this Shun Mo attempting to curry favor with Yun Jing, or was there another motive at play? Lowering his gaze, Shun Mo noticed a dark green wooden bracelet adorning Song Yuanyi's wrist and furrowed his brow. How did you bring that out? Hand it over. I shall keep it safe for you. A tremor coursed through Song Yuanyi's heart, yet he obediently offered the bracelet, adding, "Master, I have also brought my sister along." "Why?" Shenmo's voice carried a hint of suppressed fury. Under the immense pressure emanating from Shenmo, Song Yuanyi's teeth chattered, but he persisted. "My sister sustained grave injuries for my sake back in the day. If I do not take her to the U.S. secret realm to search for spiritual herbs that could replenish her vitality and improve her constitution, she will not survive. She is my only kin, and I cannot bear to lose her so soon." Silent listened to his words, releasing Song Yuanyi, and then stepped into the moonlit secret realm, instructing him to follow closely. A flicker of genuine joy illuminated Song Yuanyi's eyes. Indeed, his master was worthy of his reverence. The flying vessel arrived in a spacious valley where numerous individuals had already gathered, clearly marking the entrance to the moonlit secret realm. Yun Jing disembarked from the vessel alongside Gu Zhong, who pointed towards a considerable area occupied by a group of well-organized practitioners, exuding an air of sophistication. "Those over there are from the Jiuhua sword sect," he remarked. "They pride themselves on being righteous and frequently engage in conflicts with us. The two factions are at odds. It is best to keep our distance when we encounter them." Yun Jing nodded in understanding. Gu Zhong left her in a relatively tranquil spot to rest while he approached a certain area where high-ranking cultivators, who had led this expedition, congregated. Master Yulo also joined him. The Jiuhua sword sect's representatives for this journey were a male and a female cultivator. The man, appearing quite elderly with his white hair, was Bei Xingtao, a nascent soul cultivator nearing the end of his lifespan, yet struggling to advance. The other, a rather unfamiliar face, was said to be the recently promoted golden core cultivator, Nanhua Zhenren, who possessed an icy demeanor reminiscent of a flower atop a high peak, with her exquisite beauty accentuated by her white attire. Master Yulo's gaze frequently fell upon Nanhua Zhenren's visage, indicating a significant level of interest. Whether it was mere admiration of beauty or something ulterior, Yun Jing could not discern. Uninterested in such matters, she sought a clean and dry spot to sit down and commence her cultivation. After all, there is a congregation of disciples from the magical palace's Windwalk Hall nearby, so safety is not a pressing concern for the time being. However, just as she was about to commence her cultivation, Su Jintz approached her. "Yun Jing, once we enter the Yuyun secret realm, will you follow Lord Gu, or do you intend to act independently? I have gathered some information, and if you are willing, we could team up to seek treasures within the secret realm." "There's no need for that. I will be accompanying my father," Yun Jing replied, firmly declining her offer. After uttering these words, she glanced at Tang Qian, only to catch a glimpse of a shadowy malice flickering in Tang Qian's eyes. "Heh, if what you say is true, I have contacted several senior brothers of considerable prowess who are willing to assist you. However, when it comes to the distribution of spiritual objects, they demand a 60-40 split. They take 6, and we 2 take 4. I shall settle for 1 part, and you can take 3. Su Jintz regarded Tang Qian, seeking her approval. Tang Qian, seething with indignation, felt emboldened by her rebirth and intended to seize the opportunities of others. The avarice of those senior brothers was palpable, yet she maintained a forced smile, replying, "That seems fair. My cultivation is weaker, so that small portion is deserved. As long as those senior brothers are willing to lend their assistance, that would be the best outcome for me. Receiving something is certainly better than receiving nothing, and who knows how the final outcome will unfold." Su Jintz could easily perceive the reluctance etched upon Tang Qian's face and merely chuckled in response. 2 hours later, the U.S. secret realm was set to open, and a somewhat unstable portal of light appeared in the valley. Surrounding the portal was a swirling, starry nebula of dark blue energy, constantly shifting its form. After a while, the entrance to the U.S. secret realm finally stabilized. The cultivators who had long been gathered outside gradually entered the secret realm. However, as soon as Yun Jing was transported, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Her cunning father had mentioned that they would ultimately be conveyed to a certain location through the light gate. It was painfully apparent that she was alone in this unfamiliar place. This indicated that the U.S. secret realm had undergone undisclosed alterations. Yun Jing spat in frustration, then drew her magic sword and set forth. She sent a communication talisman to her father, informing him of her arrival in the secret realm. Yun Jing couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was this the same sly father who was supposed to accompany her in the treasure hunt? Nevertheless, since her path lay in the southeast, she decided to forage for some spiritual herbs along the way. Alas, aspirations were lush, yet reality was harsh. This unfortunate circumstance could only be attributed to Yun Jing's ill-fated constitution. After traversing a great mountain, she had not managed to find even a single second-tier spiritual herb. What she picked up were either first-tier or utterly useless. Finally, she unearthed a rather ordinary ginseng that was approximately 20 years old, leaving her feeling utterly disheartened. In her previous life as a solitary cultivator, she had already known her luck to be exceedingly poor. Suddenly, a tremendous roar from a ferocious beast echoed nearby, followed by a resounding crash and a piercing bird call. The sound of trees being uprooted followed, and she realized with a jolt, how unfortunate, it was a demonic beast, and a second-tier one at that. She, a mere fledgling in the chi refinement stage, was in grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Jing turned to flee, activating the wind talisman she had purchased to enhance her speed of escape. However, just as she approached the ridge, a small bird, no larger than her palm, with soft yellow plumage resembling a parrot, flew beside her, keeping pace with her flight. Behind her, a colossal second-tier, mid-level demon beast, a leopard over 2 meters tall, was in hot pursuit. The second-tier demon beast was equivalent to the foundational stage of human cultivators. Upon catching sight of it, cold sweat trickled down Yun Jing's back. "You foolish bird, are you seeking your own demise while dragging me down with you? Quickly, take yourself elsewhere." Understanding that the leopard was chasing after the little yellow bird, she hurriedly altered her course and fled in another direction. To her dismay, the leopard let out a thunderous roar, continuing its relentless chase. The situation grew increasingly dire as the gap between them narrowed. Assessing her surroundings, Yun Jing noted that apart from the little yellow bird and the leopard, there were no other living beings in sight. Resolutely, she halted her flight. After all, she could not outrun a creature renowned for its speed. If only it had been a python or a tortoise, at least they were not known for their swiftness. The leopard, sensing her and the little yellow bird had stopped, was instantly invigorated, its savage visage contorting as it lunged toward them. Just as the leopard's body was about to crash into Yun Jing, a bizarrely powerful white sword light erupted instantaneously, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The great celestial annihilation sword. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, who had been meditating in the treasure vessel space, was jolted awake, his eyes wide in astonishment. Chapter 37. The Millennia-Old Pit. The ground before Yun Jing was strewn with the dismembered remains of the demon leopard. The pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses, causing her to retch. Regaining her composure, she picked up a dry twig nearby and poked through the remnants, unearthing a demon core the size of a broad bean. The great celestial annihilation sword. This was impossible. It simply could not be. Just then, a fluffy little yellow bird beside her let out a piercing shriek. Yun Jing instinctively turned her head and was met with the incredulous, anthropomorphic gaze of the little yellow bird. Ah, have the demonic beasts evolved to such an advanced state that even a first-tier creature can speak human language? Yun Jing, astonished, pressed her forehead. You are merely a first-tier being, and so is your entire family. The little yellow bird rolled its eyes in exasperation. Then what exactly are you? I sense that you lack even the spiritual pressure of a first-tier demonic beast. Yun Jing retorted sharply at the little yellow bird. The little yellow bird suddenly shouted at Yun Jing, "Don't change the subject. How did you come to possess the great celestial annihilation sword? Is it not said to be an insurmountable challenge unmastered for a millennium? Who is shifting the topic here? What is this great celestial annihilation sword? I cannot wield it." "You dare claim you cannot? Do you take me for a fool? That sword technique you employed to slay the flower leopard, can you truly assert it was not the great celestial annihilation sword?" The little yellow bird exclaimed, puffed up with indignation. Yun Jing was taken aback. "You must be mistaken. That was not the great celestial annihilation sword, but the 5 horses severing sword, right?" Uft. The little yellow bird nearly fell to the ground, but just before touching down, it flapped its wings with all its might and darted back in front of Yun Jing. "What nonsense about the 5 horses severing sword? Have you renamed it? That was undoubtedly the great celestial annihilation sword. Regardless, what I practiced was indeed the 5 horses severing sword." Yun Jing stowed away the demon core. "No matter how small, it is still a demon core, is it not? It can at least be used in medicine or exchanged for some spiritual stones." The little yellow bird, glaring with both its eyes, lamented. "Had I known you possessed such a formidable sword technique, why on earth did I merely snatch a spiritual herb?" As Yun Jing stumbled, she exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is this?" Yet, something still felt amiss. The Great Celestial Obliteration Sword was originally an extraordinary technique belonging to a formidable master of swordsmanship. But ever since his ascension, no one had managed to master this sword art. It had gone from being highly sought after to being entirely neglected, and eventually faded into obscurity. The little yellow bird, resembling a professional expert, addressed Yun Jing with a curious glint in its eyes. Are you perhaps born with a natural sword physique? It circled around her, scrutinizing her from head to toe, before shaking its tiny head. No. If you were truly born with a natural sword physique, I would have recognized it at a glance. I am not proficient in the Great Celestial Obliteration Sword, so do not waste your thoughts on it. You have tricked me once, and out of magnanimity, I shall not hold it against you. Let us part ways here. May our paths not cross again. Damn it. I shattered a special alloy sword in one go, and even a magical sword met the same fate? Am I to stockpile 1,000 magical swords for future use? As Yun Jing lamented with exasperation, the little yellow bird looked utterly speechless. You, a swordsman, neglect the refining of magical swords and treat them as mere iron rods. To squander a better spiritual sword is a travesty. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing glared at the bird with annoyance. The little yellow bird's eyes twinkled as it proposed. Tell me why you can cultivate the Great Celestial Obliteration Sword, and I shall reveal to you how to refine a magical sword. If you succeed in the refinement, perhaps that sword could be used multiple times. However, if you continually wield the law sword to execute the Grand Celestial Annihilation Sword, it will ultimately shatter. This technique is entirely incompatible with the law sword. What is there to discuss? I mastered the 5 horses dismemberment sword with ease. If they cannot grasp it, it is merely a reflection of their own ineptitude. Not my concern. Puff. The little bird plummeted towards the ground, only to flap its wings and ascend again, casting a bewildered gaze at Yun Jing. I have observed numerous individuals study this sword technique, including some exceptionally formidable geniuses. Do you truly believe you possess greater intellect than they? The little yellow bird remarked with utmost disdain. You've wounded my pride. Swiftly roll away, or the 5 horses dismemberment sword shall attend to you. Yun Jing glared, retrieving a specially crafted alloy longsword from her spatial pouch. Ignoring the bird, she chose a direction and proceeded onward, while it cautiously followed behind. After wandering for approximately half an hour, the little yellow bird flew alongside Yun Jing and said, I implore you, if you have any unique insights that could aid in mastering this sword technique, please share them with me. I shall not disclose it to anyone. Very well, come closer, and allow me to first dismember you, after which I shall reveal the truth to you, you treacherous and spiteful creature. The little yellow bird, in a fit of exasperation, darted away once more. It is worth noting that it has only just regained its current level of prowess, despite the fact that the wicked woman's cultivation is likewise unimpressive. The Grand Celestial Annihilation Sword in her possession is inherently a devastating weapon capable of overpowering foes beyond its rank. How could it not feel trepidation? Then hurry and leave. Stop bothering me. After saying this, Yun Jing no longer paid attention to the little yellow bird and rushed towards a cluster of wolf's tooth grass that was not far away. After carefully uprooting the spiritual herb without damaging its roots, she stored it in her treasure space, but first placed it beside the spiritual stream, intending to attend to it later when time permitted. Meanwhile, the little yellow bird, observing her as she collected the herbs, was suddenly filled with a cunning glint in its eyes. Little girl, do you wish to gather more spiritual medicines? I know where to find them. You know I wouldn't ask you, and I certainly don't wish to be deceived again by you, you sly little yellow bird. The little yellow bird, seeing that Yun Jing was ignoring it, resolutely flew away, tilting its head in contemplation before flapping its wings and following her once more. Bai Sheng Tao and the esteemed master El Xiang of Nanhua stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the expanse of forest within the realm of the Moon of Shadows. Disciple El, senior brother Zhang mentioned that you will encounter a significant opportunity in the Moon of Shadows, one that will greatly aid your future cultivation. You should seek it out alone. I will watch over the disciples of our sect. Master El Xiang of Nanhua nodded in acknowledgement, then leapt gracefully as if descending from the heavens, soaring towards the earth below the mountain peak. Chapter 38. The third rank Yao Tai Green Lotus quickly move aside. I won't budge. If you don't leave, then I shall. I warn you, stop following me, or I will truly resort to using my sword against you. Ah, help. The heartless woman is trying to slay the clever and adorable little emperor. The voice of this little yellow bird resembles that of a child aged 6 or 7. Indistinguishable between male and female, yet it possesses a crisp, youthful timbre. Such an endearing sound genuinely renders Yun Jing unable to strike. Indeed, this little yellow creature is quite fitting for you. Yun Jing drew her specialized alloy sword and menacingly waved it at the little yellow bird, purely as a means of intimidation. I assure you, following me will surely lead to your demise, yellow one. How fierce. The vastness of the Yue secret realm does not belong to you alone. What gives you the right to prevent others from walking beside you? I won't let you. So what? Yun Jing fiercely brandished her sword towards it. All right. I actually have 2 reasons for following you. First, I am curious why you are cultivating the great celestial annihilation sword. I find it fascinating, as it is said to be an absolutely unattainable sword for millennia. Second, I never expected you to be quite audacious, engaging with a demon and even bearing a hybrid child. Ugh, you are the one engaging. Your entire family is involved. Yun Jing retorted angrily. Once again, this topic arose, regarding her supposed entanglements with demonic beasts, which were utterly unfounded. The little yellow bird rolled its eyes. If not for the engagement, how could I exist? How would I have a son in the future? Oh, I see. Perhaps you had an affair with a hybrid child. Be silent. Yun Jing genuinely contemplated putting an end to its existence. Yet, something felt amiss. Those 2 little creatures within your belly possess such strong beastly blood. They are bound to take on a beastly form upon birth. Such a scenario could only arise from your union with a purebred demon, providing at least a 50% chance for such an outcome to occur. Yun Jing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing its words. She then turned to gaze at the little yellow bird and asked, "Could you repeat that? What are you suggesting? Are you willing to admit that you have consorted with a certain pure-blooded great demon?" Upon hearing this, Yun Jing rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What I meant to ask was, you claim that my son will be born in beast form. How could that be possible? Clearly, my son will be born in human form, a human infant, without a doubt." The little yellow bird, upon hearing this, immediately became irate. "Who told you that you will give birth to a son? Those 2 little ones in your womb are clearly of significant lineage. Their bloodline is so pure it seems to have been refined by some extraordinary treasure. Given your abysmal cultivation talent, it is evident that these little beings must have inherited their father's exceptional qualities. Yet, how could one of such remarkable bloodline be attracted to a woman as unappealing as you? Little yellow bird, are you courting death?" She retorted. "Ahem. You need not be so fierce. If my calculations are correct, you will not be able to deliver them without complications. Either you give birth to them and perish in the process, leaving them as orphans, or they will encounter an unprecedented calamity at birth and meet their demise. And of course, you will precede them in death." Yun Jing, utterly infuriated, rolled her eyes again. "So, you are essentially cursing me to die early? How could I possibly wish for your early demise? It appears that the 2 little ones in your womb are nearly 1 to 2 months along, by now. You should have sensed something amiss. Have you not noticed that your cultivation has been particularly exhausting lately, making you feel an overwhelming desire to sleep? Recently, the number of elixirs consumed has surged dramatically, exceeding previous amounts by several times, even by a dozenfold." Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's expression shifted slightly. She had been diligently refining her skills, and indeed, the elixirs she had consumed far surpassed her initial expectations. Moreover, she found that her body was quickly developing a resistance to certain types of elixirs, reflecting on the words of the man within her spatial realm, who mentioned that her son was absorbing the essence of these potions and would soon grow weary of a particular kind. It seemed that the little yellow bird possessed a semblance of truth. It was evident that one could not nurture them until full term. The duration one could sustain their absorption of spiritual and medicinal energy depended entirely on one's own capacity to endure. Naturally, if one possessed an abundance of elixirs, it might be possible to prolong their sustenance. However, I believe it is far more beneficial to consume rare treasures from heaven and earth, as this would fortify the foundation of the little beings within you. The little yellow bird nearly donned a pair of tiny spectacles, adopting the demeanor of a professor of avian childcare. Yet, in her former life, her children were distinctly humanoid sons. What could have caused the transformation of her unborn child? Yun Jing pondered deeply and suddenly recalled the key differences between this life and her previous one. In her former life, she had not fully integrated the precious vase into her soul. Additionally, she had not later become a level 11 master of mental abilities after being transported to another realm. Since her rebirth, her mental prowess had developed unconsciously, as the power of the integrated vase continually nourished her body each day. Could this be the reason? What then? is the true nature of that precious vessel? She harbored a vague suspicion that it was indeed responsible for her predicament. Why was it not a humanoid infant? Yun Jing bit her lip and remarked, a humanoid infant would inevitably be hindered by the complications of its mixed bloodline during cultivation. The deeper one delves into their practice, the more entangled they become in the conflicts of their heritage. However, a beastly infant is different. Although it too is of mixed lineage, it possesses innate intelligence from a young age. I possess a technique known as the swallowing vein art. You could certainly allow the little ones to begin their cultivation with this method, enabling them to consume the various conflicting bloodlines within them while they are still young, thereby enhancing the potential of their dominant bloodline. As they mature, they are destined to become extraordinary masters of unparalleled caliber. Yun Jing cast a scornful glance at the charlatan little Huang. You certainly have a knack for deception. Do you think I would deceive you? I speak only the truth. Little Huang retorted. Moreover, I must mention that within the depths of the moonlit secret realm, a treasure has indeed emerged that is particularly suited for you. Though it may not be immediately useful, when your body can no longer endure the presence of the little treasures growing within you, it will prove invaluable. With its aid, you could give birth prematurely, ensuring the safe arrival of your little ones. However, you must choose a different location for the delivery, otherwise, the impending heavenly tribulation alone could spell disaster for your two precious children. Yun Jing listened intently, yet she remained skeptical, for she had only just encountered little Huang and deemed it unworthy of her trust. Who could say whether its intentions were genuinely benign or if it harbored ulterior motives? Pray, enlighten me. What treasures within the enigmatic moon realm make you deem it suitable for me? The third grade Yao Tai Ching Lian. Chapter 39, The Sovereign Bird. What? Pray repeat that? Yun Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The third grade Yao Tai Ching Lian. Is it not the extraordinary spiritual lotus that unfurls in 3 tiers, resembling a lotus pedestal? The kind of elixir that is classified by rank? Yun Jing sought confirmation once more. Indeed. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Little Huang flapped its wings and hovered before Yun Jing. You have deceived me once. You wouldn't dare to trick me again, would you? Yun Jing, tempering her earlier enthusiasm, now regarded him with skepticism. Alas, by the heavens, I, little Huang, am solely dedicated to your well-being. Then shall you accompany me to procure that third grade, Yao Tai Ching Lian? Little Huang rolled its eyes in exasperation. First, let us seek out my father, and then we shall retrieve the Ching Lian you mentioned. Are you out of your mind? Little Huang exclaimed incredulously. Such a rare elixir is a treasure of heaven and earth. If you accompany me, you could claim the entire plant for yourself. Should you invite others along, would you even be able to secure a single petal? You are the true simpleton. Do you think I'm blind to the truth? You, a mere first-tier beast, and I, a 6th-layer chi practitioner, may possess a formidable 5 horses rending the body sword, but wherever spiritual entities appear, high-tier beasts or numerous cultivators will surely contend for them. Were I not with child, I would naturally face challenges head-on. Now, my sister is accompanied by the child, and naturally, the safety of the little one takes precedence above all else. With our father accompanying us, we can still attain the elusive Ching Lian, albeit perhaps in lesser quantity. However, at the very least, my precious one is safe. Yun Jing swiftly struck the small yellow bird on its head and then grasped its tiny wing, leading the way toward a direction where we could reunite with my father. Humph! Did you not dare to venture into the perilous U.S. secret realm upon discovering your pregnancy? Originally, my father and I were to teleport together, but an unexpected separation occurred. Let go of me, or you'll ruffle my feathers. Very well. We shall proceed in that direction. I still wish to gather some spiritual herbs. Even if I cannot procure the finest, obtaining those of lesser quality will suffice. Yun Jing scoured ahead for spiritual herbs, while the small yellow bird flapped its wings in boredom, trailing behind her. Before long, the small yellow bird's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh dear, the first-tier spiritual herb was clearly to the left of that girl, yet she veered to the right and picked a non-tier spiritual grass. How utterly exasperating. Once again, the small yellow bird witnessed Yun Jing sauntering toward the left front, and it thought she had spotted a second-tier spiritual herb nestled in the grass, merely 15 steps ahead. However, that foolish girl merely gazed wide-eyed and passed it by, brushing shoulders with it just 2 steps away. Instead, she chose to harvest a first-tier herb, reveling as if she had pilfered a roasted chicken. Oh dear, once more and again. Oh dear, it could hardly bear this. Her remarkable ability to overlook herbs left it utterly in awe. The little yellow bird flitted before Yun Jing, ruffled and exclaiming, "I have never encountered a woman as foolish as you. I can no longer bear to watch. Follow me, and I shall lead you to some low-grade spiritual herbs." With that, it veered off towards a nearby thicket, perching at a spot and declaring, Here lies the red spirit ginseng." Initially, Yun Jing was perplexed by its insults, wondering why it deemed her foolish. However, upon hearing the mention of the red spirit ginseng, she hastened over and, to her delight, unearthed a root that was approximately 50 years old. Acknowledging that the little yellow bird had assisted her in locating this first-grade spiritual herb, Yun Jing decided to overlook its disparaging remarks about her intelligence. "Little yellow, could you help me once more? Are there any other herbs in the vicinity?" she inquired, placing the red spirit ginseng into a prepared empty jade box, a smile gracing her lips. "Such a worthless herb, and you think it worthy of your attention?" The little yellow bird retorted with a hint of irritation. "It matters not that you deem these herbs unworthy. As long as they serve my purpose, that suffices. With this red spirit ginseng, I can adjust the formula for the Peiyuan Dan, reducing at least 5 or 6 auxiliary ingredients and replacing them with a commonplace main ingredient, the Shirling grass, to concoct a batch of Peiyuan Dan." Yun Jing replied contentedly. "Let us proceed, then. If you wish to gather, we shall collect along the way." Among the 7 cultivators present, 5 belonged to the Windwalk Hall, while the other 2 were surprisingly Tang Tian and Su Jin's junior sister Yun Jing. "The hall master has sent us to escort you. Our temporary camp is not far from here. You may board my flying sword," one of them offered. A robust young man with a fierce countenance turned to Yun Jing and spoke, "Thank you, senior brother." With her flying sword now in hand, choosing to ride it was undoubtedly the most ideal option. "Oh, junior sister Yun Jing, is that little yellow bird perched on your shoulder your newly acquired spirit pet?" Yun Jing glanced at it, feeling somewhat speechless, and replied, "I happened upon it. It won't be leaving for the time being." Tang Tian's eyes brightened as she looked at the little yellow bird. "Would you be willing to become my spirit pet?" The little bird scoffed dismissively. Yun Jing chuckled. "It seems it does not fancy you." Watching Yun Jing take the little yellow bird onto her flying sword and depart, Tang Tian's face twitched slightly. In truth, she had recognized the little yellow bird the moment she laid eyes on it. It was none other than the emperor bird, the greatest fortune once by the side of the southern Hua fairy, renowned as the wisest among the demon race. Furthermore, this emperor bird was said to possess knowledge of many secrets within the realm of cultivation, aiding the southern Hua fairy in acquiring numerous fortunes that led to her meteoric rise. However, it was unexpected that the first encounter with this emperor bird in the Moonlight Secret Realm would be with Yun Jing. No, since she had spotted the emperor bird, it was imperative that it not become a source of assistance and great fortune for the southern Hua fairy. She must claim it for herself. Not to mention Yun Jing, who was, in comparison, the most inconspicuous among them. Her encounter with the emperor bird must have been nothing more than a fortunate coincidence. "Oh, Jing, is that little bird on your shoulder the emperor bird? There's one at your ancestral master's place as well. Come, let me see if it's male or female. If it's male, it would be perfect to pair them together." Yun Jing had just descended from her flying sword when she approached Gu Zheng. Without hesitation, Gu Zheng seized the little yellow bird and lifted the feathers beneath its tail to determine its gender. Such impropriety, a lecherous act, exposing its rear end. The little yellow bird struggled vehemently, emitting a shrill cry. "Do not pull. Do not pull. I do not wish to be pulled. Oh dear, it's all exposed now. Alas, I am no longer innocent." The little bird lamented. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. You're a male. What innocence remains? Chirp, 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 when my future wife inquires. How shall I explain that you touched my backside?" Gu Zheng, realizing his folly, smacked his forehead and released the little yellow bird, feigning regret as he remarked, "I had forgotten that in the Royal Extreme Bird clan, the females take the lead and marry the males." "Huh, what are you laughing at? Do you think I am unaware that your kind is males marrying females? I curse you to a lifetime of being unmarried. Aha, I have a son. What do I have to fear?" Yun Jing replied with a defiant smile. Gu Zheng gazed at her in silence, pondering the normalcy of her state. How amusing, truly amusing. At that moment, Master Yu Lu and Shun Mo approached, escorting Tang Tian and Song Yuani. Besides Song Yuani, Shin Mo was accompanied by an elegant woman adorned with a black veil. "Ah, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Chu Hongyan, hailing from the Demon Palace sect. She is also in the late stage of foundation establishment and is here to undertake a training mission at our Mingxiao Palace." Master Yu Lu gestured towards the veiled woman. Is it Chu Hongyan? Yun Jing furrowed her brows, observing the other woman. As a master of mental abilities, the chilling aura exuded by this woman sent shivers down her spine. Junior Sister Yun, you may simply address me as Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Chu. Realizing the gathering of everyone, Master Yu Lu brandished a large pink fan, striking a graceful pose as he began to fan himself. Now that we are all assembled, it is time to discuss how we shall compete for the treasures within the UUA secret realm while the other disciples venture forth to seek their fortunes. I have previously conferred with Senior Brother Shen regarding this matter, since his disciple has specifically requested my assistance. I propose that the share of treasures accrued from our expedition be halved between Senior Brother Shun and myself. Our objective shall be to secure the most exceptional treasure that enhances human aptitude and prolongs life. The finest treasure, is that not the third-grade Yaotai Qinglian? Even Yun Jing, though not the sharpest tool in the shed, understood the profound significance of the Qinglian. The innate spiritual energy it contained, as Xiao Huang had mentioned, could indeed cater to the needs of her two sons' birth. How could she possibly relinquish such a treasure to others? How about this, she declared. My father desires nothing but the most extraordinary treasure that enhances human aptitude and extends life. You may all settle for something lesser. Gu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, studying Yun Jing with a contemplative gaze, while Chu Hongyan knitted her brows in concern. Are the two of us not able to? Senior Sister Chu, do you intend to play dirty? My father is a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage, while you and Senior Brother Shen are merely at the late foundation establishment stage. Can you truly wield any significant influence during the contest for the precious treasure? Even though we are all members of the Demon Palace, Yun Jing is acutely aware that no high-ranking cultivator would exhaust themselves to seize a treasure only to leave the remnants for foundation establishment practitioners. This statement was undeniably a slap in the face, causing Chu Hongyan's gaze to fixate intently on Yun Jing. Did the senior sister regard Yun Jing with such intensity out of affection? Chu Hongyan suddenly chuckled lightly, stating, I am merely observing and pondering whether junior sister Yun is aware of the true nature of the treasure we are competing for. She gently restrained the furious Song Yuani, who was ready to storm out, with a subtle pull. It was a jest. Had she not relied on her status as a member of the sect, she would not even have the right to speak here. If Song Yuani dared to challenge the dignity of a nascent soul practitioner and their kin, he would undoubtedly face annihilation. Did you not notice how Gu Zheng allowed Yun Jing to speak without interruption, yet cast a fleeting glance at Song Yuani? One that harbored a hint of murderous intent. Indeed, I am aware of some of the underlying motives, which is why I refuse to concede. Otherwise, let us each rely on our own abilities to obtain the treasure. Whoever claims it shall rightfully possess it. Surely, this arrangement would meet with your approval, would it not? Yun Jing inquired, directing her gaze towards Chu Hongyan and Shen Mo. As for Song Yuani, I could not care less about whether your eyes blaze with fury. It bears no relevance to me. What is it that you so fervently desire? Shen Mo suddenly interjected. Yun Jing chose to ignore her. Jing, do enlighten us. What truly lies within? Upon hearing Gu Zheng's words, Yun Jing immediately established a soundproof barrier, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she revealed that it was an exquisite spiritual herb, the third-grade Yaotai Qinglian. Instantly, everyone was moved. Even the esteemed Yu Lu Zhanren's eyes lit up. It is said that the third-grade Yaotai possesses 12 leaves and 9 lotus seeds. Chu Hongyan exclaimed, if you can obtain it, it shall belong to you all. Should I acquire it, it will rightfully be mine. Yu Lu Zhanren was taken aback. But you are merely at the Qi refinement stage. Thus, each shall rely on their own abilities. Whoever retrieves it shall claim it as their own, Yun Jing asserted confidently. If I do not succeed, then it seems I am fated to have no connection with the Yaotai Qinglian. Gu Zheng gazed at her with a tender smile. But for the little one within you. Very well, I shall assist. However, I require a lotus seed and several petals from the Qinglian. If you are willing to help, I can offer you 6 petals. However, the lotus seeds are essential to me. Besides, even if I gave you a seed, you would likely be unable to cultivate it. Yu Lu Zhanren was immediately intrigued. Are you truly capable of nurturing it? Do you possess the ability to cultivate the Yaotai Qinglian? There are no guarantees of success. If you can indeed grow the Qinglian, might we not utilize 5 of the lotus seeds for our collective efforts? Chu Hongyan interjected. The essence of the Yaotai Qinglian resides entirely within the 9 lotus seeds. To request 5 is rather shameless, is it not? Why not simply retrieve it yourself? If you succeed, I shall not covet it. We, as father and daughter, do not require your assistance. should we acquire the Azure Lotus. Rest assured we shall not bestow upon you even a single seed. You, Song Yuanyi, are in a state of agitation. After all, it is a third-grade Azure Lotus. Since we are all disciples of the Demon Palace, it is only natural that we contribute during the treasure hunt. Do not presume that your father's status as a nascent soul cultivator grants you the liberty to oppress others indiscriminately. Are you not adept at cultivation? In the future, will not the third-grade Azure Lotus yield as many as one desires? Do you truly care for 5 seeds? You must not overstep. It seems to me you are unaware of propriety, spoiled by Shun Mo to the point of losing your bearings. I am capable of nurturing the Azure Lotus. But can the second blossom mature within 7 months? It is intended for my son. Would it not be too late once he is born? Furthermore, I have stated that should you wish to take it, you may do so. If you fail to obtain it and I succeed, then it is simply fate. Consider yourselves unfortunate. You, a mere chi refinement cultivator, with a master who is merely at the late foundation establishment stage, dare to brazenly challenge the family of a nascent soul cultivator. Such ignorance of your own mortality. Chapter 41. The Spirit Realm of the Moonshadow Sister Yun. I shall educate my own disciple, Shin Mo interjected unexpectedly. Very well, then educate him properly and refrain from such indiscretion. This marked the first occasion where Gu Zheng publicly disregarded Shin Mo's authority, directly defending Yun Jing. Shin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly concealed his surprise. Master Yulo closed his fan, a faint smile gracing his lips. If Gu Zheng harbored dissatisfaction towards Shin Mo, that is splendid news. The third-grade Azure Lotus is indeed a rare treasure. One can only surmise that the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Sect will also take notice. When the time comes for contention, let it be decided by skill alone. This is yet another instance of Yun Jing being maintained, implying that whoever acquires it, it belongs to them. Whether it be Chu Hongyan or Shin Mo, both are resolute, although each possesses their own hidden cards. Can one truly assert that Gu Zheng lacks his own? Within the entire Mingxiao Palace, Chu Hongyan and Shin Mo are most reluctant to offend Gu Zheng. As tensions dissipated and everyone parted ways, Gu Zheng took Yun Jing to gather the other disciples of the Demon Palace, instructing them to act independently and to avoid perilous places to ensure timely rescue, emphasizing the need for mutual support among comrades. Once Gu Zheng deemed it appropriate to conclude, Yun Jing seized the moment to address the assembly, stating, "Please hold on for a moment. I am Yun Jing, an alchemist. The brothers from the wind walking hall may recognize me. I would like to request your assistance in collecting some materials. I have a list for exchanging elixirs that I would like you all to peruse. Should you be willing to assist, I would be immensely grateful." With that, Yun Jing tossed 7 or 8 jade cocoons to the foremost disciples of the Demon Palace. As they passed them around, one disciple exclaimed in astonishment that this Yuxing grass could indeed be exchanged for Huang Sui Dan, and astonishingly, one plant could be traded for 3. Yun Jing nodded in affirmation, stating, "I have conducted experiments, and substituting Yuxing grass for the primary ingredient, Gui Bei Tianju, can enhance the efficacy of Huang Sui Dan by 10%. Furthermore, I can produce 20 Huang Sui Dan in a single batch. Thus one plant can indeed be exchanged for 3. This indicates that your exchange is based on the materials and the quantity of elixirs produced, rather than market price. There is no need for that. I merely require some materials." Yun Jing explained that her primary intention is to reacquaint herself with the refinement of low-tier elixirs and to enhance her tactile skills. Moreover, the materials for the elixirs listed in the inventory are precisely what she requires, the ingredients for enhancing her cultivation. Indeed, I also need some of these elixirs, such as the Tranquility Pill and the Serenity Pill. However, may I exchange my collected herbs for elixirs as well? Certainly, but my current abilities allow me to only concoct first-tier elixirs due to my limited cultivation. This implies that her cultivation restricts the level of alchemy she can perform. The senior brother at the 10th level of chi refinement offered a faint smile and nodded in understanding. With one agreement secured, several other senior brothers also pledged to assist her in gathering the necessary materials. This incited a pang of jealousy in Tang Tian, who approached Song Yuanyi and whispered, "Do you not require assistance from any senior brothers to procure some herbs?" Song Yuanyi, perceiving her intent, gave her a bemused look, stating, "Moreover, concocting low-tier elixirs of little use would detract from my cultivation time. I would rather devote that time to refining higher-tier elixirs to ascend the ranks of alchemists." Have you not noticed the furrow in my master's brow? Clearly, he disapproves of such practices. Indeed, Shin Mo interjected, "Should you require herbs, you may directly procure them from the Alchemy Institute." "Thank you, but I prefer using freshly harvested materials, she replied. Shen Mo ceased further discussion. Gu Zheng accompanied Yun Jing, while Master Yu Lu led Tang Tian, and Shen Mo took Song Yuani along, with Chu Hongyan leading the way. Based on my estimations, the treasures of the US secret realm should be nestled within the largest spiritual expanse of this realm. The woman possesses some remarkable abilities. However, the finest treasures lie not within the spiritual realm, but beneath it. At that moment, the little yellow bird conveyed a message to Yun Jing from its perch on her shoulder. Gu Zheng smiled faintly as he listened. If he wished to eavesdrop on the transmission, the distance was indeed trivial. Upon reaching a location not far from the spiritual realm, Chu Hongyan intended to proceed. Yet the little yellow bird darted ahead towards a nearby cavernous entrance. Here. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Jing altered her course. Gu Zheng called out to the others, instructing them to change direction. As they observed Gu Zheng's shift in path, Yu Lu Jinren and Tang Tian followed suit. Compelled to adjust their own direction, Chu Hongyan, exasperated, exclaimed, "After all my efforts to explore the US secret realm, why do you not trust me?" Gu Zheng furrowed his brow and replied, "If you wish to seek that spiritual realm, we shall not obstruct you." Chu Hongyan fell silent. The cavern was vast, yet it exuded an air of decay and desolation. The little yellow bird, glancing back at Yun Jing, who was accompanied by a floating light doll, inquired, "Is that doll a puppet?" Quite charming. In truth, it was merely a plump, spherical light resembling a doll's face. Nonetheless, it followed Yun Jing closely and illuminated a gentle radius of 300 meters, its brightness penetrating yet gentle on the eyes. Indeed, it was intentionally crafted this way. As Yun Jing produced the light doll, the others couldn't help but gaze in curiosity. Yu Lu Jinren chuckled, "Gu Dians, where did you acquire such a luminous puppet? It is rather intriguing." "It was not me. This is my first encounter with it as well. I crafted this myself. If you like it, I shall gift you one." "Is this lamp powered by spiritual stones?" Gu Zheng inquired with curiosity. "No, it is powered by sunlight. When it dims, simply place it under sunlight for a few days, and it will rejuvenate itself. In essence, it operates on solar energy." Oh, even the esteemed Master Yu Lu expressed surprise at the notion that sunlight for a few days suffices. "Then, do bestow one upon me as well. I had no idea that Jing possessed such a skill. Why not gift me one too? It would certainly help me conserve some spiritual stones," remarked Tang Tian with a bemused smile. Yun Jing promptly tossed 2 intelligent light lamps to the elder and Master Yu Lu, neglecting Tang Tian entirely. Tang Tian had just uttered those words when Master Yu Lu gently patted her shoulder. Instantly, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, her eyes glinting with cold light. Behind her, Chu Hongyan wore a strange smile. Gu Zheng discovered the button beneath the light sphere. Upon pressing it, his intelligent lamp flickered to life and began to hover, gracefully circling around him. "Elder and Master Yu Lu, do remember to turn off the lamp before sleeping. Such lamps, their puppets, are of low intelligence and will follow any presence around. If left unturned off, they may accompany you to bed. Furthermore, should it be used by another, the button beneath must be pressed to reset. Each time it activates, it defaults to the person nearest as its master." Why does it increasingly smell foul? Little Huang, is this the correct passage you found? The presence of a putrid odor is indeed expected. We are in the spirit ruins of the Dark Moon. Chapter 42. Little Yellow and the Moonlit Spirit Abyss. Yun Jing was taken aback. Is this truly the Moonlit Spirit Abyss? However, it seemed amiss. In every secret realm, the most powerful spirit ground should be the Spirit Abyss. If this were indeed the Moonlit Spirit Abyss, shouldn't the air be thick with spiritual energy and adorned with various exotic flowers and grasses? Song Yuani interjected in astonishment. Little Yellow, the bird, shot him an exasperated glance. That represents a typical spirit abyss, but this moonlit secret realm is on the brink of decay. It has begun nurturing treasures, and how could such treasures not siphon off the abundant spiritual energy from this spirit abyss? The more desolate and decayed this spirit abyss becomes, the clearer it is that the treasures nurtured within the moonlit secret realm are on the verge of emergence. Little Yellow's words instantly quickened the heartbeats of those present. Their steps hastened as well. The moonlit spirit abyss was vast, and its utter desolation left Yun Jing astounded. Various spiritual materials, beyond just spiritual flowers and grasses, even spiritual ores and stones, now existed in but a single form. A mere touch would reduce them to a foul, putrid powder. I say, Yun Jing, could you refrain from touching everything? I am right beside you. And don't you realize your hands now reek? Little Yellow exclaimed, visibly distressed. Do you not find their decay rather peculiar? Were you not here for the third grade Yao Tai Qinglian? Pray tell, how does the withering of these spiritual materials relate to your Qinglian? Quickly, clean your hands. You are suffocating me. Little Yellow flitted vigorously above Yun Jing's head, fervently beating its wings. If you find the stench so unbearable, why not keep your distance? Yun Jing cast a frustrated glance at it, then retrieved an exquisite little bottle of hand sanitizer from her space. She applied some onto her paws and rinsed it off with a bit of clear water. The foul odor was gone. Suddenly, Xiao Huang swooped down onto Yun Jing's bottle of hand sanitizer. What a beautiful little bottle, and such a peculiar concoction. Why was there no fluctuation of spiritual energy? Could it be that it wasn't a spiritual elixir? If it weren't, how could it possibly eliminate such an offensive stench? Xiao Huang pressed against the bottle, several times attempting to insert its beak into the small tube that protruded from the bottle. Yun Jing, utterly speechless, decided to squeeze out a drop of hand sanitizer for it. This is specifically for washing hands, you know. However, Xiao Huang began to lick it with its tiny tongue, savoring it as it vanished. It was cool and had a hint of sweetness. Take it away, take it away. With a swish, Xiao Huang embraced the little bottle, and it disappeared from sight. Yun Jing quickly scanned Xiao Huang with her eyes, like a radar, but there was no trace of any storage rings or similar items. Where had it concealed the bottle? What are you staring at? Even if you look longer, I won't offer myself to you. We are not of the same kind. I will never reveal where I've hidden the bottle. We must hurry and find my lotus first. Gu Zhong, having overheard their quarrel, narrowed his eyes. Though the majestic bird appeared to disdain Yun Jing, it was, in fact, closely following her. Once they exited the cave, they were greeted by a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern lay a colossal pool, still bubbling with molten lava. In the center of this vast pool lies a diminutive yet significant smaller pond. Within this pond, a body of azure water cradles a piece of white jade, shaped like a chubby child curled into a ball. A delicate lotus, newly in bloom, stands elegantly nearby. At the bottom of the pond, four exquisite gemstones radiate splendid hues, resembling the fabled seven treasures. A clear, crystalline voice, distinct from the gentle tones of femininity, resonates with an extraordinary vigor. She holds a sword poised in her hand. The breathtaking beauty of this figure causes those from the demon palace to momentarily lose their breath. What a beauty! Exclaims the little yellow bird, flapping its wings. Naturally, the bird's affections still lie with its future feathered bride. Is this a moment of madness? Yun Jing dismisses it, only to notice the enchanting lady across from her fixating her gaze intently on the little yellow bird perched upon her shoulder. The little yellow bird, too, recognizes that the ethereal beauty has been watching it closely. If one were to speak of elegance, it is this stunning beauty who shines the brightest among the crowd. Had it not been for Yun Jing's presence, the little yellow bird would undoubtedly have chosen her. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that it first encountered Yun Jing, a rather peculiar girl, with an even more extraordinary being within her. The bird is immensely curious to see what they will ultimately become under its rather unorthodox guidance, transforming into something awe-inspiring and fearsome. Coughing lightly, the bird's thoughts drift further afield. Oh, the burdens of age. Observing the beauty's unwavering gaze upon it, the little yellow bird remarks, "Dear lady, you are truly remarkable. Alas, I have already set my sights on this little fool. Otherwise, I would surely seek refuge with you. I possess something of great value. Might you consider aligning yourself with me?" The enchanting beauty gracefully produced a small jade vial and gently unscrewed its cap. In an instant, a little yellow bird fluttered its wings and dashed toward the vial, peering inside with wide, eager eyes, its beak opening and closing in a display of gluttonous anticipation. Yun Jing, taken aback, inquired of the enigmatic Gu Fuhua, "What is that?" It appeared to be some sort of spirit beast elixir, perhaps specifically crafted for avian creatures or the majestic royal birds. Gu Zheng cast a wary glance at the stunning woman across from him, recalling the reputation of the Jiuhua sword sect, known not only for its mastery of swordsmanship, but also for its prowess in divination. This woman had clearly come prepared. "This is a spirit beast elixir derived from the rare silver fish found in the Yin River, favored by avian spirit beasts," he remarked. "Since it's something that little yellow fancies, it should be able to entice it. Let us make haste," Yun Jing exclaimed, energetically waving a small handkerchief. She attempted several times to catch the mischievous little bird, but to no avail. "You wretched Yun Jing, I shall cling to you relentlessly, she declared. I am not the most outstanding individual, nor do I possess the spirit beast elixir you desire. I will not be easily swayed or bribed. Yet, what if she were to produce 100 vials of that spirit beast elixir? The little yellow bird's eyes widened with anticipation, seemingly asking, Is there any? Is there any? The woman chuckled softly. I'm afraid I only have one. The little yellow, instantly crestfallen, slumped onto Yun Jing's shoulder. With a heavy heart, it lamented, Is my worth merely equivalent to a single vial of spirit beast elixir? Chapter 43, a once-in-a-millennium encounter. As they conversed, Chu Hongyan stealthily approached the edge of the lava pool, attempting to soar across it on her flying sword. However, just as she ascended a mere few paces, an explosive surge of magma erupted beneath her feet, violently cascading towards the cavern's depths, crashing against the rocky floor and instantly melting portions of it. This commotion immediately diverted everyone's attention towards the direction of Qibao. In that fleeting moment, numerous figures began to materialize around the lava pool. This time, in addition to the Demon Palace and Jiuhua Sword Sect, many other minor sects and wandering cultivators had also appeared. The number of golden core and nascent soul practitioners was astounding, akin to a veritable abundance of cabbages, with over 20 emerging at once. Another nascent soul cultivator from Jiuhua Sword Sect also made their presence known. Witnessing Chu Hongyan's struggle, another powerful golden core rogue cultivator charged forth. The result was catastrophic. Not only did the magma erupt violently, but a faintly reddish, enigmatic ethereal entity also emerged from the molten depths. It moved with alarming swiftness, ensnaring an unsuspecting golden core rogue cultivator, who was consumed in a hissing blaze, vanishing before anyone could react. The golden core cultivator hadn't even managed to escape. It was a fire spirit. What an impressive fire spirit. Fire spirits are low-tier elemental beings of fire, possessing limited intelligence and primarily driven by instinct. The others were similarly forced back. Faced with such overwhelming power, the onlookers exchanged glances, and it was the nascent soul practitioners who took action next. As they entered the fray, a multitude of fire spirits emerged from the lava pool, and the nascent soul cultivators primarily focused on thwarting their opponents' attempts to seize treasures. As this round was essentially a test, as everyone once again made their grand entrance, various magical treasures and spiritual artifacts were summoned forth, nearly allowing the 7 treasures to be seized on several occasions. Gradually, the atmosphere within the cavern grew heated, with participants unleashing their ultimate techniques. The members of the Jiuxiao Sword Sect and the Demon Palace exchanged glances and then began to engage fiercely in battle, regardless of whether they were loose cultivators. Be they nascent soul or golden core practitioners, all were mercilessly eliminated in the throes of conflict. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Tian inched closer to Yun Jing. Have you gone to pluck your third-grade Yao Dai Qinglian? Just observe this struggle. At the very least, it involves golden core level combatants. You have no room to intervene, let alone procure that Qinglian for yourself. I have my own methods to obtain it. Yun Jing shot her a sidelong glance. Very well. I shall see how you manage that. Ignoring her, Yun Jing cautiously approached the battlefield, a loose cultivator at the early golden core stage. Noticing her low cultivation and lack of companions, charged at her with a fierce momentum fueled by the frustration of being sent flying by Guzheng. Yun Jing's breath hitched, and she swiftly produced a super mini battleship cannon, firing it with a thunderous bang towards the early golden core loose cultivator. The overwhelming energy beam instantly unleashed spiritual pressure that left the unsuspecting cultivator in a state of utter disarray, slowing his speed and inflicting severe injuries. However, this only ignited his ferocity. With a cruel smile, he raised his spiritual sword and aimed it at Yun Jing. A brilliant moon hung high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the early golden core loose cultivator was reduced to mere shattered remains. Master Yulu nearly spat out his drink in shock. His fan momentarily froze in midair. Fortunately, his opponent, a stunning beauty, appeared even more astonished, her expression reflecting sheer disbelief as she gazed at Yun Jing. It is impossible. That is a golden core cultivator. A golden core cultivator whose physical form has undergone a second transformation. Tang Tian exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of sword technique is that? Song Yuanyi was equally astonished as he gazed at Yun Jing, thinking to himself that this girl was exceptionally adept at playing the role of a naive underdog. She often appeared to be an easily bullied second-generation immortal, impulsive and easily manipulated. Yet, in reality, she was a formidable tigress, one with a penchant for dismemberment. Truly, she was worthy of being a second-generation immortal from the Demon Palace. Impossible. This is the Great Celestial Realm. An elder from the Jiuhua Sword Sect, who was at the nascent soul stage, wore an expression of disbelief. The Great Celestial Annihilation Sword. Gu Zheng's eyes widened, and he began to secretly revel in delight. Ignoring the hierarchies, it was said that the Great Celestial Annihilation Sword could injure the physical body of a nascent soul cultivator. How could such an impressive sword technique belong to her? Indeed, their little Yun Jing was a humble yet charming child. How ruthless, dismemberment indeed. Moreover, was it not said that the Great Celestial Annihilation Sword was impossible for anyone to master? How could this young girl have achieved it? Could she be a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship genius? Yet, such a prodigy emerged from the Demon Palace, which would surely bring great amusement to the Jiuhua Sword Sect. Many harbored unkind thoughts. Yun Jing glanced at the lava pool without hesitation, realizing that jumping into it would only hinder her. Therefore, she simply tossed the copper pipe in her hand to Gu Zheng's father. Upon receiving the copper pipe, Gu Zheng was taken aback, recognizing it for what it was. He continued to engage the seasoned nascent soul cultivator from the Jiuhua Sword Sect, all the while subtly dealing with the rogue nascent soul cultivators who sought to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, the nascent soul cultivator from the Jiuhua Sword Sect suddenly shouted. The stunning beauty, Nanhua Zhenren, forcefully pushed back Yulo Zhenren before dashing towards the lava pool with astonishing speed, akin to a fleeting glimmer of light. This was dire. She was indeed targeting the third-grade Qinglian. Yun Jing swiftly aimed at the space before Nanhua Zhenren in the lava pool and shot forth a white point of light. A chilling aura spread forth as the light advanced. Boom! Right before Nanhua Zhenren, the lava pool suddenly erupted, with countless red fire spirits mingling with the magma, hurtling towards her. Be cautious, she has unleashed a millennium ice essence, exclaimed the elder from Jiuhua Sword Sect in alarm. To discharge such an essence amidst a gathering of fire spirits was to risk thoroughly disrupting them. Water and fire have always been adversaries. Yun Jing understood that within this cavern, evading the relentless pursuit of a golden core swordsman at such a short distance would be no simple feat, especially when the opponent wielded a spirit sword while she possessed only a special alloy sword. Alas, after unleashing her formidable move, her alloy sword had been rendered ineffective once more. Hastily, Yun Jing affixed a teleportation talisman to herself, declaring, "I shall escape." How infuriating that she chose to flee at such a moment. Nanhua Zhenren seethed with rage, her aura radiating frost as she cast a menacing glance at her fellow disciples, Tang Tian and Song Yuanyi. In response, Tang Tian and Song Yuanyi quickly huddled together, adopting a united front, while Yulo Zhenren subtly drew nearer to Tang Tian. With a sudden crash, the nascent soul cultivator of the Jiuhua Sword Sect was fiercely ambushed from behind, followed by a series of crushing blows from the ominous handprint of the Demon Palace. He let out a howl and spat out a mouthful of blood. Grievously wounded and on the verge of retreating, observing his adversary's intention to flee, Gu Zheng prepared to press the attack with lethal intent. However, at that moment, a dark and enormous hand materialized behind him. This formidable hand approached silently. Even Gu Zheng, a master of profound cultivation, only sensed its presence when it was nearly within a yard of him. Hastily, he activated his battle armor, causing a torrent of dark golden demonic energy to burst forth, shattering the elegant robe that had previously adorned him. Instantly, the refined gentleman transformed into a figure of demonic allure. Gu Zheng deftly shifted his stance, unleashing his flying sword, Nightfall, while simultaneously casting the Demon Palace handprint towards the heavily injured elder of the Jiuhua Sword Sect. Clearly, he intended to face two opponents at once. Such audacity from Gu Zheng. The ghostly hand missed its target, grasping at the air as if tearing through space itself, producing a soft pop before vanishing altogether. Gu Zheng's expression changed dramatically. It was equivalent to a sealing talisman of the transformation stage. He looked up to see that the only individuals behind him were Shun Mo and Chu Hongyan, who were engaged in a fierce battle with two golden core loose cultivators. Chu Hongyan was managing to hold her ground, while Shun Mo had a distinct advantage over his opponent. Noticing Gu Zheng paused to observe them, Shun Mo quickly dispatched his adversary and, with a serious expression, remarked that the earlier ambush was not his doing. "Did you see who it was?" Gu Zheng replied, his countenance darkening. "No, I apologize." Gu Zheng suddenly intervened to assist Chu Hongyan in eliminating her adversaries, then fixed his gaze upon the panting Chu Hongyan and inquired, "Did you catch a glimpse of who launched the ambush?" I didn't notice," Chu Hongyan replied, her face somewhat pale from exhaustion. "Gu Dian Master. That nascent soul cultivator has flown back in. Oh, his speed is astonishing. Young Master Shen, shall we rush over to offer our assistance?" Once Gu Zheng departed, Chu Hongyan turned to Shen Mo with a smile. Her earlier frailty seemingly vanished. Shen Mo cast a glance at her before pursuing Gu Zheng. Chu Hongyan surveyed the cavern. The remaining golden core loose cultivators had dispersed, leaving only 3 nascent soul practitioners, who appeared to be temporarily banded together. As the Demon Palace and Jiuhua sect contended for the 3rd grade Qinglian, it was evident that they deemed themselves outmatched and had shifted their focus to other treasures. They clearly intended to wait for the 2 factions to engage in conflict over the Qinglian, hoping to reap the benefits as opportunistic bystanders. Though Nanhua, the female master of the Jiuhua sword sect, was a woman, her formidable cultivation managed to hold back Yulu, which truly astonished those present. Meanwhile, Yulu struggled to care for Tang Tian and Song Yuni while also grappling with Nanhua, appearing quite beleaguered, almost forced into a bitter smile. As the Jiuhua nascent soul cultivators surged into the lava pool, regardless of the violent magma spewing forth or the fire spirits emerging, this Jiuhua elder seemed to be fueled by some kind of stimulant, charging recklessly ahead. Traversing through the molten lava, several fire spirits were sent flying. And to make matters worse, one had to withstand the fiery assaults emanating from all directions. The outer robe of this nascent soul practitioner was completely eroded, and even the armor he wore appeared somewhat dull and lifeless. Yet, undeterred, he charged towards the treasure pool nestled within the lava pit. Gu Zheng let out a cold snort, launching himself into the air, heading straight for a certain individual. However, that person ignored him, sensing his pursuit. They only accelerated further towards the treasure pool. The deeper they ventured, the more fire spirits appeared, their hues shifting from a fiery red to a deep crimson. These deep crimson fire spirits exhibited heightened intelligence, and their fiery assaults became increasingly potent. Despite the relentless barrage of attacks, the individual struggled to break through the encirclement of fire spirits, just as Gu Zheng arrived on the scene. The 2 engaged in an aerial battle amidst the throng of fire spirits suspended above the lava pool. "I'll entangle this woman. Shen Mo, you and Hongyan go," shouted Master Yulu, directing his command towards Shen Mo and Chu Hongyan. Understanding his intent, Shen Mo and Chu Hongyan soared into the air from different directions, aiming to breach the lava pool and seize the treasures within. As they surged forward, the other 3 surviving nascent soul cultivators also sprang into action, all with the singular goal of reaching the treasure pool first. However, the fire spirits were not to be trifled with. An increasing number of them erupted from the depths of the lava pool, launching frenzied attacks on any beings that dared to fly above. Amidst this chaotic melee, a sudden figure materialized at the edge of the treasure pool. It was Yun Jing, standing by the treasure pool. Tang Tian suddenly cried out in alarm. Upon hearing Tang Tian's loud shout, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the edge of the treasure pool. Indeed, they beheld a young girl in the Qi refinement stage stepping boldly into the pool, darting directly towards the 3rd grade Qinglian. What? Amidst this chaotic battle, there exists someone capable of bypassing the numerous fire spirits and appearing at the pool's edge, and she is merely a lowly cannon fodder. A mere child in the Qi refinement stage. Good heavens, how did she manage to get past? Could it be that beneath the lava pool lies something other than lava? Meanwhile, a little yellow bird fluttered above, flapping its tiny wings and loudly urging, "Faster, even faster. Are your legs made of radishes? Can't you move any quicker? Goodness. She has just leaped into the spiritual water of the treasure pool. Retrieve it quickly." Just as Yun Jing reached the side of the 3rd grade Qinglian, the little yellow bird immediately cried out in excitement. "No, stop. Put it down. You will pay for this." This outcry came from the 9 Huayan's Yuanying, who, upon witnessing the Qinglian being snatched away by Yun Jing, hurled his flying sword with the intent to kill. After all, if he eliminated her and seized her storage device, the Qinglian would ultimately belong to them. Shameless. Gu Zheng also launched his flying sword, Knight, to collide with the opponent's weapon, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Old man, don't you know that Jing is under my protection?" Suddenly, the little yellow bird shouted a warning, "Be careful." Boom. No sooner had Yun Jing collected the Qinglian than the entire treasure pool erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending numerous precious treasures flying in all directions. In an instant, the cavern was filled with flying sand and stones, as sparks of fire rained down like stars. As the dust settled, several radiant treasures had been claimed by different individuals. The three who had acquired 2 treasures each had long since departed. Master Yulo protected Tang Tian and Song Yuanyi, while Gu Zheng, Shen Mo, and Chu Hongyan stood in confrontation with the Jiuhua Yuaning and Master Nanhua. The original treasure pool had transformed into a vast pit of flames, at the center of which a bizarre, vividly burning crimson-blue flame was gradually contorting into a humanoid shape, the pinnacle of fire spirits. Chapter 45. The eternalized soul. Yun Jing had narrowly escaped the explosion into the treasure vessel space, feeling fortunate for her luck. However, she soon noticed a certain man gazing at her with a fervent ambition. What do you want? Yun Jing stammered. I will not part with a single petal of the 3rd grade Qinglian. The man appeared taken aback. What I desire is not the 3rd grade Qinglian. Then, could it be me? Did you not initially claim to be uninterested in someone like me? Yun Jing regarded him with disdain. The man's forehead twitched uncontrollably. I am interested in that pinnacle fire spirit outside. Do you understand what the pinnacle fire spirit signifies? I am not quite clear, Yun Jing admitted, feeling like an innocent child, unafraid to acknowledge her ignorance. The man scoffed. As expected, you know nothing. Those from remote places lack exposure. How dare you? Yun Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. And where do you hail from that is so grand? A certain man, Qin Yi, paused momentarily and then spoke with a hint of irritation about the peak fire spirit. He noted that with just a slight advancement, it could potentially transform into a type of celestial fire seed or, with a further nudge, evolve into an intelligent fire entity. It struck me that this peak fire spirit had accumulated a wealth of energy, likely having drawn from the Earth's core for an extended period. Were it not for the presence of the 3rd grade Yaotai Qinglian, it might not have manifested here at all. This 3rd grade Yaotai Qinglian inherently possesses a mystical essence that aids in the cultivation and awakening of intelligence. Such treasures of heaven and earth are rare and sought after, not only by humans, but also by other beings. I surmise that the diverse array of fire spirits, varying in strength, is undoubtedly influenced by this very Yaotai Qinglian. Do you intend to capture that peak fire spirit? Yun Jing inquired, her understanding dawning upon her, though she found it utterly astonishing. But didn't you just begin your recultivation? That peak fire spirit is overwhelmingly powerful. I doubt even a nascent soul practitioner could contend with it. Indeed, that is precisely why I require it, Qin Yi replied. I sense that its power is at least on par with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. If it were to evolve further, it might become the seed of a certain spiritual fire, potentially transforming into a fire entity with capabilities akin to those of a transformation stage cultivator. Given time to establish its own fire spirit tribe, this being might one day ascend to the rank of a true fire spirit. At that juncture, ascending to the celestial realm might not be beyond the realm of possibility. I am familiar with true fire spirits, she exclaimed. So, would you be willing to assist me just this once? Why does this voice possess an air of irresistible allure? Upon hearing it, Yun Jing felt a sudden chill in her heart. Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to bewitch me with illusions. Although my cultivation may be lacking, my spiritual power, my divine consciousness, is not necessarily inferior to yours. She coughed lightly. Qin Yi regarded her with a peculiar expression, carefully assessing her. Indeed, Yun Jing was an enigma. Her divine consciousness was remarkably potent, and he sensed that what he observed was far from her complete prowess. It was as if the consciousness hidden within her sea of awareness resembled a dark, unfathomable abyss. This scenario could only be explained in 2 ways. 1. Yun Jing had mastered a particular technique that enhanced her divine consciousness and had deliberately concealed its true strength. Or 2. She was inherently gifted, possessing a naturally expansive sea of awareness, which made her divine consciousness easier to cultivate and thus exceptionally profound. Nevertheless, Qin Yi leaned towards the first explanation. In any case, Yun Jing was shrouded in mysteries. All right, I will take your word for it. But I sense that you possess a fragment of the ancient ice essence from 10,000 years ago. Could you possibly gift me just one? That would suffice. Qin Yi stated, I do not comprehend. I am quite certain that I do not possess any ancient ice essence, and even if I did, I doubt your recently restored physique could withstand the acquisition of that peak fire spirit. The crux of the matter is that if you possess this ancient ice essence, I am confident that it would ultimately transform that peak fire spirit into a form of heavenly spiritual fire for my use. Are you being arrogant? You have an inflated sense of self-assurance. I have never been arrogant. I possess unwavering faith in my own abilities and determination. Should you offer me a Millennium Ice Core? I would be willing to negotiate any terms for its acquisition. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Jing replied, "At present, I find myself lacking for nothing. Consider this a debt owed to me. However, regarding the Millennium Ice Core you mentioned, is this the kind of object you refer to?" Yun Jing produced a small box from her person and opened the entirely metallic container, revealing 3 deep blue and 4 ice blue semi-transparent stones of varying sizes. Resting quietly within. "Oh!" Chini exclaimed in surprise as he picked up one of the deep blue stones, probing it with his magical energy. Instantly, an overwhelming chill surged through his arm, coursing into his meridians. It is indeed a Millennium Ice Core, though its appearance is somewhat unexpected. The frigid essence undeniably confirms its identity. "May I temporarily hold onto this ice core?" Qin Yi inquired. Yun Jing promptly handed him the entire box. "Here you go. Consider it a gift. After all, I stumbled upon these stones by chance and seldom find a use for them. Since you intend to utilize it, it's only fitting that it be yours for now. Just remember, you owe me one. Rest assured, whenever I encounter difficulties in the future, I will certainly recall your assistance." Yun Jing stated with grand generosity. Qin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, yet a twinge of doubt crept into his mind. Previously, women had always regarded him with longing and admiration, but why had he never experienced such attention from Yun Jing? Could it be that his allure had diminished since his injury? This thought weighed heavily on Qin Yi, leading him to ponder whether his charm had been an inherent trait bestowed by the celestial demon technique. "Yun Jing, focus your attention. When I call out to begin, you shall escort me out. Be cautious." The loss of the 3rd-tier Yao Tai Qinglian has rendered the peak fire spirit exceedingly fierce and irritable at this critical juncture of ascension. It harbors a profound animosity towards all living beings it encounters, harboring a murderous intent. The swiftly moving fire spirit rapidly coalesces into a humanoid form before leaping out of the fire pit, seizing the body of a Jiuhua Yuan-Ing cultivator. The armor of the Yuan-Ing cultivator melts away like snowflakes, and his anguished cries echo as the brilliance of his magical treasures relentlessly strikes the fire spirit embracing him. Yet, it proves too late. With a sickening sound, he barely escapes from his Yuan-Ing. Jinren Nanhua hurriedly arrives to assist, but fails to dislodge the peak fire spirit. Fortunately, he manages to rescue the Yuan-Ing that had just fled from the clutches of the fire spirit. However, this act only serves to enrage the peak fire spirit further, which then frantically pursues Jinren Nanhua. In Chapter 46, Silver Heart Earth Fire, Jinren Nanhua must protect the Yuan-Ing while evading the overwhelming fury of the peak fire spirit as formidable fiery assaults. She continuously casts various offensive and defensive magical treasures, yet the flames of the peak fire spirit are extraordinarily powerful, incinerating everything in their path. Not a single remnant is spared, everything is reduced to ashes. The treasures Jinren Nanhua casts are those she has painstakingly refined over the years, leading to significant losses and a depletion of her spiritual consciousness and energy, causing her to spit up blood twice. If that were the extent of her misfortune, she might have accepted it. However, the peak fire spirit summons other fire spirits to encircle and pursue her relentlessly, preventing her escape from the molten cave. And it seems she is on the verge of another confrontation. The Yuan-Ing cultivators could only escape from their Yuan-Ing state, leaving her, a golden core cultivator, in a state of despair. As the peak fire spirit lunged fiercely toward her, Southwa felt a wave of hopelessness wash over her. At that moment, a shadow clad in dark black suddenly appeared before the peak fire spirit, joining its hands in a seal and forcefully plunging into its body. The peak fire spirit let out a startled cry, taken aback by the intrusion. What terrified it even more was the realization that this man, once inside, seemed to have latched onto it, making evasion impossible. Alarmingly, it felt its movements becoming increasingly sluggish. The opponent was solidifying and constraining its fiery essence. With a fierce roar that echoed through the heavens, the peak fire spirit appeared as if driven mad. Were it capable of speech, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of invective. Gu Zheng and Master Yu Lu immediately recognized the familiar figure of this formidable individual, marveling at the audacity to invade the peak fire spirit's core, truly powerful. As they cautiously approached the immobilized peak fire spirit, Gu Zheng and Master Yu Lu began to clear away the surrounding lesser fire spirits. Witnessing this, Shen Emo and Chu Hongyan followed suit, gradually drawing nearer to Yu Lu and the others. Meanwhile, the fortunate survivor, Master Nanhua, cast a complex glance at the individual responsible before turning away and departing the lava cavern. The peak fire spirit, increasingly tormented, began to wail in distress. Yet, the intruder, sensing the fire spirit's unusual state, intensified his sealing gestures, subsequently revealing a shard of ancient ice essence. As the eternal ice essence made its debut, the once struggling body of the Pinnacle fire spirit stilled, as if it recognized the profound benefits it would gain. It began to fervently absorb the surrounding fire spirit energy, gradually merging with the ancient ice essence. With this synergy, a certain individual's progress accelerated significantly. After 5 days and nights, the first and second ice essences were consumed, and ultimately, the last remained. With a soft puff, the final ice essence vanished, and the Pinnacle fire spirit abruptly withdrew, its entire form disappearing from sight. In the palm of a man, a verdant flame materialized, radiant in its emerald hue, yet at its core lay a silvery heart. This was none other than the 4th-grade celestial spirit fire, the Silva Heart Earth Spirit Fire. Truly, the esteemed one was blessed with extraordinary fortune. Gu Zheng gazed enviously at the flame resting in the man's palm, exclaiming in admiration that this was the epitome of serendipity. The esteemed Yulo Zhenren, closing his fan, expressed his joy. Gu Zheng, slightly taken aback, cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking to himself that this mischievous friend of the esteemed one was indeed quite audacious. Although this celestial spirit fire was merely of the 4th grade, any spirit fire possesses formidable offensive capability, making it an exceptional weapon. Should the esteemed one merge it with his own demonic flames, it would undoubtedly yield a 1st or 2nd grade celestial demonic fire without question. Gu Zheng remarked with an air of expertise. That makes sense. In recent days, apart from the peak fire spirit's relentless absorption, both the surrounding fire energy and the fire spirits have been largely consumed. Additionally, a few individuals united to eradicate the remaining majority of the fire spirits. Though some may still linger in the depths of the lava pool, they have retreated into obscurity. Thus, when the peak fire spirit finally transformed into a singular flame, no other fire spirits remained within the cavern. However, this moment heralded an even greater peril. Any celestial fire, upon becoming spiritual fire, would instantaneously elevate its original tier by several levels. The unruly and ferocious spiritual fire, imbued with a destructive will, ruthlessly assaulted the physique of a certain man. Had he not been cultivating demonic arts, endowing him with formidable self-repair capabilities, he would have succumbed to the seemingly delicate yet deceptively potent flame. In this manner, the spiritual fire within his palm continued to writhe and resist, unwilling to be commanded or to submit, fiercely searing his flesh. The acrid scent of charred human flesh and the sizzle of burning skin incessantly emanated from him. Both Master Yu Lu and Gu Zheng found themselves gripped by an unsettling sense of dread, their expressions marred by visible lines of distress. This formidable man was indeed a force to be reckoned with, far beyond the capabilities of their ordinary, domesticated ilk. Despite being engulfed in flames and rendered speechless by agony, the man remained obstinately fixated on that defiant little flame, proclaiming, "I would rather sacrifice my newly gathered essence than yield to a mere human." However, a certain formidable man was even more tenacious, declaring that he would rather destroy than yield, intent on subduing his opponent. They engaged in a test of endurance, each determined to outlast the other. Hours turned into days, and amidst this struggle, the formidable man's physical form ultimately succumbed, transforming into a skeletal figure exuding a mysterious, dark glow, enveloped in swirling demonic energy. Yet, within the palm of that skeletal hand remained a small flickering flame. The esteemed Yu Lu and others meditated while vigilantly guarding him, effectively entrenching themselves in the depths of the lava cave. Meanwhile, Shen Emo and Chu Hongyan ventured out several times, likely intending to collect some valuable treasures. In the past 3 days, the U.S. secret realm had experienced incessant tremors, causing significant collapses within the lava cave. During the final quake, much of the lava pool was buried beneath rubble. At that moment, both Yu Lu and Gu Zheng were struck with a sense of foreboding, realizing that the U.S. secret realm was indeed on the brink of collapse. The moment the realm crumbled would also signal the disintegration of the Xiao Chen Realm. Should everyone still be present at that time, they might find themselves entombed alongside the U.S. secret realm, for such a collapse would unleash the wrath of heaven and earth. The two stared intently at the swirling dark skeleton, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Just as their worries peaked, the small flame suddenly transformed from a mere flicker into a delicate silver flame, swaying precariously as if it might extinguish at any moment. At that precise instant, the skeleton's demonic energy surged dramatically, forcefully drawing the small flame into its core. Subsequently, the overwhelming demonic energy enveloped the tiny flame, which, despite its brief struggle, was swiftly consumed by the dark forces. After the malevolent energy engulfed the small flame, the black skeleton swayed slightly, its eye sockets flickering with demonic fire as it glanced at the owner of the Jade Tower and then at Gu Zheng, before rising to its feet. It communicated telepathically with the two, stating, "I shall once again seek solitude for my meditation. The affairs of the Mingxiao Palace will be entrusted to both of you for the time being." Upon finishing, it produced 2 grand edicts. Chapter 47. Stirring trouble. As soon as the black skeleton concluded, it vanished from their sight. Gu Zheng searched nearby for his daughter for an extended period. Yet she was nowhere to be found. Reluctantly, he decided to wait at a certain entrance. Before long, Yun Jing emerged in a disheveled state. Upon seeing her, Gu Zheng hastily placed her aboard his flying vessel and then accelerated towards the entrance of the Yue secret realm. He had no choice but to hurry. The esteemed master of the Jade Tower and Shun Mo had long departed. The skies above the Yue secret realm began to darken ominously. Crack, crack. The heavens erupted with black and yellow lightning, and torrential rain began to pour. Gu Zheng navigated the vessel with utmost caution, and along the way, he effortlessly gathered his beleaguered disciples from the demon palace aboard. The unfortunate souls, caught in the storm while practicing their flying swords, would invariably adopt pitiful expressions upon being rescued, as if they were seeing their long-lost father. "Thank you, Lord Gu," they exclaimed. "We owe our lives to you, Lord Gu. We shall never forget your kindness. Please, allow me to repay you with my life." This was the bold declaration of a certain fool, which resulted in Gu Zheng delivering a swift kick that sent him flying into a room to contemplate his actions. Gu Zheng soared through the air, collecting treasures along the way. At times, he had to execute daring maneuvers to retrieve the glistening flying swords of certain disciples from the distant demon palace. By the time he reached the exit, he had gathered nearly 8 or 9 individuals, both male and female. Most of the demon palace disciples accompanying Gu Zheng were in the Qi refinement stage, with a few at the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, she also distributed some elixirs she had concocted and incurred debts for several more. In summary, the haul was quite commendable. However, upon reaching the exit, Yun Jing's expression soured. It turned out that Tang Tian and Song Yuani had survived as well, especially Tang Tian, who, upon spotting Yun Jing, shouted, "Yun Jing, you've taken that 3rd-grade Yao Qinglian. Give me a lotus seed." Yun Jing shot her a cold glare, thinking to herself that Tang Tian's brazen outcry would not compel her to share the 3rd-grade Yao Tai Qinglian. No, she thought resolutely. "Yun Jing." Tang Tian's voice dripped with anger. "Get lost. If I had known you were going to die early, I would have sent you off myself." Yun Jing swiftly drew her long sword, its tip poised threateningly at Tang Tian's nose. Tang Tian froze in shock, disbelief washing over her as she wondered why Yun Jing dared to wield her sword so defiantly. Yun Jing's piercing gaze bore into her, contemplating the necessity of teaching this fool a lesson. Otherwise, with her incessant chatter, she would surely make Yun Jing's life miserable. "I am the direct disciple of Master Yulo. How dare you harm me?" Tang Tian, witnessing her severed arm and the blood spraying forth, wore a mask of fury and madness as she vehemently rebuked Yun Jing. "Are you an idiot? Regardless of whose disciple you are, do you think I would let you off the hook just because you plotted against me?" Tang Tian, this is my final warning to you. Do not attempt to scheme against me with such foolishness until you possess the absolute strength to end my life. My patience, too, has its limits. Yun Jing, wielding a longsword, cast a frosty gaze upon her, the glint of impending violence gradually surfacing in her eyes. "You, master." Upon seeing the esteemed Yu Zhenren, Tang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. With a heart full of grievances, she rushed forward, grasping the sleeve of Yu Zhenren with her remaining hand, weeping, "Master, you must stand up for me. Master, look at Yun Jing. She. I have warned you not to trouble her incessantly," replied Yu Zhenren coldly. "Master." Tang Tian's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Yu Zhenren in shock and despair. "But master, my arm. Master, she has severed my arm. Why do you not seek vengeance for me? Are you not my master? Did you not promise to protect me and elevate me above others?" A sharp slap resounded as Yu Zhenren, unable to tolerate Tang Tian's insolence and demanding retribution, struck her fiercely. She then discarded the medicinal plaster onto the ground. Foolish creature, Yu Zhenren disdainfully uttered before turning to Gu Zhang, offering him a quiet apology. A fleeting glance at Tang Tian revealed an unspoken chill in her eyes. Tang Tian stood frozen in place, her entire being numb. Why? Was Yu Zhenren not her master? Why, when she clearly had the power? Did she choose not to assist her? Tears surged forth from the corners of her eyes. Tang Tian glared fiercely at Yun Jing, who returned her gaze with equal intensity. Though they were half-sisters, Yun Jing had resolved that if Tang Tian dared to approach her again, she would not hesitate to rid herself of this mindless nuisance. Yun Jing, I will never turn against you. Never, Tang Tian declared, before picking up the ointment from the ground and searching for her arm, ultimately fleeing in tears. Fool, Yun Jing muttered softly. You were too harsh. You could have warned her instead of severing her arm. Shin Imo reproached her in a low voice as he approached her. Yun Jing turned her head sharply, her eyes filled with an unusual glint. She has made me the target of scorn. Had I not been Gu Zhang's daughter, her words alone could have made me the object of everyone's ire. You think my response was excessive? I have shown her mercy by not killing her. Shin Imo, are you truly a disciple of the Demon Palace? Your demeanor resembles that of the hypocrites from the Jiuhua sword sect. Yun Jing retorted angrily. If Tang Tian was mindless for continually causing trouble due to the past grievances of the Tang family, then Shun Imo inexplicably seemed to take issue with her as well. Seeking to provoke her, Yun Jing looked at his face with displeasure. If you cannot stand me, you are free to distance yourself. Alternatively, you could simply inform me, and I shall gladly keep my distance. Yun Jing, do you truly wish to bear the reputation of a malicious woman? Shin Imo asked angrily. Am I to allow her to scheme against me unchallenged? Your father is the master of the Wind Palace, and with our presence, who would dare to trouble you? How could anyone possibly conspire against you? Shin Imo questioned, his voice barely contained. Are you out of your mind? If you were aware of who possessed the third-grade Yaotai Qinglian, and their prowess was inferior to yours, would you not feel tempted to seize it? Even if they had a formidable backing that could not be present at all times? I would remain unmoved. I almost forgot that our demon palace has produced a sage, Yun Jing remarked with a mocking tone. A muffled laugh escaped from Yu Zhenren, who was eavesdropping nearby. This Shun Mo is indeed an oddity. Everyone else views him as an anomaly within the demon palace. A realization that dawned upon them since his arrival at Ming Xiao Palace. Yet, it was Yun Jing who so candidly labeled him as the sage of the demon palace in his presence. In truth, Yu Zhenren also sensed something amiss. It was said that Shin Imo grew up in the Demon Palace, and while he possessed a somewhat eccentric demeanor, he was by no means excessively merciful. However, despite his pale complexion and tightly clenched fists from anger, he showed no inclination to harm Yun Jing. Gu Zhang exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Zhenren, sharing an ambiguous smile. Chapter 48. Improved elixir formula. Nonetheless, Gu Zhang preferred that Yun Jing did not embarrass Shin Imo too greatly, thus he led her away. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning anything about the third-grade Qinglian. As the group emerged from the U.S. secret realm, they were met with a scene of devastation. The landscape was shattered. Volcanoes erupted, ash spewed forth in every direction, magma flowed across the earth, earthquakes rumbled incessantly, and tsunamis ravaged the nearby seas, a harbinger of doom. The disciples of the Demon Palace, some witnessing such celestial power for the first time, displayed expressions of solemnity. As everyone sat atop the flying vessel, it glided effortlessly over the land, revealing countless citizens, some clutching their children, uncertain of where to flee. In those days, she too had felt such bewilderment. Despite being accompanied by her family, she had walked with trepidation. Her mother had passed away, and she herself was with child. The memory of those arduous times brought a pang of bitterness to Yun Jing's heart. Gu Zhang received a message and piloted the vessel directly towards Ming Xiao Palace. Nestled outside the Xiao Chen Realm, the journey would take several days. Yun Jing, unwilling to delay her senior brothers and sisters' elixirs any further, resolved to commence her alchemical pursuits. Upon entering the treasure bottle space, she was immediately struck by a profound difference. The spiritual energy in the air had seemingly doubled. Could it be due to the spiritual spring? Hastily, she made her way toward its location. However, as she neared the spring, she was left utterly astounded. Yun Jing, you have finally arrived. I thought my heart would shatter from waiting. A fluffy little yellow bird flapped its wings and flew to her side. Remarkably, that very grass had developed its own intelligence, having leapt from the jade box and made its way to the spring with its roots. Yun Jing, in disbelief, asked the little yellow bird. Was this your doing? It was not me, the bird retorted. Moreover, you didn't even place a talisman on that jade box. Naturally, it could escape with its roots. The little yellow bird huffed. Long legs were meant for running away, after all. But can it still be eaten? Yun Jing inquired, casting an odd glance at the little lotus that began to shake vehemently at the mere mention of being consumed. Of course, we can dig it up and continue eating. All the trouble we went through to obtain it was solely for the purpose of consuming it. The little yellow bird declared fiercely. Such a spiritually vibrant lotus. Nurturing it may indeed elevate its essence. I possess a 6th grade snow ear. If your sole intention is to provide your child with some spiritual nourishment, utilizing it should suffice. Should it prove inadequate, you may request the spiritual lotus to yield its seeds for you. It would not be too late to harvest the lotus when you find yourself in dire need of it. The enigmatic Qin Yi appeared behind Yun Jing, holding a large jade box adorned with sealing talismans. Upon receiving the jade box, Yun Jing could sense the immense spiritual energy emanating from the snow ear, which, although not on par with a 3rd-grade blue lotus, still constituted a commendable supplement. A mother of a child cannot afford to be indifferent for the sake of her offspring. She must seize any beneficial resources available. Little Jing, this fellow speaks with reason. If there is snow ear, it could replace the 3rd-grade Yao Tai blue lotus for your 2 little treasures, remarked Xiao Huang, flapping its wings as it gazed at the jade box alongside Yun Jing. Remember me when you come across more valuable items in the future. By the way, do you plan to remain here with me? Yun Jing looked at him in confusion, wondering if he intended to linger indefinitely. Such a notion was unacceptable. What if her son were to reveal his presence? In this day and age, there is no protective legislation for women and children. If he were to vie for her son, she would find herself in an untenable situation. The camaraderie they shared could swiftly transform into a conflict born from maternal instinct. Ahem. It would be prudent to send this individual away post-haste. You. They both spoke almost simultaneously. You go first. No, you go first. Again, they echoed each other. Very well, I shall begin. When do you intend to depart? Yun Jing's words instantly transformed the displeasure on Qin Yi's face. Do you truly wish for my departure, you foolish woman? What do you mean by calling me a foolish woman? Where have I displayed any folly? Clearly, I am a brilliant prodigy. Ahem, a charming young mother. Yun Jing retorted with irritation. Moreover, I have yet to encounter a cultivator who clings to another's mustard seed space, refusing to leave. Are you not aware that this is a top-secret private domain? Why do you insist on holding on to me? And what if I choose to hold on to you? Qin Yi declared defiantly, arms crossed. Do not presume that your mastery of the great multiverse annihilation sword grants you the right to flaunt your prowess before me. Should you truly provoke my ire, I shall ensure you have no opportunity to beg for mercy. Goodness, this fool presents himself with an air of arrogance and bravado before me. Is he compelling me to resort to using the Super King's water against him? Yun Jing thought. I must say, Xiao Chen, can you not even comprehend the concept of gratitude? At the very least, do not repay kindness with enmity. I have saved you. By threatening me, do you not feel a twinge of conscience? The disciples of the Demon Palace are known for their swift retribution, not for becoming heartless fiends. All right. I shall exercise my magnanimity and not stoop to your level. You may continue to reside here, but only for a maximum of 3 more months. After that, regardless of whether you have recovered from your injuries, you must vacate my premises. Having uttered these words, Yun Jing disregarded Qin Yi's fuming anger and turned away, as she still had pills to refine. Just as Gu Zheng's flying vessel was nearing the Mingxiao Palace, Yun Jing had managed to exchange a significant portion of her outstanding debt for elixirs. With a few more days of effort, she would be able to settle her entire debt. Shen Mo, holding a vial of Huang Sui Dan he had acquired from a disciple, chewed on one of the pills, savoring it for a considerable time. His disciple, Song Yuani, looked at him in confusion and asked, Master, is this not merely a low-grade Huang Sui Dan? What sets it apart? After tasting one himself, he found nothing remarkable about it. This particular Huang Sui Dan is a product of an improved formula, Shen Mo explained. Its appearance may closely resemble our low-grade Huang Sui Dan, but upon careful tasting, one can discern that its efficacy surpasses ours by about 10%. Moreover, it is a slow-acting elixir. The differences reveal themselves gradually as it is refined. If one were to merely consume it for quick effects, the results would be comparable to our own version. The key point is that our formulation requires 5 types of entry-level spirit herbs, whereas this Huang Sui Dan only utilizes 3. Consequently, the production cost is significantly reduced. Song Yuanyi gasped in astonishment. A reduction of half the cost? If we were to resell the Huang Sui Dan, wouldn't that mean? Suddenly enlightened, he realized that if this improved formula fell into the hands of the Demon Palace, Yun Jing's status there would undoubtedly rise dramatically, and Gu Zheng's influence would similarly increase due to his daughter. Master, considering that Yun Jing often clashes with you, should we not decipher her formula and submit it to the sect before she does? Silence struck a blow atop Song Yuanyi's head, exclaiming in irritation. Is it solely because she refuses to share a portion of the third-grade Yaotai Qinglian with you that you harbor such resentment? Have you forgotten that our master has already bestowed upon you another piece of shuer, sufficient for your sister's needs? Yet, master, that is your cherished possession. Moreover, shuer is precious. At times, it can even be a matter of life and death. You have given away both pieces of shuer, one to the esteemed Wushang and the other to me, leaving you without a single protective shuer for yourself. While you may not feel the loss, I certainly do. Furthermore, you have not usurped anyone's medicinal formula, especially not one of a modified lower grade. What do you take our master for? Just because outsiders label us as demons, selfish, heartless, and devoid of loyalty, do you truly consider yourself one of them? Silence retorted with exasperation. Master, I did not mean it that way. Song Yuanyi replied, his head hung low in shame. Regardless of whether within the Demon Palace or the external sects, there will always be those treacherous souls. However, I do not wish for my disciples to embody such traits. It is acceptable to seek vengeance. Yet one must have their own principles and boundaries to uphold. I understand your reluctance to remain within the Demon Palace, which is why I have no intention of binding you as a disciple here. You shall accompany me to learn the art of alchemy. Once you have mastered it, you are free to depart. Master. Song Yuanyi trembled, his gaze involuntarily drawn to silence. Each person has their own aspirations. My intention in teaching you is not because you are a disciple of the Demon Palace, but simply because I find you agreeable and wish to take you under my wing. You may maintain the guise of a Danshio apprentice beside me, for this would allow you to extricate yourself from the grasp of the Demon Palace at any moment. Shen Mo had long discerned that Song Yuanyi's arrival was motivated by a desire to escape the Xiao Chen Realm, rather than a genuine wish to immerse himself in the Demon Palace, as he himself had articulated. His decision to accept him as a disciple was merely a reflection of his favorable impression of him. As long as he remained at his side, Shen Mo would ensure that Song Yuanyi could sever ties with the Demon Palace without impediment. A surge of emotion swept through Song Yuanyi's heart. Yet Shen Mo's kindness overwhelmed him. Master, in the future, he hesitated, yearning to express his intention to remain steadfastly by his mentor's side. However, Shen Mo shook his head gently and replied, Yuanyi, I am burdened by my own identity, which constrains my ability to pursue my desires freely. Thus, I implore you not to make sacrifices on my behalf. With that, he patted Song Yuanyi on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. After parting ways with Song Yuanyi, Shen Mo approached Yun Jing's door and knocked assertively. Upon opening the door and seeing him, Yun Jing instinctively attempted to slam it shut. Shen Mo, however, swiftly halted the door with a flick of his wrist and forcefully stepped inside. Coincidentally, a male disciple from the Demon Palace witnessed this exchange and suddenly felt enlightened. It dawned on him that Shen Mo, the esteemed Lord Shun, and Yun Jing, the talented Yun's sister, were indeed embroiled in a playful rivalry. Their seemingly contentious interactions were, in truth, a delightful banter, cloaked in affection. The revelation of such a secret ignited a spark of intrigue within him. And soon the entirety of the Demon Palace's disciples aboard the flying vessel were abuzz with the realization that Yun Jing was the beloved of Lord Shen Mo. Subsequently, the two individuals eagerly rolled into the room, engaged in their intimate exchanges. He even mentioned that he had once secretly observed Sister Yun walking hand in hand with Master Shun in a certain place on a certain day. Such scandalous rumors undoubtedly captivated the attention of many and spread like wildfire, compelling Sister Yun and Master Shun to address those enigmatic matters. However, the two involved were entirely oblivious to the unfolding situation. Shen Mo directly intruded into Yun Jing's room, adopting the perspective of an elder, believing that Yun Jing, being a mere child, required guidance akin to what her father would provide. Yet, no matter how Shen Mo presented himself, Yun Jing found him thoroughly disagreeable, and his intrusion into her personal space elicited a distinctly unfriendly response from her. What do you want? Shen Mo, disinterested in engaging in trivial conversation, promptly conveyed his findings to Yun Jing. He concluded by stating that although it was merely a low-level prescription, your enhancements had significantly reduced its cost, which would be immensely beneficial for the sect. The lower the tier of the elixir, the greater its daily consumption within the sect. Should you present the prescription? It is certain that the sect would value it highly and grant you a substantial amount of points from the Demon Palace. With those points, one could exchange for numerous items. Naturally, you can discuss these matters further with Master Gu, who will offer you sound advice. I came solely for this purpose, and now that I've shared it with you, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Yun Jing had not anticipated that Shen Mo would arrive with such favorable news. Despite her usual disdain for him, she did not wish to feel indebted. Thus, she recalled the snow jade pastries she had just crafted, which were indeed a form of ethereal delicacy. During her time as a solitary cultivator, she had nurtured a passion for exploring various medicinal cuisines, spiritual snacks, and delightful confections made from mystical ingredients. Upon arriving in this otherworldly realm, she diligently gathered knowledge on these subjects, often treating herself to delectable morsels in her spare time. Her younger sister had frequently enjoyed the treats she prepared, and on occasion, when her close friends visited, she would delight the group of little ones with her culinary creations. This time, upon seeing Shen Mo delivering a message, she casually presented him with a platter of her snow jade pastries, assuring him of their exquisite taste. "Don't be shy," she exclaimed, promptly ushering the astonished Shen Mo out of her room and shutting the door with a decisive thud. Shen Mo stared at the platter filled with charming, rabbit-shaped, fluffy confections, a look of bewilderment on his face. He picked one up and took a bite. Indeed, it was delicious, albeit a tad too sweet. Yet, was Yun Jing treating him like a child by offering him these treats? His expression darkened at the thought. Not far from Yun Jing's door, Shen Mo encountered Gu Zhang, who wore a rather peculiar expression upon seeing him. "Did Jing make these?" Gu Zhang inquired, glancing at the small platter and its warm, inviting contents. The little rabbits were indeed quite adorable. Shen Mo stiffly nodded in response. "Ah, Shen, some matters are better kept away from prying eyes," Gu Zhang remarked, his tone laden with unspoken implications. Shen Mo looked at him, perplexed. Chapter 50. The Ming Xiao Demon Palace. The flying vessel gradually approached the magnificent Ming Xiao Palace, a colossal city of awe-inspiring grandeur. The architectural complex of the Demon Palace represents the pinnacle of airborne magical artifacts. Although, apart from the sect of the Demon Palace, the emergence of a recognized titled master will lead to the construction of an additional palace, resulting in no less than 1,000 esteemed palaces across the entire Demon Palace. Nonetheless, the Ming Xiao Palace, presided over by the formidable Master Wushang, is renowned among the many palaces of the Demon Palace. This notorious reputation, however, is not viewed pejoratively within the Demon Palace. Rather, it serves as a commendation of strength. In this realm, those deemed weak or inept face the most dire consequences. As the feebler one is, the more one becomes a target for oppression, often jeopardizing their very existence. In a world rife with strife, even disciples from certain self-proclaimed righteous sects cannot confidently claim eternal life. Thus, it is those like the Demon Palace, who act with ferocity, that find it easier to survive. The flourishing of the Demon Palace amidst the chaos of the cultivation world attests to the power of this super sect. The main hall of the Mingxiao Palace consists of the Mingxiao Hall, the Wushang Hall, and the Ningxiang Hall. The Mingxiao Hall serves as the venue for Master Wushang and his core disciples to convene and manage sect affairs. The Wushang Hall, as its name suggests, is the Master's personal quarters, while the Ningxiang Hall is prepared for the service of attending maidens. However, to date, no woman has ever resided in the Ningxiang Hall. In addition to these primary 3 halls, the Mingxiao Palace boasts 12 main halls in each cardinal direction. The esteemed halls include the 5 Elements Hall, the Jade Tower Hall, and the Xiaojun Hall, along with various administrative halls such as the Spirit Pill Hall, the Artifact Refining Hall, and the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, among others. Beyond these functional halls, the Mingxiao Palace also contains several long-abandoned grand halls, primarily due to a lack of golden core and nascent soul practitioners. After all, the golden elixir and the nascent soul are not as common as cabbages, easily cultivated at will. The Windwalking Hall resides within the Wind God Palace, where each main hall of the Mingxiao Palace boasts its own courtyard, comprising the front hall, main hall, rear hall, and left and right side halls. The disciples serving as attendants typically reside in the left and right side halls. The front hall is designated for discussions. The main hall is the abode of Gu Zhang, while the rear hall accommodates Gu Zhang's family members or serves as a storeroom. Each side hall features 4 courtyards, within which lie various pavilions and row houses. Naturally, the row houses are inhabited by lower-ranked disciples, while the pavilions are reserved for distinguished disciples at the foundation establishment stage. The main hall where the esteemed Wushang resides is a magnificent 5-story structure, towering and grand. In contrast, most other main halls are 3 stories tall, with the pavilions comprising 2 levels and the row houses just 1. It can be said that the fewer the stories of the dwelling, the lower the status of its occupant. Fortunately, Gu was astute enough to prepare a pill room for her, complete with geothermal fire. This small gesture brought great satisfaction to Yun Jing. The Mingxiao Palace boasts over 30,000 registered formal disciples, more than 10,000 outer sect disciples, and nearly 100,000 servants. The ratio essentially reflects that 2 servants attend to 1 individual, highlighting the luxurious lifestyle enjoyed by the disciples of the Demon Palace. Yun Yao's smile began to stiffen, and eventually she could no longer endure and discreetly retreated to her daughter's quarters for a drink and a respite, simultaneously lamenting the excessive noise. Everyone understood her implication. This vividly illustrated Gu Zheng's regard for his wife and child. Had it not been for Yun Yao's relatively low cultivation level, it is likely that a dual cultivation ceremony would have been held, even within the Demon Palace. Such principles hold true. Many approached with a teasing demeanor towards Gu Zheng, each suggesting he should prepare a dowry, consistently praising Master Shin's remarkable appearance. However, Gu Zheng remained indifferent, treating the jest as mere amusement, showing no inclination to take the matter seriously. This enigmatic demeanor left many puzzled. Could it be that Gu Zheng was unwilling to let his daughter form a bond with Shinemo? After Yun Jing tidied her room, she sent her maid away and entered the treasure vase space. As soon as she stepped inside, a figure appeared before her, startling Yun Jing. "Weren't you in the midst of your cultivation? Shouldn't you be stabilizing that unruly fire spirit you just acquired?" she inquired. "Do you have something to discuss?" she asked, her expression revealing her annoyance, as she had intended to gather medicinal herbs and pills for her own cultivation. Please visit Shun Mo at the Spiritual Pill Hall and gather information regarding his relationship with Chu Hongyan. "Why are you so interested in Shin Mo?" Yun Jing questioned, perplexed. His identity is quite extraordinary. Although he conceals it skillfully, there are still subtle clues that can be discerned, Qin Yi explained, observing her with intent. "Is he an enemy sent to harm you?" Yun Jing speculated. Qin Yi chuckled lightly. "Not all life and death encounters stem from enmity." "What do you mean by that?" "Interest can be quite compelling, especially when—" He paused, leaving his thought unfinished. "I detest those who speak in half-truths," Yun Jing retorted, her irritation evident. Suddenly, Qin Yi reached out and pinched Yun Jing's cheek, remarking on her increasingly audacious behavior in his presence. Let go, let go." Yun Jing, infuriated, attempted to swat away Qin Yi's iron grip. Oh dear, she hoped her delicate skin wouldn't be marred by his grasp. Qin Yi coldly commanded her to release him, but inwardly mused that the sensation was rather pleasant, quite smooth, in fact. "Qin Yi, do you understand your current standing? You are merely a guest here. Why act so arrogantly? I warn you, for the last time, if you dare to lay your hands on me again, I shall cast you out," Yun Jing declared, her eyes blazing with fury. "You, humph, there will come a day when you will seek my favor. Dream on, who do you think you are?" Qin Wushang. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's expression turned peculiar. Chapter 51. Dining on the house. Though Yun Jing needed to utilize the external fire elixir chamber for her alchemical endeavors, the processing of her materials took place within her treasure vessel. She had extracted various devices for refining the essences of numerous materials. Many samples were meticulously gathered and incorporated into her alchemical research. An array of intelligent monitoring devices had been installed in her alchemical chamber, and as she successfully produced several types of elixirs, Qin Yi soon noticed that Yun Jing's alchemical speed was accelerating and her success rate was rising. Initially, he had anticipated completing the debt repayment task within 5 days, yet she compressed it into a mere 3 days, leaving an additional half-day to concoct some potions for her own use. By the end, Qin Yi felt numb, instinctively sensing that the apparatuses Yun Jing had set up were likely the key to her enhanced elixir production rate. However, the problem lies in his utter inability to comprehend the devices that Yun Jing is adeptly manipulating. Thus, it seems that this young lady harbors significant secrets waiting to be uncovered, does it not? Qin Yi mused, sensing a flicker of intrigue towards her. Yun Jing meticulously processed all the medicinal herbs she had acquired, skillfully refining them into elixirs, while also enhancing certain formulas based on her analyses. Some endeavors bore fruit, while others did not. After dispatching the elixirs to her senior brothers, the diligent young lady immersed herself in her cultivation once more. Meanwhile, her mischievous sons began their antics. The miraculous Sanchi Dan had propelled her to the 7th level of qi refinement. However, upon successfully concocting the Pyuan Dan, she felt an exhilarating certainty that she could ascend to the 8th level. Yet, her sons played a cruel jest, devouring all the Pyuan Dan, leaving her with only a third of the way towards the 7th level. The prospect of reaching the 8th level seemed distant and unattainable. Tears welled in her eyes. Yun Jing was profoundly disheartened. Her recent passion revolved around cradling her belly and conversing with her sons, imploring them to spare her some elixirs so she could continue her ascent. Regrettably, her mischievous little rascals seemed oblivious to her pleas, persistently snatching the elixirs from her grasp. In desperation, Yun Jing heeded Xiao Huang's suggestion and consumed the snow fungus. However, instead of transforming it into an elixir, she combined it with various other spiritual herbs to prepare a low-tier beast delicacy, the fragrant snow chicken, culminating in a hearty pot of chicken soup. After delivering half of the dishes to Gu Fuhong and Yun Yao, Yun Jing prepared a few more delicacies made from spiritual herbs for herself. She then served chicken soup, filling a small bowl for Xiao Huang before intending to commence her meal. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Qin Yi, drawn by the enticing aroma, arrived. Upon seeing the table laden with food, he nonchalantly seated himself and seized Yun Jing's dinner along with her chopsticks, proceeding to eat. "What are you doing? Why do you just come over and eat my food? You even took my bowl and the meal I had prepared," Yun Jing exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Observing her flustered state, Qin Yi felt a profound satisfaction. "Isn't this the meal you prepared for me? I understand your sentiments. You wish to impress me with your culinary skills, yet feel too shy to invite me. Do not worry. I have long perceived your intentions and have come to partake in your creation. Understand my sentiments? What do you mean by that? I do not harbor any feelings for you. Who are you, anyway? I do not know you," Yun Jing retorted, her annoyance evident. "Aren't we good friends?" Seeing her determination to kick him away from the table, he quickly backed down. With a huff, Yun Jing let out a cold snort, opting not to physically remove him from the table. Instead, she retrieved another set of bowls and chopsticks, serving herself a portion without concerning herself with Qin Yi's presence, and began to eat. Qin Yi, while enjoying his meal, chuckled to himself. Indeed, the dishes she prepared were quite delightful. He contemplated visiting more often to savor her cooking. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang munched on his small plate of crispy fried fish, casting furtive glances at both Yun Jing and Qin Yi with an undeniably mischievous glint in his eyes. Amidst the playful banter, Xiao Jing's appearance may not be striking, nor her physique particularly remarkable, yet her discerning taste in men is commendable. Both Qin Yi and the charming Shen family's little Mo possess admirable qualities, especially in their physiques, which could undoubtedly warm her bed and inspire enduring affection. With a swift motion, Yun Jing seized her frying pan, delivering a resounding blow to the bothersome presence of Xiao Huang, who finally vanished from her sight. She cast a fierce glance at Qin Yi, who hastily consumed his meal, eager to finish and depart. In a moment of mischief, he slipped away as she continued to gnash her teeth, contemplating whether she could truly strike him down. The formidable queen understood the art of patience. She resolved to let that scoundrel revel in his arrogance for a few days, knowing he would eventually face the reckoning of past grievances. As she savored her food, she envisioned it as a means to crush Qin Yi's bones, to pulverize his sinews. From a distance, Qin Yi observed Yun Jing with a bemused expression as she devoured her meal, seemingly intent on devouring him as well. He pondered the complexities of women, finding them as enigmatic and challenging as cunning individuals. The following day, after discovering the restorative properties of snow fungus, Yun Jing noted her son's newfound compliance. Inspired by the benefits of nourishment, she decided to intensify her dietary regimen alongside her training. Thus, she prepared an elaborate feast of exquisite dishes. Once more, Qin Yi arrived, unabashedly commandeering her utensils and space, flashing her a teasing, mischievous smile. "Are you eager for me to savor your culinary skills once again?" he inquired playfully. "Such matters should be communicated to me sooner next time. Rest assured, as long as it is prepared by you, I will gladly partake." Upon finishing, the individuals swiftly grabbed their chopsticks and began to eat. I had already taken several bites of that bowl of rice. Yun Jing glared in frustration. "Darling, I do not find you unclean. After saying this, Qin deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at Yun Jing. He had heard Yun Jing and her mother, Yun Yao, frequently use this phrase, and it struck a chord within him, prompting its use. Never had he encountered someone so audacious. Yun Jing was utterly taken aback by his boldness. For the sake of food, this fellow would go to any lengths. Yun Jing felt a deep sense of defeat. How absurd, he likes her. But it is merely for the sake of food. Qin, I beseech you, please leave at once, or else consider staying here indefinitely. I am utterly overwhelmed by your presence. Chapter 52. A new job. Yun Jing had indulged in several days of nourishing spiritual sustenance at home, temporarily revitalizing her appearance and improving her complexion. As for her cultivation, cough, she continued to consume medicinal pills, slowly progressing on the arduous path toward the 8th level of qi refinement. After a few days of busyness, Old Gu once again took Yun Jing under his wing. Jing, have you thought about your father these past 2 days? Yun Jing's expression darkened instantly. Not at all. Alas, you unfilial daughter, unaware of your father's thoughts. I have been thinking of you daily, Gu Zheng said, adopting a tone of mock disappointment. Yun Jing's mother, Yun Yao, snickered beside them. I apologize, I couldn't help myself. Upon seeing this, Yun Jing was left speechless, realizing she was merely a source of entertainment for her parents. Old Gu, what on earth did you summon me for? I am undeniably charming and dashing, a figure of elegance that could make even your mother swoon. Why do you insist on calling me an old man, you little brat? Am I really that old? Gu Zheng shot a glare at Yun Jing, indignant. By proper age standards, you could very well be my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. Gu Zheng was immediately taken aback by her words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You ungrateful little girl. Here I am, genuinely concerned for you. And you think I want you to be a mere attendant? Upon hearing this, Yun Jing perked up, inquiring, What attendant? Weren't you initially planning to send me to the pill hall to become an apprentice? That was indeed my intention, he replied. But your mother learned that you were at odds with those over there, so she instructed me to deliver a gift to Shunemo, stating that you would not be going to the pill hall after all. However, you are my daughter, Gu Zheng, and remaining cooped up at home practicing won't benefit you. I have been contemplating your situation these past few days, and considering you are expecting, I have decided to let you serve as a small attendant in the Rose Courtyard of the Wind Hall, overseeing the communal assets belonging to the Wind Hall. Yun Jing was perplexed by this notion. For medicinal herbs, one would go to the pill hall. For magical tools, one to the artifact hall. For sect tasks, one to the miscellaneous hall. And for spirit stones, also to the miscellaneous hall. What assets does our Wind Hall possess? Father, are you embezzling? This Rose Courtyard sounds like a small treasury. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng promptly tapped Yun Jing's forehead. You little rascal, what do you take your father for? The Wind Hall is so impoverished that it barely has a few bricks left. Do you think I covet those paltry possessions? Yun Yao's intended compliment was abruptly stifled, leaving her at a loss for words. Yun Jing, cradling her head, widened her eyes in indignation. So, your abstention from greed is not due to your noble character, but rather because the Fengxing Hall lacks anything you deem worthy? In truth, Fengxing Hall possesses resources. For instance, when disciples excel in their sect tasks, they receive rewards. And the hall also benefits from these accomplishments. Although the rewards may be modest, they accumulate over time, becoming a small fortune. Once these resources reach a certain threshold, I, your father, will choose to distribute these rewards to the promising talents of Fengxing Hall. Additionally, disciples who perform exceptionally well in their tasks may also receive special rewards from me. Some of these rewards stem from my own contributions, while others arise from accumulated finances. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Yun Jing nodded decisively, indicating her comprehension. So, you essentially wish for me to take on the role of the storekeeper, right? That's perfectly fine. I can manage that, and it's far preferable to facing constant harassment from Shunemo at the Spirit Pill Hall. Gu Zheng observed with a bemused expression. Aren't you and Shunemo involved? Yun Jing, perplexed, inquired, involved in what? Cough, never mind. Consider it as if I said nothing. You children can sort out your own affairs. In any case, I've conveyed the responsibilities to you. When do you plan to assume your duties? By the way, you have 4 low-ranking disciples from Fengxing Hall under your command, 2 males and 2 females. I shall commence my duties tomorrow. After all, I must start working eventually. Tomorrow? You're starting work right away? Gu Zheng smirked, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation as he contemplated confronting the mischievous Yun Jing. Little did she know, the clever girl managed to evade the attempt with a mere tilt of her head. The following morning, upon arriving at the small courtyard she was assigned to, as per Gu Zheng's instructions, Yun Jing discovered that the 4 junior disciples under her command were all outer sect disciples. They had come to fulfill tasks assigned by the task hall and were not technically members of the Windwalk Hall. Their cultivation levels were rather modest, around the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refinement. However, their parents or family members had once been disciples of the Demon Palace, allowing them to enter various esteemed halls of the palace in their teens or early 20s. Outer sect disciples typically fall into 2 categories: those whose talents are deemed insufficient to qualify for inner sect membership, and those who entered too late, lacking the cultivation required for inner sect disciples. Among the 4 junior disciples accompanying Yun Jing, 2 male disciples were in their 20s and had joined too late, having been recruited from other locations by the Demon Palace. Although they possessed decent aptitude, their late start meant they remained outer sect disciples for the time being. One was at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, while the other was at the 2nd layer. The 3rd layer disciple was named Ting, of unremarkable appearance, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years old, yet exuding a calm demeanor. The 2nd layer disciple, Xiao Chen, looked about 20, seeming slightly younger than Ting, with a distinctive gaze that was both profound and confident. The 2 female disciples were a pair of twins, merely 14 or 15 years old, possessing an innocent charm akin to that of neighborhood girls. One bore a red mole on her forehead, while the other did not. Their personalities contrasted sharply. The elder sister, Wang Muqing, was gentle and graceful, while the younger sister, Wang Muji, was outspoken and quick-witted. Yun Jing briefly introduced herself to them, subsequently familiarizing herself with her workplace and its various responsibilities. Within the storeroom, there lay a considerable number of items, approximately 300 elixirs, over 100 mystical artifacts and treasures, alongside an abundance of talismans and array formations. Most of these were of lower rank, with only a scant few being of higher caliber. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous objects scattered about. Yun Jing meticulously tallied the inventory and, upon concluding the handover with the individual present, sealed the storeroom. She then summoned 4 individuals, instructing them to attend to their respective duties, effectively dismissing the steward before making her exit. The 4 onlookers watched as her figure gradually faded from sight, each expressing astonishment. Among the younger girls, the sister of the duo remarked in disbelief, "Is Miss Yun truly leaving without a care?" To which her elder sister, casting a silent glance at her sibling, responded with mild exasperation. The playful young girl, Wang Muzi, stuck out her tongue teasingly before exclaiming, "How carefree this young lady is." Meanwhile, behind the 2 sisters, a pair of young men exchanged knowing smiles. One of them, a man in his mid-20s with an air of arrogance, strode into the courtyard, demanding loudly, "Is there anyone still breathing here? Where has old Lu gone? I have come on the orders of my master to collect items." Upon noticing that the 4 were external disciples, he widened his eyes and shouted, "I apologize, esteemed senior brother, but Lu is not on duty today. The responsibility of this courtyard has changed hands. Currently, it is overseen by Sister Yun Jing from the Gu family. Do you wish to collect items? Which vice master or pavilion lord's token do you possess?" The composed Wang Muqing stood at the forefront, stepping forward to inquire. Chapter 53. Selling 100 times the items stored in this courtyard belong to the Windward Hall. Only the Hall Master, Deputy Hall Masters, or the Pavilion Master have the privilege to retrieve items from here, and one must possess a token to do so. This token is held by Gu Zheng and the 2 Deputy Hall Masters, Han Jun and Hisusu. Outer disciples are required to request permission from Yun Jing to obtain their items using the token. What do you mean? The personnel have changed. Old Lu has lost his integrity. Yesterday he sent me to collect items, and today he has vanished. Is this some sort of jest? A furious voice erupted towards the 4, as if they were the detestable old Lu himself. The 2 sisters, Wang Muqing and her companion, instinctively took a few steps back. The aggressor, relentless, advanced forward, reaching out to grab Wang Muqing. However, Ting, who had been standing behind the sisters, swiftly moved in front of Wang Muqing, his hand darting out like lightning to seize the assailant's arm. "Esteemed senior, we are merely outer disciples, bound to follow the orders of our sect. The assignment or reassignment of personnel is beyond our control. If you are troubled, we can promptly summon Senior Sister Yun to elucidate the matter." The adversary's gaze sharpened, fury flashing in his eyes. "It matters not who you call. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Who dares to obstruct me? How dare these mere outer disciples defy him?" It was evident that he was struggling to maintain his composure. "Do you think me an easy target? Why is it that others can collect items freely, while you find ways to impede my efforts? Why am I not permitted to retrieve what is rightfully mine? Be cautious. Senior, who else would dare to obstruct you? May I take items with this jade token? Is there any fault in this rule? Why is it that you can claim items simply by your presence? Has your face now turned into a jade token? He retorted, his tone laced with disdain. I am Yun Jing, and from this day forth, the organization shall be under my purview. Upon hearing this, the onlookers scrutinized her from head to toe, before erupting into derisive laughter. You? A mere disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement? And what of it? Yun Jing retorted, her voice steady. I am neither arrogant nor foolish enough to cause a scene on someone else's territory, nor do I belittle others while flaunting the airs of a first-level foundation establishment disciple. So what is your point? A soft chuckle escaped Yi Qingxin from behind her. Yun Jing's words caused a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Who are you? I am Xiang Xiaofeng. My master is Han Jun, the vice hall master of the Windwalk Hall. Humph, you boast of connections? I am Yun Jing, daughter of Gu Zhang, the hall master of Windwalk Hall. Indeed, it is I. My master once conveyed to Hall Master Gu that several of us disciples are permitted to directly utilize the resources here, a fact that Hall Master Gu has endorsed. You may summon old Lu for a confrontation if you wish. With an air of nonchalance, he appeared composed, as if he were firmly in control. Had she not been Yun Jing, he might have swiftly resolved the matter with force. Yet, since she was a relative of Hall Master Gu, Xiang Xiaofeng decided to extend her a semblance of courtesy. Very well, Huiting, kindly fetch my predecessor, old Lu. Inform him that I have some uncertainties I wish to clarify with him. Huiting nodded in compliance, and shortly thereafter, he returned with old Lu, who had not been gone for long. Upon encountering Xiang Xiaofeng, Lao Lu nodded in acknowledgement, and his subsequent words aligned with those recently spoken by Xiang Xiaofeng. Junior Sister Yin, what do you think? Am I not correct? Quickly, leave me to retrieve the items. That cannot be, she replied firmly. This is simply unacceptable. If anyone can just change the rules and claim it is sanctioned by Gu Zhang, how will she be able to navigate her future? We must not allow this group to perceive her as easily manipulated. Given her sensitive status, if she appears too pliable, who knows what misfortunes may befall her? We cannot rely solely on Lao Lu's perspective. Since this matter concerns my father, and I have given my consent, please wait a moment while I confirm with him using the communication jade. You are showing a lack of respect, making things difficult for me. Xiang Xiaofeng retorted, his anger evident as he glared at Yun Jing. This must be intentional. It is undoubtedly deliberate. Just wait a bit longer. I simply wish to clarify. Especially since the junior sister is new and unfamiliar with the circumstances. Why must my senior brother make things difficult for me? Yun Jing furrowed her brow, confronting Xiang Xiaofeng, while simultaneously using the communication jade to inquire with her father. What do you mean I'm making things hard for you? By bringing this matter to Gu Dian's, are you not attempting to elevate your own reputation at my expense? With a sardonic smile, Yun Jing remarked. So according to my senior brother, am I to merely be a compliant echo, responding to your every whim to satisfy you? I merely wish to ascertain whether this matter indeed exists. Why can't you, senior brother, endure this brief moment? Or is it that you harbor a guilty conscience? Xiang Xiaofeng's countenance shifted dramatically. Yun Jing, do you presume that, simply because your father is the lord of the hall, you can bully me? Xiang Xiaofeng's face turned an ominous shade as he seized Yun Jing's arm with force. Enraged, Yun Jing exclaimed, "Release me. I warn you, should you provoke me further, you shall not escape unscathed." Fixing her gaze upon him, she suddenly smirked and shouted loudly, "Help! Someone is trying to commit murder. Save me. Xiang Xiaofeng intends to kill." Xiang Xiaofeng stared at her in utter disbelief. The few individuals behind Yun Jing were equally taken aback. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread coursed through Xiang Xiaofeng, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He swiftly withdrew, releasing Yun Jing and distancing himself from the scene. A strange, searing gust of wind struck the air, crashing down onto the ground. The tiles surrounding them shattered with a resounding crack. Shen Imo appeared, his expression grim, standing 3 paces away from Yun Jing. "Xiang Xiaofeng, what are you up to?" "Shen Imo, head of the Shen clan? How could you be here?" Xiang Xiaofeng exclaimed. Hadn't Shen Imo always claimed to be a reclusive alchemist, rarely emerging from the Alchemy Institute? Confused and astonished, he glanced between Shen Imo and Yun Jing. "I truly do not understand. I came to collect something. I had no idea why junior sister Yin would shout like that. I assure you, I meant her no harm." Xiang Xiaofeng hastily clarified. "This fellow is clearly here to stir trouble. Yun Jing pointed at Xiang Xiaofeng and spoke to Shun Mo. Shin Mo's expression darkened, implying that the other party had no intention of harming Yun Jing. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the Alchemy Institute, sounding as if a furnace had exploded. Was it possible that someone had been careless while refining elixirs? Yun Jing murmured softly. Shin Mo's complexion changed dramatically as 5 elements Dan. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to seize this troublesome girl and give her a good thrashing. His 5 elements Dan. Selling this wretched girl 100 times would not suffice for compensation. Why had he been so foolish as to rush out to check if she was in danger? Chapter 54. All hands on deck. Just as Shin Mo's gaze towards Yun Jing grew increasingly peculiar, 3 distinguished figures glided into the courtyard. 1, 2, 3. At that moment, all the prominent figures of the Windwalking Hall had arrived. How impressive. Ah, Xiaoshen, what brings you here? That furnace of elixirs was yours, wasn't it? Gu Zheng looked at him in surprise, lamenting the loss of Shin Mo's 5 elements Dan. In front of everyone, Gu Zheng revealed the truth, causing Shin Mo's handsome face to darken further. Could he not keep silent about the 5 elements Dan? Shin Mo cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's expression turned strange as she realized that he was the unfortunate soul responsible for the exploding furnace. Shin Mo turned abruptly, preparing to leave. He thought it was neither worth his time to be angry with this troublesome girl, nor was he in a position to endure such frustrations. Yun Jing contemplated for a moment before straightforwardly recounting the entire sequence of events in an objective manner. In the end, I conveyed to you my message, indicating my desire to verify the authenticity of their words. Furthermore, I would like to remind you that such permissible behavior is somewhat inappropriate. If the esteemed seniors wish to utilize certain items, there is certainly no issue with that. However, it is illogical to disregard established rules and regulations. After all, it is merely a matter of acquiring an additional jade token. How much trouble could it possibly cause? Upon hearing Yun Jing's words, Gu Zheng cast a meaningful glance at Han Jun and then at Xiang Xiaofeng. Han Jun quickly adopted a pleading demeanor, subtly signaling for assistance, while simultaneously casting a glare at Xiang Xiaofeng. Observing this, Gu Zheng stated, I understand the situation now. Henceforth, in the Windwalk Hall, no verbal promises shall hold any weight. We must adhere to the sect's laws. Execution must follow established procedures. What does junior brother Han think? In truth, Han Jun was merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Addressing him as junior brother was an exaggeration. He promptly agreed, stating, what the senior brother has said is correct. The disciples of Windwalk Hall have been rather reckless lately, and strict oversight is indeed necessary. Han Jun recognized that Gu Zheng's statement was intended to preserve his dignity, as it would be inconvenient for this matter to be exposed. As for Hisuzi, she readily concurred, feeling reassured that with 2 of the 3 hall masters in agreement, she had little room to object. Xiang Xiaofeng's expression was somewhat grim. However, he was fortunate that Gu Zheng did not publicly humiliate him or his master. It was indeed a matter from the internal competition of the Mingxiao Palace that Gu Zheng had verbally consented to allow the disciples of the 2 esteemed leaders to freely utilize the various cultivation items available here. However, that event had long since passed. Nevertheless, Xiang Xiaofeng and his companions continued to treat trifles as significant, believing they could procure items at their leisure. Gu Zheng, previously unaware and unconcerned about the inventory, had simply awaited the sect's replenishment when supplies ran low. Yet, it was only when Xiang Xiaofeng exposed their past actions that Gu Zheng began to doubt the legitimacy of their claims. Furthermore, Jing could leverage this incident to establish her formidable reputation, ensuring that her words and actions within the wind-chasing hall would no longer be deemed inconsequential. This was a promising beginning. How does Xiaoshen perceive this? Gu Zheng inquired with a warm tone. Although Shen Mo felt irked about losing a furnace of Wuyun Dan, he had to admit that Yun Jing had impressed him once again. He had not anticipated that this seemingly petite girl possessed such a profound understanding of the laws. I wholeheartedly endorsed junior sister Yun's approach this time. As for Xiang Xiaofeng's opinions, Shen Mo deemed them unworthy of his concern. A twitch at the corner of Xiang Xiaofeng's mouth betrayed his irritation, yet he refrained from speaking further in the presence of their master. In any case, with Yun Jing taking the lead, the external disciples following her were well protected, and no one dared to trouble them. The resolution reached by the higher-ups also leaned favorably towards Yun Jing in the eyes of the external disciples. Moreover, Gu Zheng's identity as her father was now fully revealed to them, and their attitude towards Yun Jing was markedly warmer than at the outset. Moreover, upon receiving their items, The disciples discerned that Yun Jing, at the very least, would not unjustly bully others. Given her current status, her conduct was commendable. The impact she had on the disciples of Fengxing Hall was not detrimental at all. 5 or 6 days later, Gu Zheng sought out Yun Jing once more. Jing, there is something I must discuss with you. Yun Jing gazed at Gu Zheng with questioning eyes, curious about his intentions. Jing, our Mingxiao Palace must traverse the river between the Xiao Chen Realm and the Yushan Realm, diverting to the Yushan Realm. We are required to pause for a day at the entrance of the river in the Xiao Chen Realm. The patriarch of the Tang family sent word requesting my assistance in helping them leave the Xiao Chen Realm for the Yushan Realm. What are your thoughts? Yun Jing was momentarily taken aback. Gu, what do you intend to do with this? Upon hearing the nickname, Gu Zheng shot her an irritated glance. That is merely a term of endearment. Do not be upset, father. Now, tell me, what is your perspective? Indeed, some members of the Tang family were rather peculiar, and she found them hard to tolerate. However, if they were to depart the Xiao Chen Realm as a family, the majority would be the elderly, women, and children. Although Gu Zheng did not consider himself a virtuous man, the Tang family had, after all, extended help to him in the past. My intention, he continued, is to have a disciple represent us, provide a vessel, and escort the Tang family across the river to the Yushan Realm. Yun Jing felt no particular attachment to the Tang family, especially since they had not treated her well in her previous life. Father, you may arrange it as you see fit. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not trouble them in return. However, what Yun Jing could never have anticipated was that, merely a day later, a group of direct descendants from the Tang family would appear within the Demon Palace. It was Tang Tian who had persuaded Master Yu Lu to bring them to the Mingxiao Palace. In truth, Tang Tian herself was bewildered by Master Yu Lu's sudden amiability. She had merely mentioned to her companion Su Jinsei, while toying with the ebony alchemy cauldron in her hands, that her elder cousin Tang Yuan happened to possess a similar ebony cauldron. Chapter 55. The Master of the Spirit Pill Hall. Why would members of the Tang family appear in the Mingxiao Palace? Yun Jing was utterly perplexed. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Tang Yuan had become a concubine of Zheng Xiaojun, one of the esteemed masters of the Spirit Pill Hall and a trusted aide of the revered Wu Shangdazun. Not merely a disciple, but a concubine. Upon hearing this news, Yun Jing was so taken aback that she nearly dropped the teacup she held. Zheng Xiaojun, the master of the Spirit Pill Hall, was known for his own Xiaojun Hall, where he housed numerous concubines, his reputation for lechery being infamous throughout the Demon Palace. Moreover, it was said that he excelled in the art of dual cultivation. Although he had brought the Tang family members along, the actual number who had been taken into the Demon Palace was rather limited. When Yun Jing accompanied Gu Zheng to pay a visit to Zheng Xiaojun, she observed the presence of the Tang family patriarch, Lord Tang Shengtai, the matriarch, as well as her elder brother Tang Jing and second brother Tang Luo. Tang Jing was the son of the matriarch, while Tang Luo was born of the second matriarch, Yun Hui. Despite sharing the same father, Tang Luo was, in name, the eldest son of the late second master. And of course, there was also the elder cousin Tang Yuan. At this moment, Tang Yuan had adorned herself as a woman, her lips and brows radiating a seductive charm that suggested the tender attentions of a man. However, what captivated Yun Jing the most was the fact that her counterpart had already attained the 10th level of qi refinement, and remarkably, it was through the recultivation of demonic arts. If she were to further refine her skills to the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, she would be poised for foundation establishment. How little time had passed, and yet she had reached such heights. Yun Jing stared at her in astonishment, stealing several glances. Jing, what are you gazing at? Gu Zheng inquired directly upon noticing her. Father, it's nothing, merely feeling a bit embarrassed by her superior cultivation. Embarrassed? Did you not recently discredit a senior brother from the foundation establishment stage in our windwalking hall? Tang Tian's sarcastic voice chimed in again. Yun Jing looked up to see her along with Chu Hongyan and Shun Mo entering the room. If you find a single arm insufficient, I shall next sever your hands and feet. Yun Jing responded with a smile. You, Tian, why must you always be at odds with Jing? We are all disciples of the Demon Palace. If this escalates, it would only lead to greater troubles, Chu Hongyan interjected, pulling Tang Tian aside with a knowing glance. At that moment, Tang Yuan approached, taking hold of Tang Tian's arm and guiding her to stand beside her. Stop acting like a child. Our father and grandfather are here. Shouldn't we be joyous as a family gathered together? Upon hearing this, Tang Tian shot her a frosty glare, yanking her hand away. My affairs are none of your concern. What if my son has taken a bite? Is it unacceptable? Upon hearing Shinmo's words, Yun Jing was immediately incensed. Is this person naturally inept at communication? Shinmo, taken aback, retorted, why should you concern yourself? Extending his hand, he insisted, let me see. No need. I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Yun Jing replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Shinmo turned to Gu Zheng and said, Master Gu, the situation with Ling AI seems rather unusual. I would like to check her pulse. No need. Both Yun Jing and Gu Zheng responded in unison. Father, Shin Giz meant well. But can you truly claim to understand your own health and that of your son without a single doubt? Gu Zheng flashed a toothy grin, his eyes narrowing in a threatening glare at Yun Jing. Master Shun is a fifth-tier alchemist. How can you presume to be superior? Gu Zheng, with a look that suggested Yun Jing, soon to become a mother, should prioritize the child, admonished her against engaging in a clash of wills. Reluctantly, Yun Jing extended her hand towards Shinmo. He promptly took her pulse. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing finally felt at ease, giving him a look that conveyed, well done. How did Sister Yun become pregnant? Tang Yuan, on the other side, looked at Yun Jing in astonishment and inquired, why can't I become pregnant? Yun Jing responded, but Sister Yun, you are not yet married? Tang Yuan questioned, puzzled, and without further thought. There's no helping it. I desire a child, but not a man. Tang Yuan was taken aback, thinking to herself, can a woman be any more audacious? How could one utter such words? Even silence was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yun Jing with astonishment. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated from the back hall. Two remarkably handsome, yet distinctly different gentlemen emerged. The foremost among them was Zheng Xiaojun of Mingxiao Palace, whose striking appearance was matched only by an audacious charisma that exuded a magnetic male allure. Such individuals, however, often possess a pronounced self-centeredness and lack of consideration for others. While both men were undeniably attractive, they paled in comparison to the cool and aloof Shinmo, who possessed a unique allure that effortlessly captivated the gaze of women. Regrettably, Shinmo's less than pleasant demeanor and inability to engage in conversation, coupled with his excessively stoic nature, led Yun Jing to conclude that he was not her type. In comparison to the charming rogue from her own realm, Yun Jing couldn't help but acknowledge that her perspective was rather subjective. The most formidable of them all remained the incorrigible character from her own space. A man deemed flawless by the discerning eyes of the beauty enthusiasts, yet an enchanting poison that rendered any admirer restless. Determinately, she resolved that such a man should be kept at a distance. How aptly articulated. If only every lady I cherished shared such sentiments, how delightful it would be. Pray, allow me to meet this heroine. I am curious to know who she is, Zheng Xiaojun exclaimed with a hearty laugh, scanning the grand hall in search of the young lady who had just spoken. Gu Zheng set down his tea bowl and pointed at Zheng Xiaojun, saying, this is the esteemed master of the Lingdan Palace and my Mingxiao Palace, the Yuanian cultivator Zheng Xiaojun. Do not be deceived by his well-preserved visage. He has already lived for several centuries. This unreliable and eccentric fellow, it would be wise to keep your distance from him. He may not be dangerous, but he is certainly tiresome. Zheng Xiaojun was taken aback. Chapter 56, The Ancient Dan Palace. Yun Jing, equally astonished, reflected on her own position as a frequent topic of discussion. Though she maintained a nonchalant attitude towards her unexpected pregnancy, she recognized that others held a different perspective. She wished that the conversation surrounding her and her adorable little treasures would not be laced with disdain, especially coming from Zheng Xiaojun, whose remarks she found utterly bizarre. I have long admired you, Yun Jing exclaimed, bowing her head in respect. Zheng Xiaojun feigned shock at her words, glancing between Yun Jing and Gu Zheng, before retorting. Are you, Gu Zheng, trying to tarnish my reputation for no reason? Not at all, Gu Zheng replied. It is merely my duty to remind Jing, as a junior, to keep her eyes wide open when assessing men. Someone like you, Xiaojun, should certainly be excluded from any consideration as a potential husband. Furthermore, my Jing's pregnancy was unplanned, and she is reluctant to marry a man whose character she does not know well. As for you, if every woman associated with you ends up pregnant yet refuses to enter your Zheng family, what does that make you? Merely a vessel for others to bear children? With a soft chuckle, Master Yulo couldn't help but smile. Hearing Gu Zheng's words, Zheng Xiaojun immediately rolled his eyes. Gu Zheng, are you doing this on purpose? Are you deliberately targeting me? Who can be blamed? If you hadn't been throwing flirtatious glances at Jing, would I have had to bring you up? With a light laugh, Master Yulo found amusement in the exchange. Yun Jing realized that Master Yulo was simply someone who enjoyed watching the spectacle and relishing the laughter it brought. Zheng Xiaojun pointed to himself, asking me, "Have I done such a thing?" "Humph." Gu Zheng merely snorted in response. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zheng Xiaojun finally said, "Actually, I invited everyone here mainly to trouble you with a matter." After speaking, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan took the initiative to walk to the large table set up in the center of the hall and retrieved 3 small dark green cauldrons from her storage bracelet. As soon as Yun Jing saw them, she recognized them immediately. They were identical to the small cauldron she had purchased that day. These small cauldrons were known as the Yun Jing. A total of 6 had once belonged to a renowned alchemist from the Xiao Chen Realm, known as Yuan. Months ago, the sect received news that Yuan had knowledge of the whereabouts of an unnamed medicinal scripture, and we were commissioned to investigate. However, it turned out that the esteemed Wu Shang inadvertently discovered that the esteemed Li Buhuan from the Jiuyang sword sect was also seeking clues related to this matter. Consequently, both of them simultaneously located Yi Wang's former cave abode, leading to a fierce battle. At that time, they did not find the alchemical cauldrons. Rather, their fierce clash caused the cave to rupture, and a hidden earthen block buried underground was sent flying into a nearby thicket, unnoticed by either of the esteemed individuals at that moment. Subsequently, it was discovered by a mortal and traded to a wandering cultivator. This item, after traversing various hands, ultimately found its way to the Wangxian Pavilion in Juzhou City, where it was rather carelessly sold as a low-tier ancient medicinal cauldron. There are 3 others whose whereabouts remain unknown for the time being. However, with this lead from the Wangxian Pavilion, it is reasonable to expect further discoveries. I now invite you all to gather here to uncover the secrets concealed within this alchemical cauldron. At this moment, Zheng Xiaojun appeared far from his usual nonchalant self. Instead, he bore a serious demeanor. What kind of medicinal scripture could possibly warrant the attention of Mingxiao Palace? Moreover, what could compel our esteemed master and Li Buhuan to engage in fierce combat? The skirmish was chaotic, and by the time they became embroiled in the fierce battle, the esteemed Wu Shang and Li Buhuan were already locked in a heated clash. Furthermore, the allies from the Jiuyang sword sect were also prepared for a confrontation, leading to an immediate outbreak of hostilities upon their arrival. This left Gu Zheng, even after sustaining injuries and drifting to the Tang family in the Lesser Morning Realm, unable to discern the rationale behind Mingxiao Palace's presence here. Upon hearing Gu Jing's inquiry, Zheng Xiaojun hastily explained that he received a sudden directive from the headquarters of the Demon Palace, which was directly communicated to the esteemed Wu Shang. Initially, we were unaware of the reasons for Mingxiao Palace's arrival in the Lesser Morning Realm. Wu Shang had kept these matters confidential until he encountered Li Buhuan, at which point he divulged the details. It turned out that our purpose here was to investigate the unnamed medicinal scripture, which is, in fact, the key to unlocking the ancient sect's Dan Palace. Once we locate the unnamed scripture, we shall be able to uncover the clues necessary to access the ancient relic. The Dan Palace. Gu Zheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "The Dan Palace, is it that Dan Palace?" Zheng Xiaojun nodded earnestly. Could it truly be the ancient super sect that once concocted the divine elixir, thereby inciting the wrath of the divine realm and facing retribution that utterly obliterated the legacy of the Dan Palace? Zheng Xiaojun nodded once more, affirming that it was indeed the sect responsible for creating the Ascension Pill, which led to its annihilation by the celestial beings. In the past, when the Dan Palace fell, its disciples dispersed far and wide, with the most renowned among them being the Heavenly Dan Institute. This institute has branches in many spiritual realms, and there exists a particularly esteemed branch near the lesser realm of Chuncheng, well regarded across numerous smaller spiritual realms. Was the ancient sect truly so formidable as to produce the Ascension Pill? Yun Jing whispered in astonishment to her father beside her. "That is the legend," he replied. "As for the actual truth behind the complete destruction of the Dan Palace, it has become impossible to ascertain. However, it is undeniable that this super sect existed since antiquity, and its alchemical techniques were indeed unparalleled. Even in the present day, when remnants of the Dan Palace's formulas occasionally resurface, they can still create quite a stir." Yun Jing was taken aback. Had so many years truly passed, and could the ancient recipes still be viable? Setting aside the challenge of sourcing the necessary materials, one must consider that the continuous development of new formulas by later generations should have surpassed the level of the Dan Palace's recipes from so long ago. Upon hearing this, Master Yulo suddenly gazed at her with a sense of nostalgia, saying, "Your perspective is both accurate and misguided. The medicinal prescriptions of the Dan Palace from yesteryears are primarily inherited formulas, with many being classic recipes for a particular category of elixirs. Although subsequent generations have introduced improved versions, these alterations typically involve substituting certain ingredients, while the essence of the prescriptions remains unchanged. Furthermore, the elite and core disciples of the Dan Palace were tragically lost in that cataclysmic disaster, resulting in the true core formulas that have survived being exceedingly rare. As a practitioner of alchemy myself, I often lament not having experienced the glorious era of the Dan Palace. Since its downfall, no sect of alchemists has managed to recreate the illustrious achievements of that time. Chapter 57. The map hidden within the cauldron. The purpose of gathering everyone here is due to our acquisition of 3 small cauldrons. Yet we have been unable to uncover any clues. Zheng Xiaojun gestured towards the 3 cauldrons and inquired if anyone could discern something from them. Master Yulu was the first to approach, picking up one of the small cauldrons to examine it briefly before setting it down. In truth, he had already handled all 3, but had gleaned no insights. His disciple, Tang Tian, stepped forward, standing beside Master Yulu, and suggested, "Master, could it be that we need to collect all the small cauldrons to unveil the true answer?" Master Yulu regarded her with an approving glance, acknowledging the possibility. However, it is also conceivable that the genuine clue resides within just one small cauldron, while the others serve merely as distractions. Tang Yuan observed the small cauldrons and interjected, offering her thoughts, and then she smiled gently at Zheng Xiaojun. Zheng Xiaojun responded with a satisfied glance in her direction. Isn't this merely a reflection of their thoughts through the apprentice? Yun Jing scoffed silently to herself. Yet, Chu Hongyan, intrigued, stepped forward, earnestly experimenting and examining for quite a while before sighing, expressing that she found nothing unusual. Would you like to take a look, Jing? Upon hearing Gu Zhang's words, Yun Jing shook her head decisively. Father, my luck has never been favorable. It would be futile for me to look. Silently observing her, he pondered her claim of bad luck. After all, how had she acquired the 3rd grade Yao Tai Qinglian? It was for a nameless medicinal text. This text seemed to have been inadvertently discovered and brought out for auction by a cultivator who had escaped from the Xiao realm to the Yushan realm. Master Shun, you should also take a look. You are both prodigies of our sect and might discern something of significance, Gu Zhang urged with earnest anticipation, adopting a charming demeanor akin to an old patriarch assessing a son-in-law. Shinemo, somewhat exasperated, nevertheless took the initiative to investigate. Within Yun Jing's precious bottle space, Qin manipulated a certain secret technique, observing the events outside with clarity. Yun Jing, the small cauldron outside bears a striking resemblance to your own, both crafted from ebony. Qin casually remarked, extending his consciousness to engage her. There are countless similar alchemical cauldrons in this world, Yun Jing retorted, her irritation evident. Oh, what vexes you? Do you truly possess another one? Qin provocatively teased her. Ahem. Shinemo, after much contemplation, ultimately shook his head, admitting he could discern nothing. What could possibly be the issue? If you approach, I shall enlighten you. Do not go. You are a part of the magical palace, and your father is Gu Zhang. Qin said, gnashing his teeth. Why don't you come out yourself? It's not convenient at the moment. Originally intending to rise and check on the small cauldrons, Gu Zhang suddenly noticed Yun Jing staring vexedly at the 3 small cauldrons. Intrigued, he asked, Jing, what are you looking at? Father, observe the left ears of the 3 small cauldrons. 2 of them are adorned with carvings of a reclining rabbit, while one features a standing rabbit. It seems that one of the rabbit's front paws is pressing down on something. What does this signify? Yun Jing's words immediately captured everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the ears of the 3 small cauldrons. Indeed, the carvings of the rabbits were slightly different. They were merely simple outlines, easily overlooked due to the diminutive size of the cauldrons. It was noteworthy that this particular ear appeared thicker than the other 2. Zheng Xiaojun suddenly took action. Feeling the ear, he twisted it first, then pressed down. Surprisingly, he initially failed. He was at the nascent soul stage. If his technique were flawed, this small cauldron should have either produced an unusual sound or shown signs of collapse under his strength. Yet, nothing happened. Thus, it was suggested that perhaps his force was insufficient. Zheng Xiaojun, along with Yulu Zhenren, Gu Zhang, and Shinemo, all discerned the underlying clues, their eyes lighting up with understanding. Meanwhile, Chu Hongyan appeared contemplative, uncertain whether she had grasped the situation or not. Yun Jing, Tang Tian, and Tang Yuan, however, remained utterly perplexed. However, Yun Jing merely followed Qin Yi's suggestion and shared a clue with the others. Once the clue was revealed, she fell silent. Zheng Xiaojun pressed down once more with considerable force, and then a faint cracking sound was heard. The ears of the cauldron snapped in two, separating and retreating to either side. Once the two cauldron ears were entirely retracted into the small cauldron, another soft click resonated. Suddenly, a small door materialized on the edge of the cauldron, beneath the ears, and a tiny lid was propelled open. Following this, a delicate, silken drawing tumbled out. When unfurled, the drawing measured merely about a foot in size. Zheng Xiaojun cast a cursory glance at the image before stowing it away in his sleeve. He exchanged a look of astonishment with Master Yu Lu, both overwhelmed with delight. Indeed, Yun Jing was clever and fortunate. With the discovery in hand, Zheng Xiaojun's spirits soared, and he unabashedly praised Yun Jing's beauty and grace, exclaiming how he felt an instant camaraderie with her. Yun Jing stood in a daze. Gu Zheng, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it forth, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he glared at Zheng Xiaojun, saying, "Get lost. You dare call yourself elder brother Zheng? You're over 100 years old. How can you say that? My daughter can't even address you properly." Zheng Xiaojun instantaneously bristled. "Old Gu, are you targeting me on purpose? If you harbor ill intentions towards my daughter, who else should I aim my grievances at?" "How could there be any ill intentions? I felt an immediate affinity with Jing Jing. What is wrong with that?" Gu Zheng's face darkened. "What good can your feelings for my daughter possibly bring? You, with your numerous concubines, cannot possibly dismiss your wife and take my daughter as your legitimate spouse, can you? Even if you were willing, I certainly would not be. If this were uttered by Lord Xiaoshen, I would gladly proclaim his discernment and intelligence. However, coming from you, it is unacceptable. If you dare to dispute this, we shall settle it with a duel, until death do us part." Zheng Xiaojun was utterly taken aback, as were the others in the room. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was rendered completely rigid. He had no affection for Yun Jing. Why was he being dragged into this? Yun Jing, too, was filled with indignation. Why was her personal life always being scrutinized? Had she not clearly stated that she desired a son, not a man? Chapter 58, Betrayal Among Peers Ultimately. The matter concerning the map hidden within the cauldron seemed to have little impact on the daily lives of everyone. Aside from Gu Zheng being summoned several times, it was rumored that Mingxiao Palace was swiftly approaching the Yushan realm. Meanwhile, the four subordinates under Yun Jing's command managed to improve the Rose courtyard remarkably, which greatly pleased her, prompting her to reward them with a few useful elixirs. As her pregnancy progressed beyond 4 months, Yun Jing found herself increasingly lethargic. Apart from forcing herself to practice her cultivation techniques, all she desired was to curl up in her room and sleep soundly. Yin Yao frequently visited to care for her daughter. However, each time she arrived, she was promptly whisked away by Gu Zheng, who had come searching for her. How clingy he was. It was utterly disgraceful that Gu, with his cunning nature, clung to her mother like a stubborn adhesive. As she watched him approach yet again to take away her beautiful mother, casting several menacing glances her way, Yun Jing could no longer contain herself. She rolled her eyes in exasperation and then buried herself under the covers, choosing to sleep and escape the turmoil. Just as she felt she had barely slept, the door to her yard was suddenly knocked upon with a series of loud raps. Sister Yun, Sister Yun. Yun Jing struggled to open her eyes, her gaze hazy for a moment before she regained her composure. The sound of knocking was oddly familiar. It seemed to be Wang Muqing, hurriedly donning her clothes. Yun Jing went to answer the door, and as soon as she opened it, Wang Muqing rushed in, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, something has happened. You must hurry and save someone. Sister Yun, Brother Yi is about to have his cultivation abolished and be cast into the bone pit due to false accusations involving me and Muzi." The bone pit. She knew well it was a place where serious offenders of the sect were imprisoned. If her memory served her right, Yi Qingshun was merely an outer disciple, and barely at the second level of qi refinement. How could he have become a serious offender? Sister Yun, there is a certain Master Xiao Yong, a senior brother in the Foundation establishment stage, who is also a disciple of our Fengxing Hall, alongside Deputy Hall Master Han Jun. He and Xiang Xiaofeng are sworn brothers. Who is Xiang Xiaofeng? Yun Jing inquired. He is the one you had a dispute with over the jade tablet last time. That one? Yes. Then how did you offend this Master Xiao? Yun Jing asked, perplexed. That Master Xiao took a fancy to us sisters and forcibly sent people to our home to present gifts, insisting on taking us as his furnace dings. Furnace dings? Does that mean we would suffer irreparable damage to our foundations and be unable to advance any further? Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's expression slightly changed. Wang Muqing's eyes suddenly reddened, tears threatening to spill forth. He claimed to provide resources for us sisters to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, and then to serve as his furnace to aid his breakthrough to the golden core stage. Are you really going to use the entirety of your cultivation for this? Yun Jing inquired. Yes, Wang Muqing replied, tears streaming down her face. What a resourceful individual, Yun Jing remarked, somewhat exasperated. So, you did not agree to his demands, did you? And then he resorted to harming you? He had come to the Rose Courtyard several times to collect items, and had specifically instructed us to deliver them. On one occasion, he even made inappropriate advances towards me. We were reluctant to deliver, so he came to the Rose Courtyard to create trouble. Several times. It was Senior Brother Hua and Senior Brother Yi who helped us fend him off. Just a few days ago, he made another attempt, seeking to collect 3 vials of the precious silver Luoyin spirit pill, insisting that I be the one to deliver them, while forbidding anyone else from doing so. I had delayed until today, but he sent someone to urge me, leaving me no choice but to go. However, I encountered Senior Brother Yi on my way out, and he ended up delivering it for me. But who would have thought? News broke that Senior Brother Yi had acquired the precious artifacts and pills of Master Xiao Yong, and had been taken into the punishment hall, facing severe consequences, even being thrown into the bone pit. Sister Yun, you will help me, won't you? You must help me, won't you? If you don't rescue Senior Brother Yi, he may not survive. Wang Muqing clutched Yun Jing's arm, anxiously pleading. All right, I understand the general situation. Let's hurry to the punishment hall. Inside the punishment hall, the place was brightly lit, and a group of Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement disciples surrounded several seemingly higher-ranking men standing before a weakened individual whose dantian had been destroyed, and whose meridians in his hands and feet had been severed. It is well. My gratitude extends to all the esteemed brothers for assisting in the disposal of this shameless and avaricious disciple. Humph, for a person of his ilk, being cast into the bone pit is truly a leniency. The few men beside him, clad in the attire of higher-ranking disciples, regarded him with disdain yet remained silent. The paralyzed man, however, stared at them with a pallid face twisted in rage, seemingly intent on etching their loathsome visages into his memory. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes gouged out. A common disciple from the punishment hall barked menacingly at the immobilized man. As long as I draw breath, I shall one day avenge this grievance, the paralyzed disciple uttered in a voice laced with malice, though his eyes betrayed a loss of hope, reflecting a cold and sinister demeanor. You, who has descended into the bone pit, have only the path of death awaiting you. Are you to wait until you become a ghost in the underworld to seek vengeance against us? Huh. Even to become a vengeful spirit requires a suitable resting place. Otherwise, once you perish, we shall consign you to the corpse-nurturing grounds, and when you transform into a wraith, we shall have the means to subdue you and employ you as a useful tool. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of the paralyzed man's mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury, undoubtedly incited by their taunts. You have reached the end of your road. There is no tomorrow for you, the disciple retorted unceremoniously. And under the gaze of a supervising disciple, he dragged the paralyzed man towards a certain destination. Halt! Release him. At that moment, the figures of Yun Jing and Wang Muqing appeared outside the grand hall. Junior Sister Yun. Junior Sister Yun. A group of self-important men within the punishment hall greeted Yun Jing, some casting furtive glances at the disciples accompanying the paralyzed man, urging them to depart swiftly. Put him down, otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. However, as soon as Yun Jing uttered these words, several senior disciples stepped forward to obstruct her path, preventing her from approaching the increasingly distant paralyzed man. Step aside, or bear the consequences, Yun Jing declared with a voice heavy with anger. Should they abandon the paralyzed Yi Qingchen in the bone pit, she feared she would never again see him alive. Junior Sister Yun. A middle-aged man boldly spread his arms wide to block her way, perceiving Yun Jing, despite being the daughter of the pavilion master, as nothing more than a harmless young girl, lacking any threat to him. He had resolved to cling tightly to the thigh of his senior brother, Xiao Yong, in the future. This is of your own making. Suddenly, a silver streak erupted into the air, only to vanish in an instant, leaving no opportunity for astonishment. The limbs of a certain middle-aged man were severed simultaneously, blood spilling across the ground. Ah! He screamed in agony. Yun Jing did not waver. She surged past the astonished disciples blocking her way and confronted the two disciples dragging the man, her face a mask of fury as she commanded them to release him. warning that they would face dire consequences otherwise. Junior sister, how can you harm your fellow disciples? This is a grave offense, a young man, closely trailing Yun Jing, remarked with a cold and stern expression. Yun Jing retrieved a couple of vials and tossed them to Wang Muqing, urging him to administer them promptly. With a cold gaze, she intimidated two ordinary disciples from the punishment hall who were merely at the chi refinement stage before turning back to confront her accuser. How have I harmed a fellow disciple? She demanded. Your sword severed senior brother's son's limbs and head. Isn't that considered harming a fellow disciple? The adversary retorted sharply upon seeing Yun Jing turn around. In an instant, a gleaming silver longsword materialized in Yun Jing's hand, drawn from the depths of her spatial storage. How have I harmed a fellow disciple? She reiterated, her voice imbued with a chilling aura and an unparalleled sword intent that surged towards the young man. He staggered back several paces, his expression shifting to one of shock and horror as he beheld her formidable presence. Such ruthless and potent sword intent. To think, she is merely at the chi refinement stage. What an extraordinary prodigy. Suddenly, a masked figure clutching a black sword appeared silently within the punishment hall. So powerful. Observing the collective gaze of those around him, he produced a dark purple-black insignia from his robe. Demon Palace Shadow Guard. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the personnel of the punishment hall turned pale. How could such a fearsome and ruthless individual manifest here? The Demon Palace Shadow Guards, known as the Weeping Ghosts of Yama, are the most devoted disciples of the Demon Palace, tasked with executing its most perilous missions. Each one is merciless, striking with lethal intent, while the punishment hall serves as a disciplinary unit for the various esteemed palaces, adhering to a code of conduct. Entering does not guarantee a fate of relentless torment. However, being taken away by a member of the Demon Palace Shadow Guard is an entirely different matter. Few ever return from such an ordeal. Moreover, these shadow guards of the demonic palace could even overpower the esteemed masters from various realms, let alone mere novices like themselves. Alas, what a dismal day this is. Passing by out of mere curiosity, I suggest you all proceed with your affairs. The sword-wielding man, seemingly not very old, positioned himself in a corner of the grand hall with an exceptional view, standing there with his sword in hand. Please, continue. By the heavens, how can anyone continue under such circumstances? First, there appeared an extraordinarily bizarre sword technique. A novice in the chi refinement stage dared to confront a seasoned practitioner in the foundation establishment stage, and astonishingly, managed to sever limbs. Did you not witness the blood that splattered across the ground? What was even more horrifying was that the young girl, a mere novice, had now cultivated a sword intent with her chi refinement stage prowess. Is there anything more outrageous than this? However, this girl was evidently only at the 7th layer of the chi refinement stage. How could she possibly slay senior brother's son, who was at the mid-foundation establishment stage? Equivalent to the 5th layer of foundation establishment? This is utterly perplexing. Could it be that the cultivation of sword intent allows one to leap across such vast levels and vanquish such formidable foes? Is she even human? The gap between them spans 8 minor realms. Observing the crowd's bewildered and horrified expressions directed at Yun Jing, the masked man with the sword spoke again. Are you all wondering why this young girl, with her chi refinement stage at 7 layers, could so effortlessly sever the limbs of a cultivator at 5 layers of foundation establishment? Do you believe it was merely due to someone's carelessness? Ahem. That is not the case. If you had a modicum of understanding regarding the great celestial annihilation sword, you would know that it has remained unmastered for millennia. However, as long as someone can embark on the path of cultivation during the chi refinement stage, one can indeed forge a golden core. Even if one cannot achieve immortality, they can still inflict injuries upon their opponent. The sword intent is exceedingly sharp, capable of shattering the void, and it is renowned as one of the most formidable swords in existence. The only reason that brother, who lies on the ground with blood gushing forth, was not directly slain is that the assailant showed restraint. This statement, by the end, carries a hint of schadenfreude. Why are you not hastening to aid the injured? Do you intend to wait until he bleeds to death? Will that unruly girl then kill her fellow disciple? Can one be more detestable? The disciples within the hall were rendered speechless. Yun Jing was equally at a loss, pondering how the disciples of the Demon Palace could be so utterly insufferable. Lord Hallmaster, Hallmaster, Master Uncle. The crowd collectively bowed, including Yun Jing. Yet this did not extend to the masked man clutching the sword. Real Master Yu Lu, upon seeing Yun Jing, exhibited a peculiar smile. Jing, I heard from your father that you believe yourself to be with child and have not ventured out much lately. Master Yang, You must advocate for me. My own niece has been accused of harming her fellow disciples. Yun Jing exclaimed, pointing her sword at a hapless individual on the ground, her expression one of grievance. For heaven's sake. Many disciples, witnessing her demeanor, couldn't help but twitch their lips. After all, she had just demonstrated her formidable prowess by striking someone down. Well, apply some ointment and rest for a couple of months, and he will be perfectly fine. What exactly transpired? Did he harass you? Yang Yulu asked with amusement. They took my people without cause, not even bothering to inform me. It is utterly outrageous. I pursued the truth, only to find that they callously crippled my companion's cultivation and severed his tendons. They intended to cast him into the bone abyss. I insisted they halt their actions. Given the gravity of the situation, if they deemed my companion guilty, at the very least, I deserved to comprehend the facts, did I not? Yet, this group of individuals had the audacity to drag my junior disciple away while obstructing my attempts to follow. This was utterly outrageous. Let me get to the point. Yang Yulo quickly interrupted her outburst of indignation. Very well, I shall continue. In any case, as a mere novice, how could I possibly contend against these foundation-building seniors? I feared that my junior disciple would perish if thrown into the bone abyss. Thus, in a moment of desperation, I resorted to action. As for the so-called Great Celestial Annihilation Sword, I possessed none. Instead, I wielded the 5 horses splitting the corpse sword, specifically designed to vanquish those who bully me. Upon hearing this, Yang Yulo was both amused and exasperated. A young man, characterized by a composed demeanor and piercing gaze, stepped forward amidst the crowd. Master, the situation is as follows. Today, Xiao Yong, a disciple of Vice Master Han Jun of the Windwalk Hall, brought a rogue outer disciple before the punishment hall. He possessed evidence and witnesses that could attest to the fact that this outer disciple, Yi Qingchun, had stolen a precious item from him. The evidence was indisputable. Xiao Yong immediately crippled Yi Qingchun's cultivation, destroying his dantian and severing his tendons. In accordance with the regulations of the punishment hall, we are to send him to the bone abyss for retribution. If he somehow survives, all his transgressions shall be absolved. Upon hearing that his dantian had been shattered, Master Yulo instinctively furrowed his brow. What irrefutable evidence exists? What treasure has Yi Qingchun truly stolen? I am particularly eager to know. Naturally, it is the innate fire spirit pearl, which I bravely retrieved from the secret realm. Xiao Yong declared with a solemn demeanor. I can attest to this. Indeed, senior brother Xiao Yong acquired the innate fire spirit pearl during his expedition in the secret realm, and many witnesses were present at the time, all of whom can confirm it. A disciple in the foundation establishment stage stepped forward to corroborate. He stated that he had come from the Rose Courtyard to deliver something, and just as he left, I discovered that my fire spirit pearl was missing. I apprehended him, and initially he denied it, but after I injured him, I found the fire spirit pearl on him. Numerous senior brothers witnessed this. It was indeed retrieved from him. Master Yulo, I, disciple Xiao Yong, dare to stake my life as a guarantee that every word I utter is true. Junior Sister Yun, do you not agree that this constitutes irrefutable evidence? Yun Jing regarded his aggressive stance coldly and replied, this is merely your solitary assertion. Mu Qing, has Yi Qingchun's condition stabilized for the time being? Junior Sister Yun, Brother Ye's condition is stable. Yet both his hands and feet have suffered severed tendons and require healing ointment. Furthermore, Brother Ye's dantian is ruptured. What shall we do? Does this mean he can never cultivate again? Yi. Junior Sister Yi Qingchun appeared somewhat embarrassed to speak, as Yun Jing was, after all, younger than her. I am aware of my injuries. I fear I may be rendered incapable of cultivation. At worst, I shall transition to body cultivation. Indeed, the dantian has been forcefully shattered. For others, the restoration would be exceedingly difficult. If it is broken, then so be it. Just tell me what kind of dantian you desire. If you prefer the original form, that would be much simpler. However, if you require something special, you must provide me with more details. Astonishment enveloped the court as everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Can one truly customize their dantian? Has this world entered a realm of myth? It seems utterly unfathomable. While I may not be able to accommodate exceedingly high-end requests, I can certainly fulfill something that is functional. Master Yulo widened her eyes, gazing at Yun Jing. You are capable of resolving the issue of a damaged dantian? As far as I know, the miraculous elixirs capable of restoring a cultivator's dantian must be at least 3rd tier. If not 6th tier or higher. Elixirs are unnecessary. This is a trivial matter. As long as it pertains to the physical body, it is not a significant concern. In the interstellar era, Everything can be dismantled and replaced except for the brain. Why should a dantian, a relatively minor aspect, pose a problem? Upon hearing her words, Yi Qingchun bore a faint smile. Very well, I entrust my life to you, senior sister Yun. Do as you wish. I have no particular demands regarding my dantian, as long as it suffices for basic use. Yun Jing had just spoken of something sufficient, and he echoed her sentiment. Master Yulo regarded Yun Jing's confident demeanor, her expression turning peculiar. Could it truly be possible to repair the dantian? Chapter 60. The target of mockery, Yun Jing. Little Jing, can this dantian truly be repaired? Do you possess the ability? Master Yulo inquired incredulously. Yun Jing nodded. It's not difficult at all. It is entirely feasible. Xiao Jing, what level of alchemist are you? Can you truly concoct third or even sixth-tier elixirs? Yun Jing furrowed her brows. I do not require elixirs. I am incapable of refining third or flow-tier elixirs. Each tier of elixir exponentially enhances its efficacy, and as a mere beginner in the qi refinement stage, my meager cultivation is insufficient to support even the first tier of elixirs. At my peak, I could only manage second-tier elixirs, and even then, I was hailed as a formidable alchemist among many wandering cultivators. However, it is indeed somewhat embarrassing. But how will you assist him in repairing his dantian without elixirs? Master Yulo was at a loss for words. Well, the dantian is not as complex as you might think. It merely requires a small procedure, an incision in his abdomen to access the dantian, followed by some specialized instruments for repair. With proper treatment of the affected area, along with a gene repair agent, his dantian can be restored. In his case, it's merely a minor injury. There is no need for a full-body medical suspension chamber. Just a small incision to mend the dantian. Upon hearing this, Master Yulo felt a shiver run down his spine, overwhelmed by a chill. An alchemist is rare, but a medical cultivator is even more so. As Master Yulo and the others absorbed this information, they were collectively astonished, their gazes drawn to Yun Jing. Particularly, Master Yulo scrutinized Yun Jing from head to toe, shaking his head in bewilderment. It is truly hard to believe that this exceedingly ordinary girl is, in fact, a medical cultivator. In the Tai domain, the art of medicine had long been lost, seldom making an appearance. How did you become proficient in it? Yun Jing was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features that were perfectly proportioned, yet she possessed an unremarkable air about her. With irritation, she shot a glance at Master Yu Lu and muttered a curse, wishing that he would marry and be beaten 100 times each day. I obtained a few jade cocoons and then taught myself, Yun Jing retorted indignantly. Is it truly possible to learn how to mend one's dantian merely from jade cocoons? Master Yu Lu expressed skepticism. What difficulty lies therein? Occasionally, one can excavate a few fresh corpses, dismember them, and with practice, it becomes second nature. Any skill can be honed. A shiver ran through the gathered crowd at her words, a chill creeping down their spines. Even Yi Qingchen, who had just managed to stabilize his injuries, involuntarily twitched his facial muscles. Indeed, one must not underestimate senior sister Yun Jing. The very notion of her peculiar method of learning medicine was audacious. If those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators were to discover her, they would likely dismember her without hesitation. A battle which among sorceresses. Why not mend his dantian? Let us witness it, as a spectacle of enlightenment, Master Yu Lu suggested with newfound interest. Do not be shy. Little Jing, those present are all allies. Come now, Master Yu Lu urged, his eyes wide with anticipation for the unfolding performance. No, I must ascertain why my people have been labeled as thieves. Junior Sister Yun, there are so many witnesses present, and the evidence is irrefutable. What more do you desire? At this moment, Xiao Yong spoke with an expression of innocence and helplessness. Furthermore, with Yun Jing clearly determined to pursue the matter to the end, Wang Muqing had the audacity to half-support, half-carry Yi Qingchen to a chair. The situation is as follows. That Elder Xiao, who is in the foundation establishment stage, has visited the Rose Courtyard several times recently, persistently proposing to take Wang Muqing and Wang Yuzi as his furnistings. The sisters were unwilling, and thus Elder Xiao resorted to threats. He frequently came to the Rose Courtyard to retrieve items but never took them away himself, insisting that the two Wang sisters deliver them individually. This time, unable to stand by, I intercepted Wang Muqing and offered to deliver the items in her stead. Upon entering Elder Xiao's courtyard, I was met with a peculiar fragrance that rendered my body weak and feeble, even obstructing the flow of my demonic energy. Fortunately, having consumed a rare spiritual fruit in my youth, I was less susceptible to toxins, allowing me to swiftly regain control over my body and dispel the sensation of weakness. Just then, Elder Xiao appeared, calling out Wang Muqing's name, only to find me stepping into the courtyard. Enraged and humiliated, he struck me and forcefully dragged me to the punishment hall, accusing me of being a thief. However, I truly had never taken any of his fire spirit pearls. You speak nonsense. The witnesses and evidence are all present. Do you still dare to deny it? Xiao Yang's expression darkened as he sternly reprimanded. Why did you not cry out for justice upon arriving at the Hall of Punishment? Do the inhabitants of the hall not meticulously investigate the veracity of the situation before deeming you guilty and imposing punishment? Upon hearing Yun Jing's words, the Master Yulu coughed twice. As the ruler of the Hall of Punishment, he found the inquiry from the young lady rather heartless. Upon entering the hall, it remained a mystery how that Master Xiao managed to procure witnesses, for before I could utter a word, the disciples of the hall and Master Xiao had already concluded my guilt, shattering my dantian and crippling my cultivation, even severing the tendons in my hands and feet. Yi Qingxin spoke through gritted teeth, his words laced with animosity. At that moment, a fierce rage blazed within him. Had it not been for Yun Jing's arrival, he might have been forced to tread a perilous path. Strangely, he found himself placing trust in this proactive junior sister. It was not as she described. He was deceiving. As he spoke, Xiao Yong surged forward, intending to swiftly traverse a few individuals and deliver a fatal blow to Yi Qingxin, believing that once the deed was done, no one could contest the outcome. His palm was already raised. Alas, he underestimated Yun Jing's vigilance and misjudged Master Yu Lu's fervent desire to intervene. Consequently, a silvery light erupted anew, shimmering and vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yong's face was instantly marred by two deep gashes from the edge of the sword's radiance. While Master Yu Lu's robe bore several scorched tears, the master was immediately distressed. This robe was newly crafted from ice silk and earth mother spider silk, intricately woven with multiple defensive formations. Yun Jing gazed at the pained expression of Master Yu Lu and swiftly produced her long sword, which was reduced to merely its hilt. In truth, my sword has also been shattered, she explained. It likely broke when it struck your sleeve, Master Yang. The quality of your sleeve's material is simply too superior, thus causing my blade to fragment. However, I had no intention of harming you. It was you who charged forward. Upon hearing this, Master Yu Lu felt even more vexed. Why did her words seem to cast the blame upon him? The young girl, in the presence of Master Yang, was deceiving him. It was evident that her sword began to shatter during the execution of the Great Celestial Annihilation Sword technique. He had witnessed it himself. Her technique was incomplete when her sword disintegrated. Moreover, her move had been abruptly interrupted. Had she wielded a better sword, it was likely that not only Master Yang's sleeve, but perhaps even his entire arm would have suffered irreparable damage. The Great Celestial Annihilation Sword was undeniably formidable. In fact, it was he who had initially intervened, intending to block Xiao Yong's lethal strike. Little did he know that Yun Jing would suddenly attack. The sheer power of the Great Celestial Annihilation Sword posed a grave threat. Had it truly struck Xiao Yong, he would have likely faced a fate of dismemberment. Master Yang, I cannot compensate for your robe. If you feel wronged, I can offer you a sword in recompense. Do you truly have the audacity? Master Yang retorted. What worth does this broken sword possess? It seems a mere low-grade spirit stone could exchange for hundreds of such weapons. Your discerning gaze is truly sharp, Master Yang. You have seen through it all. Enough of this. Master Yu Lu shot a glare at Yun Jing, then turned to Xiao Yong. Do you believe that by eliminating that little one, we are powerless against you? You have greatly overestimated your own abilities. What do you think this place is? Someone, seize him, strip him of his powers, and cast him into the pit of bones. I shall see if he can still emerge from that abyss. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yong's countenance shifted dramatically. This cannot be. Master Yu Lo, I am the disciple of the esteemed Han Jun, the Vice Hall Master. Your master is the revered Wu Shang, and I must hold you accountable for your transgressions. Do you not comprehend that this is the Hall of Punishment? What precisely do you believe this place entails? Xiao Yong's face turned ashen. However, Master Yu Lo, I am truly innocent. I have witnesses. Xiao Yong, you foolish boy, if your evidence were as solid as a mountain, you would be unafraid. Why, then, did you choose to eliminate that boy in my presence? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yong's complexion drained of color. You desire the Wang sisters to serve as your furnace, which is not inherently wrong. Within the Demon Palace, there are countless female disciples willing to act as vessels. Why drag the innocent Yi Qingchen into this? You first involve Yi Qingchen, then entangle the Hall of Punishment, believing that by bribing a few officials here, you can recklessly dispose of an outer sect disciple? Have you considered that every outer sect disciple working in the Windwalk Hall has a superior disciple overseeing them? Do you think you can do as you please? Is it so simple to extinguish the life of an outer sect disciple? Do you take the sect for granted? Do you presume the Hall of Punishment to be so trivial? Most importantly, you have also implicated Yun Jing, who has taken a firm stance on this matter. She compels me to provide a resolution, and out of respect for Gu Zheng, I must indeed offer her an answer. However, they can all testify for me. Xiao Yong exclaimed in a voice filled with despair and resentment, his arms flailing as he pointed at certain individuals. The disciples he indicated instinctively recoiled several steps. What a farce! It was evident that Master Yu Lu was not on his side. As for the disciples of the Punishment Hall who did not adhere to the rules, humph, I need not elaborate. Let them step forward, one by one, and lose an arm. Then, they shall be banished to the Bone Pit's third level for 3 months of confinement. Instantly, several disciples from the Punishment Hall and the Grand Hall broke into a cold sweat, each of them timidly stepping forward, and one by one, they numbly severed their own arms. After bowing to Master Yu Lu, they departed for the Bone Pit. Witnessing this, Xiao Yong felt a surge of dread. No, he was a direct disciple, a prodigy of the Foundation establishment from the Windwalker Hall, and his master was Han Jun. No, he did not wish to go to the Bone Pit. Then, a commanding voice echoed, "Halt." A man clad in splendid attire appeared within the Grand Hall. At that moment, his expression was one of deep displeasure. He first glanced at Yun Jing, then at Master Yu Lu, and finally at Xiao Yong, whose eyes gleamed with the desperation of one who had found a lifeline. "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Behind the man stood another figure, whom Yun Jing recognized with a sense of familiarity. It was Xiang Xiaofeng. Oh, Yun Jing understood. She had indeed noticed Xiang Xiaofeng silently lurking in the corner moments ago. Humph! Han Jun let out a cold snort. "Wretched disciple, all this chaos is of your making." Upon hearing such words from him, Xiao Yong immediately fell silent. Yet his face still betrayed a timid plea. Han Jun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cast a glance at Master Yu Lu, noticing his seemingly impassive expression. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Master Yu Lu, within the Demon Palace, the Grand Master is essentially the principal leader, while the Deputy Master holds the title of Yuan Zun. The 2 Deputy Masters of the Mingxiao Palace, namely Yuan Zun, are Yang Yu Lu and Zheng Xiaojun. They are the most trusted aides of Qin Wushang." "Master Han," exclaimed Yuan Zun Yu Lu, "my wayward disciple has indeed committed a grave error, and I cannot shield him from accountability. However, as he is a pupil I have painstakingly nurtured, it pains me to witness my efforts go to waste. Might I be permitted to redeem my disciple's life with other rare treasures?" Upon hearing this, Master Yu Lu turned to gaze at Yun Jing. "Is there a practice of redeeming sinners in the Mingxiao Palace?" Yun Jing inquired, intrigued. "There is such a practice, but it demands the exchange of precious treasures. You could ask Master Han to furnish you with some valuable items in exchange for his disciple's life." Yun Jing naturally understood that overtly demanding the death of Han Jun's disciple would not bode well for her or Yi Qingchen. Thus, she turned to Yi Qingchen and asked, "What do you think?" Yi Qingchen, not lacking in discernment, realized that his Dantian had a chance of restoration. If need be, he could simply begin anew. After all, his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of Qi training. Moreover, Sister Yun Jing was still merely a disciple at the Qi training stage, and for someone of that level to advocate on his behalf to this extent was commendable. Therefore, Yi Qingchen nodded in agreement. "What do you wish for?" "I am not entirely certain what you require for your cultivation. It ultimately depends on what Master Han presents." Yi Qingchen has no substantial suggestions to offer. Yun Jing helplessly turns her gaze back to Master Han. Han Jun feels a twinge of annoyance. Yet he conceals it well, as the fault clearly lies with his disciple. Yun Jing is justified in her stance, and moreover, the most unfortunate one, who has suffered the severance of all 4 limbs, is not even his disciple. What lies before them is a storage bracelet, containing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3 foundation establishment pills. As compensation, will this suffice for you, esteemed disciple Yin? A collective gasp resonates around them. A storage bracelet. It is indeed a storage bracelet, accompanied by 3 foundation establishment pills and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, if used sparingly. This could enable an ordinary disciple to progress from the 1st to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. However, for Yun Jing, a storage bracelet is a common accessory from the interstellar age, essentially a spatial button, with a capacity of merely 1 cubic meter or perhaps 3. Such trifles she could easily craft herself. They hold little intrinsic value. The foundation establishment pills are rather mediocre, but fortunately, they can benefit little Yi. This can be overlooked. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are somewhat acceptable, as she currently possesses few, and even in the past, she had not an abundance. Yet, these items will ultimately not be for her use, so Yun Jing turns her attention back to Yi Qingqian. A glimmer of eagerness flickers in Yi Qingqian's eyes. A storage bracelet, indeed. Master Han has truly made a generous offering this time. A single storage bracelet typically costs no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, what he values most are the foundation establishment pills, which are not easily obtainable even within the Mingxiao Palace. If he could acquire these pills, the path to foundation establishment would become significantly more accessible. Sister Yun, the storage bracelet is exceedingly precious and rare. Since Lord Han is willing to make an exchange, it would be wise to accept his offer. Upon hearing these words, Yun Jing understood that it was Xiao Yi who had taken a fancy to the storage bracelet. Therefore, she decided to proceed with the exchange. Yun Jing accepted the item, and Han Jun left with a stern expression. Once they departed, Master Yu Lu dismissed the other members of the punishment hall, effectively detaining Yun Jing and the others, insisting that they assist Yi Qingqian in mending his dantian. How absurd! Were they truly compelled to witness such an ordeal? Moreover, did they not notice that everyone else had left? Brother Bao Jian, why do you remain there like a statue? As for Yi Qingqian, upon seeing Yun Jing preparing to hand over the storage bracelet, he remarked that their fortunate escape from peril was entirely due to Sister Yun's protection. He insisted that these items should be accepted by her as a token of gratitude from a junior disciple. The storage bracelet was exceedingly valuable, and he feared that he would not be able to safeguard it. Initially inclined to decline, Yun Jing ceased her insistence upon hearing this. She scanned the bracelet's space with her spiritual sense, discovering that it indeed measured just 1 cubic meter. Without hesitation, she retrieved 2 bracelets from her own storage space. Ahem. They were actually jade rings, broad and flat in style, devoid of any intricate patterns. One was black jade, while the other gleamed silver-white. Unlike the one in Yun Jing's possession, which emanated a distinct aura of spiritual energy, these 2 jade rings appeared remarkably unremarkable, resembling ordinary jade carvings. Here, wristbands, bracelets, in essence, are storage items, each with a capacity of 3 cubic meters. You both have endured quite the shock today. Each of you may take one. Do not be polite. There are plenty to go around. This left Yi Qingqian and Wang Muqing, who initially wished to refuse, momentarily speechless. To their astonishment, Yun Jing transferred 3 foundation establishment pills and 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones into Yi Qingqian's possession. Here, these foundation establishment pills and the 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones are all for you. Just leave the remaining storage bracelet to me. Yun Jing nonchalantly tossed the storage bracelet into her spatial realm. What is this? Master Yu Lu inquired as he approached Yi Qingqian and picked up his storage bracelet. In the interstellar era, this object was referred to as a wrist wheel, a type of spatial item. After examining the wrist wheel for a moment, Master Yu Lu remarked, "This possesses an astonishing 3 cubic meters of space. What is it crafted from? Moreover, there is not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. It is fashioned from a mineral known as manchins, which, once refined, does not exhibit any spiritual energy fluctuations. It can be utilized as long as one possesses consciousness. However, the downside is that anyone who obtains this bracelet can use it." Yun Jing took another wrist wheel and began instructing Yi Qingqian and Wang Muqing on how to set the password lock. Essentially, it involved using one's consciousness to configure various patterns, numbers, and letters into a mixed password. After the lesson, Yun Jing earnestly cautioned them against setting overly complex passwords initially, for doing so would render the bracelet inoperable. This type of bracelet cannot be forcibly opened. If one attempts to do so, the contents will explode and be destroyed. If you genuinely forget the password, bring it to me for unlocking. In fact, each wrist wheel contains an intelligent chip. However, Yun Jing felt unable to elucidate such matters to them, so she simply informed them that if they forgot their password, they should seek her assistance for unlocking. In truth, a decoder could effortlessly restore it to its original password-free state. Yet, Yun Jing found herself equally incapable of explaining the principles behind the decoder. She opted instead to instruct them on its usage directly. Whether it was Yi Qingqian or Wang Muqing, after learning how to set their passwords, both found the storage bracelet quite novel. Most notably, it was distinctly different from others. "Xiao Jingjing, I notice you always have delightful little trinkets. Praised the esteemed Master Yulo sincerely. Indeed, whether it was the initial small lamp or the contemporary storage bracelet, in Master Yulo's eyes, they were not considered particularly precious. However, they were undeniably intriguing. Xiao Jing, you wouldn't happen to possess skills in artifact forging beyond alchemy and medicine, would you? Yun Jing replied somewhat irately. If I didn't know how to forge artifacts, where would these items come from? Upon hearing this, Master Yulo chuckled. Indeed, you are skilled in artifact forging, quite impressive. I have heard that those who can craft storage bracelets are exceptional artisans, at least at the 5th tier. That is certainly a misunderstanding on your part. Some materials are unique. Even without profound forging abilities, one can create peculiar items, Yun Jing stated, producing a small, egg blue stone adorned with numerous indistinct star-like specks. Master Uncle, look, this is the Milky Way star. I stumbled upon this, or by chance, there are not many left. This, or can be used to forge the type of storage bracelet I provided for them. As the esteemed Master Yulo's eyes sparkled with interest, he swiftly intervened and confiscated the item. Uncle Yang, how could you possibly take something and hide it in your sleeve? Yun Jing voiced her discontent loudly. I only took it for the greater good. Should the Demon Palace discover such, I shall inform you, and at that time, you can craft more storage bracelets for everyone to utilize. Enough, little Jing. You need not glare at me so. I am well aware of how wide your eyes are. Quickly, prepare to mend Yi Qingqin's dantian, so we may observe the results. That cannot be viewed directly. Here's what we shall do. I will take Yi Qingqin to my place, as I have some healing supplies. Once I have repaired his dantian, you may examine it then. Why must your methods be shrouded in secrecy? Are we not allowed to witness your process? Master Yulo retorted, his mood soured. Little Jing, are you truly keeping us in the dark? Of course, this is my signature skill. I must maintain the confidentiality of my technique. Is there no room for negotiation? Absolutely none. Very well, if you insist on secrecy, I shall abide. However, Master Yulo still took the time to inspect Yi Qingqin's dantian injury before departing. By then, Yi Qingqin had already succumbed to Yun Jing's intervention, rendered unconscious. With the surgical instruments and preparations in place, Yun Jing commenced the operation with the assistance of a robotic aid. Little did she anticipate that Qin Yi harbored a keen interest in her undertaking, while feigning meditation. He quietly employed his spiritual sense to scrutinize Yun Jing's work. From the moment she deftly made an incision on Yi Qingqin's abdomen with a scalpel, to her swift control of the bleeding and subsequent repair, followed by the administration of a restorative agent, Yi Qingqin's dantian astonishingly began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. Qin Yi was utterly captivated. Yun Jing's entire focus was on the surgery she was performing on Yi Qingqin, rendering her oblivious to Qin Yi's unwavering gaze fixed upon her as she operated. Various peculiar yet extraordinary instruments were activated one by Yun Jing, while her assistant robot provided seamless and skillful support. The precision with which Yun Jing maneuvered her hands to suture was nothing short of mesmerizing, culminating in the application of a certain ointment to Yi Qingqin's wound. Qin Yi observed throughout the entirety of the surgery, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. Witnessing Yun Jing's adeptness in performing the dantian repair, he speculated that the entangled conflicts within his own bloodline might have been resolved by Yun Jing through a similar method. However, the challenge lay in the fact that, despite witnessing the procedure, he was unable to replicate such technical prowess. Qin Yi discerned the essence of the technique at a glance, recognizing it as a skill that necessitated considerable finesse and a profound understanding of its underlying principles. While it may not be insurmountably difficult to master, it certainly could not be acquired overnight. Moreover, the evident benefits of such exceptional medical expertise were undeniable. Qin Yi realized that Yun Jing was increasingly valuable in his eyes, no longer a mere accessory in his life. With her extraordinary surgical skills, he believed she deserved a place by his side. A person of utility is indeed a talent. And this young lady, Yun Jing, could unequivocally be equated with that distinction. 4 hours later, Yun Jing emerged from her room and instructed Wang Muqing to attend to Yi Qingqin. In high spirits, Yi Qingqin commenced his meditation and cultivation. At that moment, Yun Jing entered the room. Sensing her presence, Yi Qingqin ceased his practice and opened his eyes. His dantian had only just recovered, and he was advised against excessive cultivation, with a recommendation to limit practice to no more than 2 hours a day, allowing for gradual increases after 3 days. Should he feel any abnormalities such as pain or discomfort in his dantian, he was to halt his practice immediately and seek her assistance if he felt particularly unwell. Yi Qingchen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Senior Sister Yun, I feel fine. I can take care of myself." Well, the patient ought to follow instructions. Whether you need care is not for you to decide, but for me, Yun Jing firmly rebutted him. Upon hearing that Yi Qingchen had awakened, the owner of Yulo and Gu Zheng arrived simultaneously. They had been lurking by Gu Zheng's side, eager to witness the miraculous art of dantian restoration. As they entered, they began examining Yi Qingchen's dantian. The young man, akin to a helpless maiden, was subjected to the scrutiny of these two eminent figures. All is well now. The previously damaged areas of the dantian have completely healed, declared the master of Yulo. Had you not informed me yesterday that this lad had suffered dantian damage, I would have assumed he was unscathed. Indeed, there is merely a slight disruption of demonic energy within, Gu Zheng remarked, his face a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. It appears there is only a faint scar on his abdomen, which will likely become imperceptible in a few days. As the esteemed Master Yulo conducted his inquiries, he remarked, "Jing possesses quite a remarkable talent." Oh, Father, you ought to proclaim that Jing is indeed formidable." Gu Zheng retorted with a hint of irritation. Oh, did your previous statement not convey my exceptional prowess? You incorrigible rascal Gu. Yun Jing gazed at him in exasperation. The ability to mend one's dantian shattered previous perceptions. Not only was Master Yulo astonished, but Gu Zheng was equally taken aback, and the entire Windwalker Hall erupted in fervent discussions. Rumors spread that the daughter of the esteemed Gu family possessed astonishing medical skills that could move heaven and stir the souls of the departed. Ahem. This assertion, when it reached beyond the confines of the Windwalker Hall, was met with ridicule. It was said that the daughter of the Gu family concocted a miraculous elixir capable of restoring a damaged dantian to its pristine condition. Ahem. This claim was swiftly dismissed by the hall. If such a transcendent elixir truly existed, it should be the realm of the esteemed Master Zheng or the revered Master Shun, not that of Yun Jing. Who was she, after all? Did she possess universally acknowledged alchemical expertise? Alchemy requires more than mere beauty. It demands skill and knowledge. Or was it merely presumed that the daughter of the hall's master could win the favor of the alchemy deity, conjuring whatever elixir she desired? This led to the growing mythos surrounding the extraordinary Yun Jing, whose legendary abilities to repair dantian became increasingly exaggerated. Meanwhile, members of other true halls within the Demon Palace dismissed these claims, believing them to be inflated fabrications. Thus, Yun Jing's fame soared. However, she has been subjected to scorn, and many believe her deeds to be fictitious, turning her story into a source of amusement, mocking the very subject of derision. Ah, do you not know? A remarkable talent has emerged from the Windwalk Pavilion. He chuckled, laced with irony. Indeed, it is the daughter of the pavilion master, Yun Jing. Has this woman lost her senses? She has audaciously claimed that disciples of the Windwalk Pavilion are promoting her ability to concoct a miraculous 6th-tier elixir. This is undoubtedly a consequence of distorted rumors. Alas, you fail to comprehend. I have heard that this woman is exceedingly unattractive. To secure a suitable suitor for her, Pavilion Master Gu has taken it upon himself to proclaim her exceptional talents, claiming she can mend broken meridians and even transform men into women. This propagation is becoming increasingly absurd. She could even enable men to conceive and bear children. Who knows? Perhaps it is indeed possible. As long as it helps this unfortunate woman find a husband, it is worth the effort of Pavilion Master Gu to stir up some laughter for everyone. Alas, it is a pity for our esteemed Master Shun of the Elixir Pavilion. I have heard he is the first target of Pavilion Master Gu's matchmaking endeavors. Master Shun would rather perish than marry an unattractive woman, especially one with such astonishing medical prowess. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an icy demeanor, approached step by step from a nearby path. It was none other than Shun Emo. The faces of the two young disciples turned pale with fear. My goodness, why would the valiant Shun Emo choose to stroll in this secluded place? Shin Emo has arrived. Why did he appear so late? Logically speaking, having been born into the Spirit Elixir Palace, where even their lord has strolled through the Windwalking Palace, how could he have heard of such miraculous medical skills and not come to investigate? It is because he has been preoccupied with concocting some ancient elixirs, spending over 10 days refining pills. Just as he emerged from the alchemy chamber, he learned of Yun Jing, the most talked-about female cultivator in the Demon Palace. Chapter 61. Chapters 62 to 63. Qin Wushang, the peculiar old man with a head full of white hair. What were you just discussing? The two young disciples, pale-faced, stammered as they gazed at him. Behind their backs, rumors were circulating, and to think we have such disciples in our Demon Palace. Thud. Under his imposing presence, the two young disciples simultaneously fell to their knees. Lord Shin, it is not that we are spreading rumors, it is merely what everyone is saying. We were just sharing a bit of amusement in private. One of the disciples struggled to explain. Can you simply follow along with what everyone else says? Shin Mo's voice was chillingly cold, but everyone is saying it. Lord Shin, can you control us, or silence so many mouths within the Demon Palace? The other disciple lamented indignantly. The entire Mingxiao Palace is mocking the tale of Yun Jing from the Windwalking Palace. Why should they be the ones to face Shin Mo's wrath? Humph. Shin Mo let out a heavy snort, and both disciples simultaneously gasped, spitting out blood. From now on, do not speak carelessly. I will handle this matter. Having said that, he paid no heed to the pale, yet hopeful expressions on the faces of the two disciples and strode away. One of them, kneeling on the ground, touched the cold sweat on his forehead, his face pale, and said, "Fortunately, we encountered Pavilion Master Shin this time. If we had encountered Hall Master Gu, we would have been skinned alive. Pavilion Master Shun is strict, but he is quite reasonable. Moreover, this incident has made me fully realize." Before this kid could finish, another winked suggestively and blurted out, "Pavilion Master Shin definitely has affections for Hall Master Gu's daughter. A handsome man loves an ugly woman? That's quite an odd taste," the other retorted, rolling his eyes, then sighed with emotion. "A turtle loves mung beans. They're a match. What can you do? What can I do? I'm not Pavilion Master Shin's parents." So, Pavilion Master Shun is still at an age of youthful impulsiveness. Are you saying Pavilion Master Shun is blinded by love? Otherwise, how else can you explain why he would fancy an ugly woman? You too. If you continue to gossip like this, I'll turn you into women directly. Shin Mo's voice, condensed into threads, pierced through the air from afar, directly entering the ears of the two young disciples. The two youngsters were so frightened that they immediately covered their lower bodies, their faces ashen. Yun Jing had no idea that she had once again become a villainous archetype, now that she had children. And Yi Qingshan was getting better and better under Wang Muqing's careful care. She was completely relieved, simply holing up in the courtyard, becoming a recluse. Presently, the affairs of the Rose Garden are predominantly managed by another man, Hu Ting. It is his responsibility to report matters of importance and to diligently oversee the premises otherwise. Such a delightful and conscientious disciple. Wang Muzi, on the other hand, has been quite diligent recently, frequently visiting Yi Qingshan's residence to assist her sister in attentively caring for Yi Qingshan. Yun Jing nestled amidst her thick, warm bedding. Were she a beauty, it would have been a picturesque scene of a sleeping maiden endearingly hugging her quilt. However, in Yun Yao's words, it resembled a lazy tortoise basking in the sun, a consequence of the overly warm sunlight and leisurely days. Until Yun Jing abruptly leaped from her bedding, her eyes widening as she gazed at a shadowed corner of her room. "Alas, brother, barging into a woman's private quarters, I am well within my rights to cry foul." A deep chuckle immediately echoed. "By all means, cry out. I shall then proclaim that you and I have long engaged in illicit relations, and that after conceiving a child, you abandoned me. Now that I have finally sought you out, you feign ignorance and refuse to acknowledge me." Yun Jing was utterly petrified. How devious. This is an absolute scoundrel. "When did I ever abandon you?" The scoundrel retorted. "Do you know when I departed the Hall of Punishments that day? With your profound abilities, how could I possibly know when you left? After all, you are the renowned Dark Guard of the Demon Palace. It is said that a single roar from you can cause infants 1,000 miles away to cease their nocturnal wails." A masked man stumbled slightly, emerging slowly from the shadows. However, under Yun Jing's careful scrutiny, she couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow's gaze appeared somewhat rigid. "Pray tell, esteemed Shadow Guard, what brings you to me?" Yun Jing inquired, a hint of irritation lacing her tone. The mysterious figure replied, "There is indeed a matter of some importance." "Wait a moment, please step outside while I don my attire," Yun Jing responded. "Whether you dress or not, it matters little," he retorted. In a sudden burst of exasperation, she hurled a jade pillow towards the Shadow Guard's head. With a swift motion, he caught the pillow and, turning with a playful grin, said, "Very well. I shall wait outside for you. Do make haste, and do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Otherwise, I shall truly accuse you of abducting a man and abandoning him. Yun Jing's eyes widened in frustration, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Just as she emerged from her quarters, fully dressed, she was taken aback to find two men seated in her living room. Confused, she wondered, why are there two of you? And why do you all seem drawn to a pregnant woman like me? May I inquire what brings you here? She asked, bemused, clearing his throat. One of the men spoke. I have heard that you have recently gained notoriety. What do you mean by that? She replied. It is said that other disciples from the Demon Palace have praised your medical skills to the heavens. Well, it is not quite so grand, perhaps a tad overstated. She acknowledged modestly. Bao Jian and Shun Mo stiffened at the words, incredulous at the audacity of the speaker. It was rumored that you shared a rather peculiar relationship with Lord Shen Mo. Yun Jing, taken aback by this remark, replied that the situation was rather intricate. In the past, they had harbored mutual disdain, but now, their rapport had improved, if only slightly. Bao Jian gazed blankly, pondering the implications. Indeed, there are tales circulating. Yet there is nothing substantial, correct, Lord Shen? Yun Jing turned to seek the opinion of the other party present. Shen Mo remained resolutely silent. At present, your reputation exists solely within the confines of Mingxiao Palace. However, once Mingxiao Palace reaches the Yushan realm, your name shall undoubtedly be widely heralded. A divine physician, you say? I am entirely self-taught. I can solemnly vow that in this world, barring my disciples, there should be no one who possesses medical skills akin to mine. There will be no alterations. As for that so-called Dan Palace, I remain utterly uninformed. However, I am certain that my medical expertise is a product of my own diligent study, and no one can compare. If such a person does exist, they are either a thief of knowledge or a pretender, Yun Jing asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her words, Bao Jian nodded in agreement, stating that if you profess it to be true, I shall duly report it. Yet, your medical skills are indeed extraordinary, since you have entered the Demon Palace. Whether in Mingxiao Palace or any other esteemed sect, you may freely traverse the grand sects, but you must not betray the Demon Palace. Otherwise, the consequences will extend far beyond mere pursuit. I sincerely wish you had never come here today. It appears you have merely come to threaten me. As Yun Jing glared at him in exasperation, Brother Bao Jian chuckled softly and said, I apologize for my late arrival. Observing the interaction between Yun Jing and Brother Bao Jian, Shen Mo felt an inexplicable annoyance. He decided to speak up and asked, May I inquire if you truly possess the ability to assist others in repairing their dantian? Yun Jing nodded. Could you enlighten me on how you accomplish this? It's quite challenging, she explained. Essentially, one must make a small incision above the individual's dantian. Then carefully insert a tool to locate the damaged area. The necessary repairs and suturing are performed, while any excess tissue is excised. The process is akin to treating external injuries. Finally, a disinfection procedure is conducted to prevent any adverse reactions due to the body's immune system. Once the individual's condition is thoroughly stabilized, they can then be transferred to a room for further recuperation. Yun Jing succinctly elucidated the process to Shen Mo. Though she acknowledged that the reality was far more complex, laden with knowledge and intricacies she could not fully articulate. To facilitate Shen Mo's understanding, she believed it essential for him to grasp the fundamentals first. How did you acquire such a skill? Shen Mo inquired. By practicing regularly, one becomes proficient through repeated dissection. She replied nonchalantly. Shen Mo fell into a deeper silence. Brother Bao Jian stifled a laugh. So, how do you typically perform these dissections? I am quite curious to see. It was Yun Jing's turn to be surprised. You're not a medical cultivator, are you? Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's eyes lit up. She immediately seized Shen Mo's sleeve and enthusiastically exclaimed, Let's go then. Let's leave right now. But alas, I don't have a fresh cadaver readily available. Do you have access to a source of corpses? Shen Mo pondered for a moment, then said, Follow me. I know where to find a suitable body. Consequently, Shen Mo led Yun Jing, with brother holding sword trailing behind them. The trio arrived at the Hall of Punishments once more, but this time they followed Shen Mo. Venturing into a secluded side hall, Shen Mo vanished momentarily, only to reappear with a recently deceased body slung over his shoulder. The corpse was male, seemingly young, and possessed delicate features. Yun Jing understood at once. She promptly released the dissection table and arranged the various instruments beneath it. Finally, she donned a dissection gown and picked up a scalpel. The blade was exceptionally sharp, of the same quality as her special alloy swords. As Yun Jing grasped the scalpel, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. If the maiden had been a gentle and amiable girl, Yun Jing was now entirely different. An aura of commanding composure erupted from within her, as if in an instant, the maiden had become a queen, the queen of the dissection domain. With practiced ease, she removed the corpse's garments, leaving it completely prone on the dissection table, its various parts exposed to view. Brother holding sword furrowed his brow, intending to speak, but refrained. He glanced at Shen Mo and noticed that he was, in fact, observing Yun Jing. Yun Jing deftly wielded her knife, making a long incision in the abdomen of the corpse. Shen Mo watched as she meticulously managed the bleeding, methodically extracting the internal organs one by one. She even took the time to explain the general functions of the human organs to both Bao Jian and Shen Mo, elaborating on the issues present in the corpse's kidneys. Her voice bore no trace of emotion. When Shen Mo inquired about the repair of the dantian, Yun Jing promptly located it on the body and presented it to him. Noticing Shen Mo's intense focus on the condition of the dantian, she deliberately punctured it several times, explaining the methods of repair and suturing in detail. It was as if she were a professor guiding students through a dissection lab, her tone and gaze devoid of compassion, exuding an almost divine authority over the lifeless form. Shen Mo's initial curiosity had transformed into rapt attention, his eyes gleaming as if Yun Jing's medical expertise had unveiled a new realm to him. He could sense a vast ocean of knowledge beyond that door, an expanse of the unknown. Like a sponge absorbing water, he soaked up the medical knowledge Yun Jing imparted, occasionally posing his own questions. At that moment, Yun Jing appeared omniscient, responding to his inquiries in rapid succession. As the dissection progressed, their conversation delved deeper and broader, traversing concepts that often surpassed the understanding of an ordinary individual, particularly for someone with scant knowledge of medicine and alchemy. For instance, the sword-holding fellow's eyes were swirling with confusion. However, Yun Jing and Shen Mo were increasingly in sync, sharing a common language. And they actually managed to disassemble a corpse into pieces. By the end, even the sword-holding brother couldn't stand the sight of the two enthusiastically wielding their dissection tools, rummaging through the brain with such vigor, and decisively retreated. Overwhelmed, the sword-holding brother, with a dazed look and mechanical steps, walked out of the room only to see Master Yulo standing boldly at the doorway. Seeing him, Master Yulo initiated a conversation, reaching out to pull the sword-holding brother, asking how things were inside. The sword-holding brother remained motionless. Haven't they finished yet? Still, the sword-holding brother stood motionless. It was baffling how those two had such a bizarre fascination with dissecting people. Ugh, the sword-holding brother rushed straight to the restroom. He was going to vomit. Despite considering himself accustomed to life and death, he found the two's perverse behavior intolerable. When he came out, the two were enthusiastically dividing the brain into several sectors based on Yun Jing's theories, studying the brain marrow, brain folds, cerebral cortex, and the functions of various blood vessels and connecting nerves, as well as factors that could cause diseases. The sword-holding brother, weak in the limbs, floated away. Master Yulo, observing his state and glancing at a certain room, revealed a deep sense of apprehension in his eyes. Several hours later, Yun Jing, exhausted, finally returned from her trance-like state with the divine knife, only to be nauseated by the intense smell of blood. Clinging to a large tree trunk outside the restroom, she began to vomit profusely. She had barely begun to vomit when the sounds of retching emerged from somewhere above her. Upon noticing her predicament, others joined in, expelling bile as well. One swordsman gazed skyward in exasperation, lamenting, "Oh, continue to vomit." His complexion was exceptionally dark, particularly upon seeing Gu Zhang's face, which radiated a plethora of ambiguous emotions, further intensifying his irritation. "What kind of gaze is that? Do you fancy me?" "Alas, I have no intention of nurturing any form of intimate affection with you, although the notion of has been acknowledged by many. I assure you that I lack such refined and sophisticated inclinations." "Lord Gu, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Shen Mo stated. Upon hearing this, Du Zheng hastily seized Shen Mo's arm, exclaiming, "Wait, don't go. You've only just arrived. Why not spend a moment with me? What reason would I have to gaze upon you?" Shen Mo's lips twitched in irritation. "Dear Shen, what have you been up to lately? Are there any difficulties you face? If you are feeling downcast, burdened by troubles, do not hesitate to confide in me." "None, absolutely none," Shen Mo replied, his expression darkening, unwilling to engage in conversation. "How about we share a night of heartfelt conversation, discussing life and our insights on cultivation? Rest assured, I shall not devour you. Try to lay a finger on me. And I dare you. Shen Mo glared fiercely, shaking off his grip and striding away. A distant farewell echoed as he departed. Gu Zhang was left perplexed, pondering why he had invoked such disdain from his future son-in-law. Feeling dejected, alas. My dear wife, do hasten to abandon your little daughter and offer your warm embrace to comfort your beloved husband's wounded spirit. Initially, Yun Jing experienced no morning sickness during her pregnancy, likely due to the unusual circumstance of carrying a pair of sons. Perhaps. However, ever since that last bout of nausea, she has been besieged by relentless waves of it thrice daily, each time before meals, as if it were a comedic routine, retching, expelling nothing but bile. For there was little to purge. After this, she would rest briefly before diving into her meals, exhibiting an insatiable appetite. Whether it be the exquisite dishes prepared by her mother or the additional snacks she concocted for herself, she devoured them with fervor, nearly polishing off the plates each time. Yun Jing's mother, the esteemed Yun Yao, observed in astonishment as her daughter repeatedly shattered records for meal consumption at the dining table, leaving her husband equally dumbfounded. Jing, do take your time. Truly, no one is competing with you. One evening, as they dined, Yun Yao watched helplessly as her daughter snatched the last piece of meat from the plate. Jing, are you certain the children in your womb are human? Might they not be reincarnated little monsters? Gu Zhang, utterly perplexed, inquired. What if I have a hearty appetite? A good appetite signifies my sons are healthy and sturdy. What little monsters? Do such creatures consume only this little? Oh, are you still dissatisfied with the portion? This quantity is already quite astonishing. Within the ethereal realm of Yun Jing, the enigmatic Qin Yi had recently developed a penchant for frequenting the spring's edge, where he would observe the enchanting Yao Tai Ching Lian while meditating beside the crystalline waters, striving to merge with the extraordinary flame seed. Yun Jing sensed an unsettling shift in Qin Yi's demeanor. A disquieting crimson hue frequently flickered in his eyes. Moreover, the malevolent energy within him occasionally erupted, only to be swiftly reined in as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Yun Jing could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with Qin Yi. Since Qin Yi had integrated the Pinnacle fire spirit, Yun Jing had perceived a deceptive calmness in his malevolent aura, akin to a mountain suppressing a restless entity that writhed and struggled beneath its weight. One day, as Yun Jing entered the space, Qin Yi approached her unexpectedly. Yun Jing, I need your assistance. Where exactly? What kind of task is it? Is it manageable? Yun Jing replied pragmatically, aware that if the task proved too arduous, she would certainly negotiate for additional compensation. It is within the hall of the great Lord Wuxiang, but we need not venture into the main sanctum. Rather, we shall seek out a concealed garden in the rear hall. I left something in a stone pavilion over there. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's mouth fell open in astonishment, forming a perfect O. Are you serious? That is Wuxiang Hall, renowned for having more guards than there are clouds on its pillars. How could I possibly dare to go there? What if that old man discovers us? I have heard that the esteemed Wuxiang is, in fact, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, who bizarrely rejuvenates every full moon, transforming from a senile old man into a youthful, albeit deranged, figure. Yet, how absurd it is that he returns to his youth on such nights. A white-haired old man, indeed. I have no idea how young he truly is, nor how much he attracts women. Qin Yi, in a fit of determination, rolled up his sleeves and declared, if I do not strike you this time, I shall abandon the Qin surname. Chapter 62. Damn it, this isn't a time for cuteness. What are you up to by rolling up your sleeves? Yun Jing inquired, bemused by Qin Yi's deliberate gestures. Who are you calling an old man? What's the matter? Isn't Wuxiang an elderly figure with white hair? Yun Jing questioned, puzzled. Where did you hear that Wuxiang is a white-haired old man? Qin Yi asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Everyone says so outside, she replied. The truth was that she had glimpsed Wuxiang from a distance once, and at that time, due to certain circumstances, he appeared frail and gravely injured, his hair indeed white. From afar, she could not discern his true visage, which led her to believe Wuxiang was merely an elderly man. However, that fleeting encounter had occurred centuries ago. Observing Yun Jing's unwavering stance, Qin Yi felt a pang of frustration. Was he truly arguing with a fool, inflicting self-torment? Could it be that Wuxiang was not an old man with white hair, but rather a youthful lad? Had he not heard that one could reshape their form after achieving the Yuaning stage? Having never heard of your father Gu Zhang, one might consider him a quintessential example of someone shamelessly pretending to be youthful. There are hardly any individuals younger than him in the entire Mingxiao Palace. Yet one cannot help but notice how his visage resembles that of a mere adolescent. Upon finishing his words, Qin Yi abruptly paused, his mind clouded with disbelief. It seems that associating with someone of such limited intellect inevitably diminishes one's own. It turns out that my father's face has undergone cosmetic alteration. Oh dear. I fervently hope that my future siblings take after my mother. What if they inherit my father's features? How on earth would they ever find a spouse? Yun Jing pondered anxiously. A chuckle flickered in Qin Yi's eyes, realizing that Yun Jing could indeed serve as a source of amusement. I can assure you, the esteemed Wushang is not an elderly man, he declared. Yun Jing shot him a disdainful glance, as if regarding a lunatic. She had seen the man in question herself, yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge the truth. Well, for the sake of a certain individual she held little desire to engage with, she deemed it unnecessary to argue with Qin Yi. Thus, she graciously allowed him to continue his assertions. Very well, if you insist he is not an old man, then he is not. If you claim he lacks gray hair, then so be it. Should you state he is a woman, I shall merely assume he was too pressed for time to don a dress and opted for trousers instead. Qin Yi's nose nearly crinkled in exasperation. Yun Jing, still unsatisfied, produced a small handkerchief and waved it as if it were a beckoning cat of fortune. Just consider my previous remarks as carried away by the wind. In a sudden burst, Qin Yi turned, hands on his hips, and crushed the piece of spiritual jade in his grasp into powder. He was lucky, indeed, fortunate, lest he act hastily and reduce Yun Jing to mere dust. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed saved him, and had graciously offered him her hospitality for an extended period. Even if he were a demon, he possessed a certain elegance, an air of sophistication and grandeur. To extinguish her life would be trivial, but to be scorned for lacking grace and gratitude would be utterly unbecoming. After a brief moment, Qin Yi regained his composure and turned around. Where on earth is Yun Jing? He hadn't even sensed her departure. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he spun around again and found Yun Jing patiently awaiting him behind. When you turned around so abruptly, I thought you might be in tears, she remarked. All right. Considering your tears, I shall assist you. Just point me in the right direction. Yun Jing genuinely believed that this fellow was sulking, thinking he was too stubborn to solicit her help in retrieving items from the Wushang Palace, thus retreating to shed tears. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yi's expression twisted with frustration. I did not cry. No, I did not cry. Yun Jing replied dismissively. Boys are often reluctant to admit to their tears. It is quite normal. During her time as a doctoral student at the Foreign Academy, she had mentored several freshmen, one of whom excelled academically yet exhibited a rather extreme temperament, unable to cope with failure or the lack of validation from others. In places devoid of restrooms, one might find him hiding behind a large tree. The boy who cries is quite the spectacle. I said, I did not cry. Qin Yi gritted his teeth. So, are you going or not? Yun Jing inquired, exasperated. I shall go. This is quite sufficient. With Yun Jing exiting the space, Qin Yi directed her from within, guiding her stealthily out of her courtyard and towards the Wushang Hall, as he instructed. The Wushang Hall, being the residence of the esteemed Wushang Grand Master, was indeed fortified with guards at every 3 steps and sentinels at every 7. The defenses were formidable, with a multitude of sentinels stationed, patrolling, and lurking. From afar, just gazing at the entrance, a chill coursed through Yun Jing's heart. Would she truly be able to infiltrate? What if she were caught upon entering? Would she be able to exit unscathed? Alas, for the sake of a young man's pride and arrogance, she had foolishly agreed to accompany him on this reckless venture. Qin Yi, oblivious to the burgeoning hesitation on Yun Jing's face, continued to elaborate on how she could circumvent the stringent defenses. How brazen! Who was she to indulge such familiarity? Qin Yi's expression stiffened, then darkened completely. Truly, if they were apprehended, would they not be mistaken for spies and dealt with accordingly? Yun Jing's heart raced with anxiety. After all, she had 2 little ones who could joyfully leap from her womb. Follow my instructions, and you shall gain entry without detection. He insisted. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, feeling unfortunate to have encountered this Qin Yi. She ought not to have sympathized with this often erratic young boy. Against her better judgment, Yun Jing stealthily proceeded into a secluded garden within the rear of the Wushang Hall, as Qin Yi, unseen by her, released a subtle breath of his essence. As soon as he released a breath, a rustling sound emanated from the garden. It was a series of soft rustles rising from the grass, and before long, a multitude of small heads emerged, each no larger than a palm. With their fuzzy ears and plump little bodies, they possessed large, jewel-like black eyes and delicate, elongated whiskers. Their fur was smooth and adorned with charming spots. Indeed, they were a delightful group of little rabbits. These adorable creatures seemed to have not encountered humans in quite some time, as they eagerly pushed their small heads out from the towering grass. Upon spotting Yun Jing, they scurried towards her in a lively, tumbling manner. There were about a dozen of them, each rushing to her side, clinging to her skirt as if pleading for a hug. Initially hesitant to embrace them for fear of their tiny claws, Yun Jing was taken aback. Yet, seeing the pitiable expressions on their faces, with teary eyes gazing up at her, she couldn't resist their charm. Despite her reservations, she gradually knelt down and gently cradled the cutest of the bunch in her arms. This little creature was remarkably astute. As soon as she held it, it remained perfectly still, snuggling against her. Its small body was warm, and it nuzzled her with its tiny nose and mouth. Yun Jing tenderly stroked its fur, and in response, the little one stood up, extending its tiny tongue to give her a gentle lick. Yun Jing hastily moved it aside, realizing that this little creature was taking advantage of the situation. She had imagined that the esteemed Lord Wushang would keep some extraordinary and bizarre pets in his palace. Yet to her surprise, it was merely a flock of adorable little rabbits and mice. Could it be that Lord Wushang shared her fondness for fluffy animals? He rolled his eyes. Why should it matter to her what he liked? What was wrong with an affection for furry creatures? It posed no hindrance to her. Urgently searching for something, Yun Jing reluctantly set down the little rabbit mouse she had been holding, waving farewell to a group of them that stood forlornly on a large stone, lined up and gazing at her. She then proceeded towards a double-decker pavilion nestled deep within the garden. To her astonishment, the vast garden was devoid of any human presence. After walking for a quarter of an hour without reaching her destination, Yun Jing couldn't help but reflect on the emptiness. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. A flock of azure doves appeared before Yun Jing, busily accompanied by their little ones, forming a sizable brigade. 1, 2, 3, 15. They were quite small, likely having hatched not long ago. The tiny doves flapped their little wings, unable to fly, as they chased each other around their parents. Leading the charge was a male dove, which, upon spotting Yun Jing, rallied its entire troop with an assertive demeanor. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. It sounded like a battle cry. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo, echoed the voices of the doves behind it. The flock split into 3 groups, charging towards Yun Jing with fervor. Upon rushing to Yun Jing's side, it immediately sensed an unusual aura. The pigeon promptly attempted to halt, yet failed to break effectively and collided headlong into a stone at Yun Jing's feet. Thud! The unfortunate pigeon knocked itself unconscious, truly unfortunate. This was the bewildered Yun Jing's experience. Coo coo. Behind the pigeon, a flock of its kin and offspring looked on with suspicion. Adjusting the update schedule, today's release will be slightly curtailed, with a promise to compensate tomorrow. Chapter 63. Chapter 065-066-067. The 9-Serpent Beast Power Pillar. Coo coo. The other pigeons flapped their wings and hurried to the dazed male pigeon, pecking at its head and body. When unable to reach it, they would hop onto its back and stomp around. In no time, the male pigeon regained consciousness, likely awakened by the commotion. The first thing it did upon waking was to stagger over to Yun Jing's side. Then, spreading its wings, it took flight and perched upon her shoulder. Its small eyes spun with a solicitous gleam, bobbing its head while cooing. Coo coo. Dear, I cannot speak your language, Yun Jing remarked, gazing at it in bemusement. Coo coo. The male pigeon persisted in flapping its wings and cooing. Observing that Yun Jing remained unresponsive, it grew increasingly anxious. As its anxiety escalated, the other pigeons joined in, cooing in unison. My, is this a pigeon choir? Yun Jing thought, overwhelmed by their fervor. Seeing it linger and continue its calls, with a distressed expression, she pondered what to do. Having this flock of pigeons surround her and make noise was not a viable situation. It could potentially attract the attention of nearby guards, which would be disastrous. Stop, all of you. Hold your calls for a moment while I devise a plan, she urged. The pigeons seemed to comprehend her words, falling silent altogether. Could it be that they truly understood? Pigeons that grasp human speech. Oh, but she also had a little yellow bird at home that could speak. Speaking of which, she had placed the little yellow bird within her spatial realm upon her emergence from the moonlit secret domain. After all, there was already a man residing in that space. An additional bird would hardly make a difference. Most importantly, The area was quite expansive and devoid of peril, allowing the little yellow bird to flit about without fear of being captured and turned into roasted fowl. How benevolent she was. However, recently, the little yellow bird had shown little regard for her, opting instead to nestle atop the third-grade Yao Tai Qinglian and sleep the day away. That third-grade Yao Tai Qinglian was indeed captivating. Both Qin Yi and the little yellow bird were fond of it. Wait a moment, let me fetch a translator. With a swift gesture, she summoned forth a small, fluffy yellow bird. Why have you called for me? Can't you see I am busy? The bird retorted, visibly irked by the abrupt summoning. I have not entered into any contract with you. How can you summon me against my will? It declared with a tone of self-importance. You dwell in my space, sleep upon my Qinglian, and consume my resources without contributing in any way. Do you wish for me to roast you instead? Or perhaps I should stew you today, given your meager form, Yun Jing replied unceremoniously. Furthermore, Yun Jing had long since realized that her spatial realm regarded itself as a family member, aside from her. Any living being, whether bound by a contract or not, could be forcibly summoned upon being placed within it. With an air of annoyance, Xiao Huang rolled her eyes before reluctantly asking, What do you want me to do? I do not speak pigeon. Perhaps you could decipher its incessant cooing? Yun Jing gestured towards a pitiable pigeon perched on her shoulder. Is that all? Xiao Huang shot Yun Jing an exasperated glare and then turned her attention to the pigeon, mimicking its cooing. Goodness, Xiao Huang can even speak pigeon. This fellow has quite the repertoire of languages. The pigeon perked up at her call, responding eagerly with its own cooing. The two exchanged coos back and forth, leaving Yun Jing rolling her eyes in exasperation until the exchange finally concluded. The pigeon lamented that, although this garden offered ample food and drink, the local rabbits and mice were quite fierce. Unlike ordinary rabbits and mice that feast on fruits and seeds, these creatures had a penchant for meat, preying on the innocent and helpless pigeons. In a short span of time, the pigeon's family had dwindled by nearly a third, particularly the young pigeons, many of whom had fallen victim to these voracious predators. Were it not for the rabbits' aversion to stale meat, they would have undoubtedly regarded them as a source of sustenance. Sister, you would no longer see my robust and majestic figure, it lamented. Yun Jing, irked by the pigeon's audacity to belittle her, thought to herself that these pigeons truly lacked the art of conversation. Observing Yun Jing lost in thought, Xiao Huang assumed she was fretting over her inability to assist and promptly dismissed her concerns. Do not worry, I inquired about their original dwelling, and the pigeon brother revealed that they once resided in the cave of painted walls. It is an immense mustard seed space. This mustard seed space originally belonged to an ancient sect. Subsequently, its master embarked on an expedition to the ruins of that sect and unearthed this mustard seed space from a long-sealed treasure vault. It is said that many individuals were drawn to the site at that time, and the master, possessing extraordinary strength, ultimately vanquished numerous challengers to claim this mustard seed space as their own. Oh, the heroism! Regrettably, I was not present to witness the spectacle. Little Huang lamented in awe. It holds a particular admiration for the powerful, especially those defying the heavens, often leaving it exhilarated merely by watching. Does their heroism have any bearing on you? You are but a bird. Yun Jing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at it. Supreme beings transcend races. How can you, who are nurturing beast cubs, claim not to have crossed racial boundaries? I am merely expressing my admiration for heroes. Little Huang exclaimed fervently. Why are you so narrow-minded? Narrow-minded? Yun Jing retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Where am I being narrow-minded? Furthermore, how am I crossing racial boundaries? It is entirely possible that my two children have inherited their father's lineage. It is their father's bloodline that is questionable, is it not? This implies that Yun Jing's children's father could very well be a hybrid of human and beast. So, you are in a relationship with a hybrid and have born offspring, yet you dare to assert that this is not a result of crossing racial boundaries? What you carry is a cub, is it not? Not a human child, I presume? Little Huang pressed aggressively. You just don't want to admit it. So don't come over and provoke me. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing ground her teeth in frustration. Tonight, I shall stew you. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, the charming and handsome little bird threatened me, revealing a lack of good character, remarked Xiao Huang with a hint of sarcasm. All right, he continued. The place they mentioned is just over there. Do you see it? That intricately carved white jade wall depicting 9 soaring dragons behind the 2-story pavilion. As he pointed the way, Yun Jing's eyes suddenly fell upon the 2-story pavilion, which had eluded her moments ago, nestled behind a flowering thicket, alongside the imposing white jade wall. Such a massive wall, towering over 3 zhang and extending at least 100 zhang in length, was adorned with sculptures of 9 dragons that appeared as if they were ready to soar into the sky. Each dragon bore a fierce countenance, exuding an aura of malevolence, as if they were poised to pounce on any unsuspecting soul. The longer she gazed, the more she could sense the wall trembling slightly under their imagined struggles. How eerie. What is so eerie about it? Aren't those just 9 small snakes? Xiao Wang observed coolly, as if coming to a realization. What? 9 small snakes? Those are dragons. Aren't they? My eyesight isn't failing me. The carvings on the white jade wall are indeed dragons. Yun Jing retorted. Such ignorance is truly frightening. One cannot expect a woman emerging from the corners of the world to possess any knowledge of ancient lore, Xiao Wang scoffed. What appears to be dragons are, in fact, snakes sealed within the carvings. They are likely snakes on the verge of transforming into dragons, or perhaps unique large serpents with rare bloodlines. This is known as the 9-serpent beast power pillar. Ordinary snakes cannot create such a 9-serpent beast power pillar. With an air of erudition, Xiao Wang proclaimed, "Do not let my petite stature deceive you. My knowledge is vast. The charm of Little Yellow is boundless, yet you, dear girl, seem utterly devoid of any discernment when it comes to observing birds. I have no need for your insights, regardless of what knowledge one possesses about avian creatures. She genuinely fails to perceive it. Humph, I shall refrain from speaking further. Will I divulge my thoughts? Do not presume I cannot part from you. Will you speak or not?" Yun Jing glared at Little Yellow, a glint of threat in her gaze. In any case, this represents a peculiar form of sacrificial offering, aimed at honoring the essence of the sacrifice through the offering of 9 serpents. This 9-serpent beast power pillar was a phenomenon that only manifested in ancient times, gradually fading away by the era of the sacred kings. Little Yellow initially intended to elaborate, but upon noticing Yun Jing's blank expression, it hesitated. Could it be that you are unaware of what a sacred king is? Little Yellow nearly faltered. Such ignorance had reached an astonishing level. A sacred king is simply the apex of strength among various clans. Yet, I have heard that a sacred king rarely emerges, and when one does, it inevitably incites tremendous upheaval. Perhaps it could even ignite a war among the 100 clans. Oh, by the way, it is said that the master of the Mingxiao Palace, the esteemed Wushang, is regarded as one of the most promising individuals among the human race to ascend to the status of a sacred king. Before her demise in her previous life, this was a widely circulated message throughout the entire human realm. Is that Wushang truly so formidable? Little Yellow inquired, flapping its wings. It is said to be so. Yun Jing, however, remained oblivious, while a certain eavesdropper concealed within her space staggered, baffled. When did he ever possess the potential to become a sacred king? He was utterly unaware of it. In truth, the potential of that wild man within your space is quite remarkable, indeed, bordering on the extraordinary. As he absorbed the Silver Heart's spirit fire, I could sense a shiver coursing through me. Yet, whether he possesses the extraordinary potential to ascend to kingship remains uncertain for now, Xiao Huang remarked with an air of confidence. A wild man. Yun Jing's face darkened. He is merely a temporary resident, nothing more. He bears no relation to me whatsoever. Are you trying to conceal the truth? Xiao Huang challenged. If you claim he is unrelated to you, how dare you harbor him within your mustard seed space? I've seen your mustard seed space. Though it may be a tad small and lacking in spiritual energy, it is nonetheless a compact realm, complete with all essentials. Such a treasure, even I would not disdain having another in hand. Typically, when a human discovers they possess such a space, they would guard it fiercely, ensuring that no one else knows of its existence. If you have no connection to him, why reveal such a profound secret? My goodness, she is more wrong than Doi, Yun Jing exclaimed, her expression darkening further. If he were not the biological father of the child within me, I would not concern myself with his fate. I merely saved him by chance. Who would have known he would refuse to leave once he recovered? Can he just cling to me indefinitely? Then why not simply cast a compulsory summoning spell? Xiao Huang retorted. Isn't there something more than mere friendship between you two? An affair? Nonsense. Enough of your insinuations. Is it merely about hiding a wild man? What does it matter? If you like him, take him. I refuse to believe that you, a pill cultivator, would shy away from using potions to force your desires. This is merely trifling, Xiao Huang said ambiguously. Oh, Xiao Huang, I absolutely do not have any wild men. Besides, even if I were to entertain the thought of a wild man, it certainly would not be him. He is more beautiful than a vixen, and I grow weary of gazing upon his face all day. What a clever idea you have. Yun Jing retorted angrily. Xiao Huang was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yi's face contorted dramatically. More beautiful than a vixen. Yun Jing, I shall remember you deeply, profoundly. Now, quickly enlighten me about the Holy King era and the Nine-Serpent Beast Power Pillar, she insisted. Why does the Nine-Serpent Beast Power Pillar possess such an odd name? Apart from the Holy King era, do you know of any other periods? Xiao Huang suddenly countered. Aside from the Holy King era, I am aware of the Ancient era, as well as our current time, which is referred to as the era of the 7 heroes contending for supremacy. Goodness, you are not entirely ignorant. What do you mean by that? I mean you surpass the average child. At least you know about the Ancient era. You are genuinely belittling me, aren't you? Yun Jing glared. Indeed, I am belittling you. What will you do about it? Xiao Huang shot back. The girl and the bird exchanged a tense stare reminiscent of class enemies before each turned away with a huff, retreating in their own directions. Very well. I suppose I am unfortunate to have met such a little fool. Allow me to explain, she continued. In the age of divine desolation, gods and humans coexisted harmoniously in the world. Eventually, the gods retreated to the divine realm, leaving humanity abandoned upon the earth. This is known as the primal era. In the twilight of the ancient era, a monumental clash transpired among the primordial beings, resulting in the fragmentation of the ancestral land. This cataclysmic event gave rise to the celestial realm, which closely approximated the divine realm, alongside numerous spiritual domains and their respective diminutive realms. Thus commenced the epoch of antiquity. Following this ancient era was the well-known period of the Upper Antiquity. Towards the conclusion of the Upper Antiquity, the Sacred King made his inaugural appearance upon the annals of history, heralding the dawn of the Sacred King era. From the ascendance of the first generation of Sacred Kings to the subsequent generations embroiled in fierce conflicts, the fate of various demon clans was profoundly altered. This era marked the zenith of the demon clans, often referred to as their Golden Age. Each Sacred King during this time was a paragon of strength among the demons, with other myriad races bowing in subjugation to their dominion. However, the emergence of the enigmatic Witch Clan and the bloodthirsty Demon Clan introduced formidable Sacred Kings among them as well, coupled with the rapid rise of the Human Clan due to the tumult of war, thus ushering in the age of the 100 clans. Over 100 of the most powerful races engaged in relentless warfare, vying for supremacy in this epoch. It was a time of strife, yet also the pinnacle for the Sacred Kings, as each clan witnessed the emergence of more than one Sacred King. As the age of the 100 clans drew to a close, the major spiritual realms were interconnected, merging with the smaller realms below. The celestial realm was shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments that coalesced into numerous minor realms. This culminated in the formation of the initial model of the cultivation world that we observe in the present era. Subsequently, various realms, both large and small, were delineated into distinct spiritual domains, akin to what we now refer to as the Tai domain, which encompasses over 18,000 smaller realms. The entirety of the Tai domain astonishingly encompasses over 18,000 minor realms. Thus, is the Xiao Chen Realm merely one such minor realm? Yun Jing inhaled sharply, taken aback. In her previous life, as a solitary cultivator, she had only ventured into a mere 5 realms, completely unaware of the vast multitude of minor realms within the Tai domain. It is quite natural for you to be oblivious. This secluded area is such that many have never even stepped beyond the Xiao Chen Realm, had you not entered the Mingxiao Palace of the Demon Palace. Even if you were fortunate enough to survive within the Xiao Chen Realm, the individuals you encountered would only possess a superficial understanding. How could anyone offer you a comprehensive explanation of what the era of the Holy Kings entails, or how many minor realms exist within the Tai domain? Xiao Huang, with an air of arrogance, placed her hands on her hips and declared, in summary, this is the history of the myriad beings. In the future, you may wish to delve deeper into it. Rest assured, I am quite an excellent teacher. The students I have once instructed, ahem. Let us not dwell on past glories. Now, let us turn our attention to the Nine-Serpent Beast Power Pillar. Xiao Huang, momentarily lost in nostalgia, ceased her historical exposition and shifted the discourse to the Nine-Serpent Beast Power Pillar. In truth, this pillar likely originates from the ancient Nine-Dragon Spirit Pillar. During the primordial era, descendants of intermarriages between humans and deities, known as the Ren Wang, frequently emerged, possessing divine blood. Once these individuals cultivated to a certain level, their existence would attract the attention of the divine beings, who would then take them away. At that time, There existed direct pathways of communication between the human and divine realms. The Ranwang were immensely powerful, and during that epoch, the ancestral land was indeed the dominion of humanity. As time progressed, the number of humans possessing divine blood dwindled, while other races continuously ascended. By the ancient era, humanity began to transform its cultivation methods, leading to the emergence of notable figures who, through innate talent and diligent practice, ascended to become the pinnacle of power in the world. These individuals were revered as the great powers or saints of ancient times. The nine-dragon spirit-absorbing pillar was constructed by these formidable beings, who sought to forge exceptionally potent treasures as a means of sustaining their sects or providing resources for the resurgence of their descendants, ensuring that their legacy would never fade. This inclination is quite understandable, though it is often said that the moon experiences phases and humans encounter both fortune and misfortune without a continuous lineage. There can be no eternal sanctified monarchs. Yet, none who possess the ability to extinguish galaxies would wish for their descendants to be incapable of preserving their heritage or for their sects to vanish completely from the annals of history. Thus, many powerful beings subconsciously sought to establish a safeguard for the future. Such a safeguard would ideally be of at least the initial artifact level. Low-tier items such as magical tools or spiritual devices are hardly sufficient. In her previous life, the most valuable item she possessed was a second-tier spiritual sword. Yun Jing's subtle change in expression went unnoticed by Xiao Huang, who was preoccupied with sharing his knowledge. This individual, ever eager to impart wisdom, had developed a habit of doing so almost instinctively. However, the more powerful the treasure, the more challenging it becomes to forge, as the requirements for such creations are exceedingly stringent. Many powerful individuals often endeavor to create increasingly formidable and grand magical artifacts. Thus, they typically expend all their wealth in pursuit of such treasures, ultimately resulting in the mere embryo of an artifact or a self-crafted one. However, they frequently find themselves dissatisfied, lamenting the lack of potency or other shortcomings. Primarily, there exists a common belief among them that items of artifact caliber are, quite frankly, too precious to be entrusted to their sections. In contrast, artifacts of celestial grade or those of true grade above celestial are often naturally birthed and subsequently refined upon discovery. From the moment of inception, these items carry inherent laws of the celestial realm. Such creations are not easily forged. They require exceptionally refined cores. Yet by that time, the celestial realm had already solidified, and many exceptional cores were absent from the mortal plane, while even the finest cores were rarely found in the celestial realm. What then was to be done? They conceived a brilliant solution: to cultivate spirit entities, allowing these spirits to mature over time. They would impart their visions to these spirits and continually nurture them, ensuring that after their demise, the spirits would persist in perfecting the magical artifact. Truly an ingenious notion. Yun Jing expressed her envy. Xiao Huang turned his head slightly and, with an air of calmness, inquired if she knew their plans. They intended for the spirit to gradually evolve, transcending directly from the artifact level to the celestial artifact tier, and then ascending to the realm of true artifacts. The levels beyond the artifact realm were steeped in legend and ethereal ambiguity, and were exceedingly difficult to attain. At that time, true artifacts had already become the treasures safeguarding their sections. The concept is indeed intriguing. However, a significant issue arises regarding the essence spirit, which proves exceedingly challenging to nurture. One can summon it and encapsulate a soul within, yet the question remains, how does this soul attain growth? Despite an abundance of spiritual energy, the soul struggles to evolve. Consequently, many formidable beings diverted their attention to alternative cultivation methods of other life forms. At that time, there were neither ghost cultivators nor an abundance of ghost clans. The cultivation techniques for ghost practitioners were not as diverse as they are now. Had there been such practices available, the essence spirits could have certainly adopted the ghost cultivation methods. Alas, the ghost clans did not exist in those days. Thus, the mighty beings and sages shifted their focus to the spirit race, which bore a striking resemblance to the essence spirits. You are undoubtedly familiar with the fire spirits. They represent a lower echelon of the spirit race. During that period, there existed a powerful spirit race born from minerals, which has now completely vanished. Indeed, they are presumed extinct. This race was known as the Star Spirit Stone clan. Among them, the most basic were the tricolored star spirits, followed by the five-colored and the seven-colored star spirits. The latter was particularly formidable, reaching profound levels comparable to the true spirit class of the demon race, exhibiting unparalleled strength. Consequently, this race ultimately disappeared. Were they merely a means to an end? Yun Jing inquired with curiosity. Indeed, their cultivation method relied on borrowing spiritual techniques, utilizing the souls of other beings post-mortem to enhance their own essence, with the souls of demon beings serving as the most nourishing sustenance for their growth. Following these demon souls, they can rapidly cultivate powerful spirit entities, mastering their own bodies to absorb more spiritual energy and the essence from the surrounding spiritual minds, consequently leading to swift advancement in their cultivation. This method of harnessing spirit energy is almost an instinctual trait for them. As long as their spirit entities remain alive, they will unconsciously seek to absorb nearby demon souls or the souls of inanimate beings imbued with divine essence to enhance themselves. The discovery of this peculiar cultivation method among their race led to the invention of the nine-dragon spirit absorption pillar by a formidable being. This invention entails capturing 9 dragons, rendering them nearly lifeless, and forging them into pillars using 9 rare minerals. Through an esoteric method, these dragon pillars, infused with the bodies and souls of dragons, can instinctively absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to augment themselves. Moreover, due to the secret techniques employed, the Starstone clan's spirit, sealed within the core of the dragon pillars, also siphons energy from the dragon souls to bolster the power of the artifact itself. The longer this process continues, the more pronounced its effects become, until the dragon souls are fully consumed. However, dragon souls are not so easily depleted, for even the most inferior dragons possess the innate ability to mend their own souls. Thus, this absorption can persist for thousands upon thousands of years. One day, when the artifact ascends to the realm of true artifacts, it will suddenly absorb all the dragon souls for its own use, thereby able to transcend the protective nature of the original 9-dragon spirit absorption pillar and reveal its true form to the world. Is this 9-dragon spirit absorption pillar a form of protection for the artifact itself? Yun Jing inquired curiously. Indeed, the 9-serpent beast power pillar has evolved from the 9-dragon spirit pillar. Perhaps dragons are elusive creatures, or perhaps the formidable being who crafted this treasure was not yet capable of capturing the dragonkin. After all, dragons are notoriously petty, harboring grudges and possessing a fierce desire for vengeance. One can understand the sentiment. Dragons are, without doubt, capricious and extreme beings. So, they opted for serpents as substitutes? Yun Jing comprehended this notion, as she had once been relentlessly pursued by a vengeful 3-legged frog dragon, nearly to her demise. Before Xiao Huang could finish his words, she had already dashed to the jade wall, extending her claws to explore its surface. While touching it, she drooled with excitement, exclaiming, "A genuine artifact. Within lies a future artifact. I have only ever heard legends of these artifacts. Never have I touched one before. Oh, the texture is so cool and smooth. Ah, but how does one enter? I have discovered this stone wall cave, yet how can I take a flock of doves inside?" Yun Jing turned to glance at the doves, only to find them all craning their necks, wide-eyed and expectantly gazing at her, as if questioning why she did not bring them along. "What? Do you wish to enter as well? This is a spatial pocket of mustard seed. Without the owner's permission, you cannot enter." Xiao Huang rolled his eyes with exasperation. "Oh, right, I have this," she exclaimed. "Look at this. Someone said it is a token for entry." Suddenly, Yun Jing recalled that before her departure, Qin Yi had given her a small ring, claiming it was necessary for entering some place. "That someone said," Qin Yi remarked, twitching his lips again. Xiao Huang glanced at Yun Jing, who had produced an iron ring from the palm of her hand, and nodded thoughtfully. This ring bore a resemblance to a token. Perhaps it would serve its purpose. If it does not work, then we are out of options. Come, allow me to guide you. If it is indeed a token, entry should be granted. By the way, the token you possess must pertain to that wild man you have hidden away, right? I say, Xiao Huang, will you ever cease? Yun Jing is on the verge of tears. Very well, I shall remain silent. Let us first enter the mustard seed space. With that, he led Yun Jing to the site of the second dragon's claw, where a small, indistinct indentation lay hidden. It resembled. Hurry, Jing Jing. Place that ring into the indentation. Following Xiao Huang's instructions, Yun Jing swiftly placed the ring within. A distinct click resonated, and the ring vanished from her sight. Xiao Huang transformed into a beam of yellow light and nimbly darted into Yun Jing's embrace. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the world spun around her. In less than a breath, When Yun Jing regained her senses, she found herself in a bizarre square. The location was dimly illuminated by a hanging light that dispelled the shadows, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. The outermost area was shrouded in obscurity, while at the center lay a vast square aglow with the light of thousands of everlasting lamps. 9 celestial dragon pillars towered majestically within this square. Yun Jing gasped in awe, contemplating the ferocity of ancient beings. Though their bodies perished, their souls endured the torment of being consumed day by day. Truly, the treasures left behind from ancient times are extraordinary. Why are you just standing there? Quickly, examine the central portal's turntable. Let the flock of little doves in, commanded the little yellow bird. How do I do that? Yun Jing inquired, puzzled. Goodness, the birds are truly at a loss, the little yellow bird exclaimed. Hastily flying to the center of the 9 dragon pillars, encircling a stone pedestal, upon which rested a sizable wheel. This wheel, adorned with intricate silver engravings, exuded an ancient and desolate aura. Under the guidance of the little yellow bird, Yun Jing pushed in the direction where the wheel could be turned. With each push, the wheel advanced a notch, emitting a clicking sound. After pushing it 6 notches, it became immovable. The little yellow bird then instructed her to push in the opposite direction, continuing to rotate the wheel. After advancing 15 notches, another click resonated, and the wheel vanished from her sight. In its place appeared a magnificent portal of light. The flock of doves, which had been waiting outside, eagerly fluttered in. Coo, coo. After expressing their gratitude to Yun Jing, the doves flew off in a particular direction. So, they just abandoned me? She mused. Well, if that's how it is, so be it. At least this flock is safe now. Having seen the doves off, Yun Jing prepared to leave, but the little yellow bird called out, How do you intend to exit? If you leave now, what was the purpose of your coming here? I came here to assist Qin Yi in retrieving something from the 2-story pavilion, she replied. Isn't that 2-story pavilion outside? The little yellow bird's expression turned peculiar. I must concede defeat. Your intellect astounds me. If he meant the one outside, how could he have given you that ring? Isn't that ring the key to unlocking this place? What do you mean, Xiao Huang? Are you implying that Qin Yi is playing tricks on me? Wasn't he initially interested in the double-layered pavilion, but rather this place? Sigh. Sometimes you're not as foolish as you appear, Xiao Huang lamented. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's expression turned grim. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, summoning Qin Yi forth. Qin Yi, have you been scheming against me? Xiao Huang thought to herself. Could you not have phrased that more tactfully? Upon hearing her words, Qin Yi shot her a bewildered look. Are you serious? Do you not know what a double-layered pavilion is? The pavilion outside is merely topped with a double-layered roof. It does not possess 2 actual levels. Have you not noticed that the second layer is a fade, solid and impassable? Come, follow me. Let me show you what a true 2-story pavilion looks like. With that, he cast an exasperated glance at Xiao Huang, the chatterbox. Damn it, you're tarnishing my reputation. Xiao Huang pondered for a moment and realized the peculiarities of the pavilion outside. Indeed, she had not noticed the absence of stairs leading to the second level. It dawned on her that perhaps her intellect had diminished from spending too much time with Yun Jing. Flapping her wings, she instinctively followed in Qin Yi's footsteps. Yun Jing, taken aback, observed as the two departed and hurriedly trailed after them. How unfortunate. I'm running late again. I shall strive not to be delayed tomorrow and aim for an early update. Chapter 64. The bottle space mutates once again. As Qin Yi guided Yun Jing forward, they stepped into what appeared to be an endless abyss of darkness. However, it was not long before a mirror, emanating a faint azure glow, materialized before them. This was the essence of the mustard seed space, the Qiantian mirror. Due to the immense size of the sealed mustard seed space within, the Qiantian mirror had grown at a remarkably slow pace. From ancient times until now, it had only just reached the level of a celestial artifact. Qin Yi took the initiative to explain this to Yun Jing, particularly regarding its design. As she examined it from various angles, Yun Jing suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, what is it?" Qin Yi inquired, intrigued. "I have seen this style of mirror before. My mother once possessed an ancestral mirror that resembled this one. Is it the spirit sparrow mirror?" Qin Yi asked, his expression revealing understanding. "Ah, how did you know?" Yun Jing gazed at him in astonishment. "When I acquired the Qiantian mirror, I learned that an ancient sect had once replicated it to forge 10 smaller mustard seed spaces, known as the spirit sparrow mirrors. However, I believed all those spirit sparrow mirrors had been destroyed. I never anticipated that your family's ancestor had preserved one." Yun Jing, taken aback by this revelation, responded sheepishly. Isn't it surprising? Who wouldn't carefully safeguard such a valuable item? At her words, Qin chuckled heartily. What are you laughing at? She asked. Nothing. Let us enter the Qiantian mirror, he replied, leading the way. They stepped into the mirror, which opened into a realm filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. As Yun Jing placed her foot forward, she felt the Qiantian mirror shift. She paused to observe, sensing that it seemed to remain still. Yun Jing furrowed her brows in confusion. As she stepped forward again, entering the azure light of the Qiantian mirror, an unexpected transformation occurred. Both the Qiantian mirror and the treasure vial within Yun Jing's soul trembled simultaneously. She felt as though the world was spinning around her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she eventually awakened, she found herself cradled in Qin Yi's embrace, seated upon a colossal rock within a canyon. Qin Yi gazed at a particular spot ahead with a peculiar expression, seemingly oblivious to whether Yun Jing had regained consciousness. The stone hall before them exuded an ancient and desolate aura, its contours faintly visible beneath a dense veil of natural runes. I am not entirely certain, he began, but I witnessed a surge of azure light enveloping your unconscious form, racing us here, followed by the sudden emergence of a massive stone hall from beneath the ground. I have possessed this mustard seed space for quite some time, yet today I discover it harbors a hidden stone hall unbeknownst to me. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing regarded him with a scornful expression, retorting, What is so strange about that? This is a treasure crafted by someone. Leaving behind a secret passage is quite reasonable. Don't you think? Qin Yi offered a wry smile and replied, I never anticipated that I would be deceived as well. If this treasure were to malfunction while I was gravely injured or confronted by a formidable foe, I would surely meet my demise. Yun Jing began to feel a semblance of sympathy for this unfortunate soul. By the way, you could certainly tame the spirit of the artifact. As long as it completely surrenders to you and bears your mark, you would have full control over this mustard seed space, Yun Jing remarked. Qin Yi shot her a silent glance, then, with a hint of exasperation, replied, You do not understand that such treasures have their spirits in a perpetual slumber. They do not truly awaken until they are fully manifested. Qin Yi felt hesitant to admit that he could merely sense the spirit's presence, unable to truly connect with its essence. It was only due to the emergence of this stone hall that he had perceived the spirit's aura. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious? Yun Jing shook her head in honesty, truly unaware. This is both the flaw and the merit of such treasures. Their prolonged slumber allows me to easily possess and utilize them. However, because they are asleep, I must explore many aspects on my own. Once taken by another, they can swiftly change allegiance, and when they awaken, I will have to contend with them. I must ensure that they are utterly subservient to me. Yun Jing furrowed her brow, contemplating, and then asked Qin Yi, Who exactly are you? You cannot possibly be the illegitimate child of Qin Wushang, or perhaps his legitimate son. Otherwise, how could you so brazenly possess such a precious treasure in the garden of the Wushang Hall? Upon hearing this, Qin Yi, feeling somewhat irked, retorted, Why not just speculate that I am Qin Wushang himself? I certainly do not resemble him. If he were to look like me, it would be quite tragic indeed. It is to be feared that all the women in the magical palace will soon learn that the leader of the Wuxiang Palace is a male fox spirit. Yun Jing even emphasized the title male fox spirit with a certain flair. Under normal circumstances, this would have incited a furious reaction from Qin Yi, yet this time he remained composed. In truth, I had just witnessed the azure light setting you down here, but suddenly a delicate silver vial sprang forth in your mind, only to be whisked away by the azure light. It has now entered the Forbidden Stone Hall, which remains inaccessible to us even now. Yun Jing screamed in distress and, like a madwoman, dashed down the colossal rock, racing towards the stone hall. Return her silver vial. That wretched stone hall. Return her silver vial. Qin Yi followed her with a mocking demeanor. At that moment, the stone hall resembled a prickly hedgehog. He had attempted to force his way in several times before, but had been unceremoniously ejected, sustaining some internal injuries in the process. Qin Yi was reluctant to engage in a reckless confrontation. He pondered whether there might be alternative means of entering the stone hall. As for Yun Jing, she was simply asking for trouble, and Qin Yi intended to follow her, relishing in her misfortune as she learned her lesson. Alas, his plans did not come to fruition. When Yun Jing, brimming with fervor, collided with a dense layer of runes, to his astonishment, a passageway opened up for her, as if by some benevolent design. Without a second thought, she surged forward into the opening. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, darting to Yun Jing's side to walk alongside her. As they traversed the stone hall, filled with soaring runes, it became evident that the hall bore no intention of assailing them. Their journey proceeded unimpeded, allowing them to venture deep into the heart of the stone hall. The stone hall is vast, with one space nested within another. Yun Jing and Qin Yi have traversed through 5 or 6 chambers, yet have yet to catch sight of their silver vial. Fatigue weighs heavily upon Yun Jing, who finds herself parched and famished. Exhausted, she can hardly summon the strength to continue. After all, being a caregiver naturally entails such weariness. Resolutely, she selects a clean spot and settles herself upon the tiled floor. "Why have you stopped?" Qin Yi inquires, approaching her with a puzzled expression. "Do you have anything to eat?" "I am hungry." "And do you have anything to drink?" "I am thirsty as well." "I cannot move any further. I am too tired," she replies. Qin Yi's forehead twitches in disbelief. "Is this really happening at such a critical moment, Yun Jing? Can you enlighten me on how you managed to enter here without being assailed by the runes? If you promise to provide me with food and drink, I might consider telling you," she counters. His eyes gleam with curiosity as he contemplates whether this Yun Jing harbors secrets unknown to him. "Goodness, Qin Yi, I have come to realize that you are utterly incorrigible. Did you not previously venture into this stone hall, only to be barred entry? Have you deceived me into believing that the silver vial has been captured here, subjecting me to this torment?" Qin Yi merely smiles, unfazed. "I have come to know you. Truly, you are the epitome of mischief. Why I was able to enter without incident is of no concern to you, and I shall not divulge it." "Very well then. You may continue to sit here and endure your hunger," he replies dismissively, turning away to pursue the entrance to the next grand hall. Could it be true? Has he really abandoned me? Yun Jing suddenly rose to her feet, incredulously watching him walk away. How heartless. Yet, as the faint sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, Yun Jing came to the realization that this Qin Yi had indeed callously left her behind. It seems that men with handsome faces are not to be trusted. "Little Silver, I'm starving. Hurry and come to my rescue." As soon as Yun Jing uttered these words, a soft sound echoed, and a luminous portal materialized before her. Through the portal, a petite figure emerged, a little girl, no taller than 3 feet, clad in a silver belly band, with soft silver hair cascading around her. She appeared to be unable to speak, yet exuded a lively spirit in her eyes. Upon spotting Yun Jing, she waved enthusiastically. Filled with joy, Yun Jing rushed forward and embraced her. Though merely an apparition, she felt the weight of the little girl as if she were truly of that size. This was no mere fantasy. Initially, her silver bottle had not summoned this little silver. The appearance of this figure was serendipitous. A team of explorers from the outer realms had discovered a peculiar amethyst planet during their interstellar journey. While it was dubbed Amethyst, this strange and colossal planet was entirely composed of such unique minerals, resembling purple crystal or the true nature of this extraordinary mineral had yet to be deciphered by the nation's scientific academy. Yun Jing inadvertently caught wind of this information and, upon viewing the footage of the enigmatic planet, felt an inexplicable longing. Driven by this peculiar desire, she set forth to that distant world. Under some inexplicable guidance, she discovered a fissure that led deep into the heart of a sphere, ultimately reaching its core. The space within the core was vast, akin to an entire miniature planet. This inner sphere was entirely composed of an enigmatic, richly hued purple crystal, the depth of which exuded a unique and regal sense of pressure, far surpassing the indigo stones found outside. As Yun Jing approached this peculiar and immense core, the small silver vial sprang forth, swiftly darting into the heart of the sphere. Before long, she observed the colossal core, which had been suspended in the void, visibly contracting at an astonishing pace. In less than 3 minutes, it shrank again. Yun Jing was left utterly astounded. Could it truly be that the core was diminishing bit by bit? Yet, in reality, it was indeed shrinking continuously. And after a full day and night had elapsed, it ultimately reduced to a size comparable to that of a basketball. In a flash, it transformed into a stream of purple luminescence, akin to an ethereal wisp, which then entered the diminutive silver vial. Subsequently, the vial was once again absorbed into her being. In that moment, Yun Jing comprehended that the small silver vial had indeed consumed the essence of the core, which resembled the very heart of a planet, composed of the profoundest purple crystal known as the extreme sky purple emperor jade. Though it appeared to be merely a crystal, it was, in fact, an exceedingly rare spiritual jade, remarkably sized like a small celestial body. A year later, one day, Yun Jing unexpectedly discovered that she could once again access this space, where she encountered the adorable little silver once more. Though merely a phantom of a petite girl clad in a bellyband, Yun Jing held an immense affection for this little creature, who incessantly sought her approval. Drawing upon her experience in nurturing her younger sister, Yun Jing persevered with a tenacity comparable to that of fortified walls, ultimately forging a close friendship with the little one named Xiao. Regrettably, despite her youthful appearance, Xiao remained mute, only capable of comprehending Yun Jing's words. Initially, her expression was one of bewilderment at Yun Jing's dialogue, and it was only through Yun Jing's personal instruction that she learned to speak and recognize characters. In due course, Yun Jing also taught her how to navigate the star network and utilize the intelligent brain interface. There were times when she would allow Xiao to remain locked in Yun Jing's office, exploring the internet independently. Gradually, Yun Jing observed a remarkable surge in the little one's intellect after her online excursions. One day, Xiao even recited several lengthy prescriptions for complex potions with remarkable fluency, despite the many specialized medical terminologies from another realm. At that moment, Yun Jing realized that this little being was extraordinary and exceptionally bright. Subsequently, much of the knowledge from that other world was acquired through Xiao Yin's own endeavors. Whenever she expressed a need, Yun Jing would assist in procuring it, eventually teaching her the art of online shopping. Henceforth, the little one began to order her necessities independently. Before embarking on a journey to that enigmatic place, she consulted Xiao, who ultimately responded with a nod of approval and a reassuring pat on the shoulder. However, since her reincarnation, no amount of calling could summon Xiao. It was not until 3 days ago that Xiao transmitted a message into her consciousness, informing her that she had awakened. In truth, Yun Jing had long been speculating that Xiao might indeed be the spirit of the silver bottle. She had even inquired of Xiao whether she was the spirit of the bottle, to which Xiao had simply shaken her head. When Yun Jing questioned her about the reason for her emergence from the space of the small silver bottle, Xiao again shook her head, indicating her ignorance. It appeared that she had been conscious only within that space since her awareness began. Thus, Xiao Yin's denial might suggest that she herself was uncertain of her own identity. Since Xiao was unable to speak, Yun Jing had asked several times without obtaining clarity, ultimately deciding to cease her inquiries. However, Xiao possessed the ability to manipulate certain functions of the silver bottle, which prompted Yun Jing to call out to her. This ability to actively manifest the entrance to the space within a certain distance was also a capacity of the silver bottle. Curse it! Do not let me catch you again. Qin Yi was currently seething with rage, feeling as if his liver were in agony. Yun Jing must have known something, or perhaps had some hidden strategy, which was why she vanished after his departure. You wretched girl, do not let me catch you. After uttering this fierce declaration, Qin Yi commenced his battle. With Yun Jing nowhere in sight, the runes within the grand hall began to attack others present. Meanwhile, having indulged in a satisfying meal, Yun Jing reclined comfortably on her bed and drifted into a delightful slumber, only to be roused by Xiao pulling her towards a certain location. Unbeknownst to her, an unusual transformation had occurred in her space. This time, rather than a complete alteration of the entire realm, a neatly arranged expanse of spiritual fields had manifested around the periphery of the originally modest valley. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, with the various spiritual grains and herbs growing therein shimmering with ethereal light. Some had reached maturity, exuding a fragrant aroma, while others, still ripening, displayed promising growth. Alara was utterly dumbfounded, finding the situation preposterous, inconceivable, and bizarre. The emergence of mystical fields was one thing, but the appearance of these fields already teeming with ethereal flora, medicinal herbs, and spiritual grains was exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that this dimension once had an owner who cultivated these fields, and this event marked a partial breach of some kind of seal, causing the fields to manifest? Little Silver, however, tugged at Alara, directing her attention with a tiny finger. Following the gesture, Alara's mouth formed an O of astonishment. To the left of the small valley and the mystical fields, the spectral image of a magnificent city materialized before their very eyes. Beyond the city, there appeared to be an extensive expanse of land. The entire scene seemed to exist behind a veil, allowing them to perceive the objects, yet giving the impression that they were infinitely distant. At the junction of the two spaces, a colossal phantom gateway manifested, radiating an uncanny aura. This gateway seemed to be more than just a portal. It felt like a conduit. Alara was unsure why she perceived these sensations, causing her to stare at the phantom gateway in growing bewilderment. Little Silver tugged at her sleeve, leading her toward the phantom gateway. That celestial pine grass, foxglove blossom, ninewood magnolia, and over there, planted in the paddy fields, are deep-sea sunflower and deep-sea serpent vine. Astonishingly, all were primordial herbs from ancient pharmacopoeias, now believed to be extinct. Incredibly, this time she was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bouncing with excitement. What delighted Yun Jing the most was that many of the prescriptions in her possession, derived from an unnamed ancient medical text, featured herbal remedies that had long vanished from the annals of history. Initially, she had assumed that even if she meticulously copied this obscure compendium, she would ultimately have to seek substitutes when it came to verifying the authenticity of the prescriptions, given that many of the recorded herbs were now extinct. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that within this spiritual field lay those low-tier herbs, once deemed extinct by the outside world. This revelation brought her immense joy. Yun Jing, in her exuberance, scooped up Xiao Yin, showering the little one with affectionate nibbles and playful roughhousing, prompting Xiao Yin to hastily wriggle free and escape. Only then did she manage to calm down. Meanwhile, Yun Jing dashed to the edge of the spiritual field, glancing left and right, and then broke into a foolish grin. Xiao Yin, feeling a shiver run down her spine, instinctively distanced herself from Yun Jing, realizing that her big sister had likely lost her composure again. Yun Jing squatted beside a patch of spiritual mushrooms, utterly transfixed. Though she refrained from touching them, her eyes diligently counted each and every one. Eventually, Xiao Yin could no longer bear to watch and forcibly pulled her away. Initially reluctant to depart, Yun Jing succumbed to Xiao Yin's persuasive gesture, which conveyed a warning. Should they not leave, Xiao Yin would seal the herb field, allowing Yun Jing to see but never touch it again. In an instant, Yun Jing yielded to the overwhelming authority of Xiao Yin. They made their way to the Portal of Illusion, a towering structure reaching a height of 100 feet, dwarfing them beneath its grandeur. It felt akin to the disparity between humans and ants. Despite being a mere illusory portal, it manifested numerous shimmering runes. Particularly, at the lintel, there appeared to be 2 characters inscribed, yet no matter how intently Yun Jing gazed, they remained frustratingly indistinct. Meanwhile, within a certain stone hall, Qin Yi had long since erupted with power, reaching his ultimate destination. However, upon beholding the once dormant artifact spirit of the Qian Tian mirror, a charming half-human, half-dragon stone figurine, he was instantly consumed by incandescent rage. The small stone figure, once solidified, had reverted to a semi-illusory state. Who dared to commit such an act? Who dared to provoke Qin Wushang's wrath with such audacity? They were simply courting death. As Qin Yi seethed with fury, unable to discern the cause, the entire stone hall commenced to tremble once more. Alas, it was sinking again. Sensing this impending descent, Qin Yi's complexion turned ashen with rage, and he hastily dashed out of the stone hall. The moment he exited, he witnessed the stone hall dissolving into the earth with astonishing rapidity. Was this an act of defiance because he had not yet claimed the artifact spirit? In truth, Qin Yi was aware that if the artifact spirit were to awaken and discover itself without a master or descendants capable of operating it, it would undoubtedly erupt in fury and engage him in a battle. If he truly cannot control this spirit, it seems that this treasure will have to be sealed away. Yet, he has faced far greater challenges in the past and has persevered through them all. How could he falter now over such a minor obstacle? Moreover, Qin Yi has always believed that he would undoubtedly be able to tame this spirit. However, judging by the unusual phenomena that have emerged today, he has underestimated the heroes of the world and this ancient treasure. As he gazed upon the area that had once been leveled to the ground, he finally resolved to venture to his collection's sanctuary. But when he looked in that direction, he was taken aback. What was once merely a small hillside town had transformed into a grand city tenfold in size. The small mountain town, which he had previously unlocked with various barriers, had now become merely a gatehouse embedded in the eastern wall of this vast city. When he first discovered the small mountain town, only half of it had been exposed above the ground, yet it had a gateway. The interior was riddled with ancient seals, and merely dismantling those barriers had consumed a month of his time. While the small mountain town did not possess the opulence of his current abode, it emanated a distinct, ancient desolation. Initially, he had been quite pleased with his efforts in uncovering the small mountain town, but he had not anticipated the emergence of a far larger ancient city. Even more surprising was that this ancient city not only surpassed the small mountain town in area by tenfold, but also featured similar embedded towers at the center of its southern, northern, and western walls, each resembling the small mountain town he had painstakingly deciphered for over a month. To claim that Qin Yi was not incensed would be a gross misrepresentation. He was not merely angry. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How remarkable it is that the illustrious lord of the Demon Palace found himself entangled in a romantic dalliance with a mere city gate. The grand gate stood ajar, and as Qin Yi approached, he was momentarily entranced by the multitude of faintly glowing runes before him. He ascended to a lofty height, surveying the entire city below, where meticulously planned streets sprawled out alongside intentionally preserved open spaces. The architectural ensemble was interwoven with intricate runes that seemed to pulse with energy, accompanied by peculiar, winding trenches. These vast channels, varying in depth, were adorned with even more complex and esoteric ancient inscriptions. Qin Yi's gaze flickered as he meticulously scrutinized the city from above, ultimately concluding that this was indeed a war city. In terms of craftsmanship, the current Demon Palace resembled a large-scale battle artifact, far surpassing the ornate war cities of antiquity. However, when it came to sheer power, the ancient war cities were undeniably formidable. Historical texts recount how formidable war cities of peak forces could obliterate an entire lesser realm with a single strike. No matter how powerful Mingxiao Palace may be, it could never breach a lesser spiritual realm. Had he not inadvertently shattered the primordial essence of the Xiao Chen Realm while engaged in combat with the Grand Master Ziyang, this realm would not have crumbled so easily. Even if a significant portion was lost or half was destroyed, as long as the primordial essence of the spiritual realm remained, it would inevitably restore itself after countless millennia. In that bygone era, when the celestial realm shattered and the spiritual realm fragmented, numerous debris surged into various lesser realms, leaving them ravaged. The devastation was immense, with the earth splitting apart and the seas roaring in tumult, as if heralding the end of the world. Yet, ultimately, beneath the protection of the primordial spiritual source, it gradually flourished to the present state of prosperity across all realms. Some even speculate that if the original spiritual sources of the celestial realm and various spiritual realms were rediscovered, it would be possible to recreate the former celestial and spiritual realms. Unfortunately, since the initial shattering of the spiritual realm, no one has managed to locate its original spiritual source. The only one that has been discovered is the primordial spiritual source of the minor spiritual realm. Just as the original spiritual source of the minor realm was inadvertently broken by them, it ceased to engage in combat with the esteemed Ziyang, instead collecting half of the original spiritual source of the minor realm. This original spiritual source is exceedingly difficult to absorb. However, should one successfully assimilate it, it would fundamentally transform their aptitude, laying a robust foundation for future breakthroughs and ascension. Before Qin Yi stood this resplendent battle city, a genuine stronghold. If he could summon individuals to unveil the secrets of this city, it might elevate his Mingxiao Palace to new heights. Yet, this battle city was notoriously challenging to enter. Should he capture a few masters adept at crafting battle artifacts to decipher the enigmas within this ancient city? Contemplating this, Qin Yi began his descent to the ground, intending to enter the ancient city from the spot where he had previously unraveled its mysteries. However, despite the city gates being ajar, they were guarded by renowned regional restrictions. As long as one remained within a certain area, they could not break the restrictions. These invisible forces would prevent you from entering, even when the door appeared open. Qin Yi was incensed. He soared to the entrance of the gate tower where he had previously deciphered the restrictions. This time, he was indeed granted entry. Awkwardly, he retrieved his concealed possession, and from within emerged a small, plump kitten, its soft fur freshly grown. The Qiantian mirror, placed here, remained relatively secure. He had no intention of continuously cultivating within it, for if the spirit of the artifact were to awaken, it could potentially trap him inside. However, he could not afford to remain absent for an extended period. He needed to first greet Yulo and Xiaojun, and then continue his search for that troublesome girl, Yun Jing. Just as he exited the ancient city, the little creature in his arms emitted a couple of soft sounds, struggling as it wiggled its tiny nose toward a certain direction. It mewed a few times in its tender voice. Qin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. He was not fluent in the language of beasts, having never truly learned it. Yet, whenever he attempted to proceed, it would let out those sounds again. If he moved towards the direction it seemed to desire, it would fall silent. Conversely, if he strayed, it would protest. Very well, you are intrigued by that direction, are you? Then let us proceed. Qin walked until he reached the edge of a gray chaos, seeing nothing along the way. His current position was where Yun Jing had once stepped out to gaze at that ancient city. The transparent barrier and the immense, towering phantom portal that she had previously observed were invisible to him. All that met his gaze was a vast expanse of gray chaos, which emanated a terrifying pressure, instilling in him a reluctance to take another step forward. Suddenly, the little kitten mewed again and wriggled free from Qin Yi's embrace, leaping toward a certain direction before vanishing into thin air. Qin Yi's expression changed instantaneously. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously approached the spot where the little kitten had just leaped. Upon stepping into a certain area, he was abruptly seized by an uncontrollable sensation. When he regained his ability to perceive the surroundings, he found himself in an entirely different realm, surrounded by vast fields of spiritual herbs. A small creature, pitifully calling out towards the herbal fields, was unable to enter, drooling in its misfortune. Upon noticing Qin Yi's arrival, it turned its head and cried out to him, its tiny voice imbued with such tragic sorrow that it was almost heart-wrenching. Its expression was one of utter grievance. Qin Yi's lips twitched as he walked a few steps closer and picked it up. Let us first ascertain whether this place is perilous, he said. Remember, you must not wander off alone. You cannot simply enter any place you desire. What if you become trapped? The little creature, equally oblivious to human language, only knew to meow insistently when it desired something to eat. Qin Yi gave its tiny bottom a gentle pat. What are you fussing about? We shall first determine where we are and whether it is safe before devising a way to procure food for you. You get so distracted by a single spiritual herb. Your father should never have taken you in. Feeling neglected because Qin Yi was merely talking and not helping it access the herbs, the little creature became even more aggrieved, extending its tiny claws to cling to Qin Yi and scratching him playfully. A rare expression of indulgent exasperation appeared on Qin Yi's typically stern visage. In a quaint little villa nestled within a small valley, Yun Jing was preparing a meal for herself. Although she had eaten before going to bed, she awoke feeling hungry and decided to whip up something delicious. Little Silver immersed herself in her laboratory, deftly manipulating various instruments. Before long, she emerged, cradling a data display device, and pointed out certain figures for Yun Jing to observe. As Yun Jing glanced at the pot, while simultaneously lowering her gaze to the data, she exclaimed, "Ah, the spiritual energy density in our space has increased by 12.88%. Quite remarkable. It seems this mutation has proven to be quite potent." Yun Jing possessed a modicum of self-awareness. The Mingxiao Palace was currently en route, and, thus, even those adept at divination would find it challenging to pinpoint its location. However, once the Mingxiao Palace reached the Xiao Realm, that nameless medicinal tome would truly become a hot potato. Before it transformed into Yun Jing's predicament, it was imperative to dispatch it post-haste. Suddenly, Little Silver looked up, seemingly contemplating something, then grasped Yun Jing's hand and began inscribing words in the air. Are you suggesting that someone has entered, accompanied by a little kitten? You mean they are heading towards the valley? Yun Jing's countenance shifted slightly at the realization. If they were approaching from that direction, it could very well be that unscrupulous scoundrel, Qin Yi. Little Silver, you must hide for now. I will confront him. And do tidy up my laboratory. There are many items that should not be exposed to outsiders. Little Silver nodded, a flash of light darting past as she vanished from sight. Yun Jing pondered for a moment before deciding to continue her culinary endeavors. She activated the player, allowing soft music to fill the air. Just then, he stormed into Yun Jing's small building, his demeanor brimming with frustration. As he entered, he was greeted by the gentle melodies of a female artist. Following the sound, he made his way to the kitchen, where Yun Jing was busy simmering a delectable pot of meat broth. The aroma was exquisitely rich and intense, causing the listless kitten, cradled in Qin Yi's arms, to perk up its head abruptly. It mewed plaintively, its tiny mouth agape, yearningly toward Yun Jing. The kitten, evidently famished, was irresistibly drawn to the scent of the meat broth, prompting its vocalization. Yun Jing, capable of indifference towards humans, displayed a greater tenderness towards the tiny feline. Little one, she inquired, are you a common feline or a youngling of a demonic beast? If the latter, I could prepare a portion for you at mealtime. However, if you are merely a common kitten, I cannot indulge you, as meat is unsuitable for ordinary kittens of your age. It is a demonic beast, not a common feline. Qin Yi interjected preemptively, before adopting a severe tone as he addressed Yun Jing. Is the severe degradation of my Qian Tian Mirror's spirit you're doing? Did you allow your dimension to absorb the spirit and power of the Qian Tian Mirror's spirit, causing it to plummet from an immortal artifact spirit to the pinnacle of a treasure artifact? What preposterous accusation is this? Yun Jing retorted. I am utterly ignorant of the whereabouts of this so-called Qian Tian Mirror's spirit. How could I possibly have caused its degradation? Furthermore, I have yet to address your repeated attempts to manipulate me. How dare you come here with such accusations? I ask you, was it not you who beseeched me to accompany you here to retrieve items? And was it not you who heartlessly abandoned me when I was weary and parched within that stone hall? But you emerged unscathed, did you not? Qin Yi countered. Moreover, I have yet to confront you about concealing your ulterior motives, leading me, like a fool, to navigate the trials and reach the heart of the stone hall, only to discover that the Qian Tian Mirror's spirit was slumbering and had already degraded. Regarding this matter, how do you propose we settle it? Upon hearing this, Yun Jing immediately felt displeased. What do you mean by settling it with me? What evidence do you possess? I could just as easily assert that your spirit tool has temporarily awakened from its slumber, expending energy to lift a portion of the spatial seal. My realm operates in this manner. My medicinal fields represent a newly liberated space. How could this be possible? Although she uttered these words, deep down, Qin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that Yun Jing's assertions held some merit. His previously aggressive demeanor began to wane. Noticing the shift in Qin Yi's attitude, Yun Jing became increasingly relentless. How could it be impossible? Has there not been any instance on your side where the spatial land has inexplicably expanded or any unusual occurrences? Qin Yi recalled the sudden emergence of the battle city. Could this truly be the reason for the spirit tool's degradation? Had it expended a significant amount of spiritual essence and energy to unlock part of the spatial seal? Is this a plausible explanation? No. If a portion of the spatial seal were to be lifted, it should require the energy of the Qian Kuan mirror, a celestial artifact, rather than that of the spirit tool itself, shouldn't it? Qin Yi voiced his doubts. How am I to know? I am not privy to the methods employed by ancient artisans when crafting their treasures. It is entirely possible that the design necessitates the consumption of the spirit tool's innate essence and energy to partially lift the spatial seal. Qin Yi realized that, for the moment, he could not articulate a compelling counterargument. Your glaring gaze is of no consequence. In any case, I have not caused your spirit to diminish in rank. On the contrary, you, heartless and ungrateful, have the audacity to deceive a heavily pregnant woman into coming here. And moreover, you abandoned me alone within the stone hall. I shall never place my trust in you again. You should leave at once. The creature is named Little Cat, and she is my daughter. Uffed. Yun Jing sprayed fresh juice in surprise. So, you have long since sired a kitten with a woman? Yet, she inwardly lamented. Thank heavens I did not mention that he has 2 sons yet to be born. Hey, what is with that strange look in your eyes? As if I have committed some grave error? Qin Yi held the tiny kitten close, gently stroking its fur while awaiting Yun Jing's continued reaction and resuming her cooking. As expected, Yun Jing's expression turned peculiar, her thoughts seemingly wandering elsewhere. After several glances in his direction, Yun Jing finally implored, regardless of circumstances. The child is innocent. You may have given birth to her, yet you claim to outsiders that she was merely found. When the child grows and discovers the truth, how heart-wrenching that will be. Qin Yi was taken aback. It wasn't long before he regained his composure and retorted, there's no need for you to concern yourself with that. Just focus on your cooking and prepare a portion for my daughter as well. How dare you? You come and go as you please. Yet you expect to stay without invitation. Off you go to your Qian Tianjing space. It is not as though you lack a place to reside. The place is temporarily uninhabitable. If it were livable, would you truly wish to reside here? Enough of this triviality. I can already sense the delightful aroma of the fragrant rice. Your large pot of meat soup must be ready as well. Let us hasten to savor it while it is still warm. I still have my cultivation to attend to. Yun Jing felt as though she were the epitome of tragedy. I ask, when will you finally depart? He sighed helplessly. Naturally, I shall leave when I choose to. Very well, you may stay for the time being. By the way, please ensure that the kitten does not venture into my laboratory. There are my robots, puppets. If that little creature wanders over there, it could very well meet a dismembering fate. That area is my private sanctuary, and you are not permitted to enter. Should you dare to do so, do not blame me for casting you out. You would throw me out? Do you truly possess the capability? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. Yun Jing, with a forced smile that barely concealed her disdain, replied, "You may attempt it." "Humph," Qini scoffed. Turning his face aside, he placed a large bowl of meat soup and a shallow dish of meat for the kitten. Yun Jing served herself a portion of rice and began to eat. Qini observed her several times, yet she remained motionless. With another scoff, he took it upon himself to serve his own meal. "Damn it, what an insufferably obnoxious man." Yun Jing silently berated Qin 1,000 times over. How could she possibly rid herself of this insistent presence, particularly without revealing her little silver to him? "What more do you wish to know? Or when will you be willing to leave?" she inquired. Hearing her words, Qin decisively retrieved a jade box from his storage ring, measuring 2 feet in length and 1 finger in height. This was a golden velvet, a type of spiritual herb that had reached the level of refinement, though regrettably only of the 9th grade. It paled in comparison to the 3rd grade Yao Tai Ching Lian in her possession and was slightly inferior to the 8th grade snow ear he had previously given her. Nevertheless, it was still a refined medicinal herb. "Take this to nourish your child," he suggested. Despite his reservations about Yun Jing, he held a certain leniency towards single mothers. After all, he had witnessed the plight of children raised without fathers by their single mothers during his own childhood. Moreover, his own mother was far from the archetype of a nurturing figure. Thus, he held a profound admiration, or rather, a fondness, for mothers who cherished their children. Upon learning that it was for her son, Yun Jing promptly accepted the jade box. "If you require any further assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. It is imperative that we expedite your matters, so you may depart swiftly. My belly has grown quite large, and I could give birth at any moment. It would be quite inconvenient for you, a grown man, to remain here while I am preoccupied with the demands of motherhood, nursing, and caring for the child," she earnestly advised once more. Qin, after hearing her words, twitched the corner of his mouth before finally conceding with a simple, "All right." Upon hearing his agreement, Yun Jing finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Yulo and Zhang Xiaojun, along with others, carefully analyzed the recently discovered map, ultimately pinpointing a specific location within the Yu Mountain realm. "Is this the place?" they pondered. "It must be here without a doubt." Zhang Xiaojun nodded. "However, we cannot enter this place. Isn't the trial of the 6 sects, which occurs once every 60 years, about to commence?" Yang Yulo interjected. "You mean the trials of those minor sects? Very well, we shall take advantage of their trials to pursue our own agenda." Chapter 66. The dust-cleansing pill. The Mingxiao Palace glided gently into the Yushan realm. The earth of the Xiao Chen Realm was fracturing continuously, and it seemed that within half a year it would completely sever its ties with the surrounding lesser realms, becoming but a wisp of dust adrift in the void. The disintegration of the Xiao Chen Realm signified that countless beings would either perish or hastily flee along the final rivers of the realms. Yet, how many humans truly understood where these rivers lay? Yun Jing silently reflected upon her past experiences. It was during that time that the Tang family fell into profound suffering, enduring a long and despairing journey through the crumbling Tang family. The mortals of the Xiao Chen realm, as long as they could enter the river before the final separation, still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Unbeknownst to Yun Jing and her companions, as the Mingxiao Palace entered the Yushan realm, a colossal flying warship was also gradually navigating into the Yushan realm along the river that led to another world. On board the warship, the esteemed Zhang Dizuan Li Buhuan gazed at the silently bowed and reticent Nanhua, Jinren Lu Xiang beside him, and solemnly remarked, "Your actions this time have truly disappointed me." In the US secret realm, our Jiuyang sword sect not only lost a formidable veteran of the nascent soul stage, but also forfeited an easily attainable Huangji bird. You have not only failed to earn the trust and affection of the Emperor's extreme bird, but you have even allowed it to follow an obscure disciple of the Demon Palace. This momentous opportunity has slipped right past you. Have you reflected upon your shortcomings? Li Buhuan's tone was exceedingly stern. Lu Xiang, perplexed, inquired, "But master, did you not also say that this opportunity was never truly mine? It merely appeared, and perhaps it was destined to follow that individual." Upon hearing this, Li Buhuan, filled with frustration, retorted, "Lu Xiang, it was precisely because you were chosen that I urged you to seize this opportunity. Do you grasp who the Emperor's extreme bird truly is? If my assumptions are correct, that bird is none other than the companion of an unparalleled master from the renowned Guangling sword sect, the most formidable super sect in the southeast region a millennium ago. The Emperor's extreme bird is heralded as the foremost sage among demonic birds. having accompanied such a peerless master for so long. It undoubtedly possesses knowledge of numerous secrets and invaluable techniques. Had it chosen to accompany you, you would have soared effortlessly to great heights. Tell me, now that it has allied with another, do you still hold any chance? Lowering her head, Lu Xiang softly replied, cultivators inherently defy the heavens. As long as I exert myself diligently, I shall eventually ascend to great heights. Relying on external forces is ultimately not a testament to one's own abilities. Even if I were to soar later and receive accolades, how could I find peace of mind, untainted by the specter of inner demons? Absurd, Li Buhuan thundered, his voice laden with anger. Foolishness. When I urged you to vie for this opportunity, did you think it was solely for your own benefit? If that were the case, why would I expend a century of my lifespan to assist you in divination? You would actually consume a century of your lifespan? Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiang abruptly raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Although she had attained the cultivation of a true person, Lu Xiang was merely 20 years old. In the realm of cultivation, such an age is still that of a child. Li Buhuan, witnessing her demeanor, could only sigh. She was too young. Despite her exceptional talent for cultivation, her character required further refinement. Very well, you may leave for now. However, our endeavor to acquire the nameless herbal canon must not falter. You cannot afford to be so arrogant and act as you please. If you can decisively slay that disciple of the Demon Palace in the US secret realm and obtain the Royal Extreme Bird, our quest for the nameless herbal canon will be significantly bolstered. You may not be aware, but the Royal Extreme Bird is also a bird of divination, highly sensitive to auspicious and ominous signs. Lu Xiang, you cannot expect your senior brother to deplete his lifespan repeatedly for divination. Lu Xiang trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. I understand, senior brother. Rest assured, I will not let that happen again. Li Buhuan nodded and permitted her to depart. No sooner had she left than a woman materialized beside Li Buhuan. You of the Zhuyang Sword Sect have been excessively indulgent towards her. This is a matter concerning our Zhuyang Sword Sect and does not pertain to you. By the way, have you ascertained who it is? Is it truly Qin Wushang? We cannot be certain for now. The Tao of Heaven is not a mere trifle. Its intentions are not easily discerned. When you were rising to prominence, many sought to eliminate you prematurely, yet in the end, did you not become the esteemed Zhang Dazuan, Li Buhuan? Upon hearing these words, Li Buhuan let out a heavy, disdainful snort. However, the foundation of ascending to the celestial realm has been damaged by half. Do not fret, it was not our doing. Had we not intervened at that moment, your foundation might not have withstood even half of the onslaught. Now, let us discuss our collaboration on this matter. Li Buhuan, having listened to her words, impatiently remarked that he had long desired to express his disdain for the members of the Nine Nether Palace, none of whom were particularly endearing. A certain woman was evidently irked. Due to her pregnancy, Yun Jing seldom ventured beyond her courtyard. Nevertheless, every few days she made an effort to visit the Rose courtyard to oversee the distribution of various supplies. One cannot remain idle while occupying a position of responsibility. Moreover, this minor role afforded her a commendable monthly stipend from the Windwalker Palace, for she was, after all, considered a disciple in charge. Upon her arrival at the Rose Courtyard, she distinctly sensed a lively atmosphere. It was rumored that the Mingxiao Palace would be sending representatives to participate in the forthcoming trials of the Celestial Abyss Mystic Realm. The Celestial Abyss is the only notable mystic realm within the Yushan domain, yielding various low-tier spiritual herbs and minerals. Allegedly, there exists an ancient pit of shadows within, filled with ominous energy and spectral entities. Strangely, any specter that emerges from this pit is invariably weakened to at least 1/10 of its original ghostly prowess. The stronger the specter, the more severely it is diminished. Of course, the specters cannot escape, nor can the living enter. It is said that none who have ventured inside have returned alive. However, for disciples seeking experience, it remains a fortuitous opportunity as long as they avoid the pit. For the environment outside is comparatively safe and offers the potential for some gains. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's interest was piqued. The notion that no one could emerge was indeed a fortunate circumstance. If an unnamed medicinal tome were to manifest in such a place, it would be utterly reasonable and expected. While she listened with keen intrigue to the discussions among several disciples regarding the mysterious realm of Yixianshan, a sudden uproar echoed from outside the Rose Courtyard. Rising to her feet, she intended to investigate the commotion. Just as she stood, Yixianshan, who had been occupied elsewhere, appeared and offered his arm to assist her, remarking that he had never encountered someone so fond of excitement. Thanks to Yun Jing's unwavering dedication to restoring his vitality, Yi Qingqian's dantian and cultivation had been fully revitalized, and he had even experienced a significant breakthrough, advancing to the 4th layer of qi refinement. As he harnessed his energy, a palpable aura of demonic energy surrounded him, starkly contrasting with his previous state at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. The intensity of the demonic energy had surged by more than threefold. It was said that Wang Muqing had visited him several times and even prepared meals for him. However, Yun Jing firmly believed that a man should not be overly indulged, lest he come to expect that all she did was obligatory and deserved. In this instance, despite Wang Muqing providing him with more care, his gratitude was directed solely towards Yun Jing. Consequently, she often caught glimpses of Wang Muqing's gaze, which was tinged with resentment, unwillingness, and jealousy. When a man stands between two women, it invariably complicates their relationships, rendering both subordinates and friends obsolete. Regarding Wang Muqing, Yun Jing never felt the need to explain herself. She considered her relationship with Yi Qingqian to be utterly innocent and transparent. Your jealousy is palpable, almost overwhelming, which is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, if Yi Qingqian harbored even the slightest affection for you, he would not feign ignorance of the ardent gaze you cast upon him. It is quite disheartening that one fails to recognize their own circumstances and, instead, harbors resentment towards those who once offered assistance. Such individuals are truly unworthy of companionship. It is essential to remember that she risked injury and potential severe repercussions from her sect to rescue Yi Qingqian. Ultimately, he sustained his wounds for her sake. The aftermath was indeed tragic. Yet Yun Jing not only saved Yi Qingqian but also ensured that the disciples dared not treat the Wang sisters as mere vessels for their ambitions. Yun Jing has already shown considerable goodwill. Furthermore, Yun Jing perceives herself as someone reborn, regarding Yi Qingqian as merely a younger brother. The youthful visage of the little leaf, so tender and innocent, resembles that of an oversized child. Yi Qingqian incessantly prattles on, destined to become an old woman one day. With a hint of exasperation, Yun Jing remarked, and upon finishing her words, she energetically made her way towards the entrance of the rose courtyard. Upon exiting, she realized that the incident did not take place outside the rose courtyard, but rather in a large training ground located 4 courtyards away. Following the sounds of the crowd, Yun Jing rushed towards a gathering of people, with Yi Qingqian trailing behind, utterly speechless. Indeed, this sister is far from being an easy adversary. However, to be honest, he holds a very favorable impression of Yun Jing. Otherwise, he would not have sought her company so willingly. Yi Qingqian stood alone in solitude, resolutely devoted to the path of enlightenment, having no inclination towards mundane matters of love, nor had there been an individual who stirred his heart. The appearance of Yun Jing was an unexpected occurrence. Her beauty was rather unremarkable, at best, merely average. Anyone who had seen the mother-daughter duo of Yun Jing and Yun Yao would be astounded, as it seemed impossible for them to be related, highlighting the stark contrast in their appearances. However, to suggest that Yun Jing resembled Gu Zheng would be an even greater stretch. As for whom Yun Jing might resemble, perhaps her grandparents or ancestors might come to mind. Yet, upon closer acquaintance, one would discover her remarkable decisiveness and poise, traits uncommon among women. She was indeed a peculiar individual. While she might not captivate at first glance, she resembled a book filled with enchanting tales, compelling one to delve deeper. Strangely, she referred to him as Chunchun, a name that sounded almost juvenile, despite his adulthood. Yi Qingqian's lips twitched in bemusement. It was hard to imagine what kind of man could ever win her over. As the two entered the training arena, they beheld a throng of people gathered in a large circle, and before they could approach, a boisterous, arrogant man proclaimed, "If you strip naked and kneel on the ground barking like a dog 3 times, I shall grant you a shattered dust pill." As they made their way through the crowd, Yi Qingqian and Yun Jing reached the inner circle, where a small group of young men, dressed in the attire of the Spirit Pill Hall's disciples, were gathered, exuding an air of distinction. Before them stood a towering, robust figure, a man of such considerable stature that he resembled a diminutive giant, towering over the surrounding disciples by at least 2 heads. To put it in scientific terms, this fellow measured over 3 meters in height. His face, a dark crimson hue, bore an endearingly humble smile. Beside him stood a small boy, his countenance marred by a look of profound grievance, glaring indignantly at the youthful deacon disciples. This boy bore a slight resemblance to the imposing man, yet he appeared exceedingly frail. Approximately 11 or 12 years of age, his gaze lacked vigor, and his limbs were as delicate as those of an undernourished girl. His tiny, ashen face bore no trace of flesh, and he was clad in an oversized robe meant for the outer disciples of the magical academy, which seemed as though it could be whisked away by the slightest breeze. Not enough, declared the elderly medical practitioner. My brother's condition necessitates at least 3 purification pills. Otherwise, I would strip myself bare and howl like a dog, if it would persuade you, esteemed deacon, to grant me 3 purification pills. Brother, we must not acquiesce to him. His intentions are far from noble. If you were to comply with his wishes and strip down to plead on your knees, how would others perceive you? The young boy grasped the robust man's arm, exclaiming in sorrowful indignation. As he spoke, the child retreated slightly. The towering man drew the boy behind him and, with a sheepish grin, addressed the deacon respectfully. Might this arrangement suffice? Not at all, just a single pill, came the stern reply. Purification pills are a rare and special elixir, and few alchemists are willing to concoct them. Our spirit pill hall possesses a mere 3 elixirs. Even were you to disrobe and prostrate yourself, mimicking a canine's vocalizations throughout the night, it would be impossible for me to grant you one. Unless, of course, you would be willing to divest yourself of your garments, kneel, and emulate a dog's bark while circumambulating our bright cloud palace. Upon hearing this, the brawny man's countenance underwent another transformation. A conflict of emotions was evident upon his face, yet it was swiftly supplanted by resolve. Very well, he uttered with difficulty, a look of awkwardness now marring his once simple features. Hold, Yun Jing interjected, observing the approaching woman with surprise. The face was undeniably familiar. Yang Lu, no less. Was this not the sister of one Song Yuanyi, the one who had become a handmaiden to Shen Mo? How had she so quickly transitioned from serving Shen Mo to becoming an outer sect disciple? Who are you? The officiating disciple, who had been tormenting the brawny man, inquired with arrogance and lechery, casting his gaze upon the woman who had suddenly emerged. What? Are you offering to take his place? By all means. If you are so inclined, you may disrobe in the chambers of us brothers. We would be most willing to attend to you. Insolence! How dare you cast your gaze upon my sister? You have a death wish. As expected, her brother, Song Yuanyi, appeared. This Song Yuanyi was the disciple previously taken in by Shen Mo. Although he was treated as a direct disciple of the demonic palace, he had not been formally inducted. However, others were unaware of this, and they all assumed that Song Yuanyi was Shen Mo's favored disciple, held in the highest esteem. Who are you? The officiating disciple reiterated. Brother Miao, this is junior brother Song Yuanyi, disciple of Shen Mo. A deacon disciple beside him quickly grabbed his arm and whispered, Oh, so it's junior brother Song. Are you here with your sister to seek justice? What a pity that this is the demon palace, not the righteous alliance. Truly, it's a shame for your noble and righteous character. A certain senior brother Miao mocked directly. You, truly shameless, Song Yuanyi said angrily. Ha ha ha, the other party laughed. Thank you for the compliment. This is just being cheeky. Yun Jing almost laughed at his antics. Senior brother and senior sister. I have already agreed to senior brother Miao's request. This deal is mutually agreed upon by both parties. Please do not interfere. You may leave now. The honest and sturdy man, leading his younger brother, walked up to senior brother Miao and then spoke gravely to the Song siblings. You. Song Yuanyi was taken aback that the honest man would repay kindness with betrayal. His sister had stood up for him, and yet he was telling them not to interfere, as if they were meddling in his affairs. Indeed, these demon palace disciples are all shameless. Senior brother, my younger brother is a direct disciple of Pavilion Master Shun, and his alchemy skills are quite formidable. That dust-dispelling pill, you can ask him to refine it for you, so you won't have to resort to such actions. Yang Lu spoke up, still sympathetic towards the other party. Uft, uft, laughter erupted around them. The dust-dispelling pill is renowned as a miraculous elixir, not only because it is a 5th-grade spirit pill, but also because currently, only Pavilion Master Shen Mo and Hall Master Jing Xiaojun of the Spirit Pill Hall can refine it. Moreover, refining the dust-dispelling pill requires a low-grade spirit herb, the Sky Fox Grass. This low-grade herb is only produced in the Xiao Chen Realm, and less than 100 plants are harvested each year. Our reserve of the 3 dust-dispersing pills consists of only a few that were part of the spiritual medicine stock bestowed upon us by the sect leader 2 decades ago. He is merely an inner disciple, incapable of producing merit points for exchange. Yet he seeks to utilize such an extraordinary pill on an outer disciple who appears to have only a short time left. Emotionally, I do feel sympathy for him. However, as a disciple of the sect, I cannot rationally acquiesce to his request. As for my reasons for urging him to act thus, the young man understands perfectly well. The steward disciple of the Miao surname chuckled amiably. The stout man nodded solemnly, indicating that he indeed comprehended the situation. Oh, I initially thought this was a case of bullying by a black-hearted faction, yet it seems there has been an unexpected twist. Yang Lu looked at her brother in confusion, while Song Yuanyi remained equally perplexed. What do you mean? He inquired. Fool. My brother and that elder brother simply wish to attract someone truly capable of offering assistance through this method. The 11 or 12-year-old boy beside his elder sibling disdainfully remarked at Song Yuanyi. Song Yuanyi was nearly apoplectic. He discerned that the stout man's plea for the pill was directed at this young lad. Little brother, since you understand why he would do this, why did you just display such indignation? Yang Lu asked in bewilderment. That is because their actions ultimately inflict the most harm and disgrace upon my brother. Even if he does not care, I do. Moreover, do not be deceived by the Miao surname fellow's seemingly good suggestion. In the end, he can easily retract his words and place all the blame squarely on my brother's shoulders. For instance, he could simply say, I was merely jesting. How could I casually promise such a crucial spiritual pill to an inner disciple? What shall we do then? My brother not only faces disgrace, but may also be subjected to severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing clicked her tongue, astonished at how astute children are nowadays. In him, she faintly perceived a resemblance to Tang Jing in her youth, particularly that clever and mischievous disposition. Yi Qingqian curved his lips, yet remained silent. The boy's explanation left Yang Lu in a state of surprise. Indeed, there appears to be no virtuous soul within the demon palace. Song Yuanyi's sense of justice erupted as he spoke vehemently. Thank you. This is undoubtedly a collective commendation, declared the delighted Miao, the steward. His words elicited waves of laughter from the surrounding crowd, united in their disdain. What is wrong with the demon palace? With one sweeping remark, you have tarnished the reputation of all its disciples, and let us not forget that you yourself are not even a disciple of the demon palace, but rather an esteemed direct disciple of Shen Mo. Song Yuanyi's face turned crimson with anger. Yet, Yang Lu firmly restrained him. Literally, this is not the time for anger. The child is unwell. Please, take a look at him. Consider it a favor for your sister. Sister Little, we must treat everyone with kindness. How others regard us is of little importance. What truly matters is whether we can remain steadfast in our principles, unperturbed by external influences. This sentiment, indeed, reflects a certain level of wisdom. Observing the subtle shift in the gazes of the demon palace disciples towards Yang Lu, Yun Jing mused. This notion is commendable. It is no wonder that you are a disciple of Master Shen. What say you, Shen Mo? In midair, two remarkably handsome men stood suspended, one with a visage reminiscent of peach blossoms, radiated vitality, while the other, as frigid as ice, possessed an icy gaze. Indeed, they were Zheng Xiaojun and Shen Mo, though it was uncertain how long they had been poised above. Instead of indulging in idle chatter, one might as well dispatch someone to fetch the dust-dispersing pill for that young lad. However, you are mistaken. Should I truly have someone deliver the dust-dispersing pill to the boy, he would undoubtedly perish within 3 days. Though the dust-dispersing pill is a remarkable elixir, it is only capable of refining the internal organs. Its effects, while extraordinary, are also ferociously potent. The boy's frail constitution would not withstand it. If he were to ingest the pill, it would certainly lead to catastrophic hemorrhaging and death. Shen Mo was momentarily taken aback and, employing his spiritual sense, scanned the boy before addressing Zheng Xiaojun, expressing admiration for the Hall Master's apparent foray into the study of medicinal practices. Are you jesting at my expense today? Zheng Xiaojun queried. You flatter yourself, Hall Master, Shen Mo replied respectfully. Rarely do we encounter such extraordinary pills. Common spiritual elixirs range from 1st to 9th tier, amounting to over 10,000 distinct formulas. Among these, there are at least 3,000 varieties of miraculous pills. The Hall Master's insights into the effects of these remarkable elixirs seem effortlessly grasped. More impressively, from such a considerable distance, you were able to discern the intricate conditions of that child's body solely through your spiritual sense and articulate the potential consequences of misdiagnosis. It seems true mastery in medicinal practice is indeed rare. Would you not agree, Junior Sister Yun? Ugh, why must you involve me in your lofty disputes? Do you not see that I am merely an onlooker? Yun Jing replied, utterly exasperated, casting a disbelieving glance at Shenemo. I lack the expertise of those two esteemed individuals, and I remain unaware of the specific ailment afflicting this child. Hence, I choose to remain silent. My junior sister is entirely capable of assessing the child's condition through pulse diagnosis. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of merit beyond measure. Shenemo is resolutely intent on dragging Yun Jing into this matter, believing that the opportunity to treat the child could present itself at any moment. Why must this be the chosen time? What, indeed, are Shenmo's intentions? However, since circumstances have led her here, retreat is not an option. Thus, Yun Jing stepped forward. Addressing the pair of brothers, if you would trust my judgment, allow me to perform a pulse diagnosis. The robust man's eyes brightened instantly. This young woman comes highly recommended by Shenemo, and the esteemed Lord Zhang of the Elixir Pavilion has not opposed her, suggesting that she is likely well-versed in the healing arts. This is indeed fortuitous. Thank you, esteemed senior, but I am merely in the body refinement stage, while you are already in the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, the man's face flushed slightly. The younger boy, however, stepped forward with confidence. Please proceed. If I am beyond help, then so be it. I shall bear no blame. Yun Jing smiled at him and placed her hand on his wrist. After a moment of pulse reading, she withdrew her hand, deep in thought, then gestured for the boy to switch hands for another examination. Although puzzled, he complied. Following another assessment, Yun Jing pondered for some time before finally stating, "Your ailment stems from conditions present at birth." The young boy's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Your affliction first manifested around the age of 7, likely just after your 7th birthday." Yes, that's correct. When this ailment strikes, it feels as though countless insects are gnawing at one's heart, invariably lasting for an hour. You are remarkable. It seems as if you have witnessed this firsthand. The dialogue between the two, one elder and one younger, appeared to be meticulously orchestrated, displaying an extraordinary synergy that left the onlookers in astonishment. Could it be? Is this young lady's medical expertise genuinely that extraordinary? Drawing from her experiences across 2 lifetimes, Yun Jing contemplated, what you describe is not merely a fatal illness, but rather a unique constitution that is gradually awakening. The young boy was taken aback by the term unique constitution. Some individuals are inherently different from others. Upon hearing this, the boy's face paled. Are you implying that I possess the bloodline of a beast, that I am a hybrid? Yun Jing immediately retorted, "Hey, little brat, my son possesses a trace of that beastly bloodline, but if you dare to label it as hybrid, don't blame me for withholding my assistance." The young boy stood frozen, then gazed at her. He glanced toward Yun Jing's abdomen, inexplicably feeling a sense of shared sympathy with the child within. In truth, possessing a beastly bloodline is not inherently a disadvantage. If one can harness their unique strengths, they may cultivate their abilities more swiftly than ordinary humans, and the likelihood of achieving enlightenment in the future is considerably greater. Yun Jing candidly stated, "Of course, it is not due to any innate beastly bloodline you possess. Then what exactly am I? Have you ever heard of the ancients who proclaimed themselves to be demigods? Or rather, possessing quasi-divine powers, not quite the genuine article, yet exhibiting a similar mystique. In Yun Jing's estimation, such abilities equate to superpowers or something akin to them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been initially incapable of mastering the 5 horses dissevering sword. It was only after cultivating spatial and light-based superpowers that she unlocked the ability to practice this wondrous sword art. The little fellow's complexion underwent an immediate transformation, as he clutched his tiny paws and pointed them at his own nose, exclaiming, "Me? Are you suggesting I am? Elder sister, surely not? I've heard that while the ancient demigods were formidable, they were only capable of cultivating their own clan's techniques, and were unable to practice the esoteric arts of other races. Wouldn't that effectively truncate my future path of cultivation?" "It's all hearsay," she retorted. "You haven't even put it to the test. How can you be so certain that you're incapable of cultivating the techniques of other races? Moreover, from my perspective, you likely possess the bloodline of a certain ancient demigod clan, albeit a mixed lineage, given the countless generations that have transpired. Perhaps, upon its complete awakening, this bloodline will merely assist you in cultivating techniques that resonate with its inherent abilities." Upon hearing this, the little fellow propped his chin upon his tiny paws, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, "That is also a distinct possibility." Adopting a grown-up demeanor, he then inquired, "In that case, could you assist me in fully awakening this bloodline?" "I can." The little fellow's countenance immediately brightened with elation upon hearing these words. But But what? The little fellow eyed her warily. Young man, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I can't just save you for nothing, can I? What do you propose then? Let me tell you, I have no money, but you can have my life. Take it or leave it. This paltry life of yours is only precious to your family. I couldn't care less. However, my son is about to face grave danger, and I find myself in dire need of a novice to assist me with the mundane tasks of childcare, changing diapers, laundering them, rocking the stroller, and watching over the child. What? You actually want me to look after your child? Yun Jing stared at the dumbfounded little fellow and said with a forced smile, What else are you good for? Aren't you afraid I'll corrupt your son? Then I'll have you drawn and quartered first. Rest assured, once you're in my territory, don't expect to escape. You wouldn't be after my divine bloodline, would you? TCH, it's just a peculiar bloodline, nothing remarkable. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to sell yourself for life. You'll only be responsible for taking care of my child for 3 years. Upon hearing her words, the little boy's face twitched violently. She actually wanted him to take care of her child? Wasn't this just a trap? Moreover, he was a dignified man. How humiliating would it be to take care of a child? However, when the little boy saw the eager, joyful look in his brother's eyes, he immediately succumbed. If he didn't receive treatment, he might die. If he did receive treatment, well, what was 3 years of childcare? Agreed, just 3 years. After 3 years, my son will be running around. What use will I have for you then? 3 years is ample time for her to study the intricacies of his bloodline, and besides, it conveniently provides a playmate for her sons. Very well, it is settled then. When shall you restore me to health? A gradual treatment, of course. First, we shall suppress your unique bloodline, enabling you to cultivate. Then, we will progressively enhance your constitution. Once your body adapts to your extraordinary bloodline, we shall devise a method to gradually unleash it, allowing it to awaken bit by bit. Can it not be accomplished all at once? Otherwise, you might find yourself reduced to ashes. The youth fell silent thereafter. How long will it take for my younger brother to recover completely? He is quite young. Having been discovered early, in about 7 or 8 years, he should be thoroughly adjusted. There are indeed faster methods, but Yun Jing has no intention of employing them, as she finds this little fellow particularly intriguing, especially regarding his divine bloodline. By the way, big fellow, your brother will move in as a little assistant, and you should join him as a laborer. A collective gasp ensued. All those aware of the big fellow's true identity could not help but twitch their lips. Very well. I possess great strength and can certainly work. The simple-hearted giant beamed with delight, as if becoming a laborer were akin to winning a grand prize. No, I absolutely refuse. Yang Yulo's voice thundered with anger. By what right do you object? This big fellow has yet to pledge himself to your tutelage. Gu Zheng's voice dripped with mockery. Old Gu, Xiao Chen ranked 5th in the last intersect competition among disciples. I had marked him long ago, and arrangements were made for him to become my disciple. Were it not for his younger brother's grave illness, which compelled him to spend 3 years seeking medical care for him, he would have become my personal disciple. These two are veritable luminaries of the demon palace, rarely seen even once, yet they have appeared together. Yun Jing clicked her tongue, never imagining that a simple act of kindness, offering the large man and his brother a place to stay, would lead to such an unexpected turn of events. Oh, big guy, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Yun Jing inquired. Of course. 3 years ago, during the Mingxiao Palace's intersect competition, my brother secured 5th place. He possesses innate superhuman strength and cultivates the Azure Mountain Demonic Bull incantation, an evolved technique of the ancient savage beast. He's incredibly formidable. No wonder your brother mentioned his great strength. Yun Jing remarked. It seems you have discerning eyes. That's right, you do have an eye for talent. Yun Jing reached out and tousled the young boy's head. Could you two refrain from engaging in such vapid conversation? Yi Qingchen interjected, exasperated. However, he hasn't formally become a disciple, and Zhao Qingtian willingly entered my Gale Hall as a menial laborer, didn't he? Gu Zheng said, beaming at the honest-looking man. The honest-looking man nodded quickly. You. Yang Yulo fumed, flicking his sleeve in anger. He had long admired Zhao Qingtian, who appeared simple but possessed keen insight. However, he never imagined that Zhao Qingtian would slip through his fingers like a cooked duck. I told you to be cautious and observe him diligently, Gu Zheng said, looking at Zhao Qingtian with a triumphant expression. He had also taken a liking to the young man. Even before this lad entered the gates of the Myriad Skies Palace, he was acquainted with him. The unique gift that this boy possesses, unbeknownst even to Yang Yulo, must remain a secret. Otherwise, Yang Yulo would fight tooth and nail to prevent him from acquiring the boy. Xiao Qingtian, consider your decision carefully. Should you spurn this chance, another opportunity to become my disciple may never arise. The honest, stalwart man respectfully greeted Yang Yulo, expressing his sincere gratitude for the esteemed Yang Yunzuan's high regard. However, he insisted that junior sister Yun Jing had rescued his younger brother, and he was duty-bound to repay her. Serving as a menial laborer was of no consequence to him. Before embarking on the path of cultivation, he had labored as a waiter in a tavern and as a butcher's assistant. Upon hearing this, Yang Yulo immediately sought out Yun Jing. This was undoubtedly a case of collateral damage. It had little to do with her, truly. How petty, Yang Yulo. For a man of your stature to bicker with a junior. It was merely a direct disciple. It wasn't as if her little Jing Jing had usurped your true inheritor. Was it truly necessary to behave in such a manner? Upon hearing Gu Zheng's words, Yang Yulo retorted in exasperation that he had been observing that boy for several years. Perhaps, he suggested, Gu Zheng could serve as Yun Jing's servant while simultaneously becoming his direct disciple. Gu Zheng, still unwilling to relinquish the boy, pondered for a moment and then declared, with a touch of reluctance, that he would no longer vie for Mu Feng. The boy could belong to Yang Yulo. Yang Yulo was taken aback and questioned the sincerity of Gu Zheng's words. Although Mu Feng was only 10 years old, he possessed a celestial spiritual root, a discovery they had made together. Over the years, Gu Zheng had challenged him to countless duels, relentlessly pursuing the boy. Why the sudden change of heart? It is because I hold great expectations for that little rascal Xiao Qingtian, and of course, I also have high hopes for his brother, given their exceptional lineage. Upon hearing this, Yang Yulo nodded thoughtfully, deliberating before responding. Have you considered this carefully? Although Xiao Qingtian's brother possesses divine blood, by the time he truly matures, it will be at least 7 or 8 years from now. Presently, he is merely 12 years old and has already missed the prime age for cultivation. Even if he is able to practice later, his foundational skills will have already solidified, and further training will be exceedingly arduous. I am aware of this, which is precisely why I am advocating for a swap. Moreover, I am dedicated to teaching my disciples diligently. With earnest guidance, they may yet achieve greatness. I do not consider myself a prodigy. During my time, our sect was filled with disciples hailed as geniuses. Yet how many remained in the end? How many ultimately ascended to the Yuaning stage? Yang Yulo nodded in response to his words. Your generation was indeed renowned. Often referred to as the silver generation of the Demon Palace, and many exceptional talents emerged from it. Our generation grew up under the illustrious reputation of your predecessors. Not at all. Your generation is truly impressive, often called the golden generation of our Demon Palace. You have garnered significant attention from the world, with many asserting that our palace has been blessed by your presence. Hence, you are the true children of destiny. If you are not, then why not hand over that little rascal Xiao Qingtian to me? Ah, so you were waiting for him here. Yang Yulo nearly choked in disbelief. He had witnessed the audacity of Gu Zheng firsthand. He had often heard tales of Gu Zheng's unparalleled shamelessness. However, since this individual arrived at the Mingxiao Palace, he has remained reclusive and particularly taciturn. Thus, his unfortunate path has only just revealed the true nature of this person. Very well, brother Xiao Qingtian, you shall take him, and Mu Feng shall be mine. It is settled. As soon as their words fell, a woman emerged, boldly addressing Yang Zhenren, Gu Dian's, and Zhang Dian's, questioning whether it is folly to entrust the life of such a small child solely to the diagnosis of Yun Jing. Shouldn't we consult other medical practitioners for their assessment as well? After multiple consultations, wouldn't the child's safety be assured? This person is none other than the seemingly fragile Yang Lu, who, despite her delicate demeanor that appears as if a gust of wind could whisk her away, unexpectedly dares to speak out in front of numerous high-ranking officials of the Demon Palace at this moment. Do not heed her, the young man advised, for that woman is merely making a fuss. Upon hearing his words, Yun Jing directly turned to Xiao Qingtian's younger brother, Zhao Haoran, the little fellow. The boy twitched his lips, thinking to himself that her argument was even more implausible. Yang Yulo and Zheng Xiaojun exchanged glances. Then we shall take our leave as well. With that, the two departed, leaving only Shen Imo behind. Although he remained silent, the other observing disciples understood that it was time for them to exit as well. Ultimately, when Shen Imo landed, he found himself alone on the martial arts stage, accompanied only by Song Yuani and Yang Lu. Feeling somewhat awkward, he finally spoke. Since they have made their decision, so be it. Even though your efforts were not recognized, I firmly believe that integrity is always rewarded, so please do not be disheartened. Willow's eyes welled up with frustration as her words were completely disregarded. The glances she received as everyone departed were mocking. Master, that Hall Master Gu. Yun Jing is his progeny, so naturally he would defend her. Furthermore, Yun Jing's medical skills are exceptionally advanced, almost supernatural. However, you have only just begun to study the art of alchemy and possess remarkable talent. I am confident that one day you will surpass your master in the art of alchemy. Once your alchemy skills are perfected and your cultivation is profound, you can then delve into the study of medicine. Medicine is also a vast and profound discipline, of which I have only acquired a superficial understanding. However, I sense that Yun Jing has already progressed far along the path of medicine. Master Shen Mo himself admitted to only having a superficial understanding, yet he claimed that Yun Jing had already progressed far in medicine. Doesn't that imply that he acknowledges his inferiority to Yun Jing? But Master, you are a 5th-level alchemist, Song Yuani said with reluctance. Could Master obtain an inner disciple's attire and identity token for my sister, just like my personal disciple status, to prevent others from looking down on her? Acquiring so many high-ranking disciple identity tokens for you siblings, who have not formally joined the Demon Palace, would be too conspicuous. Although I have said that I will resolve any issues when you leave the Demon Palace one day, if you attract too much attention from the higher echelons at this moment, they may force you to join the palace. Shen Mo said solemnly, that would be troublesome. However, Yang Lu swiftly interjected, cutting off Song Yuani's request. Pavilion Lord Shen stated that, brother, you must be obedient. As Pavilion Lord Shen's most cherished disciple, he would never bring you harm. Upon hearing these words, Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction, his demeanor exceedingly elated. Yun Jing cast several glances at him, deeply concerned he might have succumbed to a sudden neurological disorder. Ascending directly to the status of a true disciple, Zhao Haoran had effectively risen to prominence in a single bound. Coincidentally, with Yu Qingchen also present, Gu Zheng, taking a liking to him, readily accepted him as a personal disciple. This fellow had indeed experienced a meteoric rise. Rumor had it that Yun Jing had furnished him with numerous elixirs, enabling him to progress from the 1st layer of qi training to the 5th layer within a single month. Indeed, not the 4th layer, for this lad had only just broken through to the 5th layer yesterday. He had yet to disclose this to anyone, and his aura remained somewhat unstable. Gu Zheng keenly discerned the alteration in his cultivation and was genuinely astonished. Even with the aid of elixirs, to cultivate 5 layers in a month. What constitution would be capable of enduring such a rapid advancement in cultivation without sustaining any damage or adverse effects? Observing Yi Qingchen's rosy complexion and radiant countenance, Gu Zheng deeply regretted his oversight. This was truly a top-tier genius. Accepted. I am in high spirits today, all accepted. Naturally, Yi Qingchen was overjoyed at Gu Zheng's acceptance. In any case, his objective was to remain by Yun Jing's side for the time being. Cultivation could be pursued anywhere. Upon learning that Gu Zheng had actually accepted 3 individuals as disciples, and not merely true disciples, but also personal disciples, Yun Jing was somewhat dumbfounded. The world was changing too rapidly. What about my menial laborer, page, and drudge for performing chores? Upon Yun Jing's inquiry, Gu Zheng's countenance immediately darkened. Little Jing, they are now your senior and junior brothers. Does that imply my page and menial labor are gone? Nay, we shall still perform the tasks, shall we not, younger brother? Zhao Qingtian, with a guileless mien, hastily prompted Zhao Haoran to respond in affirmation. Zhao Haoran, glancing at his elder brother and then at Yun Jing, nodded listlessly. Chapter 68, Chapter 076-077, Pharmaceutical Crafting. Regarding the manner of sealing Zhao Haoran, Yun Jing had harbored an initial concept. She intended to employ a shadow concoction she had once formulated. This concoction was derived from the foundation of an improved dark demon potion recipe, which she had further refined during an exchange of pharmaceutical expertise with her venerable, albeit mischievous, confidant. The divergence between the shadow concoction and the dark demon potion lay in the shadow concoction's gradual and progressive nature. Disassembling a dose of an exceedingly potent blood-sealing potion into a blood-sealing potion with superimposed natural medicinal properties. Alas, ideals are often more opulent than reality. Zhao Haoran's divine blood, veritable antiquity among antiquities, proved utterly impervious to the shadow concoction, exhibiting complete immunity. The dark demon potion possessed a modicum of efficacy, yet Zhao Haoran was merely an ordinary mortal, his physique as fragile as a fledgling chick. Even the slightest adverse effect nearly proved fatal. Fortunately, Yun Jing maintained vigilant observation and, upon discerning the precarious situation, promptly administered a supernutritional potion. Subsequently, she employed her light-based supernatural ability to directly extract that portion of dark demon energy. Despite administering several potions without success, Xiao Qingtian watched his younger brother lying weakly on the bed, his heart filled with anxiety. Sister Yun, this isn't working. Howren can't withstand it. Isn't this potion too potent? Could we switch to powders, medicinal soups, or pills? Yun Jing, with a serious expression, seemed not to hear Xiao Qingtian's words at all. Just as Xiao Qingtian was about to continue, he saw Yi Qingchen gently wave at him and then pull him outside. Younger brother, Xiao has divine bloodline. It's not so easy to treat. That's why Sister Yun is testing to see which potion might be effective. Hearing this, Xiao Qingtian nodded. This was certainly better than those previous fellows who, upon seeing his brother's weakness, blindly gave him pills that were utterly ineffective. At least Sister Yun had accurately identified his brother's true ailment at a glance. But the potion just now was indeed too potent. I didn't mean to disturb Sister Yun. It's just that seeing my brother in such a state. Xiao Qingtian murmured softly, seeing his cautious demeanor. Yi Qingchen couldn't help but smile. Truth be told, he had a good impression of Xiao Qingtian and quite liked the clever little Zhao Howren. Brother Zhao, you must trust Sister Yun. I feel that Sister Yun is exceptionally skilled in medicine. Meanwhile, Yun Jing was swiftly searching through the useful prescriptions and reference cases stored in her mind. The nameless medical classic mentions a blood coagulation pill that might be worth trying. Upon conceiving the idea, she exclaimed, Senior Apprentice Zhao, I've devised a medicinal concoction and must commence its preparation forthwith. Would you kindly attend to young Howren in my stead? Furthermore, encourage him to partake of some sustenance. I cannot. A feeble voice emanated from the bedridden entity. I lack even the strength to ingest. My entire being is enervated. Afflicted in life, and denied respite even in death. The impish wraith retorted, rising from the bed in indignation. I shall not succumb. I eagerly await your remedy. And should you fail to cure me, what shame shall befall you? Partake of your meal with haste, for I must attend to the alchemical arts. With those words, Yun Jing departed the irate apparition and hastened to her alchemical chamber to embark upon the new formula. The nameless herbal compendium alluded to a first-tier elixir capable of sealing the lineage of deities, yet it necessitated 6 rare herbs. Even in ancient times, the acquisition of such uncommon flora proved arduous. Yun Jing prepared the crucible and other accoutrements, then rushed into the spatial realm to gather the herbs. With Qin Yi present, Yun Jing dared not expose Xiaoyin directly, instead communicating covertly and activating a segment of the low-tier medicinal fields. By a stroke of fortune, she procured 5 of the requisite ingredients, save for the elusive fish thread algae. This dearth underscored the formula's antiquity. Crucially, the recipes within the nameless herbal compendium typically furnished only the names and methods of preparation, devoid of precise ratios. Was this not torment? Yun Jing perceived the nameless herbal compendium as a veritable abyss, a compilation of incomplete medicinal formulas designed to inflict suffering. The algae known as fish line has long since vanished, perhaps even become extinct. To reconstruct the formula and identify substitutes, one must first understand its medicinal properties. Yun Jing pondered for a moment. She needed to research. The apothecary hall might possess some ancient cocoons with residual information. However, gaining access to the apothecary hall to examine these primordial jade cocoons would require the assistance of her cunning father. Gu Zheng, upon learning the details, wholeheartedly supported Yun Jing and promptly informed Zheng Xiaojun. Zheng Xiaojun was equally intrigued by Yun Jing's method of treating Zhao Howren and voluntarily accompanied her to the apothecary hall, where various discarded ancient cocoons were stored. Most ancient prescriptions have either lost their medicinal ingredients or changed names. Attempting to restore the ancient formulas would indeed be a fanciful dream, an arduous task, to say the least. Entering the chamber housing the ancient cocoons, Yun Jing was immediately delighted. My goodness, this 3-story small building was filled with various ancient cocoons related to the refinement of elixirs, each stacked within individual compartments. This was the ancient cocoon pavilion of the apothecary hall, housing a plethora of ancient cocoons, both intact and fragmented, passed down from antiquity, all pertaining to elixirs. Yun Jing felt a genuine sense of joy. While others might struggle to remember such a vast array of ancient prescriptions, she was no ordinary individual, let us not forget. She possessed the golden pharmacist's intelligence system. Though her system may not rival that of her mischievous friend, it still held basic functionalities. Yun Jing eagerly requested to thoroughly examine these ancient cocoons. As long as she did not remove anything, she could explore at her leisure. Zheng Xiaojun readily agreed. As long as I don't take anything, I can simply make a copy, Yun Jing thought to herself, filled with quiet satisfaction. Zheng Xiaojun remained blissfully unaware of her ulterior motives. Had she been privy to them, she would have never permitted such a thorough examination. The Demon Palace certainly suffered a considerable loss, did it not? Thus, Yun Jing embarked on her literary journey, a true odyssey. Aside from visiting the ailing Zhao Xiaogui, she devoted her days to perusing ancient tomes within the Lingdan Hall's Gujiao Pavilion. Each morning, with her burgeoning belly, Miss Yun would first check on Zhao Xiaogui. If she happened to witness him struggling under the strain of his unique bloodline awakening, she would promptly use a golden needle to draw a bit of blood, enabling him to endure the ordeal. Oh, the agony! It was indeed a painful process. To make matters worse, after the bloodletting, Yun Jing would furnish his brother with a meticulously adjusted medicinal diet aimed at enhancing his constitution. Consequently, he was compelled to consume an array of peculiar concoctions throughout the day. Truly, Yun Jing was a formidable sorceress. Zhao Xiaogui found himself cursing her countless times in his heart. On one occasion, he inadvertently voiced his grievances in front of his brother, leading to a swift punishment of a dozen slaps to his backside. Oh, how he wept! Did his brother no longer love him? Consumed as he was with thoughts of that very Yun Jing? Yet, Yun Jing paid no mind to the little rascal's disparagement. Her sole focus lay in uncovering medicinal properties related to the algae known as fishline. After months of diligent research, she had scoured nearly 100,000 ancient records, ultimately identifying 3 potential leads. She could only vaguely ascertain the medicinal properties of the fishline algae. As for the other ancient records, she donned her terminal cognitive helmet, ensuring that her readings were simultaneously stored in her cerebral database. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Now, Yun Jing sported a 7-month pregnant belly. Uncertain whether it is due to the deepened understanding of ancient medicinal formulas and alchemical practices acquired through the reading of various ancient texts, her cultivation of the alchemical technique has become increasingly smooth. Over the past few months, despite the occasional mischief from the little ones, she has successfully surpassed the formidable barrier of the 8th level of Qi training, an impressive feat after several months of effort. Moreover, as her comprehension of alchemy and ancient pharmacology has deepened, her success rate in concocting potions has risen significantly. To her astonishment, just 2 days ago, she unexpectedly produced a batch of foundational elixirs. Though they are of the lowest grade, they are nonetheless foundational elixirs, a notable achievement in the realm of second-tier potions. However, the most significant aspect lies in her ability to establish a matching model within her database of medicinal formulas. Deriving over 30 alternative ingredients based on her understanding of the medicinal properties of the filamentous algae, along with 2,000 distinct formulations of varying mixtures. Well, she must proceed gradually, testing them one by one. In this endeavor, she is her own assistant. For those robots are incapable of configuring new formulas like a human and refining various insights. Yun Jing placed a substantial order for low-tier medicinal materials, filling several warehouses, which astonished onlookers. That very day, Yin Yao rushed over, grabbing Yun Jing's arm and inquiring, Jing, are you planning to open a pharmacy? Not at all, she replied. These are merely experimental products needed for that rascal Zhao's formulas. I fear they may not suffice. I must experiment with them gradually. Oh, all these warehouses of materials. Are they truly just a perfect one formula? It should be said that I am attempting to restore an ancient elixir formula, which I discovered from the ancient cocoon pavilion. Unfortunately, one of the primary ingredients has become extinct. Therefore, I must ascertain a substitute for this vital herb. Ah, mother, look at that pitiful Zhao Xiaogui. If I neglect him, he might well cry himself to death. After much contemplation, I feel compelled to extend a helping hand to him. Yun Jing proudly grasped Yun Yao's arm and declared this. Nonsense. I have no intention of crying myself to death. A certain little rascal, who had been eavesdropping in the corner, suddenly leaped out, flustered and indignant. Upon seeing him, Yun Yao's face softened into a loving smile. Zhao Haoran, being young and a favored disciple of her husband, had captured her attention, especially since her daughter, despite her pregnancy, was seeking remedies for him. This drew Yun Yao to the little fellow, who was quite amusing with his clever antics. Thus, she frequently visited him, bringing him delightful treats. Master's wife, please don't be deceived by my elder sister. I'm not crying. Who are you? You sneak over here at the slightest disturbance? Yun Jing teased him, her voice laced with playful annoyance. It's not me. The little rascal scurried away in a flash. Yin Yao chuckled, remarking that he clearly cared about your progress but refused to admit it. Indeed, that little rascal deserves a good scolding. Next time, mother, when you prepare a delicious meal, don't serve it to him. Keep it all for me instead. If you keep feeding him, he'll truly become a little pig. After bidding farewell to her mother, Yun Jing soon learned of the imminent opening of a secret realm known as the One-Line Sky. She initially intended to enter and dispose of the nameless medicinal scripture into the ominous pit herself. However, given her current predicament, that was no longer feasible. With just over 2 months until her delivery, venturing outside was out of the question, as neither Yun Yao nor Gu Zheng would consent. After much contemplation, Yun Jing recalled the young man, Yi Qingchen. She summoned him, closed the door, and established a soundproof barrier. Junior brother, how do you feel about your senior sister? She inquired. Yi Qingchen chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he was actually her senior in age. Nevertheless, acknowledging her accustomed role as senior sister, he replied, very well. Well, I have something I need you to help me with. It requires a trip to the One-Line Heaven secret realm to dispose of it in that ominous pit. Will you assist me? Yi Qingchen was taken aback. What is it? It's a troublesome item, a hot potato. I cannot keep it in my possession for long, so I intend to cast it into One-Line Heaven. If someone discovers it in the future, it will no longer concern me. The fact that even someone of Yun Jing's standing regarded it as troublesome sent a shiver through Yi Qingchen. He then asked solemnly, does anyone else know about this? Yun Jing instinctively shook her head. Then do not mention it to anyone else. I will register for the trials in the One-Line Heaven secret realm, and coincidentally, I have already reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Wait, what? You have already attained the 8th level of Qi refining? What kind of miraculous cultivation speed is that? In 3 months, progressing from the 5th to the 8th level, 1 level per month, that is astonishing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen couldn't help but smile. Can that be credited to me? Who has bestowed upon me such an extraordinary dantian? Recently, I have profoundly realized the immense assistance this dantian has provided me. It has made it nearly impossible for me to contain the rapid advancement of my cultivation. Yun Jing was utterly astonished. Could this recreated dantian truly be so formidable? It seems implausible. Otherwise, how do you explain my swift progress? Yi Qingchen retorted sharply. How am I supposed to explain? Do I possess the knowledge to elucidate this? Yun Jing was momentarily speechless. In truth, I publicly declare that I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement, while I have discreetly concealed 2 levels of my cultivation. However, for the upcoming trial in the One-Line Heaven secret realm, the registration requirements stipulate that one must reach the 8th level of Qi refinement. You see, because of you, I must now reveal my true abilities. Indeed, prodigies and geniuses are often cloaked in a series of extraordinary cultivation myths. Little junior brother, I have high hopes for you. Strive diligently. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen shot her an irritable glance. When will you depart? I am on the verge of giving birth. You have yet to give birth, right? I will leave once you have your child. Yun Jing glared at him fiercely. Qin Yi, oblivious to the situation, remarked that Yi Qingchen appeared to have a certain fondness for you. Given that you have encountered someone who is indifferent to your impending motherhood and unconcerned about your past relationships, you might want to contemplate him. Moreover, I sense that this Yi Qingchen is not an ordinary individual. Should you two forge a partnership, it currently seems that he is reaching for you, but in the future, it may very well be you who seeks him. If you find yourself with too much leisure time, you might as well make a swift exit. Yun Jing shot him an exasperated glance and promptly retreated into her laboratory. In truth, Qin Yi wasn't unwilling to leave. He just had an inexplicable feeling that he shouldn't be seen by others at this moment. He couldn't fathom why he felt this way, but it was precisely this intuition that made him decide to stay put. Yun Jing handed the nameless medical scripture to Yi Qingchen, instructing him to dispose of it anywhere if he couldn't throw it into the Yin pit, as long as he didn't expose himself. Yi Qingchen nodded in agreement. The One-Line Sky secret realm was set to open for 3 months. Around the 2nd month of its opening, Yun Jing finally developed a new elixir formula. She concocted these pink medicinal pills and eagerly rushed to give one to Zhao Haoran. Initially, Zhao Haoran was hesitant to consume it, testing it on small animals several times before finally taking it himself. The pill indeed had no side effects, but it also didn't seem to have any noticeable effects. This left Yun Jing in a quandary. Observing Xiao Haoran 3 days later with no unusual reactions, she decided to draw his blood for testing. The thought of drawing blood terrified Xiao Haoran, who ended up pricking his fingertip to yield a few drops for Yun Jing's analysis, better than nothing. Upon examination, Yun Jing discovered that certain peculiar substances in Xiao Haoran's blood had clustered together, seemingly in a dormant state. She extracted more blood from him, eliciting loud protests from Xiao Haoran. After a series of validations and extractions, Yun Jing finally isolated certain enigmatic substances from his blood. However, the precise functions of these substances remained to be thoroughly investigated. What intrigued her most was the peculiar effect exhibited by the blood elixir she had concocted. Whether it was the formulation of the elixir, the divine blood itself, or the bizarre state of slumber it induced, Yun Jing became acutely aware that she might have unlocked the gateway to a sacred realm of elixirs. The study of divine blood, its elixirs, and the associated medical practices could potentially establish an independent academic discipline. Feeling a surge of excitement, she embarked on a series of tests and research concerning this divine blood. Upon completing her endeavors, she emerged only to discover that the trial of the one line of heaven had concluded. This particular trial was especially sensational, primarily due to the appearance of two superlative powerhouses, one affiliated with the Demon Palace and the other, a formidable figure from the Zhuyang sword sect. Their titanic clash shattered the very boundaries of the one line of heaven. A super powerhouse is one who surpasses the Yuan Ying level great master. This was merely a glimpse of the super powerful figures involved. Numerous palace lords from the Mingxiao Palace, along with Yuan Zun and Ziyang Dezun, engaged in fierce combat. Her father even sustained minor internal injuries. It was rumored that many disciples emerged from the one line of heaven bearing wounds, inflicted by those two super powerful beings. However, Yi Qingchen did not emerge. Yun Jing instructed Zhao Qingtian to investigate the matter concerning Yi Qingchen. Many claimed to have seen him within the one line of heaven's secret realm, yet he ultimately did not appear. This was utterly perplexing. Some speculated that he may have perished in the end. This is rather unreasonable, for his soul token has yet to shatter. Could he still be within the confines of the one-line heaven's secret realm? Yun Jing, undeterred, sought out Gu Zheng. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zheng suggested that perhaps he had been captured. That lad possesses remarkable talent. Even his father concedes he underestimated him this time, as he has already reached the 10th level of qi refinement in just a few months. Yun Jing almost snorted in disbelief, thinking to herself, that damn rascal, keeping secrets from me, while I worry incessantly about your well-being. You, on the other hand, don't even disclose your true cultivation level, claiming to be merely at the 8th level. How absurd. Father, if that is the case, I shall rest easy. That boy is so gifted that even if he has been captured, he will surely manage well. There is an old saying, isn't there? Good people don't live long, while calamity endures for millennia. At this, Gu Zheng erupted into hearty laughter. In truth, he harbored his own concerns. After marrying Yun Yao, he had genuinely come to regard Yun Jing as his own daughter. Her whimsical nature brought him immense joy. He had always hoped to find her a dependable dual cultivation partner. However, the recent closeness between Yun Jing and Yi Qingchen was troubling. They were practically inseparable. Even a fool could discern Yi Qingchen's affections, yet these two children were blissfully naive. One was as dense as a block of wood, utterly oblivious, while the other, despite being in love, stubbornly refused to recognize it, foolishly clinging to her. Watching their interactions, even Gu Zheng couldn't help but lament the beauty of youth. Of course, he secretly favored Shen Mo as a prospective son-in-law, but the nature of Shen Mo and Yun Jing's relationship left him perplexed. Does Shen Mo truly harbor feelings for his daughter? After Yun Jing angrily stormed back to her room, she discovered a note on the table. Yi Qingchen had encountered a significant opportunity, as noted by Mo Nian. How absurd. It is indeed true that Troublemaker has found yet another advantageous hiding place. Filled with resentment, Yun Jing tossed the note into her spatial realm. Let me not catch you, she huffed. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, within Yun Jing's space, wore a smirk of schadenfreude as he picked up the note that had been carelessly discarded by her, landing on the floor of the villa's living room. Upon reading its contents, Qin Yi chuckled softly. An opportunity has arisen. Who still remembers this foolish woman? Yet, it is rather peculiar that someone is aiding this naive girl in investigating Yi Qingchen's circumstances and even relaying information to her. Who could possibly be capable of transmitting messages so discreetly within his demonic palace? Chapter 69, Section 078-079. The Divine Decision of Great Power. This is indeed intriguing. During the time when he ruled the Mingxiao Palace, none of these hidden entities had ever made their presence known. Qin Yi was unaware that in his past life, he became embroiled in a romantic entanglement with the Southhua fairy, Lu Xiang, and only discovered the lurking dark forces within the Mingxiao Palace over a century later. Of course, he ultimately paid a heavy price for his delayed realization. Initially, he was oblivious, later suspecting certain factions he deemed influential. Yet now, he has merely caught a glimpse of the signs and has not grasped even a hint of the lurking dark forces. Uncertain of whether the entity in question truly belongs to the organization he suspects, it suggests that Yun Jing possesses the potential to become a pivotal figure. Oblivious to the machinations at play, Yun Jing, after resolving Zhao Haoran's bloodline sealing issue, finds her sons increasingly restless as their gestation progresses. These two little ones seem intent on asserting their presence, incessantly tormenting Yun Jing. Before dawn breaks, they engage in a flurry of kicks and punches, seemingly aware of the constraints of their mother's womb and the encroaching space of their siblings. In their playful skirmish, they inadvertently strike each other, prompting one to retaliate. Their tussle escalates to the point of disturbing Yun Jing, who, unable to bear the ruckus, employs her spiritual power to separate the two rascals. Yet, her spiritual energy inadvertently becomes their morning repast. How utterly exasperating. In her frustration, Yun Jing hastily prepares a dietary regimen and medicinal bath formula for Zhao Haoran's physical refinement, leaving the cultivation practices to be orchestrated by the formidable Gu Zheng. To address the matters concerning Zhao Haoran's divine bloodline, Gu Zheng even sought counsel from his master, Yun Jing's own ancestral mentor. The Great Heavenly Demon Technique, fully known as the profound infinite Great Heavenly Demon Technique, is renowned as the most comprehensive and challenging secret scripture within the Demon Palace. Only those deemed a once-in-a-millennium genius are permitted to cultivate this technique, while any clandestine instruction would surely attract the wrath of the Demon Palace. Gu Zheng only began to cultivate the Great Heavenly Demon Technique after reaching the latter stage of the Golden Core. In comparison, Qin Wushang, who was recognized as a prodigy of at least a millennium, was 2 small realms behind. Within the vast Demon Palace, only those who have truly practiced the Great Heavenly Demon Technique are considered the genuine lineage. Certainly, the number of individuals who have genuinely cultivated the Great Heavenly Demon Technique in the extensive Demon Palace does not exceed 1,000. Previously, it was merely 700 or 800. Recently, it has been reported that the number has approached 900, though it remains just shy of that figure. The entire Mingxiao Palace is but a subordinate palace, and among its hundreds of thousands of disciples, only a handful, merely a dozen or so, have practiced the Great Heavenly Demon Technique. Not to mention, the majority of other hall masters at the true demon level in the Demon Palace do not cultivate the Great Heavenly Demon Technique, but rather a simplified version known as the Heavenly Demon Strategy. The distinction lies in the fact that the Great Heavenly Demon Technique is said to be an ancient manuscript passed down from foreign realms, while the Heavenly Demon Strategy is a locally adapted version with reduced difficulty for cultivation. Undoubtedly, the Heavenly Demon Strategy is commendable. It is user-friendly and convenient for cultivation, enriched with numerous insights and annotations from predecessors. Provided one possesses adequate talent and resources, with perseverance and time, they can gradually attain mastery in the Demon Palace. Most of the Palace's experts have emerged through this path. Conversely, the Great Heavenly Demon Technique poses greater challenges, being the original text. Even its copies harbor strange magical properties, repelling any other demonic techniques once cultivation begins. Moreover, each advancement to a higher realm manifests unique phenomena. Of course, the more peculiar the cultivation method, the more formidable its power becomes. To cultivate the Great Heavenly Demon art, one must first comprehend this profound technique, which promises to bestow upon its practitioner more than thrice the combat prowess compared to other cultivators of the same realm. Indeed, it is an extraordinary marvel. It enables one to challenge opponents of higher levels and to execute surprise attacks with unparalleled finesse. Gu Zheng's eyes sparkled with delight at this revelation. However, deep within Gu Zheng's heart, his true desire lay with the 5-horse dismemberment sword, or rather, the Great Celestial Annihilation Sword. He had held the sword technique for quite some time, yet, frustratingly, he had made little progress in mastering it. It is indeed one of the most formidable sword arts in history, renowned for its capacity to obliterate the foundational stage, severely injure those at the golden core stage, and even harm the nascent soul stage. Just imagine the potency of such a sword technique. From what he knew, even the most ancient essences of the metal element, such as the Gungi gold essence and the Taibai gold essence, would not yield the same indomitable effect when infused into the body. It was as if it could annihilate space itself. Regrettably, Yun Jing, a whimsical child, showed little interest in studying or delving into the sword path. Otherwise, with her innate talent, she might have had a chance to grasp the great celestial annihilation sword at a profound level. Gu Zheng dared not assume that Yun Jing would inevitably comprehend it, especially since his own understanding of the great heavenly demon art was still rather tenuous. Gu Zheng summoned his brother Xiao Chen and shared his insights on the great heavenly demon art with Zhao Haoran. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haoran frowned in reluctance. If such a remarkable technique existed, why was he the only one cultivating it? Why not allow his brother to train alongside him? The answer was simple. He was more suited to the great heavenly demon art, a supreme treasure of the demon palace. Surely you won't say something as haughty as, if your elder brother does not cultivate, then neither shall you, right? Gu Zheng remarked with a hint of annoyance. How could that possibly be the case? Zhao Qingtian quickly interjected. How could Haoran be so unreasonable? The techniques passed down by our sect are tailored to each disciple's unique characteristics. My younger brother is suited for the great heavenly demon technique, but I may not be compatible at all. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. He reached into his pocket and retrieved an ancient stone cocoon, handing it to Zhao Qingtian with a benevolent expression. I am aware that you have practiced the incomplete Sanyua Demon Ox technique, which only provides methods up to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Beyond that, there are no martial skills available for the Golden Core period. It is indeed a pity. The technique I present to you is an ancient manuscript discovered by my master in a remarkably enigmatic and dilapidated secret realm. It is a complete text. However, even my master cannot elucidate how this ancient method should be cultivated. Nevertheless, judging solely from its contents, the power it encompasses is likely immense. This tome is a comprehensive guide, encompassing both cultivation methods and offensive techniques. It is called the Mighty Force Divine Technique. The two brothers, Zhao Qingtian and his younger sibling, stared at him in disbelief, with the younger one openly expressing disdain. Master, this is no jest. How can you expect my brother to cultivate a text that even the master himself cannot comprehend? The indignant Haoran questioned. A faint blush crept across Gu Zheng's face, revealing his embarrassment. In truth, this ancient text was something he had merely thought of on a whim and presented without much consideration. He truly did not anticipate that his young disciple, Zhao Haoran, would display such an expression when he informed him of the possibility of cultivating the great heavenly demon art. However, this rare manuscript, Gu Zheng suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. It is possible that your master has indeed not discovered how to cultivate this ancient text. But to assert that this manuscript is utterly incapable of cultivation would be an overstatement. The two brothers stared at Gu Zheng in confusion. Are you aware of the great annihilation, sort of the vast heavens? Zhao Qingtian and Zhao Haoran nodded in unison. That is regarded as one of the supreme swordsmanship secrets that has remained unsolved for millennia, correct? Gu Zheng inquired coaxingly. The two nodded affirmatively. Yet someone has deciphered it and successfully cultivated the great annihilation, sort of the vast heavens. Zhao Qingtian and his brother simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Master, is this true? Gu Zheng rolled his eyes, exclaiming, what reason would I have to deceive you? However, the individual who mastered the great annihilation sword may not necessarily possess the insight to assist my brother in cultivating the titanic divine art. Even if that person has such capability, there is no guarantee they would be inclined to lend their aid. How much respect must we show to persuade them to assist us? Zhao Haoran pondered, visibly troubled. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingtian calmly took the titanic divine art from Gu Zheng's hands, for he had sensed an inexplicable urge to seize it upon first glimpsing the stone cocoon. It seemed to hold profound significance for him. This must be a form of intuitive connection. After all, if someone can cultivate the great annihilation, sort of the vast heavens, why should he be incapable of mastering the titanic divine art? Gu Zheng observed Zhao Qingtian actively taking the stone cocoon and could not help but express his delight. Stating that there was no longer a need to seek assistance from others, they could simply approach Yun Jing. Junior Sister Yun? Senior Sister Yun? Both individuals were taken aback. incredulous that the one who successfully cultivated the Grand Heaven Annihilation Sword could be her. Gu Zhong, noticing their astonishment, chuckled to himself. It was clear from the expression on their master's face that it was indeed true. Yun Jing had truly mastered the Grand Heaven Annihilation Sword. This was utterly astonishing. The usually unassuming Yun Jing possessed such a formidable hidden skill. Zhao Qingtian promptly reassured, "Rest assured, Master. I will absolutely keep the matter of junior sister Yun's mastery of the Grand Heaven Annihilation Sword confidential." Zhao Haoran also came to the realization and quickly added his affirmation. Gu Zhong, stroking his small mustache, nodded with satisfaction. "Go ahead," he said, while inwardly contemplating that these two disciples were indeed on the right path. "Senior sister, Master has bestowed upon my brother a technique," Zhao Haoran interjected. He continued, "It is said that he cannot cultivate it for the time being. He stated that it is imperative for you to decipher it before he can proceed with his cultivation." Yun Jing immediately spat out the drink she had been savoring. "What did you say? Father instructed me to decipher the techniques for you? What a jest. My own cultivation is not particularly impressive. How could I possibly assist you in deciphering? If he cannot unravel the techniques, how could I?" Senior sister Zhao Haoran's convoluted explanation was akin to a cacophony of sounds. All right, just show it to me first." Upon hearing Yun Jing's words, Zhao Haoran immediately exchanged a glance with Zhao Qingtian, who had remained silent since his arrival. Zhao Qingtian once again displayed his endearing yet awkward smile, presenting the stone cocoon in his hand to Yun Jing. As she examined it, she was taken aback to discover that it was imbued with divine power. This was a concept she was well acquainted with. When she initially acquired the five-horse dismemberment sword, she found herself unable to cultivate it. Unwilling to accept defeat, she sought numerous ancient texts concerning the sword, one of which, though tattered and incomplete, described the notion of spatial divine power, an ability that only deities or divine beings possessed. However, in the contemporary realm of cultivation, where could one possibly find such divine entities and their powers? Zhao Haoran, a unique specimen, was undoubtedly an anomaly, not a commonplace occurrence. Without the means to locate divine power, mastering the sword technique became an insurmountable challenge. The remnants of those stone and jade cocoons were etched into her memory. When she was inadvertently transported to another world, she encountered magical power, which, in her perspective, was yet another form of extraordinary force. She considered this special ability to be more ferocious and difficult to control. Albeit reminiscent of the accounts of divine power from her homeland, it adhered to the principles of heavenly laws, diverging distinctly in its reservoir and application of strength. Following her acquisition of spatial and light powers through a gene awakening serum, Yun Jing delved deeper into her cultivation, ultimately grasping the intricacies of the five-horse dismemberment sword's techniques. "I can assist you in experimenting with this," she offered, "but first, you must provide me with a few drops of your blood. I need to determine whether you are suited to cultivate this method. Is there truly a way?" Zhao Qingtian's eyes widened in astonishment. "However, I must clarify that I can assist you in testing it, though you may not be suited for it. The study of this particular cultivation technique comes with stringent requirements. I fear that merely attempting to learn this method may prove insufficient." Yun Jing tugged at her lips, finding the situation quite troublesome. Zhao Qingtian looked at her in confusion. This cultivation technique involves various forces such as divine power, demonic energy, and ghostly strength. In essence, these are all forms of energy that align closely with the principles of the heavenly pathway. Otherwise, the spiritual energy we currently possess would manifest far more violently and intensely, which is difficult to control. To master them, one must first study some foundational auxiliary techniques. Both Zhao Qingtian and Zhao Haoran were taken aback. Of course, blood testing must precede any conclusions about suitability. Let us proceed with the blood test then. Zhao Qingtian was not as apprehensive as Zhao Haoran about the prospect of a small incision. He boldly made a large cut on his arm, allowing only a few drops of blood to fall, while urging Yun Jing to extract a bit more. After all, Zhao Qingtian had already become a foundational cultivator, and his body, having undergone enhancement, was no longer as fragile as an ordinary person's. The incision resulted in a spray of blood. What? Is it truly possible to cultivate? The commotion from Yun Jing's side immediately captured Gu Zheng's attention. "Is it really feasible?" he exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at his daughter, who, however, did not return his gaze. After obtaining the blood sample, she turned and entered her room, proceeding into her spatial laboratory. Her laboratory served as a pharmacy and operating room. and a research facility all at once. The functionality is quite comprehensive, particularly regarding the instruments used for blood testing. Based on the genetic lineage comparison, Yun Jing discovered that Zhao Qingtian's blood also contains a certain type of mysterious substance akin to that found within Zhao Haoran. This might be the defining characteristic of Zhao Haoran's extraordinary bloodline. Further research is warranted. What do you think? Is it suitable? Can it be cultivated? Nevertheless, I am famished. Allow me to dine first. The others were taken aback. Is this a moment for gluttony? Yun Jing swept across the table, devouring a feast with great satisfaction before inquiring of Zhao Qingtian. When you train, do you typically favor fire or water? I usually practice the Tumultuous demon bull technique, which emphasizes strength. I possess a degree of innate divine power. My father once told me that my aptitude is rather ordinary compared to my younger brother, but I can continuously break through diligent training. My practice is rather singular, focusing solely on refining my body to increase my strength, followed by training the Tumultuous demon bull technique. Pursuing a singular and pure path is not without its merits. Indeed, I have examined your blood. You are capable of cultivating that so-called divine power technique. I would like to ask, if given the choice to possess a power akin to divine strength, would you prefer one that emphasizes offense or defense? Would you choose pure physical might, embodying the principle of simplicity, or would you embark on a path that combines strength with magical techniques? Zhao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. I can possess a power akin to divine strength, and I can choose freely? Are there numerous options available? Yun Jing nodded. This is impossible. Gu Zheng immediately sprang to his feet. Does that mean, Jing, you can bestow divine powers upon others? It can only awaken abilities akin to divine powers in individuals with specific bloodlines. It certainly does not grant true divine power. I am not a deity, Yun Jing retorted, rolling her eyes. That alone is already incredibly impressive. Gu Zheng gasped in astonishment. The bloodline of divine beings has vanished from many in this world. However, it is irrefutable that those possessing divine bloodlines exhibit astonishing talents for cultivation. The likelihood of becoming a formidable powerhouse in the future is significantly enhanced. Well, father, you are fortunate. There is one genuine and one false. Yun Jing pointed at Zhao Haoran and Zhao Qingtian. What makes him false? Gu Zheng inquired, perplexed. Similar does not necessarily mean the same. Besides, I have never encountered true divine power, so I cannot claim to understand how it operates. What I can offer them is simply a simplified method I have researched and summarized, which should be fundamentally different from the authentic inheritance of divine power. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, divine power is certainly not something achievable through mere human effort. Jing has likely devised a method for activation. Drawing from her studies of bloodlines and her exceptional medical skills, along with certain tips and techniques for cultivation, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Why not examine me and see if I can cultivate something akin to divine power? However, she possessed remnants of genes associated with light-based powers. Yun Jing recalled that when she found herself stranded in another realm, she was left with only her spirit and a few drops of blood. Subsequently, she utilized those precious drops to cultivate a gene-altering potion. Although her appearance remained unchanged in later stages, her physical form had seamlessly merged with that of her past life, intertwining the powers of relationships and spatial abilities. Yun Jing estimated that when she regained roughly 1/3 of her original abilities, her full-strength attack would equate to that of a foundational stage practitioner in their initial phase. Her infatuation with alchemy had led her to approach the cultivation of her abilities with a rather sporadic dedication. What should I do? How should I choose? Zhao Qingtian exclaimed, having just been engaged in a discussion about his own matters. Gu Zheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to him and said, if it were in ancient times, I would certainly encourage you to pursue a singular path of power, as it would be relatively easier to cultivate advanced skills and eventually achieve a perfect transcendence into true immortality. However, in this era, the primal energies of heaven and earth have diminished, and various energies have become scarce and stabilized. The spiritual resources of the world are no longer as readily available as in ancient times. Therefore, I sincerely hope you can navigate a path that harmonizes power with magical arts. This approach combines the strengths of both disciplines, resulting in lower cultivation costs and facilitating advancement without the need to seek rare spiritual materials for perfecting your foundation. This is crucial, as throughout history, Countless individuals have found themselves stagnating at certain levels of physical cultivation due to a lack of materials, ultimately passing away without ever breaking through. Since when did alchemy become a mere sideline? Yun Jing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xiao Chen comprehended that Gu Zheng intended for him to draw upon the strengths of both families, initially focusing on the one that facilitated easier cultivation to reach a higher tier, and subsequently compensating for the deficiencies of the other. Once he ascended to the ranks of advanced practitioners, such as those of the nascent soul or transformation stage, with extended lifespans and formidable prowess, he would naturally possess a greater capacity to acquire various celestial treasures to aid in his cultivation. Could you recommend a few options for me, junior sister? Chapter 70, The Lava Giant. Should the selection emphasize offense or defense? Just mention a few of the strongest, he implored. Brother, you're quite insatiable, Yun Jing retorted with exasperation. This is directly related to the cultivation methods I will adopt in the future and how easily I can transcend to a higher rank. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, this rotund fellow harbored a plethora of schemes. Yun Jing scrutinized Xiao Chen thoroughly before arriving at a conclusion. All right, I shall suggest a few. But if you find them unsatisfactory, there's little I can do. Please, junior sister, he urged, attentively leaning in. Amused, Yun Jing remarked, if we are to discuss defense, the mountain giant would be the most advantageous. However, she hesitated, unsure of how best to articulate her thoughts. After carefully organizing her words, she continued. This mountain giant can be envisioned as a deity of immense strength, inherently towering, often reaching heights of 100 feet in adulthood. Yet, upon first acquiring such a bloodline, it is improbable that you would attain such stature. After all, it is a divine lineage, a state of idealism. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen glanced at his brother. Over the past few days, in light of his brother's lineage concerns, he had taken the liberty to consult various preserved resources regarding the divine beings, gaining insight into their nature. The offspring of gods and mortals exhibit abilities that are as diverse as they are remarkable. Many inherit the formidable powers of their divine lineage, yet they are often left wanting due to their hybrid nature. This mountain giant symbolizes the protective force of the earth, a favored child of the land, capable of drawing upon its boundless strength as long as he stands upon it. In theory, he is invincible. Including Gu Zheng, the group collectively gasped in astonishment. What if he were to encounter someone whose power far surpassed his own? For instance, if he, currently at the foundation stage, were to face an opponent at the nascent soul stage or the transformation stage? Gu Zheng pressed urgently for clarification. With such a stark disparity in strength, the notion of invincibility seems implausible. However, as long as the mountain giant remains grounded, he is immortal, regardless of the extent of his injuries. The earth will bestow upon him the strength to heal. When he can no longer withstand the assaults of his adversary, the earth will lend its power to shield him. Once more, the group inhaled sharply in disbelief. Yun Jing discerned that Xiao Qingtian's heart was stirred. But what of his shortcomings? Surely, this mountain giant must possess some flaws. Naturally, there are deficiencies. Without them, how could it be otherwise? This bloodline can be described as earth attribute, exhibiting an unparalleled affinity with the earth spirit. However, there are drawbacks. His movements are sluggish, despite his immense strength, and he may one day wield the power to control mountains. His defensive capabilities are extraordinarily robust, yet the lethargy with which he swings his fists is almost laughable. In the span of time that others can strike you 5 or 6 times, managing to deliver even a single blow is commendable, particularly under conditions of equal prowess, Yun Jing candidly remarked. However, if one were to encounter a sword cultivator who could sever one's head, or fall victim to a demonic cultivator who devours one's very essence, Zhao Haoran's expression shifted dramatically. What I mean to convey is that should one, in a state of lesser cultivation, find themselves inadequately attuned to the earth, suffer such grievous injuries, death would be inevitable. Even if one subsequently attains profound mastery and can seamlessly merge with the earth, in the face of intense and swift injuries, the specter of death still looms. What then is the meaning of almost immortal? Zhao Haoran retorted with irritation. All forms of cultivation are relative. Those who practice the great heavenly demon technique may not necessarily evolve into true immortal fiends. It is common knowledge that entering the immortal realm delineates between righteousness and malevolence. A fiend who ascends to the first tier of true immortals will still be recognized as such. At that exalted level, whether one practices demonic or celestial arts becomes inconsequential. The paramount concern is to avoid becoming a foreign demon devoid of ideals, driven solely by instinctual slaughter. Ultimately, should fortune allow entry into the divine realm, one would still be categorized as either a righteous deity or a demonic one. Gu Zheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the fact that this bloodline, despite its evident weaknesses, possessed formidable strengths. When cultivated to an advanced level, it could easily annihilate ordinary high-tier practitioners as if it were child's play. Upon hearing such insights from the astute Gu Zheng, Zhao Qingtian and Zhao Haoran exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. And what of the primary attackers? Zhao Qingtian inquired further. There are two types, both immensely powerful. One is the ice giant. It possesses the dual powers of manipulating ice and earth. However, the strength of the earth is somewhat diminished. This diminishment may feel negligible during your weaker phases, perhaps even leading you to believe that wielding both powers grants you greater strength. Yet, as your cultivation level ascends, the purity of your power becomes ever more pronounced. If the power you gain from a single advancement is quantified as 1, then under equivalent conditions, the earth manipulation power acquired by a giant of the mountains could be 3 or 5. This disparity will only widen as your cultivation continues to progress. Oh, Zhao Haoran exclaimed in surprise. The flaw is indeed quite evident. However, your offensive capabilities are formidable. You can summon the powers of ice and water at will, and simultaneously harness the forces of the earth alongside the might of the mountains. Just imagine, in an icy cavern or a snowy realm, how potent such powers could become. The ability to completely command the forces of nature? Gu Zheng sighed, filled with envy. At lower levels, being able to exert any influence is commendable. Perhaps at the pinnacle, one might become extraordinarily powerful, but I have yet to witness anyone reach such heights. You may wish to engage in some training, allowing me to observe your progress, he suggested. So, Zhao Qingtian is merely an experimental subject? At that moment, Zhao Qingtian found himself at a loss. Zhao Haoran's expression darkened. Gu Zheng coughed repeatedly, internally lamenting. Oh dear daughter, your candor leaves much to be desired. Even if you think this way, there is no need to be so blunt. Why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? Recording this will not lead to demise. I shall frequently assist you in monitoring your condition. Should any health issues arise, I can provide necessary adjustments. This sentiment evoked an impression akin to the notion of repairing a mystical artifact, instilling a sense of unreliability. Zhao Qingtian and Zhao Haoran exchanged glances. What about the other one? Gu Zheng inquired. It is the lava giant, capable of wielding the forces of fire, magma, earth, and mountains. However, among these four, the power of mountains is the weakest. Zhao Qingtian suddenly posed a question. Can it manipulate magma, the molten core of the earth? Yun Jing gazed at him in surprise, but eventually nodded. Then let us proceed with this, the lava giant. In truth, I have a keen interest in fire-based spells. Zhao Haoran suddenly exclaimed. Haoran, Zhao Qingtian interjected sharply, his gaze growing stern. You must learn to respect your elder brother's decisions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haoran's expression turned gravely serious. I shall not allow you to go alone. We brothers shall face this together, facing death as one. What is this all about? Yun Jing questioned, puzzled by their exchange. To seek vengeance, you must first elevate your cultivation. If you cannot defeat the adversary, what means do you possess to confront them? Such an evil cultivator lacks a fixed stronghold. They have numerous hideouts, whereas we have pursued them for years, losing countless disciples of the demon palace to their slaughter. This is a deep-seated enmity that demands retribution, Gu Zheng proclaimed, adopting a masterly demeanor and a tone of cold admonition. Zhao Qingtian immediately felt a pang of guilt as he regarded Gu Zheng. Master, I beg your pardon. Please do not constantly worry us, nor act impulsively to commit acts that bring pain to loved ones and delight to foes. Gu Zheng, looking solemnly at Zhao Qingtian, stated, in our quest for vengeance, we must first devise a method to locate him and ascertain the extent of his true power. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, especially for cultivators like us. Zhao Qingtian nodded gravely in response. However, since you have chosen the lava giant, I concur with your decision. Perhaps in the future, this ability will serve as the foundation for your grand revenge. Jing, assist him in awakening the bloodline of the lava giant. Awakening is not an issue, she replied. But may I ask, can you endure it? This bloodline transformation will likely require a year and involve some considerable pain. Ahem, if you fear discomfort, perhaps you should reconsider. Yun Jing suddenly recalled that those who underwent genetic transformations were often desperate subhumans or seasoned soldiers who had exhausted all means of advancement. They typically sought to unlock their potential through such methods, striving to ascend to new heights. To be frank, she had heard that these experiments were rather gruesome and inhumane in their early years. When she awakened her bloodline, she had endured considerable torment. Had she not undergone so many tribulations, her soul's experiences spanning centuries might have posed significant risks. I am unafraid, junior sister, proceed, Xiao Qingtian declared, his gaze unwavering. In the realm of cultivation, a high-level technique can incite countless practitioners to engage in mutual slaughter. Moreover, awakening a divine bloodline entails a perilous journey, one that he had contemplated long ago but refrained from disclosing to his younger brother, wishing to spare him worry. Zhao Haoran, still in his youth, evidently had not grasped the gravity of such matters. Upon witnessing Xiao Qingtian's unwavering gaze, Yun Jing nodded in agreement. She then retrieved a unique metallic box, and as she opened it, a chilling mist billowed forth. From within, she extracted a small metal vial, uncorked it, and offered it to him. He was instructed to return every 3 or 4 days to collect another dose, which he was to consume. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingtian drank it down and promptly took off. Seeing this, Zhao Haoran hurriedly followed suit. Gu Zheng, filled with concern, inquired of Yun Jing whether the potion posed any danger. Yun Jing, stowing away the small medicine box, reassured him, stating, "Father, this potion has been refined by me and is no longer as painful." Her words were genuine. The original recipe from her mischievous friend had indeed been lethal. Her research focused on genetic enhancement and cultivation, contrasting sharply with that fellow's brute force approach. She believed she had mitigated the potion's dangers, yet it remained to be seen if that young lad could endure it. Chapter 71. The one in my heart. The Zhao brothers were undergoing transformations, both Xiao Qingtian and Zhao Haoran. Xiao Qingtian appeared to grow larger and taller with each passing day, while Zhao Haoran felt himself becoming increasingly robust, his physique visibly maturing. His cherubic face continued to develop in a pleasantly plump manner. Clearly, the medicinal meals they were consuming thrice daily were proving effective. Every time Yun Jing conducted blood tests and compiled data for the two brothers, Qin Yi paid unusually close attention. As a month passed, Qin Yi became increasingly engrossed in Yun Jing's experiments. Finally, he couldn't resist asking, "Why are you helping Xiao Qitian awaken his divine power? Don't you know how rare and powerful divine power is? If you have something to say, just say it directly." Yun Jing replied. Qin Yi felt that even if he explained the importance of divine beings to Yun Jing, a girl from the countryside, she wouldn't grasp the magnitude of what she was doing. Awakening the bloodline of a divine being, even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, was enough to cause a sensation across the entire Tai domain. He even thought that the news he had been investigating about the ancient Dan Palace ruins paled in comparison to this. Since he met Yun Jing, she had been like an enormous enigma, captivating his attention day after day. Especially since this woman seemed so naive, it was a wonder how she had survived until now. Gu Zheng must have hidden her well from the start, which is why she turned out to be such a peculiar flower. Although Yun Jing appeared extraordinary, her uniqueness was manifested in her medical skills. Being a woman with such abilities, she was likely to become a target for many. In the future, Gu Zheng would have even more to worry about. Ahem, he really shouldn't be taking such schadenfreude in this situation. "Yun Jing, I am leaving," Qin announced. Yun Jing was startled, thinking, "Damn it, I've tried to get rid of you so many times, and you never left. Why are you suddenly deciding to leave now?" Observing the perplexed gaze and the astonished expression on Yun Jing's face, Qin Yi suddenly curled his lips into a smile, which appeared rather endearing. "I initially intended to wait for them to reveal their intentions before enlisting your assistance, allowing me to discern the situation more clearly. However, perhaps due to my absence, they seem to be biding their time. They are indeed waiting for me. This indicates that I must venture out. Yet, even if I must go, it shall not be now. You are clearly on the verge of giving birth, and I shall assist you once, to help you withstand a tribulation when your son arrives. Consider it my way of repaying you for saving my life." Yun Jing stared at him in astonishment. What tribulation? Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. "You do not know about the tribulation? As a hybrid offspring of a demon, you are destined to encounter it. Please do not tell me you were entirely unaware of this matter. What nonsense. Why should I face a tribulation simply for giving birth to twins? Why? Because your children possess a rich demonic lineage. The offspring of a human mother, born in beast form, must have an exceedingly powerful demon father. And how fortunate you are to have such a potent bloodline in your children. I dare say their father will be overjoyed. I have heard that the greater the strength and purity of the demon child's bloodline, the more difficult their birth becomes. The heavenly laws often impose a tribulation upon the arrival of demon offspring. If you cannot withstand it, both you and your child shall. Qin mimicked a gesture of being struck down into pieces. Yun Jing gasped in horror. Trembling, she asked, "Is it truly going to happen? Why would I deceive you? Or are you contemplating having your father assist you in withstanding this tribulation of thunder? If you intend for your father to aid you, then I shall refrain from intervening." Yun Jing was immediately immersed in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "Am I certain to beget offspring in their bestial form?" "That I am not entirely certain of." Qin Yi demurred. However, was that not what Shen Mo intimated? Qin Yi's words caused Yun Jing's countenance to darken considerably. "When I am in labor, I implore you to stand guard beside me. In the event that my father does not promptly assist me in withstanding the tribulation of thunder, I beseech you to intervene. As you have stated, even if we were to sever our ties thereafter, we could feign complete unfamiliarity upon our next encounter." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yi's expression immediately turned ashen. Complete unfamiliarity? How could you even conceive of such a notion? While you may be willing, I am most certainly not. Yun Jing, having just emerged from the spatial dimension to meet with Yun Yao, intending to divulge the matter of potentially encountering a tribulation of thunder during childbirth, had barely stepped out of her courtyard when she encountered Shen Mo, whom she had not seen for quite some time. The gentle sunlight cascaded upon Shen Mo's face and form, further enhancing the man's handsome and refined features. Beautiful things invariably capture one's attention, particularly the allure of a man's beauty. Yun Jing gazed upon Shen Mo with appreciation, acknowledging that his countenance was indeed of godlike quality. Alas, such a man could only be admired from afar. Shen Mo's purpose in seeking out Yun Jing was to solicit her expertise on certain anatomical quandaries, intending to discuss some of the perplexing aspects he had encountered in his recent dissections. However, upon Yun Jing's gaze fixating directly upon his face, Shen Mo's aura of coldness began to emanate once more, and his complexion began to darken. "Yun Jing, have you had your fill of gazing?" "Not at all." Yun Jing replied playfully. "You, handsome, are flaunting that face of yours for all to see, aren't you? Otherwise, you could have worn a mask, and I wouldn't have looked." "Yun Jing," Shen Mo said, somewhat irritable. "All right, sect leader Shun, I understand you must have matters to discuss. Are you here to see my father or me?" Upon hearing Yun Jing begin to shift the topic, Shen Mo took a deep breath, deciding to let her have her way. "Actually, I came to seek your counsel regarding some perplexities I encountered while dissecting a corpse. More like to consult, I suppose." Yet, Yun Jing chose not to expose him. After all, men do have their pride. "Very well, follow me." An hour later, as Yun Jing was seeing Shen Mo off, he suddenly inquired, "How do you perceive my looks? Am I handsome?" "Well, while I wouldn't say you are exceptionally handsome, your demeanor is quite cold. Yet you possess a gentle and considerate aura. Moreover, you have a charm that grows on one. The more one gazes, the more one feels drawn to you." Shen Mo. With so many female disciples in the demon palace, surely someone has confessed their feelings for you? There must have been some declarations of affection? Yun Jing asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Shen Mo felt a sense of unease at her gaze, suspecting her intentions were not entirely innocent. "So do you like me?" he asked unexpectedly. "Like? Well, you are not entirely unpleasant," she replied. "What kind of evaluation is that?" Shen Mo's expression darkened further. "Alas, foolish daughter. You ought to express your feelings to Shen Mo. I truly adore you. Perhaps you should hasten to my father for an early discussion." With a sly smile, Gu Zheng silently appeared beside Yun Jing, observing Shen Mo's smug grin. He mused to himself, "Ah, young man, are you finally ready to confess your affections?" He chuckled softly. "Rest assured, Master Shen, I shall prepare a generous dowry for my dear Jing Jing. You will not be at a disadvantage, and I assure you. Jing Jing is an exceptionally considerate and charming young lady. Marrying her would be your great fortune." "Father, have you nothing better to do?" Yun Jing retorted to Gu Zheng. Exasperated, she wondered why her father was so intent on pairing her with Shen Mo. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zheng shot a disapproving glare at Yun Jing, his expression one of disappointment and frustration. "Jing Jing, to whom are you directing your loyalty?" "Shen Mo is." "Father, if you continue to meddle, I shall truly ignore you," Yun Jing exclaimed, first venting her ire at Gu Zheng before turning to Shen Mo. "Master Shen, please excuse my father. He is having one of his fits today. Do not take offense. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I shall manage this whimsical father of mine and ensure I do not burden you. Shen Mo glanced between Gu Zheng and Yun Jing, nodded awkwardly, and departed. Gu Zheng wore a peculiar smile as he watched Shen Mo leave, pondering why he was so intent on defending him even before they had properly met. Father, please cease your matchmaking efforts. There is no possibility between Shen Mo and me. He already has someone dear to him. Yun Jing fabricated with resolve. Oh, father, do you dare to make me more embarrassed? Yet the truth is, I have someone I adore. Oh, Gu Zheng stared at her in astonishment. You have someone you like. Who is it? Was it someone you liked from the start, or did you fall for them later? Is he from the magic palace or outside? Gu Zheng's curiosity ignited once more. Yun Jing, feeling helpless, replied, I cannot disclose where he is from at the moment. But I can tell you his name. He is called Qin Yi. In the space, Qin Yi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Girl, you can't play with me like this. Damn it. You never even cast a loving glance in my direction, and yet you dare to call me your beloved? Does this person truly exist? How old is he? Is he male or female? Uffed. Yun Jing nearly fell over, thinking, Father, you are quite progressive. Do you really believe I fancy women? The father-daughter exchange left Qin Yi feeling quite distressed. Could it truly be a woman? Gu Zheng asked anxiously. No. Yun Jing rolled her eyes in exasperation. He is a man, and a man of rather unsightly appearance at that. Qin Yi Oh. Gu Zheng was taken aback. Why would you choose an ugly man? Father, you are so superficial. How can one judge a man solely by his appearance? A good man is evaluated by his character. In my view, the kind of man who inspires me to envision a lifetime together is inherently good. Whether he is handsome or ugly matters not. Though he is exceptionally handsome, his heart belongs to another woman. Is such a man truly worthy of a lifetime devotion from my daughter? Gu Zheng resolutely replied that he is certainly not worth it. My daughter deserves the finest man in the world. Rest assured. Father will ensure that you find a suitable match. Chapter 72. Giving birth a suitable match. Yun Jing's small face stiffened. She had already resolved to live well with her sons. Father, I still believe that since I have sons, I should prioritize my cultivation. Once I become a nascent soul or transformation stage cultivator, I will surely be able to find an even more outstanding man, right? At this moment. If you help me find someone, what if my cultivation progresses rapidly while he struggles to make breakthroughs? What should I do then? Should I remarry? Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng promptly tapped Yun Jing's little head. What kind of thoughts are these, you little rascal? If your mother hears this, what will she say? If he were to follow her reasoning, why would he choose Yun Yao at all? He could simply seek out a nascent soul or transformation stage female elder instead. Gu Zheng shot her a disapproving glance. Cultivation level is not important. Age is not important. Sometimes it matters not whether one is male or female. What truly matters is whether you like him. However, since you have someone you admire, you should at least introduce him to your father and mother, right? Regardless of appearance. A son-in-law must meet his future in-laws. Well, that seems reasonable. Perhaps due to their shared existence as twins, or perhaps spurred by Gu Zheng's previous goading. Yun Jing unexpectedly went into labor merely 3 days later. She was taken aback by the sensation of the little ones within her descending towards her lower abdomen. It seemed the time had come. Yun Yao was the first to notice Yun Jing's unusual state, and she hastily summoned Gu Zheng. Fortunately, Gu Zheng remained composed and thoughtfully arranged for 2 seasoned midwives from the Yu Mountain realm to attend to Yun Jing. Although not her first childbirth, Yun Jing experienced an extraordinary level of agony this time. The excruciating, tearing pain threatened to shatter her very soul, yet she had to deliver the child. She had previously entertained the notion of leaving the demon palace to give birth in seclusion, but Xiao Huang had dissuaded her on several occasions. Xiao Huang's reasoning was that the demon palace possessed formidable defenses and a multitude of experts. The strong defenses, including the external arrays, Gu Zheng and Qin Yi, could all serve as shields. Venturing outside would not only weaken their defenses, but also jeopardize the safety of the newborn. Beastly children, being near pure-blooded treasures, were coveted delicacies for many demons and monsters. Even those who professed to be righteous might resort to underhanded tactics to obtain their flesh and essence. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing finally abandoned her plans to give birth elsewhere. At that moment, Xiao Huang, acting as an expert, perched on Yun Yao's shoulder, calmly directing the individuals within the birthing chamber. Moreover, news arrived that both Shen Mo and Zheng Xiaojun had made an appearance, which was quite surprising. Not long after Zheng Xiaojuan's arrival, Yang Yulo also arrived. When he entered, his expression was grave, and I noticed that the sky outside the demon palace had coalesced into a cloud cover spanning at least 10 miles. What kind of thunder calamity is this? What has happened to Yun Jing's child? It is a half-blood child, yet the father must be extraordinary, as must the mother. Hence, these two children have transformed into beasts. Shen Mo was the first to speak, his demeanor serious. Yang Yulo was taken aback, and Zheng Xiaojun was equally stunned. Gu Zheng, however, was already aware, maintaining a relatively composed expression. Upon hearing this, Yang Yulo chuckled, who said, "We are family. Did you not see how dark Gu Dian's face turned at your words?" Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Xiaojun had indeed noticed Gu Zheng's sudden change in expression. What I mean to say is, I am also a half-blood. Yulo is a half-blood as well, and your soon-to-be-born grandchild, Gu Zheng, is also a half-blood. We are all the same. If we are not family, then what are we? This reasoning held some merit, and what surprised Gu Zheng was that both Yang Yulo and Zheng Xiaojun were half-bloods. Gu Dian's, there is no need to be astonished. I too am a half-blood. Consider the location of the demon palace. It was once a mingling area for both the demon and human races. Even now, many powerful demon kings reside in cities nearby. Thus, the emergence of half-bloods is entirely natural, Shen Mo interjected. It turned out that Shen Mo was also a half-blood. Indeed. Our leader is also a half-blood. Have I been sold out as well? Qin Yi, within Yun Jing's space, glared in exasperation. As Yun Jing's cries grew increasingly agonizing in the delivery room, one of the midwives shouted, "Push." I can see the child's head. A thunderous roar resonated, akin to a divine decree, as countless slender, silver-like bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. An almost indiscriminate onslaught of attacks. How formidable! Gu Zheng and his companions hastily joined forces to counter the deluge of lightning. If they did not act swiftly, the intensity of this tempest would soon overwhelm the protective barrier of the demon palace. Yet, despite their united efforts, the torrential onslaught of lightning proved too relentless and too enduring. The relentless strikes continued, unyielding in their fury. Come forth, with all your might." The midwife cried out in desperation. Yun Jing was also exerting herself fiercely, particularly as the cacophony of thunder echoed relentlessly in her ears. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier of the demon palace finally succumbed, shattering completely. Yang Yulo's expression shifted drastically as he witnessed the lightning beginning to inundate the structures of the demon palace, predominantly the Windwalker Hall, like a torrential downpour. This was a significant loss. The damages to these palatial edifices would inevitably be deducted from the offerings of the Hall Master of Windwalker Hall. It's happening, it's happening," the midwife announced with fervor from the delivery room. Just as Gu Zheng felt a surge of joy, he was abruptly engulfed in expletives. To his dismay, the lightning tribulation had suddenly doubled in intensity. The numerous palatial structures within the demon palace, especially those within the Windwalker Hall, which had been meticulously inscribed with various defensive runes, were now being ruthlessly penetrated and shattered by the lightning. Many disciples, under the protection of their senior brothers, hurriedly sought refuge in other halls. Chaos erupted throughout the demon palace, beginning with the Windwalker Hall. Tang Tian stood beside Tang Yuan, both of them positioned within the grand hall of Zheng Xiaojun. Their eyes were fixed on the tempestuous storm of thunderbolts raging above the Fengxing Hall. A scene so apocalyptic it seemed as though the world was ending. Unable to contain her schadenfreude, Tang Tian remarked, "Perhaps she might be struck dead by this thunder calamity." "Unlikely," Tang Yuan responded with a calm demeanor, her gaze piercing through the layers of the hall towards the Fengxing Hall, as if trying to discern the situation of Yun Jing giving birth beneath it. "The master and others have already gone there." "Humph, she's just had a stroke of luck." With Gu Zheng so fiercely protective of her, Tang Tian grumbled, "Sometimes, good fortune is part of one's strength. If I were to have a child, even if later, I wouldn't worry," Tang Yuan murmured, her hand gently resting on her abdomen. "What are you worried about? I've heard that Zheng Xiaojun, the Yuanzuan, has never cast aside any of his concubines. He is always considerate and treats them all equally," Tang Tian asked, puzzled. Since forming an alliance with Yun Jing and being at odds with Yun Yao, Tang Tian had grown closer to Tang Yuan after her arrival at the Demon Palace. Both were aware, however, that their alliance was merely one of convenience, not genuine camaraderie. It's precisely because he treats all his concubines equally that it's difficult. My cultivation is the lowest. If he treats everyone the same, what am I among his concubines? Not even a plaything. But if I were to bear his child, It would be different, Tang Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian looked at her in astonishment. You actually want to bear a child? Don't you know that for a female cultivator, childbirth is akin to inviting suffering upon oneself? Falling from a great realm is not merely a setback. It also hinders one's cultivation. But I am merely in the qi refinement stage. What greater realm could I possibly fall to? Tang Yuan scoffed. I am still quite young, and being in the qi refinement stage makes it the perfect time for me to bear children. Have you not noticed that Yun Jing has chosen to give birth at this moment? If she were in the foundation establishment or golden core stage, the cost of having a child would be exorbitant. Would you still wish for that? I find that girl exceedingly cunning. Ah, you have only just realized her cunning? I had detected it long ago. That mother and daughter duo are filled with malevolence. We had underestimated them in the past and paid a grievous price for it. Her parents are no longer alive. Tang Tian, if I were you, I would refrain from confronting Yun Jing directly in the future. You have many methods to deal with her, as well as with Yun Yao. Why provoke her each time, knowing you cannot defeat her? Especially with Gu Zheng as her support? Humph. Tang Tian let out a derisive snort before responding. Mind your own affairs. I have heard that Jing Xiaojun has not visited you for quite some time. If you have truly fallen from his favor, it could spell your doom. Do not forget that the direct descendants of the Tang family still reside within the Demon Palace. If you lose your power, do you think they can survive there? Do you wish to see them abandoned by the Demon Palace? After speaking, Tang Tian offered a mocking smile and turned to leave. With a thunderous crash, amidst the tumult of countless calamity thunderbolts converging down, the grand hall above Yun Jing's head shattered with a resounding crack. Immediately rushed into the grand hall, assisting Yun Jing in supporting the debris that had fallen from the damaged ceiling. Qin Yi had intended to lend a hand, but to his surprise, Shinimo was even quicker. A soft, tender cry echoed once more, heralding the arrival of another child. Two tiny swaddled bundles emerged, one cradled by Gu Zheng and the other by Yun Yao. They were remarkably identical little beings. Come, take a look at this little one. What could it possibly be? Gu Zheng inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon the infant in his arms. Is this a little wolf? Zhao Xiaojun leaned in for a closer inspection, albeit uncertainly. I think it resembles a panda, Yang Yulo speculated. Panda nonsense, Gu Delaoi retorted in indignation. Clearly, it is a tiger. Yet to me, it appears more akin to a kitten. Yin Yao contemplated for a while before speaking up. Chapter 73. Affection. Yun Jing had cast numerous disapproving glances at him. Yet Qin Yi remained unmoved. He gazed intently at the pair of peacefully sleeping infants, his heart melting with affection. The more he looked, the fonder he became. He had a little cat of his own, a fluffy creature that he cherished dearly, treating it as if it were his own daughter. However, he found himself even more enamored with Yun Jing's children, despite their fur not fully grown and their eyes still closed. An overwhelming sense of love compelled him to wish he could simply take the two little ones away. How about I take care of them for you? Qin Yi suggested, a cheeky grin on his face. My goodness, is there anyone more brazen and shameless than you? To outright ask for the children that someone has painstakingly brought into the world. How dare you? The disdain in Yun Jing's gaze rendered Qin Yi rather sheepish. I genuinely feel a certain connection with these two children, don't you think? Qin Yi spoke with composure. Connection, my foot. Qin Yi, you better leave now, before I lose my temper and have you torn apart by horses, Yun Jing retorted irritably. Although Qin Yi believed Yun Jing couldn't possibly harm him, her violent temperament was something few could endure. Go, just go. Yun Jing waved him off as if shooing a fly, her face full of disdain. Qin Yi felt a pang of disappointment. He had been scorned and dismissed by a woman who had just given birth. Has my charm completely faded? He wondered, a shiver running through him as he turned and left. Watching him go, Yun Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid of getting entangled with him, especially if he found out that the two children were his. For some reason, despite her confidence that Qin Yi couldn't possibly take her children away or gain any advantage over her in a confrontation, she couldn't shake off the subtle, intimidating aura that seemed to surround him. Yun Jing always felt that Qin Yi was no ordinary man. Just after recovering from childbirth, Yun Jing noticed subtle changes throughout the Demon Palace. Almost overnight, it had become orderly, and the atmosphere among the disciples had turned harmonious and warm. The transformation was remarkable, especially in their demeanor. Previously, while the disciples of Mingxiao Palace carried themselves with the grace of a prestigious sect, there was a noticeable lack of vitality. Merely gazing at the handsome figure of Shen Mo is quite a visual delight. Such days are not too arduous to endure. However, upon her emergence from confinement, she distinctly sensed that the entire Mingxiao Palace had come to life. The faces of the disciples radiated joy and hope. It appeared as though the palace was enveloped in an atmosphere of flourishing vitality. This was indeed peculiar. Such a captivating scene had been rare among her former righteous disciples. Upon hearing this, Yun suppressed a laugh, exclaiming that it was not surprising, for one who knows little and has experienced even less might find it so. The Mingxiao Palace, at its core, was painstakingly established by the esteemed Wushang Dezun from the ground up. From the materials to the palace's current assets, all were accumulated through his endeavors. Remarkably, Wushang Dezun is still quite young, a veritable prodigy, a legendary figure within the demonic realm. The disciples of the Demon Palace, drawn by his talent and formidable strength, sought to become his disciples in Mingxiao Palace. Yet, such a profound transformation seems rather excessive, does it not? Yun Jing observed the uncontainable exuberance on the faces of the surrounding disciples with a sense of incredulity. This was not merely due to Wushang Dezun's relatively shallow foundation. Had he been a second or third generation leader of Mingxiao Palace, such intense emotional fluctuations would hardly have manifested. I heard your father mention that you have yet to witness the expressions of the disciples during the time of Wushang Dezun's grievous injuries. They looked as if they had lost their parents. Just then, Yun Jing's little son, covered in soft down, waddled about, his chubby form unsteady on his feet. Though he stumbled, one could hardly prevent him from walking. As long as they are not allowed to leave, they will create a commotion. After a month of nurturing, not only have they grown round and plump, but their voices have also become quite formidable. A single shout can reverberate throughout the entire Windwalk Palace. The moment one does not comply with the whims of these two little tyrants, their understanding turns into a cacophony of cries. These two brothers even call out to one another, and oh my, it is truly a double dose of cacophonous melody piercing through the air. Moreover, these little rascals are particularly domineering. Their mother belongs solely to them, and no other creature is permitted to approach. Little Huang is equally charming. When these two little deities are asleep, she can amuse herself by teasing little Huang and stroking its fluffy fur. However, should these two little tyrants awaken and take notice, it is a different story altogether. They would undoubtedly come charging over, rolling and crawling, to chase little Huang away with alarming ferocity. Once, when Yun Jing was giving them a bath, little Huang was sitting by the basin, chatting with Yun Jing. The two little ones were silent, but suddenly, the elder brother lunged at her. Just as Yun Jing borrowed the strength of her eldest son, she watched in disbelief as her younger son unexpectedly extended his claws and stealthily struck little Huang, sending it crashing into the wall, where it remained for quite some time. When little Huang finally emerged, it was utterly dejected for the entire day, its mouth even skewed from the impact. However, once little Huang recovered, it pursued the two little tyrants, delivering several playful swipes at their tender fur. Hearing the two little ones wailing in distress made Yun Jing's heart ache tremendously. Fortunately, little Huang exhibited some restraint, not crossing Yun Jing's boundaries. Goodness, these two little scamps, even at such a tender age, already know how to launch sneak attacks. They certainly deserve a good scolding. This incident prompted Yun Jing to reflect deeply. Her sons were of her own flesh and blood. Their familiarity with her essence was undeniable. But what if they encountered unfamiliar beings? Would they behave like little Huang in the end? Yun Jing voiced her discomfort, lamenting the persistent toothache that had plagued her since her rebirth. Apart from her son's survival, she felt beset by misfortune. Chapter 74. Intimacy news of the Windwalker Palace. Lord Guzhang's daughter's twin feline offspring spread like wildfire throughout the entire Bright Sky Palace. He hung out from the sect arrived. This childhood confidant of Qin Wushang, rumored to be his most cherished woman, took up residence in Wushang Palace upon her arrival. Observe, she didn't reside in the fragrant condensation palace, reserved for Qin Wushang's future consorts. Moreover, it was said that Qin Wushang doted on He Hongyao considerably. Several months later, Yun Jing's little darlings had reached 5 months in age. The two fluffy little creatures had progressed from soft cooing to high-pitched howls. And since teething, the two little ones had become even more incorrigible. They would use anything to grind their teeth. And it was common for them to use their claws and teeth on their maternal grandfather, Guzhang, when food fell on him. The most exasperating thing was that, despite the considerable size of Yun Jing's courtyard and Guzhang's bedroom within the Windwalker Palace, the two little ones' curiosity was insatiable. They would play hide-and-seek with Yun Jing all day long. As soon as Yun Jing lost sight of them, the two would vanish. Early this morning, Yun Jing had just emerged from her meditative state. After a night of arduous cultivation, the young lady had finally entered the 9th level of Qi training. She was moved to tears. Her son was already over 5 months old, and she was only at the 9th level of Qi training, while her mother had already reached the 1st level of foundation building. While the young lady was still feeling dejected, she hadn't even had time to get out of bed when she saw her mother rush in with disheveled hair, scattered by some small claws. Jing Jing, Jing Jing. The eldest and the second are missing. What should we do? Sigh. Yun Jing's small face fell in despair. Mother, don't worry. I will go find them right away. Jing Jing. Yun Yao, with a handkerchief in hand, gently covered her delicate little face with her other hand, choking back tears as she lamented, "It's my fault. I should have kept a closer watch." Woo-woo. As she spoke, tears cascaded down like beads strung on a thread. At such a tender age, they had already adeptly grasped the art of diversion, mutual protection, and the strategy of evasion akin to a silkworm shedding its cocoon. Yet, Gu Zhong, that cunning father, doted on them immensely, often providing cover for their escapades and secretly teaching them how to escape and employ various tactics. These two little ones were barely able to speak. Yun Jing silently berated her lenient father, but first she comforted her mother before setting out to find her sons. However, this time, the two boys had not merely lingered within the Fengxing Hall, they had ventured beyond its boundaries. As Yun Jing stepped out of Fengxing Hall, her anger surged. Did I not expressly forbid you two little fools from leaving the confines of Fengxing Hall? She stormed towards the location of her sons, which appeared to be an ordinary yet exceptionally tranquil courtyard. Upon bursting into the courtyard, Yun Jing was met with the sight of her two sons dutifully nestled in the embrace of a man clad in dark robes, indulging in something. As she drew closer, she beheld a handful of plump, crimson fruits being fed into her sons' mouths by the mysterious figure. Ah, they were zhugua. This fruit is found across various realms, yet it is rare for the zhu fruit to bear a single fruit once every 1,000 years, after which the spiritual plant withers away. However, that man recklessly tossed fist-sized zhu fruits into the mouths of her two little boys. Yun Jing immediately felt a pang of dental discomfort. This was quite the debt of gratitude. Higi, these two little ones are truly delightful. A familiar voice. Upon noticing Yun Jing's entrance, fixated on his own children without a glance in his direction, hastily spoke up. When Yun Jing glanced up, the strikingly handsome face of Qin Yi filled her vision. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. By the way, is this your courtyard? Aren't you a disciple of any true sect? Yun Jing surveyed the serene surroundings, noting the exquisite craftsmanship and the unique touch of its designer. I am a disciple of the Wushang Hall. I recall mentioning it earlier. Qin Yi twitched his lips, rendered speechless. Ah, I forgot. Yun Jing conceded. All right. Forgetting is my fault. I shall not pursue your reckless action of taking my sons out any further. Mistake. Qin Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. When he had initially parted ways with Yun Jing, he believed their enmity was resolved, as he had no intention of encountering this woman again in the near future. Yet, this time, while unwittingly passing by the periphery of the wind-walking hall, he spotted those two fluffy little creatures, and his heart, as if sprouting grass, recklessly gravitated towards them. Moreover, these two little ones are simply adorable. They approach him without fear and even act coquettishly. They truly capture his heart. His own daughter, while delightful and charming, does not share the same closeness with him as these two do. Zhug was seemingly conjured from thin air. The two little creatures clamor for attention, vying for hugs and fruit. Yun Jing watched in horror, her face contorting in embarrassment. Her younger son, in a desperate bid to secure a treat from the larger fruit, rolled onto Qin Yi's lap, displaying his little belly and flailing his tiny arms in an endearing plea for comfort. Meanwhile, her elder son boldly climbed onto Qin Yi's shoulders, wrapping his arms around his neck and planting wet kisses on his cheeks. Qin Yi beamed with delight, finding the two even more endearing. How charming they are. He yearned to take them home and cherish them. Yun Jing, may I propose something? I am quite fond of your sons. Perhaps you could entrust them to me? I promise to care for them as if they were my own. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing's temper flared. In her mind, alarm bells rang. Could Qin Yi have uncovered something? She swiftly scooped up her two sons. I will raise my own children. Your concern is unnecessary. Ignoring their cries of distress, she turned and departed. The little ones wailed, lamenting the loss of their fruit treat. Yet, their mother remained resolute, indifferent to their pitiful cries. Qin Yi's expression darkened, especially upon hearing their lamentations, which only deepened his frown. Since Yun Jing emerged from her confinement, Gu Zheng has proactively encouraged Yun Yao to invite Yun Jing and a pair of grandchildren to dinner. As Yun Yao arranged the dining table, Yun Jing, perplexed, grasped Zhao Haoran and inquired about the situation. Was it not the esteemed one? Today, it seemed that some vexation had stirred within, prompting an outburst of temper within the Wushang Hall, where he reprimanded everyone collectively. It was rumored that even He Hongyao's intervention was met with reprimand. Zhao Haoran let out a sigh and spoke. What a flaw he possesses. Yun Jing raised an eyebrow, sensing that this grand figure was indeed not easy to appease. After all, he was the esteemed one. He could chastise us at will. Zhao Haoran, devoid of any reverence, replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng shot Zhao Haoran a stern glare, leaving him suddenly tongue-tied. Although Gu Zheng typically appeared jovial, he was quite adept at disciplining his disciples. After a few months, Zhao Haoran had developed a sense of both respect and admiration for him. One should not harbor such disrespect towards the esteemed one. Your time in the Mingxiao Palace has been brief. Ask your brother who the Wushang Grandmaster of Mingxiao Palace is. What do you mean by a period of rest? Or a battlefield? Yun Jing inquired with confusion. It turned out that the Demon Palace was embroiled in conflict with several major sects over resources for the war. Currently, the Demon Palace was engaged on 3 fronts, mercilessly grinding down the disciples of both sides like a meat grinder. Moreover, Mingxiao Palace had only recently descended from the front lines, having done so merely 5 years ago. Zhao Haoran had previously relied on relatives from the Zhao family for care. Zhao Qingtian distinguished himself in the last great battle, firmly establishing his position within the Mingxiao Palace and earning immense respect among the inner disciples, which ultimately granted him the privilege of bringing his brother into the palace. Upon hearing Zhao Qingtian's explanation, Yun Jing's mouth fell open in astonishment. Having never ventured beyond the confines of the Tai domain as a minor practitioner, she realized how insular her knowledge had been. Could the Demon Palace truly bear the burden of multiple fronts in warfare? Yun Jing pondered in confusion. Gu Zheng's gaze softened as he regarded her. While it might be difficult to say the same for other sects, the methods of the Demon Palace are particularly well suited to our needs. The more carnage we inflict, the more we can cultivate exceptional disciples. The Demon Palace controls a vast multitude of beings in the spiritual realm, ensuring a plentiful population. Even if 10,000 perish, the emergence of a single outstanding disciple would be worthwhile. Over the span of centuries, the accumulation of such exceptional disciples has forged the substantial foundation of the Demon Palace. The current renown and power of the Demon Palace have been built upon this very principle. Yun Jing gasped at this revelation. Truly, this is the essence of the saying. One general's rise to fame is paved with the bones of countless. Just as we have journeyed here, passing through the Xiao Chen and Yushan realms, our primary objective remains the Xiao Stone realm. After all, it is not merely a spiritual realm. It is a resource-rich domain abundant in colorful stones. These colorful stones are of utmost importance, serving as vital materials for various large-scale crafting endeavors, including warships, flying vessels, and palatial constructions. The spiritual bricks you see within our Mingxiao Palace are, in fact, made from these colorful stones, which come in both singular hues and a myriad of mixed colors. The forging of our entire myriad Dawn Palace, in addition to consuming vast quantities of celestial crystal iron, starlight iron, and myriad meteorite refined iron, necessitates an even greater amount of variegated stone, far surpassing the consumption of these refined metals. Moreover, variegated stone possesses the ability to absorb spiritual energy and undergo continuous transformation. The older the variegated stone, the stronger its defensive capabilities, conductive properties, and runic accommodation. Many large-scale spiritual artifacts are advanced forms of variegated stone that have been nurtured by spiritual energy over extended periods. Indeed, this was the first time Yun Jing had heard of such a thing. Variegated stone. Father, your knowledge is truly extensive, Yun Jing exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zheng happily stroked his goatee, thoroughly pleased. In truth, the primary reason for taking this less-traveled path is to visit the Minor Stone realm. Our Myriad Dawn Palace has been granted the opportunity to mine variegated stone ore, which occurs every 30 years. The Minor Stone realm has disciples from the Demonic Palace stationed there. Each mining expedition allows our disciples to extract ore for 1 year. After paying a tenth of the yield to the resident disciples, we are permitted to take the remainder. Such a fortuitous event. I must witness it myself. Indeed, Your eldest brother will accompany you, and Hao ran. Gu Zheng glanced at Zhao Qingtian with a smile. Having never taken disciples before, Zhao Qingtian naturally became the eldest among the three based on his age. Zhao Qingtian responded with a good-natured smile and nodded in agreement. After March, Mingxiao Palace departed from the Yushan realm, drawing closer to the Little Stone realm. Chapter 75. The Transformation of the Giant Spirit, Huiting. Cradling the ledger from Rose Courtyard, slowly entered Yun Jing's courtyard. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of two fluffy little creatures, their wide eyes gazing up at him with innocent curiosity. Huiting smiled gently, nodding at the two little beings, and continued on his way with the ledger in hand. However, to his surprise, before he could take more than a few steps, the two little ones intercepted his path. Standing side by side, they suddenly rose up on their hind legs, bringing their front paws together to perform a series of small, rhythmic gestures. As their paws swayed, their heads bobbed in unison, displaying a charming eagerness. Huiting understood well their intentions. This was a gesture taught by Yun Jing, a way of expressing gratitude. After performing their thank you motions, it was customary for him to promptly offer them a reward, be it a spiritual fruit, a medicinal pill, or perhaps a delectable treat. Failure to comply would surely earn him a playful huff from the little ones. With a resigned sigh, Huiting placed the ledger upon a nearby stone table. He then retrieved two spiritual pills from his pocket, popping one into each of their eager mouths. Once they tasted the elixirs, the little creatures ceased their playful insistence and, with newfound understanding, parted to clear the way. As Huiting passed by, they waved tiny handkerchiefs with their little paws, fluttering them joyfully. Was this a new lesson from Yun Jing? Huiting chuckled to himself, genuinely wondering about the reliability of having an older child teach such antics to a pair of little ones. Upon locating Yun Jing and concluding the matters regarding the Rose Courtyard, Huiting remarked, "Yin Shimi, your two young ones, after all, are boys." Yun Jing blinked in confusion. "When I came over today, I bestowed upon them both a spirit pill, and to my astonishment, they each produced a handkerchief to flaunt. Is that not overly effeminate? Although the children are still quite young, they ought to be educated properly, don't you think?" A soft chuckle escaped Yun Jing's lips. She had found it amusing to teach that little one yesterday, never anticipating that they would put it into practice today. It was truly remarkable. The two children she had raised, while undeniably clever and bright, were also exceedingly mischievous. In contrast to the well-behaved and endearing pair from her past life, they seemed entirely different. She pondered whether it was her own upbringing that had played a role, or if these children were simply of a more unruly nature, with their previous frailty merely masking their inherent mischief. Huiting, listening to her, could only smile wryly. Children require patient guidance. You must invest more thought into their upbringing. This was sound advice, aimed at her and the well-being of the children. Yun Jing appreciated his counsel and nodded obediently, her expression reminiscent of the innocent charm exhibited by her little ones moments before. Huiting paused, taken aback, before bursting into laughter once more. Once Huiting had departed, Yun Yao emerged from within. She cast a concerned glance at Huiting's retreating figure and turned to Yun Jing, saying, "Jing Jing, your senior brother Huiting has recently made significant progress in his cultivation. He has reached the 5th level of qi refinement and has become an inner disciple. Do you not think it is time to transfer him from the Rose Courtyard?" Upon hearing this, Yun Jing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Originally, there were 4 individuals assisting in the Rose Courtyard. As for Yi Qingchen, he has simply vanished without a trace. The sisters Wang Muqing and Wang Muji have not been seen since the last time Wang Muqing confessed her feelings to Yi Qingchen and was spurned. It is said that they have resigned themselves to their punishment and left the Rose Courtyard to pursue other endeavors. It seems that the Wang sisters have family support within the Mingxiao Palace. Well, if they wish to depart, so be it. Yun Jing, in fact, welcomes their absence. It is rather vexing and absurd to assist subordinates who subsequently harbor animosity towards her. Ultimately, only Huiting remains in the Rose Courtyard. Remarkably, he manages to oversee the operations of the Rose Courtyard all on his own, earning Yun Jing's renewed admiration. I believe the Rose Courtyard is rather ill-suited for him. It feels like a case of grand talent being underutilized. However, for the time being, his cultivation level is not particularly high, as he has yet to establish a foundation, making him unqualified for the position of a pavilion master. Moreover, he lacks a mentor, and his life within the Fengxing Hall is not particularly comfortable. When I previously inquired if he wished to take on a master, he declined. It appears he finds his current circumstances satisfactory and expressed a desire to wait until he establishes his foundation before seeking a mentor, as he believes that his true aptitude will then shine through. He seems intent on finding a worthy master to guide him. Yun Yao nodded in response, as I had intended to introduce him as a disciple to your father. Ah, mother. Perhaps it is best to refrain from introducing every individual you encounter as a potential disciple for father, though he may project an amiable demeanor. My observations suggest he possesses considerable ambition and tends to look down upon those he deems ordinary. Only my senior brother and junior brother were able to inspire him to consider taking on disciples. I see Yiqingchen as a mere byproduct of this situation. Still considering his value in light of your standing, mother, such matters should be settled at once. Otherwise, one risks provoking him further, necessitating subsequent appeasement. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Zhang's pronounced cough resonated from behind Yun Jing. He cast a discreet glance at Yun Yao's abdomen, noting the involuntary flush of crimson that graced her cheeks. The news of her impending pregnancy had yet to be disclosed to their daughter. Yun Yao shot him an indignant glare before addressing her daughter. Your father is quite amiable. Refrain from fabricating tales about him. By the way, you must understand that only disciples who have reached the 8th level of qi cultivation are permitted to gather the colorful stones at Fengxing Hall. You, being at the 8th level, are eligible, yet your elder siblings are still too young and require your constant care. Thus, I believe it would be best for you to abstain from venturing into the Little Stone Realm. Mother, I can take them with me. I have yet to witness the original source of the colorful stones, Yun Jing replied, playfully tugging at Yun Yao's sleeve. Jing, please allow me to go, mother. Jing, mother. The mother-daughter duo engaged in a delightful standoff. Gu Zhang felt it prudent to refrain from intervening at this juncture. So he stepped outside the door of Yun Jing's room, having accompanied Yun Yao from the very beginning. Upon exiting, he observed his two disciples entering the courtyard with expressions of joy. Meanwhile, his two mischievous grandsons had already leapt onto Zhao Qingtian's shoulders, playfully nibbling away. Zhao Qingtian, grinning, produced a vial of elixir for them, eliciting an exasperated snort from Zhao Haoran. Whoever bestows the elixir generously will earn their favor, he quipped. Humph. One wonders whom they take after. Zhao Qingtian's current status has dramatically changed. Even the elixirs he casually produces are of remarkable quality, such as the Peiyuan Dan. This particular potion is typically required only by cultivators in the latter stages of qi training. Furthermore, one must refrain from consuming another within a short span after taking a single dose. However, Gu Zhang observed the two young boys, each taking one, and before long, they had devoured 10 Peiyuan Dan as if they were mere candies. He furrowed his brow, exclaiming inwardly, what a bunch of mischievous children. Master, where's junior sister? Zhao Qingtian inquired after greeting his master, seeking information about Yun Jing. What is it? Master, I am eager to cultivate the first layer of the giant force divine art. Yet, I am uncertain if I am practicing correctly. I would appreciate your guidance and that of junior sister. Gu Zhang was pleasantly surprised to witness Zhao Qingtian's rapid progress. How little time has elapsed since he first grasped the fragments of the giant force divine art, struggling without success to make any headway. Master, my brother has been exceptionally impressive lately. His cultivation improves daily. Observing his current demeanor, I surmise that he will soon reach the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Qingtian had already reached the pinnacle of qi training, standing merely a step away from foundation establishment. Though this final step has proven elusive for countless cultivators, with the giant force divine art in hand, he felt an increasing sense of ease regarding this barrier. Consequently, when Zhao Haoran spoke these words, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Gu Zhang erupted in delight, exclaiming, this is splendid news. Moreover, my elder brother has intuitively grasped a unique technique. It is not a divine ability, but rather a small insight discovered while practicing the giant force divine art. Brother, you can transform into a giant now, yet you claim it's not a divine ability, Zhao Haoran exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Oh, transforming into a giant. Gu Zhang responded in astonishment, urging him to demonstrate for their master. Their voices were quite loud, catching the attention of Yun Jing and her daughter, who curiously stepped out to witness the spectacle. If you can truly transform, do show us. Yun Jing teased. Zhao Qingtian cast a resigned glance at her, before finally proceeding with the transformation. Indeed, he channeled the newly cultivated power of the giant force divine art through a pathway of meridians he had fortuitously discovered. With a mighty roar, he suddenly expanded, his previously tall stature soaring to nearly double its height. What had been a modest frame of just over 2 meters now approached 5 meters. To the ordinary observers around him, he appeared as a towering giant. Roar. This is definitely a transformation into a giant. This is the giant spirit transformation. It is said that only the divine beings can comprehend such a miraculous ability, he declared. This is splendid. Truly splendid. Gu Zheng clapped his hands in delight. Hearing Gu Zheng's praise, Zhao Haoran eagerly chimed in. Look, it's our master who can discern whether this is indeed a divine ability and what kind it is. Gu Zheng, feeling gratified by the flattery, affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Indeed, but this is merely a minor divine ability. The people in the courtyard collectively turned their gaze toward him, puzzled by his words. What exactly did he mean by a minor divine ability? Among them were also 2 little ones seeking comfort in their mother's embrace. The divine arts, in fact, originate from the celestial lineage, embodying the profound techniques of the divine beings. This nomenclature was devised by these celestial beings to distinguish their arts from the more formidable and unparalleled divine techniques. The term lesser divine arts is thus more easily comprehensible. It signifies that the subtle intricacies stem from the divine arts, albeit possessing significantly lesser power, far inferior to the true divine techniques. Nevertheless, it is essential to note that even the lesser divine arts can only be manifested by those who have awakened their celestial bloodline. In Chapter 76, The Mischievous Child, Gu Zheng narrates while simultaneously demonstrating some fundamental spells, facilitating the understanding and comprehension of the audience. However, to Yun Jing, whether it be spells or divine arts, there exists a shared essence. Both harness energy from within or the external realm. Yet, spells predominantly rely on one's own energy or that which has been accumulated internally. In contrast, divine arts inherently draw upon external forces from the outset, with one's own power acting merely as a catalyst, guiding these external energies into one's spells, thus transforming them into divine arts. In her embrace, the 2 little ones nestled their small heads together, gazing intently. Within the Windwalker Hall, there exists a rather stingy disciple who, in front of others, delights in feigning generosity. One day, he observed 3 exceptionally attractive female disciples amusing themselves with kittens in the main hall's courtyard. Ever since the daughter of the hall master gave birth to a pair of kittens, these twin kittens have become the cherished companions of the female disciples, who often bring various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and delicacies that they themselves are reluctant to consume, dedicating them instead to the 2 kittens. These kittens, in their charming demeanor, graciously accept all offerings, leaving no gift unappreciated. Anticipatory gratitude expressed beforehand ensures unreserved affection and playful interaction post-sustenance. Their innate sociability and vivacity surpass that of typical familiars, primarily because the latter, being mere beasts, lack the capacity for endearing behavior. However, Yun Jing's feline companions are akin to charming, anthropomorphic infants, possessing remarkable cleverness. Following Yun Jing's tutelage in expressing gratitude, the duo experienced a manifold increase in their daily acquisition of spirit pills, igniting a fervent gleam in their eyes. Under the tutelage of a coterie of eccentric matrons and elder sisters, they mastered a repertoire of endearing gestures, including spinning, leaping through hoops, waving, and bidding farewell. Upon the portly disciples' approach, the diminutive pair were engaged in a display of endearing pirouettes. With each revolution, a charming female disciple bestowed upon each feline a spirit pill, genuine, superior-grade yellow marrow pills, nearly blinding the corpulent disciple with their brilliance. Such precious elixirs were being used to amuse mere felines. As the portly disciple attempted to ingratiate himself, the female disciples departed, ceasing the flow of spirit pills. To add insult to injury, the corpulent fellow, noticing a few uneaten pills on the ground, succumbed to avarice, brazenly snatching them up and swaggering away. The diminutive felines, incensed, bristled with indignation. Fortunately, Yun Jing's forceful instruction, the swift application of divine power resulting in confinement within a lightless cell, impervious to their lamentations, had instilled restraint. Despite their claws carving furrows into the runic flagstones, they refrained from attacking the corpulent disciple. However, offending feline sensibilities is rarely without consequence, especially when the transgression involves the theft of their anticipated sustenance. Consequently, the following afternoon, as the corpulent fellow traversed the same path, his foot encountered a small pile of feline excrement. The enraged rotund man, upon spotting a group of female disciples playing with a cat, was instantly consumed by impulsive fervor and charged towards them. "You wretched feline, how dare you defile this place?" he exclaimed, extending his hand to seize the cat. However, he was swiftly intercepted by a mature and alluring female disciple, who effortlessly swatted his hand away, her icy gaze piercing through him. "What do you think you are doing? Do you not see that I am holding the little darling?" she retorted, gently comforting the seemingly startled kitten with a soft pat, before sternly admonishing the man. "And I stepped in its mess. This is the plaza in front of the Windwalking Hall. How can such a thing happen here?" The man, momentarily taken aback by her fierce glare, quickly regained his composure. He certainly did not wish to engage in conflict with a female disciple ranked among the top 100 within the inner sect of the Windwalking Hall. Engaging in a skirmish would likely lead to his humiliation. "The little one is so young. How would it know where is appropriate to relieve itself?" he stated, a sentiment that garnered nods of agreement from the surrounding female disciples. "This little creature has yet to reach 5 months of age, barely 4 months old. What does it truly understand?" They continued. "Moreover, we have traversed this area multiple times, yet no one else has stepped in anything. Clearly, it's a reflection of your poor eyesight. How can you place the blame on the innocent kitten? Indeed, it is quite shameful for someone of your stature to quibble with a mere kitten," they added. "We have heard that you are particularly unpleasant. Whenever we play with the two little darlings, you always come over, calling us sister and pulling at our hands. Such audacity." A group of girls suddenly rendered the chubby boy crimson-faced and flustered, prompting him to contemplate a hasty retreat. As he turned, a fleeting golden shadow brushed past him, causing a sudden chill to envelop his backside. Almost immediately, a chorus of startled shrieks erupted from the girls, exclaiming their disbelief at the indecency. "How shameless, exposing oneself. Utterly outrageous, scoundrel." The chubby boy let out a yelp of distress, disregarding the embarrassment of his exposed rear, and hastily fled the scene. His backside had been struck by a mystical artifact, leaving him in considerable pain. Moreover, rumors of his exhibitionist tendencies began to circulate widely. Consequently, he found himself the subject of scorn wherever he went. Given that he had offended numerous female disciples, their admirers, eager to win their affection, took it upon themselves to confront him with physical retribution. After enduring several humiliating encounters in a single day, the chubby boy resolved to retreat into seclusion, vowing to focus on his foundational training without further interruptions. Alas, how could I dare to show my face again? Ultimately, the entire episode reached the ears of Yun Jing, who, upon learning of the mischief, administered a few playful smacks to the backsides of the two rascals. What little scamps! They gazed up at her with tearful eyes, bewildered by the reprimand, questioning where they could lodge a complaint against such domestic violence. "What are you staring at? How many times must I remind you to behave yourself in public? Look at the trouble you've caused. At such a tender age, you already know how to be a nuisance. Are you two not peculiar in your ways?" Yin Yao observed her daughter chastising her grandsons, pondering inwardly. What else could they be if not peculiar? Although she had heard that those born of human and demon parentage were exceptionally intelligent and handsome, her own two offspring were particularly astonishing. Typical 4-month-old infants were not so alert, at most beginning to seek their mother's embrace. Moreover, they were in beast form. Could these two merely be prodigies? Yun Jing mused on the lightning tribulation at their birth, wondering if they might indeed be geniuses. In truth, Yun Jing pondered internally that, in addition to the innate divine strength of her two small children, their spiritual souls were rapidly developing. Since their birth, her mental strength, which had not been quickly recovering, was now being restored at an astonishing rate each day. In a brief 4 months, she had nearly recovered half of her mental strength. One must know that she had once been an 11th level mental strength master. Her mental strength was cultivated using an otherworldly method based on her original powerful soul, and her true strength far surpassed her dual abilities. Could the precociousness of these two little ones be related to this? After seeing Yin Yao off, Yun Jing carried the two little ones into the treasure bottle dimension, boiled water from the spiritual spring to bathe them, and wrapped the adorable sons in towels, taking a multitude of endearing photos to commemorate the moment. Only then did Yun Jing place the drowsy little ones in the prepared crib, covering them with a blanket. "Inzi, keep an eye on them for me." After entrusting Inzi to watch over her sons, Yun Jing entered the laboratory, due to the two little ones particularly disliking little Huang. The unfortunate child had recently been avoiding her sons. As Yun Jing embarked on her experiment, little Yellow surreptitiously trailed after her. Heavens! Have those two little terrors finally fallen asleep? Yun Jing regarded Little Yellow with sympathy, the unfortunate creature consistently failing to endear itself to her sons. Asleep, are they? Little Yellow, you truly are out of luck. Within this space, aside from you, there exists Yunzi. Yet, observe how Yunzi does not incur the displeasure of my sons, while you, the moment you emerge, are relentlessly pursued by them. I am genuinely sorry. Upon hearing these words, Little Yellow rolled its eyes. How was I to know that your two sons were so possessive? Then, blinking its avian eyes, it added, in truth, you should be grateful to me. It is because of me that your two sons have not yet turned on each other. Oh, what is that look in your eyes? Lately, I have been earnestly introspecting, wondering why I am so universally disliked. Could it be that my allure has waned? Impossible. Not long ago, a comely young lady expressed a desire for me to accompany her. After much contemplation, it finally dawned on me. Some demonic beast cubs, from birth, exhibit a predilection for monopolizing their parents' affections. Those who rear them, should they possess other spiritual pets, often find them either mauled to death or banished as the cub's power grows. Even among siblings, no exceptions are made. Yun Jing clicked her tongue in astonishment. Therefore, you should be thankful to me, for without me, your domineering sons would have annihilated each other long ago. Surely not. They possess half-human blood. After all, Yun Jing expressed skepticism. Why not? It is an inherent characteristic of their species. Based on these racial characteristics, I shall observe a little longer. Perhaps I will discern their current dominant lineage. Once I ascertain this, I can select appropriate cultivation methods for them. Upon hearing this, Yun Jing waved her hand dismissively, stating that there was no rush. The children could play for a few years before embarking on their studies. Moreover, I have heard that mixed-blood children, particularly those of the human and demon lineage, tend to have significantly longer lifespans than ordinary people. Consequently, I am not overly concerned about their time for cultivation. Xiao Huang rolled her eyes in response, exclaiming, you are remarkably carefree. By the way, I've noticed you frequenting the spiritual spring, circling around the third grade Yao Tai Ching Lian. What are your intentions? You aren't considering taking advantage of it, are you? If you're not in a hurry, you should let it be. Allowing it to mature for a couple more years might enable it to ascend to a first grade Yao Tai Ching Lian in the realm of spiritual herbs. The common treasures range from 1st to 9th grade, with higher tiers being increasingly precious, while spiritual treasures are classified from 9th to 1st grade, with the higher grades being equally rare. Among these, the 1st grade spiritual treasures are the most esteemed. Those of considerable age can be equated to a half-step rare treasure. I intend to acquire it, and subsequently plant the lotus seeds. As you mentioned, my sons, being of mixed blood, may experience instability in their foundations. Recently, I have noticed an unusual quality in their blood, suggesting some internal turbulence. This will not do. I plan to concoct a batch of Qing Lian Dan to fortify them and quell the unrest within their veins. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? The 3rd grade Yao Tai Ching Lian, if concocted into a pill, would yield at least a 5th or 6th grade spiritual elixir. And you? You are merely a 1st-tier common grade alchemist. It is utterly impossible for you to refine the Qinglian pill. Do not be so absolute in your assertions, Yun Jing countered. By employing the ancient method of dilution passed down from antiquity, I am indeed capable of producing the Qinglian pill. Xiao Huang, increasingly perplexed by Yun Jing's unwavering confidence, questioned, what method could possibly enable you to transcend such ranks to forge the Qinglian pill? Even if you were to pluck the 3rd grade Yao Tai Qinglian, you would still be unable to manage this material. There is a method I discovered in the nameless pharmacopoeia, Yun Jing replied. The medicinal pool. The medicinal pool? Xiao Huang shivered with realization. Are you referring to the medicinal pool technique from the ancient Dan Palace's renowned alchemical arts? Yun Jing was taken aback. So, you are aware of the Yao Tai technique? Xiao Huang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. It was as if she had confirmed that Yun Jing intended to meddle with the medicinal pool technique. Are you foolish? The practitioners of the Yao Tai technique channel the full strength of their sect. What do you possess? How can you manage it alone? It is not merely a matter of digging a pit to create a medicinal pool. It requires numerous adept formation masters to inscribe the formations, which must then harmoniously converge. Layer upon layer must ultimately connect seamlessly. It is not a matter of underestimating you. You simply cannot accomplish this alone. Chapter 77, A Sneaky Move. Yun Jing, in exasperation, grasped Xiao Huang and tugged at its delicate wings, shaking it vigorously. The little bird shrieked in agony, finally released from its tormentor's grasp. Cloudlet, you've cost me 2 feathers. That's vital essence, vital essence. Little Yellow lamented. What's all the racket? If you wake my son, you'll lose even more vital essence, Yun Jing retorted, gloating. Your whole family are brutes, executioners. Executioners for plucking a few feathers? You're stretching the accusation a bit thin, Yun Jing remarked, puzzled. What do you know? How long do you think it takes me to refine a single drop of vital essence? Each feather is worth at least 3 drops. You owe me vital essence. Little Yellow exclaimed, glaring at the feathers on the ground. Yun Jing quickly picked up the feathers and held them to its beak. Here, take them back. Eat them up. 3 drops of vital essence per feather, remember. It knew Yun Jing was nothing but a scoundrel. Little Yellow had assumed Yun Jing was merely toying with the idea of a medicinal pond. But to its surprise, after several hushed conversations with the little lowly, Yun Jing actually began selecting a location in the valley to construct one. Building a medicinal pond was no simple task. Finding a site compatible with the medicinal properties was one challenge, but diluting the potency to the right level was another. In the ancient Dam Palace, they had once erected a medicinal pond mountain, composed of 9,981 ponds. Most of the finest elixirs of that era originated from those ponds, and the medicinal pond mountain had been instrumental in establishing the Dan Palace's grand reputation. Even for the Dan Palace, the construction and refinement of that mountain had taken nearly 9 centuries of continuous effort. That endeavor was solely accomplished through the concerted efforts of the entire sect, involving the interment of a vast quantity of diverse medicinal herbs. Now, with only Yun Jing available, what could she possibly achieve? It's undoubtedly a futile endeavor. However, Yun Jing evidently held a divergent perspective. She scrutinized the 3-dimensional structural diagram of the entire hill in conjunction with Inzi, and subsequently retrieved pertinent data regarding the medicinal pool mountain from the nameless herbal compendium, facilitated by Inzi's computational assistance. Ultimately, she devised 3 graded medicinal pools of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th ranks, as well as 8 tiered medicinal pools ranging from the 9th to the 2nd tier, totaling 11 medicinal pools. These were meticulously embedded into the slopes encircling the periphery of the valley, with Yun Jing's modest villa situated at the base of the mountain. Furthermore, according to Inzi's calculations, they necessitated a substantial quantity of array materials, requiring at least 3 complete sets of materials. These surplus materials were intended for Yun Jing to hone her skills. Yun Jing did not anticipate being able to inscribe such satisfactory and standardized arrays on her initial attempt. Nevertheless, given her foundational knowledge of arrays and her supplementary studies as an enchanter in another world, which essentially involved inscribing various energy patterns onto weapons, Yun Jing exuded confidence in her ability to fabricate a rudimentary medicinal pool. As for the specific medicinal herbs to be prepared for each of the 11 medicinal pools, Yun Jing had already formulated a plan. In essence, the construction of medicinal pools, apart from arrays, hinges on medicinal herbs. Through the continuous synthesis of medicinal properties, the original properties are altered, which also serves as an effective method for diluting spiritual herbs. This expansive medicinal pool functions akin to a chemical synthesis pool where various substances undergo chain reactions in unison. Arrays merely serve as an auxiliary function, and each medicinal pool must be infused with a certain amount of diverse medicinal substances to preserve medicinal efficacy. After selecting the location, Yun Jing was suddenly struck by an inspiration. If one were to directly inscribe the formation at a designated location, there is a likelihood of discrepancies, for the geological conditions of each site vary significantly. However, what if one were to forge a medicinal pool utilizing the vibrant stones? Contemplating this, Yun Jing set aside her simulation calculations and began to enumerate the approximate total of the vibrant stones. Just as she descended from the small hill, she was ambushed by her 2 little ones, who affectionately leapt into her embrace. The playful duo nestled in their mother's arms, showering her with kisses and nuzzling against her. With both children cradled in her arms, Yun Jing exited the space, first tending to the famished little ones, then seeking out her cunning father and her already pregnant mother. As for her mother's pregnancy, Yun Jing had long been prepared. Back when she was in the Tang family, shortly after Yun Yao left Yun Jing behind, Yun Hui began covertly instructing others to administer drugs to Yun Yao, aiming to irrevocably impair her fertility. Yet, Yun Hui had not anticipated that Yun Yao had previously acquired some knowledge of medicinal substances and, wary of Yun Hui's schemes, managed to evade her insidious intentions. However, Living under Yun Hui's oppressive hand with her daughter, Yun Yao led a life fraught with trepidation, causing Yun Jing to endure considerable hardships from a young age. Now, although she had remarried, both she and Yun Jing were acutely aware that to firmly establish themselves beside Gu Zheng, it was inevitable for Yun Yao to bear Gu Zheng's child. Gu Zheng's temperament, at least as it appears now, seems quite agreeable. He treats Yun Yao with great kindness, and consequently, has shown Yun Jing a measure of tolerance and affection. Yet, what man does not desire to have his own children? Ever since Yun Yao's pregnancy, a perpetual smile graced Gu Zheng's countenance, and his attentiveness towards her amplified manifold. Yun Jing had barely stepped into their chamber when she observed him trailing Yun Yao like an ardent devotee, pressing tonics upon her. Yun Yao, averse to the concoctions, found herself incessantly bothered by his persistence. Holding a diminutive garment, she cast playful, reproachful glances his way. Upon noticing Yun Jing's arrival, Gu Zheng's elation surged. Jing, come quickly. Look at your mother. I personally brought her tonics, yet she refuses to partake, and she insists on crafting garments for the child. Tell me, what does an extra or fewer set of infant clothing matter? Naturally, an abundance of infant attire is essential, a concept beyond your grasp, Yun Yao retorted, directly dismissing Gu Zheng's sentiment, rendering him speechless. Mother, if I recall correctly, you previously fashioned a considerable quantity of children's garments, did you not? Yun Jing inquired, puzzled. Were those not intended for your little ones? Yun Yao promptly relinquished the unfinished garment, embracing her two grandchildren who nestled into her arms, their innocent, dewy eyes eliciting endearment. Yun Yao showered her affection upon the two little grandchildren, recognizing their pitiable circumstances. Mother, do you believe they could still fit into those diminutive clothes you crafted? Yun Jing's query piqued Gu Zheng's interest. Indeed, they might still be able to wear those little belly bands your mother made. Yun Jing, flustered, released the two little ones to frolic outside. Observing her mother consuming the tonics, Yun Jing broached the subject of variegated stone acquisition with Gu Zheng. Upon hearing her inquiry, Gu Zheng arched an eyebrow, his gaze tinged with peculiarity. You seek to amass variegated stones? She still evinced interest in procuring iridescent stones and wished to know more about them. She was keen on acquiring a substantial quantity of iridescent stones, as they would serve a purpose. Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng stated that iridescent stones were also of significant utility to the Bright Dawn Palace. Even if she desired iridescent stones, she would likely not obtain many, perhaps only a few dozen kilograms. What good would that do? Yun Jing asked skeptically. Could I gather more myself? Gu Zheng looked at her speechlessly. Are you attempting to undermine the Bright Dawn Palace? As I said, the Bright Dawn Palace requires a considerable amount of iridescent stones, so they are not allocated to disciples. After some deliberation, Gu Zheng said, I can allocate some to you, perhaps around 100 cubic meters. Would that suffice? Yun Jing immediately shook her head. 30,000 cubic meters would suffice. Gu Zheng nearly spewed the spiritual tea he was drinking onto Yun Jing's face. You truly dare to ask for such a quantity. Father, I genuinely need it. She insisted. Do you realize that we will, at most, obtain the right to extract 100,000 cubic meters during this trip to the Minor Stone Realm? And that's after leaving a portion for the Minor Stone Realm. You're joking if you think I can get you 30,000 cubic meters. Upon hearing Gu Zheng's words, Yun Jing fell silent. Could it truly be impossible? Shen Mo had just concocted a spiritual medicine from an ancient formula and ventured out alone for a stroll. As he passed beneath a large tree near the Windwalker Hall, he reached out and caught a small, fluffy, pale gold creature that had fallen from the tree. Ah! The tender cry seemed to complain about Shen Mo catching it. Its round eyes were wide and appeared to be misted with tears. You little rascal. If I hadn't caught you, wouldn't you have been hurt falling to the ground? The little creature's large eyes radiated an expression of disdain, as if to say, how is that possible? Such a height? Shen Mo, with a hint of annoyance, reached out to ruffle the little one's head and then inquired with a melodious voice. Where's your brother? The little one was momentarily taken aback, its gaze seemingly questioning. How do you know I am the younger sibling? You see, your brother has a small swirl on his forehead, while you do not. Thus you must be the younger one. The little one widened its eyes in astonishment. This was something only its mother had noticed. Neither grandmother nor grandfather had figured it out, mind you. Ah, are you wondering how I know this? Shen Mo cradled the little one, tenderly stroking its head. When you both were a month old, I came to visit and discovered it. At that time, Sister Yin had not yet realized it either. To differentiate between you two brothers, She had the ingenious idea of attaching tiny bells the size of millet grains to your little front paws, golden for the elder brother and silver for the younger. I heard that it wasn't until you were over 2 months old that she could accurately tell you apart. Shunimo spoke with a tone of pride, unbeknownst to herself. Upon hearing this, the little one promptly covered its eyes with its tiny front paws, exclaiming, "How embarrassing! Now tell me, where's your brother?" The little one pointed with one paw towards a particular direction in the tree. Shunimo looked up to see a small kitten, its belly round and content, sprawled out on a large branch, soundly asleep. Incredible! To be able to sleep in such a lofty place, she mused. Shall we go treat you to something delicious first? The little kitten's eyes widened in surprise, and it nodded decisively, even clasping its paws in a gesture of gratitude. A faint smile crept onto Shunmo's lips as he picked up the small creature and departed. Shortly after, a figure clad in dark robes appeared on a branch, cautiously lifting away another sleeping kitten. Why are you the only one left sleeping? Where's your brother? The figure, with a melodious male voice, mumbled a couple of times. Yet the kitten remained undisturbed, shifting comfortably in its slumber, which amused the man, making him chuckle softly. In Chapter 78, titled Indulgence, Qin-Yi lounged lazily on a low couch, holding a scroll of text. After glancing at it a few times, he lowered his gaze to the small kitten curled beside him. The kitten, having enjoyed a deep sleep, had unfurled itself, stretching its limbs out in a sprawled position, even favoring a lateral sleeping posture. Qin-Yi, in good humor, continued to make space for the kitten, accommodating its slumbering form. At times, the little creature would stretch, forming an arc with its body, while its head took on an amusingly crooked shape. Alternatively, it would lie on its back, its tail extending sideways, inadvertently brushing against Qin-Yi's arm. He glanced down at the kitten, gently playing with its tail. The tail, being quite sensitive, could provoke even the soundest of sleepers. Suddenly, the little kitten fluffed up, opened its eyes, and swiped at Qin-Yi, leaving 5 scratch marks in its wake. Not only did the kitten scratch him, but it also emitted a couple of forceful, threatening meows. Qin-Yi, far from being angered, gently caressed the small cat's head in a soothing manner. All right, I won't play with your tail anymore. You go ahead and sleep. When you wake up, I'll bring you some fruit, all right? Upon witnessing this scene, Qin-Yi affectionately patted the cat as one would a child, his eyes radiating an undeniable tenderness. He Hongyao entered the room and was taken aback by the sight. A fleeting smile tugged at her lips as she approached Qin-Yi, tugging at his sleeve with a look of concern as she observed the 5 red marks adorning his arm. You, who once cherished Xin, now favor this little creature. That's understandable, yet you must not indulge it to the point of allowing it to scratch you. Jealousy? Qin-Yi chuckled softly at He Hongyao's words, brushing off her playful tug and gently pinching her delicate nose. He Hongyao was a woman of remarkable beauty.